Chapter 1 F Level Talent? Ronqing Beast Taming Academy, on the Awakening platform. Lu Sui, Beast Taming Talent is F level. As the tester announced, everyone was in an uproar. You have to know that Lu Sui is a celebrity in their entire academy. Less than a year after entering school, he went to work for the Beast Taming Group. You have to know that men cannot test their talents before they reach adulthood, nor can they form a contract with a woman to form combat power. Joining the Beast Taming Group is basically risking your life for your future. But the fact that Lu Sui was able to survive in the Beast Taming Group for 2 years shows how talented he is. F level, it's actually F level, how can it be an F level talent? Did I make a mistake? At this time, Principal Chu Chanhai, who had been paying attention to Lu Sui, also widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Why was Lu Sui, whom he was most optimistic about, only an F level? As a result, he couldn't even write a letter of recommendation for Lu Sui. 1,000 years ago, the world's spiritual energy revived, strange beasts invaded, and human civilization was destroyed in an instant. However, the appearance of strange beasts also brought a power unprecedented in the human world: source power. All human women transform into various powerful spiritual beasts, but while transforming into beasts, they will also lose their sanity, gradually lose themselves in battle, and become no different from monsters from another world. But men can use contracts to appease women's source power, so that they are not so easily lost. This is also the profession of Beastmaster. Therefore, the human race is now training a large number of Beastmasters and spirit beasts, but a person's talent defines his life. Humph, trash should stay with the trash. Haven't you heard the saying? The more outstanding a person is, the more low-key they are. Vice Principal Wu Zhan glanced at the surprised principal and sneered, his face very proud. He had long been dissatisfied with Lu Sui's talent, but Lu Sui was still young at the time, so he didn't want to do anything. Now it seems that the opportunity has finally come. Principal Chu glanced at Vice Principal Wu, then turned his gaze to Lu Sui, only to find that he seemed completely unaffected, with a faint smile on his lips. This made him even more surprised. What was wrong with Lu Sui? He clearly felt that Lu Sui was different from usual. Lu Sui. The principal then called out to the boy who was about to leave. The boy stopped, turned around, and nodded slightly. Is there any problem with your talent test? I asked you to remember. The principal frowned and asked. He remembered that every time the test results came out, they could feel the explosive power in Lu Sui's body. Yes, my talent is really that poor. After saying that, Lu Sui looked into the distance. There was no melancholy or sadness in his eyes, only hope. The principal was stunned. Could this kid have a backup plan? When a talent is awakened, you can only see the level of the talent, not the ability of the talent. This is also to protect the Beastmasters and prevent them from being exploited by people with ulterior motives. At the same time, on the stage where the spirit beasts were awakening, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The boy was also attracted by the principal and turned his eyes to the ring. On the stage, a phoenix spread its wings, standing proudly in the air, emitting a scorching heat all over its body, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. S-level spirit beast, it's an S-level spirit beast. It's actually S-rank. That girl awakened an S-class beast. For a moment, all the students were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Wu Shui, my daughter, you really didn't let me down. At this time, Vice Principal Wu slapped his chair and stood up, staring at the phoenix on the ring, his pupils widened, his eyes full of disbelief, and even a little excitement. After awakening, Wu Shui quickly returned to her original form. She then looked in the direction of the Beastmaster's test with some hesitation. Then, as if she had made some big decision, she quickly walked towards Lu Sui. At this moment, everyone in the audience was talking about it, and all eyes of envy and jealousy were focused on Lu Sui. I remember that Wu Shui and Lu Sui were boyfriend and girlfriend. Do they want a contract? School Beauty Wu, are you willing to accept this? That's hard to say. Although Lu Sui's talent is poor, his ability in equipment casting and formation is unmatched by any student in the school. However, what no one expected was that Wu Shui came to Lu Sui and said lightly, "Let's break up." As for the reason, I don't need to say more. Lu Sui sneered, then looked at Wu Shui and sneered, "No problem, I agree, and please don't regret it." Regret, Wu Shui, never regret. Wu Shui said coldly. She would never allow anyone to surpass her, including Lu Sui. At this time, Lu Sui also left directly, and an ancient mirror appeared in his hand, but everyone seemed unable to see the mirror in his hand, and at the same time, they also could not see that their contempt for Lu Sui was continuously converging into the ancient mirror. Looking at the emotional points that kept multiplying, Lu Sui's mouth curled up slightly. This ancient mirror suddenly appeared in the spiritual space not long ago. Originally, he was also a beast master with S-level talent, but this ancient mirror told him that as long as he sacrificed his talent, he could gain SSS-level talent. At first, he didn't believe it until the ancient mirror showed some of his abilities, and especially after he confirmed that the other party was not in any danger, he decided to sacrifice himself. At the same time, he also wanted to take this opportunity to see how many people would still treat him sincerely after he fell to the bottom. Now, looking at the contempt and ridicule in these people's eyes, he also smiled bitterly. The human heart is hard to predict. However, these people are not worth his nostalgia. At this moment, a figure walked directly towards Lu Sui, with contempt in his eyes. The results of your talent test are out. You and Shuer will never have the chance to form a contract in this lifetime. Zhang Feng said coldly, looking at Lu Sui with disdain. He used to regard Lu Sui as his biggest enemy, but after today, he was afraid that there would no longer be such a person. Really? Even if my talent is really S-level, I won't make a contract with her. She can abandon me now, and when she meets a better beast master in the future, she will abandon you without hesitation. Lu Sui glanced at Zhang Feng and said lightly. Hearing this, Zhang Feng disagreed. He had awakened his talent as an A-level beastmaster and was no longer the same as before. In addition, with the family power behind him, as long as he signed a contract with Wu Shui, his future would definitely be smooth. I don't know whether she will abandon me, but you are already the one who has been abandoned. Zhang Feng said disdainfully and left. He couldn't wait to find his classmates to show off. Lu Sui shook his head, but it didn't matter. After all, who would want to be entangled by a woman who had betrayed him for a lifetime? Are you willing? A calm voice sounded from behind him. When Lu Sui turned around, he saw a young man with ordinary clothes and ordinary looks standing with his hands behind his back, looking at him indifferently. It seemed as if those eyes could see through everything, and there was a hint of tenderness in the indifference. Old Qin, why are you here? Lu Sui grinned after seeing who was coming. The person in front of him was his roommate, Mr. Qin. Although his name was Mr. Qin, his family background was very ordinary, just like his. If you asked him where he lived, he probably wouldn't be able to answer. The only thing that impressed him was that this guy was a otaku. He basically never went out on weekdays, but he knew everything. It was magical. Come to see you. Young Master Qin said calmly. Lu Sui shrugged. Why are you looking at me? Don't you like her very much? Young Master Qin continued. Lu Sui was silent after hearing this, and spoke after a moment. I used to like her very much, and she was very beautiful, but the choice she made today means that we are destined to take two completely different paths. I hope she will be happy. At this point, Lu Suibian suddenly laughed and changed the subject. Brothers, don't talk about these trivial things. Where are Lao Qin, Lao Su, and Lao Zhu? Today is the talent test for the Beast Tamer. Why didn't you come? Young Master Qin said indifferently. They took the test at home and didn't want to attract attention, so they didn't come. Really? Indeed, those two guys are so handsome. If they awaken some S-level talents, all the girls in the school will be shocked. Lao Qin, come on, I'll treat you to a health checkup tonight. Lu Sui raised his hand and put it around young Master Qin's shoulders. Young Master Qin immediately noticed the dirty hand on his shoulder and slapped it away, saying coldly, Go by yourself. What's the point of these three women and you, a man, having healthcare together? Chapter 2 Lu Sui returns. Lu Sui then directly reached out and hooked his hand on Mr. Qin's shoulder, saying, Old Qin, have Old Su and Old Zhu made contracts with girls? If so, we must cheat them out of a meal. Young Master Qin was about to take action, but he thought about what to do if he resisted too much and exposed his identity as a woman. So he let Lu hold her casually. At the same time, she habitually activated her spirit beast skills, mind reading, and the thoughts of all living beings within 5 steps could not escape her prying eyes. She seldom uses this skill, after all, keeping it activated consumes a lot of energy. However, Lu Suima needed Qin Gongzi's shoulders at this moment, frowning slightly. Old Qin's shoulders are so soft. His arms and legs are so thin, he looks just like a woman. Hearing this voice, Lu Sui quickly slapped his hand away, fearing that he would be discovered if he pinched it. At this moment, Lu Sui still couldn't help showing a look of disgust. The skin of this Mr. Qin was even smoother than she had imagined, even more feminine than a woman. If he didn't have an ordinary face, he would have suspected that the other party was a woman disguised as a man. But seeing his appearance at this moment, Lu Sui couldn't help laughing. Lao Qin, you look like this, which reminds me of how you looked when I first met you 3 years ago. You were the same, not interacting with others. Even Lao Su and Lao Zhu were the same. They were all big men, so isn't it normal for them to be arm in arm with each other? Young Master Qin just looked at him coldly, and Lu Sui continued to recall, old Su was the same. When he first came, he was completely like a young master, disdainful of this and that. Su Ling, his name is as charming as his appearance. If he were a woman, she would definitely be a great beauty. Taiyu is still better. We can play together and he looks like a brother. But his face is also fair and clean, and he has some potential to be a sissy. But you three seem to dislike me. Why is that? I'm afraid of being mistaken for a gay. Young Master Qin glanced at him coldly. They don't dislike you at all, they are just afraid that you may be clumsy. If you touch something you shouldn't, they will have to suffer in silence. At this moment, Lu Sui suddenly looked at his right hand and said, when Lao Zhu and I were drinking that day, I felt something very soft on my hand. I don't know if it was just an illusion. When young Master Qin heard this, her face instantly fell. As a woman, she knew immediately that this bastard had touched something he shouldn't have touched. She stood up and stepped heavily on Lu Sui's foot without hesitation. Ah! Lu Sui screamed and almost jumped up. Lao Qin, what are you doing? How did he offend this guy again? Master Qin stared at him with gritted teeth, you beast. Then he turned and left. Ah, beast? Me? Don't go. Lao Qin. Lu Sui chased after him in a hurry, but he fell flat on his face after just 2 steps, and was in so much pain that tears were about to flow. This old Qin is getting more and more powerful. When Master Qin heard the sound behind him, he stopped immediately. He turned around and saw Lu Sui lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This bastard, could he be really drunk and put his hand on a girl's chest? Lu Sui got up and dusted himself off. Lao Qin, wait for me. Humph. Young Master Qin snorted coldly, but turned around and continued walking out of the teaching building. Lao Qin, I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. You should keep an eye on the time and don't come back late. Lu Sui yawned. He wanted to go back and study his golden finger carefully. Young Master Qin's anger subsided after a few steps. Although he had long been accustomed to it, he still felt furious when he thought of Lu Sui taking advantage of other women. You bastard, just wait and see. When I awaken into a spirit beast, I will definitely shock you. After his anger subsided, young Master Qin also calmed down. Suddenly he thought of something, and quickly opened his mobile phone to find the chat group formed by the 3 of them. At Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, I hope you two didn't leave your clothes messy today. Lu Sui has returned to the dormitory. Su Ling? Zhu Taiyu, Sigma. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were in the classroom and disliked each other. Their respective supporters were standing beside them and they were about to fight. However, after seeing the news, they ran to the dormitory like crazy. Only 2 groups of people were left looking at each other in confusion. The boss is gone, do they still want to fight? However, just as the 2 of them left, a Mediterranean director came in and said, damn it, can you two just be quiet for a day and fight? Oh. The director looked at the harmonious class with a bewildered expression. He then turned to the student who reported the incident and said, didn't you say those 2 guys started a fight again? Where are they? The student who reported the incident was also confused. What the hell, where is the person? You're wasting the teacher's time by telling tales, so I'll punish you by making you clean the toilet for half a month. Student. At this time, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, who were rushing back, were madly at Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, what are you doing? Isn't he very busy? Why did you suddenly come back to the dormitory? Su Ling exploded at this moment. Damn it, her underwear was still hanging on the balcony. Zhu Taiyu also ran at full speed, and at the same time did not forget to curse at Su Ling, it's all your fault. If you hadn't sprinkled water on my clothes this morning, and if I hadn't been in a hurry, I would have used my energy to dry them. Blame me? If I hadn't drunk the milk tea that Lu Sui bought for me, I accidentally spilled the water on the ground when I was sprinkling it. Su Ling snorted. Zhu Taiyu also had a dark face, and he resisted the urge to slap her to death and said, how can you accidentally spill it 3 times? Ahem. Su Ling coughed lightly. Thinking of her underwear on the bed, she became extremely anxious. Fuck you, spill it on my clothes too, okay? This is your fault. Blame you. Blame you. At this time, Lu Sui also came to the door of the dormitory. He pushed the door open and entered the room, but was suddenly stunned. He saw girls' underwear hanging on the balcony of their dormitory, the most conspicuous of which was the pink teddy bear underwear. Lu Sui glanced at it and silently left the room. He looked up at the room number and said, "That's right. This is my dormitory. Where did this woman get her clothes?" Then he entered the dormitory and saw underwear of various colors on Su Ling's bed. Lu Sui picked up a lace one and examined it carefully. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open. The two breathless men looked into Lu Suelio's eyes. The scene suddenly became awkward, especially when Su Linglu was picking up something in his hand. His head was buzzing and he felt something exploding in his ears. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened wide, and she pointed at Su Ling with an expression of disbelief, stammering, What are you doing?" I didn't know what to say for a moment. When Zhu Taiyu saw her underwear hanging on the balcony, exposed to the naked eye, she immediately held her forehead with her hands. It was over. She was afraid that she could no longer hide her identity as a woman. Chapter 3 must be returned within 3 days. Lu Sui threw the thing in his hand back onto the bed and looked at the two people in front of him with a dark face. "Explain it." The two of them turned their heads away. No one dared to look directly at Lu Sui. "What do you mean by this? What did the four of us agree on back then?" Lu Sui narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and the air around him suddenly dropped. "We all agreed not to bring girlfriends into the dormitory, but what did you do? Not only did you bring her back, but also, and..." At this time, Lu Sui looked at his two good brothers with a face full of grief. "I haven't even held hands with my ex-girlfriend, but these two guys did it all the way, even hanging her clothes in the dormitory. It's really amazing." Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other. It seemed that they had overestimated Lao Lu's IQ. No wonder he would think in this way. After all, who would have thought that the roommate I had been with for 3 years would be a woman dressed as a man? "Brothers, when I had a girlfriend, you all told me not to bring her to the dormitory, or I would beat her up every time I saw her." Lu Sui was furious. "At that time, you three were so jealous that your eyes were about to spark. After all this time, this rule of not bringing your girlfriend back to the dormitory only applies to me. Now I just broke up, and you're bringing people into the dormitory. Is this what human beings do?" When Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up and their faces were filled with joy. You broke up? Are you happy that I broke up with you?" Lu Sui was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils, and he wanted to beat the two guys in front of him to death. He. That's not true. Don't make wild guesses. The two of them approached Lu Sui with a smile. "Hey, what did you mean by that just now?" "Literally." Lu Sui sneered, then looked at the two of them meaningfully and said, "I've awakened my F-level talent and become a true waste. If you two want to stay away from me, do it as soon as possible." "What are you talking about?" Zhu Taiyu jumped up immediately after hearing this. "In my opinion, you must be the strongest beastmaster. How could you be a loser? You are not allowed to look down on yourself, and you are not allowed to belittle yourself like this. A young man who has not yet signed a contract can defeat the strange beast with his own strength and save her from the attack of the strange beast. How can such a person be a waste? Yes, Lu Sui, we have known each other for so many years. Do you want me to stay away from you just because of this? Ha ha." Although Su Ling likes to talk nonsense and is a little arrogant on weekdays, he is a true brother. If it weren't for Lu Sui, Su Ling even doubted whether she could have gotten through these 3 years smoothly. Looking at his two good brothers, Lu Sui felt warm in his heart. "You are worthy of being my good sons, Lu Sui. These 3 years of love for you have not been in vain." After saying that, Lu Sui walked up and hugged the two of them in his arms. "Come on, your dad will take you to eat something delicious." At this moment, the masculinity of Lu Sui caught the two women off guard, especially since Lu Sui was 1.8 meters tall. Even Taiyu, the tallest of the three of them, was half a head shorter than him. The broad arms wrapped around their shoulders, and at the same time, a hint of shyness flashed in the eyes of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, and almost at the same time, they elbowed Lu Sui's chest. Bang! 2 dull sounds echoed in the room. "Hiss, what are you two doing?" Lu Sui wailed, covering his chest, staring at the two guys in front of him with a sad and angry face. "Stay away from me, I don't want others to misunderstand me." Su Ling glanced at him with disgust. Zhu Taiyu also blared angrily and subconsciously covered his chest. The last time he drank, he was taken advantage of by this bastard. It was a huge loss. Hey! Is this how you treat your adoptive father who has protected you for 3 years? Lu Sui roared, but gritted his teeth because of the pain in his chest. Su Ling snorted coldly, if you didn't have a good relationship with me, I would have chopped off your paws just now. Just when Lu Sui was about to say something, his cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly when he saw the call, hesitated for a moment, and picked up the phone. Captain, what do you want to talk to me about? As soon as the call was connected, a roaring voice came from the inside. Lu Sui, you only have an F-level talent? An F-level talent will only make a woman sign a contract with you. Even if you sign a master-servant contract with the other party and become a servant, no one will want you. Do you know how much money and effort our Heavenly Wolf Beast Taming Group has invested in you over the years? When Lu Lang learned that Lu Sui was only F-level, he almost went crazy. You are so capable. Your abilities in formation setting, tracking, and forging are almost all first-rate. As long as you have better talent, even if you are only B-level, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. But he happened to be an F-level person who ignored everyone. How could he not be angry? Captain, there's nothing I can do. Lu Sui sighed in distress. What could he do with his F-level talent? No way? You actually told me there's no way? When Lu Lang heard his words, he flew into a rage, his tone becoming increasingly sinister and vicious. Lu Sui, I'm telling you, you must pay back the money I've invested in you over the years within 3 days, or I'll make you pay the price. I remember your parents live in Rongqing, and you have a 15-year-old sister, right? Hearing Fong Fong using his parents to threaten him, Lu Sui's face instantly darkened. Do you dare to touch them? Lu Lang on the other end of the phone didn't take it seriously. What kind of trouble could an F-class player cause? He laughed sinisterly. As long as you can pay us back on time within 3 days, I heard your sister has good qualifications and is a good spirit beast. Maybe she can be sold for a good price. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui was immediately enraged. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and tried hard to restrain his anger that was about to explode. He had been in the Tianlang Beast Taming Group and knew Lu Lang well. He had no doubt that he would do such a thing. But now he has no power and has no choice but to compromise. As long as he is given time, he will be able to grow to an unexpected height through the ancient mirror, and sooner or later he will kill the beast Lu Lang with his own hands. Captain Lu, can you give us some more time? Lu Sui suppressed his anger, and veins on his hands bulged. Give you enough time, who will give me enough time? At this time, Lu Lang was holding a mobile phone with a slight smile on his face. He lost Lu Sui, but he was able to get her sister. A-level spirit beasts are much more useful than any beastmaster. It would be perfect to sign a master-servant contract at that time. Captain Lu, please give me some time. Give me a month. 1 month? Lu Lang sneered. Who the hell do you think you are? 3 days. If you don't pay back the resources that the Heavenly Wolf Beastmaster Spirit has invested in you over the years within 3 days, I will come straight to your house and snatch you away. Lu Sui was about to say something when Su Ling snatched the phone away. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, Captain Lu, you want the resources back, right? Just name the amount, and I'll give it back to you without missing a cent. Chapter 4. My surname is Zhu and I live in Beijing. Who are you? Lu Lang frowned when he heard the unfamiliar voice, especially since the other party called himself Young Master. Could he be a descendant of a big family? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I am willing to give you this money. Su Ling narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes and snorted coldly. However, over the years, your Tianlang Beast Taming Group has been able to achieve its current status thanks to Lu Sui's help. Lu Sui built the source power equipment for your Tianlang Beast Taming Group and laid out the formations around your base. Isn't it time to pay him back for that? When Lu Lang heard this, his face instantly turned bad. You know, the equipment Lu Sui made for them was of standard 2-star level. 1/3 of the spirit beasts and beastmasters in the entire group were using the equipment made by him. If we really come to the conclusion of the accounts, it is still unknown who will give the money to whom. If Lu Sui didn't have an F-level talent, he would never have given up on such a good talent. Lu Lang took a deep breath and suppressed his inner anger. Before he figured out the identity of this kid, he should not offend him easily. If he really was a kid from a big family, the beast taming group he had worked so hard to build would be destroyed. At that time, Lu Sui was a member of our beast taming group. It was his duty to make equipment for us. It was completely different from asking us to return the resources. Su Ling sneered, Ha! You are such a shameless leader, cannibals without even leaving out bones and skin? Lu Lang frowned. Who are you? I. Su Ling was about to introduce herself, but she glanced at Lu Sui out of the corner of her eye. She hadn't signed a contract with Lu Sui yet. If her identity was known and her family came looking for her, she would be in big trouble. What? You don't even dare to introduce yourself? Lu Lang laughed immediately. Just now, for a few moments, he was really frightened by the words, this young master. But now think about it, Lu Sui is from the bottom of society. How could he know any big shot? I'm afraid that even the principal of their college is the most important person in his eyes. Ha ha. If you don't even have the guts to introduce yourself, how can you even talk about helping someone pay off their debt? Hurry up and pay back the money you owe our Heavenly Wolf Beast Taming Group, or don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Just when Su Ling didn't know what to say, Zhu Taiyu snatched the phone away and said, if you're afraid of your identity being exposed, don't be so stubborn. Give it to me. Hey, you're the leader of that shitty beast taming group. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, then said, my last name is Zhu, and my family is in Shangbei. I lead a beast taming army. Do you understand? Just one sentence made Lu Lang break out in a cold sweat. He lived in Shangbei, his surname was Zhu, and he commanded the beast taming army. Who could this person be? It is none other than the Shangbei Zhu family. This family is in charge of China's famous heaven-slaying beast taming legion, and its influence has become increasingly powerful, especially in the past 3 years. Moreover, they belong to the official forces, which are completely different from local forces like them. The Legion and the Beast Taming Corps are completely on a different level. Ha, kid, stop joking here. How could a member of the Zhu family come to our small Roncheng? This is a bit too much. Lu Lang said with a dry laugh. In fact, he was already convinced that this person was a member of the Zhu family. After all, who would dare to pretend to be a member of the Zhu family to commit fraud? Aren't they afraid of death? But he still held on to a lucky mentality. After all, how could the Zhu family come to this small Roncheng? Zhu Taiyu raised his eyebrows. Oh, you don't believe it? How could I possibly believe that? Lu Lang curled his lips. Kid, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will really inform the Zhu family. Then you might not be able to save your life. Well, then just tell him. When you die, they will tell you my identity. Zhu Taiyu smiled faintly. Lu Lang was shocked. Could they really be members of the Zhu family? Hey, Captain Lu, why are you silent? What's wrong? Are you scared? I'm telling you, if you, the Heavenly Wolf Beast Taming Group, don't give me a reasonable explanation today, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Lu Lang panicked even more, but he remained calm on the surface. He said, little brother, if you have anything to say, let's talk it over slowly. There's no need to resort to violence. Stop talking nonsense and compensate my brother with 10,000 source crystals first, otherwise I will let my brother destroy your Tianlang Beast Taming Spirit Group. Zhu Taiyu said with a domineering face. Cold sweat dripped down Lu Lang's forehead. Although he could take out 10,000 source crystals at a time, it was tantamount to bleeding him heavily. It would probably take him a long time to recover. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui took the phone and said coldly, no need for compensation. It's just that from today on, I, Lu Sui, have no relationship with your Tianlang Beast Taming Group. If you want to find someone to build equipment or repair the formation, you have to pay my price. Okay. Lu Lang hung up the phone and said without any resentment, I'm still looking for you. Do you really think that without you, our Tianlang Beast Taming Group can't survive? Although there are few forgers and formation masters, they are not hard to find. After hanging up the phone, Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu with a puzzled look. The latter felt a little guilty under the stare. Lu Sui covered his face and smiled bitterly. Old Zhu, you don't think that you are a member of the Zhu family just because your surname is Zhu? Do you dare to ask others for 10,000 source crystals? This is the income of their beast taming group for half a year, and that is if everything goes well. If Lu Lang really investigates and leads the investigation to the Shangbei Zhu family, you'll see how you'll end up. By then, you'll be lucky to get a master servant contract. If this old Zhu was really a member of the Zhu family, when he first saw her 3 years ago, he wouldn't have been like an abandoned puppy, weak and pitiful, without ribs, and being chased and beaten by strange beasts. He even had to treat him to meals, so he was not really a member of the Zhu family. But later on, it seemed that his family saw that he had good talent, so they gave him some financial support so that he could continue his studies. Zhu Taiyu was speechless. Is it possible that I am really a member of the Zhu family? But never mind, it won't be too late to tell him everything all at once during the Spirit Beast Awakening ceremony later. Just after Lu Lang hung up the phone, the Department of Financial Aid for Needy Students also called him and said that all his study subsidies would be cancelled. This was also expected of Lu Sui. After all, these subsidies were given to talented beast masters and spirit beasts. Giving them garbage talents would be a waste no matter how good the resources were. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Old Lu, since you have taken care of me so much over the years, I will pay for your further studies. Su Ling said very generously. Lu Sui rolled his eyes at her and didn't want to pay any attention to her. As long as I want, I can get the money. Now I just need to choose a good beast control academy and give my parents an explanation, so that they know that their son is definitely not a waste. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other. This self-reliant and determined man was the Lu Sui they knew. Which college do you want to go to? Tian Du. These two short words shocked the two women, who exclaimed in their hearts, "Oh my god." Chapter 5. Is there someone named Lu Sui? Tian Du is the top beast taming academy in China. The worst talent is sea level. If it weren't for the resources in the hands of the big families, this academy would only accept beast tamers and spirit beasts with talents above B level. Are you sure you can get in? But seeing Lu Sui's indifferent look, the two women swallowed the questions on their lips and could only go back to discuss with Master Qin. After all, in their memory, Lu Sui would not fight a battle without confidence. At this time, Lu Lang's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment and answered it. A voice came from the other end soon. Is there a student named Lu Sui in your Tianlang beast taming group? Yes. Lu Lang's voice was trembling. He always felt that the man on the other end of the phone seemed very scary. Even across the radio waves, he felt uncomfortable all over. Could it be that the little brat just now was really a member of the Zhu family, and is now looking for trouble with him? Is he still in your beast taming group? Lu Lang shook his head and said anxiously, just now, because he only has an F-level talent, I have already removed him from the list. That's perfect, I'm going to kill him. The voice on the other end of the phone was icy cold, like a demon crawling out of hell. Kill. Lu Lang's heart was pounding, and he slumped down on the sofa. Sir, this Lu Sui is from the Rongqing Beast Taming Academy. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to go into the academy and kill someone. I'll give you 50,000 source crystals. Kill him for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. The voice on the other end was calm, but the hidden danger and anger could be sensed by everyone. 50,000 source crystals? That was their entire 2.5 years' income. Lu Lang was surprised. Spending so many source crystals to buy an ordinary person's life was no longer a luxury, but he still suppressed his excitement. Sir, who are you? How are you going to give me so many source crystals? Before he finished speaking, he heard a notification from his phone that 10,000 source crystals had been transferred from an anonymous account. Lu Lang was immediately overjoyed, but at the same time he couldn't help but wonder who this person was who was willing to pay such a huge price to buy Lu Sui's life. On the Spirit Beast Talent Appraisal Day, he will definitely show up and look for a suitable Spirit Beast to contract with. When the time comes, after you kill him, the remaining 40,000 source crystals will be transferred to your account. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Lu Lang was stunned for a moment, then finally came to his senses and rubbed his hands excitedly. I made a fortune. At the same time, Lu Sui was lying in the dormitory, and began to carefully study the ancient mirror in his consciousness. This ancient mirror seemed to be able to absorb the emotions that others had because of him. But if you want to know who the sound comes from, the other person needs to be within your field of vision. Through the ancient mirror, he could clearly see Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, sending him positive emotional points. It was not in vain that they had been his fathers for the past 2 years. But I don't know who the other negative emotional points are from. In short, I hate him very much, especially the one with the black smoke, which is very strong. I don't know who hates me so much. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were lying quietly on the bed. Lu Sui looked at the two people playing with their phones and suddenly thought of something, and asked, I'm a little confused, why are your girlfriend's clothes in our dormitory and not taken away? What are they wearing when they go back? They are not going to leave the car in the middle of the night, are they? Zhu Taiyu's face froze, not knowing how to answer. These were all clothes they changed themselves, so how could they be called girlfriends? Su Ling coughed dryly and explained quickly, yesterday, I and a man named Zhu. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain it, so she might as well just reveal it directly. Seeing him hesitating, Lu Sui stopped her from saying anything else. You two should already know your talents. Upon hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu became hostile to each other. After all, they both came from prominent families, and their talents must have been tested when they were very young. In order to protect them, their families sent them to such a remote place. What level? Lu Sui asked directly. S-rank. The two responded in unison, looking at each other unhappily. After all, the three of them had made an agreement privately. After Lu Sui awakened her talent, whoever she chose to contract would be the winner, and the other two had to withdraw unconditionally. But they never expected that Lu Sui would suddenly have a girlfriend. Fortunately, they have broken up now. At this time, Lu Sui was controlling Gu Jing in his consciousness, and there was only one choice left when looking in the mirror, and that was F-level talent, luck. Talent, luck, the success rate of completing tasks is 5% higher than others. Is it because I don't have enough suspicion points that I can't level up? Lu Sui looked at this lucky talent and suddenly thought of something. There is a success rate when forging equipment, which is usually not too high. Therefore, the equipment of spirit beasts and beastmasters are very expensive. Thinking of this, Lu Sui directly chose to advance. He saw a source of power surrounding him, and then turned into star-like light and penetrated into his body. Lu Sui's changes were also noticed by Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling at the first time. Is this a talent promotion? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. It was almost impossible to advance in one's lifetime just by talent. The probability was as low as buying a lottery ticket. But at this time, Lu Sui's talent actually improved. Old Lu, has your talent been improved? Su Ling was a little unbelievable. Lu Sui smiled and nodded. Yes, I got promoted. But, old Lu, your promotion was too easy. How did you get promoted? Zhu Taiyu has not yet recovered from his shock. Isn't it said that F-level talent is the worst? She was originally waiting to sign a contract with old Lu so that she could give those who looked down on Lu Sui a slap in the face. What is your talent now? How effective is it? Lu Sui replied, E-level luck, all success rates increased by 10%. Such talent made both of them shine. All success rates? Su Ling frowned. This range was a bit broad. The success rate of casting equipment, the probability of finding treasures, something as mysterious as this seems to be applicable to many things. If I think about it carefully, I even think you're a bit perverted. Zhu Taiyu also rarely agreed. Yes, the probability of successfully awakening the second talent by using the talent awakening stone. As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them's eyes lit up instantly. The reason why their families did not agree with their contract with Lu Sui was simply because his talent was too poor. As long as Lu Sui awakened his second talent, they would accept it. Forget about the talent awakening stone. Not only is it rare, but the user is risking their life to use it. Successfully awakens a second talent, while failure kills instantly. Chapter 6: The Invisible Figure. Lu Sui shook his head. He still had a family to protect and didn't want to take the risk. Anyway, he now knew that the ancient mirror could improve the level of his talent. When the two heard that Lu Sui had no intention in this regard, they didn't say much. They both understood that since Lu Sui was unwilling, even if they forced him, it would only backfire in the end. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have asked my mother to help me tie you up at our house. Su Ling sighed and said a little depressedly, while adding in her mind, this way you can't run away. Emotional points plus 100. Emotional points plus 86. At this time, Lu Sui saw that the emotion points transmitted from the ancient mirror were getting fewer and fewer, and frowned slightly. Now, except for Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, there were almost no emotion points received. This won't do. Without emotional points, how can I become stronger and upgrade my talents? The next talent upgrade requires 50,000 points. Seeing the 5,210 emotional points displayed in his ancient mirror, Lu Sui couldn't help but look at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. He has taken care of these two sons for so many years, it's time to pay some interest. Cough cough. Lu Sui coughed twice, trying to attract their attention. But both of them were playing with their phones and no one wanted to pay attention to him, so Lu Sui coughed twice more. Zhu Taiyu rolled his eyes at him and said, Old Lu, if you have to fart, just do it now. Don't dither like a woman. I don't have anything to do today, so I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Sui stretched. After all, staying in the dormitory would not be a good time, so it would be better to try his luck outside. Zhu Taiyu's eyes widened immediately. Hey, Lao Lu, why do you suddenly want to treat us to a meal? You used to be so stingy that you wouldn't even treat us if we didn't call you dad. My talent has been promoted, and I'm in a good mood. Lu Sui said without glancing at the two of them, you should also bring your girlfriends with you, so that I can see what kind of woman is it that makes you two so fascinated that you even hide it from your brothers. The moment these words came out, the two of them froze in their places. Bringing girlfriends? Where did they get their friends from? Emotional points plus 200. Emotional points plus 200. Two black dots of negative emotions appeared in the ancient mirror, and Lu Sui felt a little uneasy. What are you two doing with those expressions? Are you afraid that I'll snatch it away? I'm an F, no, E-level talented beastmaster. What woman would be interested in me? However, when he finished speaking, another 400 points of emotion arrived, which made him a little confused. What do you mean? Could it be that your two girlfriends really have a crush on me? No way, you look no worse than those celebrities, and you have good talent too. Besides, I've done that with you guys, the only thing missing is a contract. What's so shameful about that? Lu Sui was very confused. Shut up! Zhu Taiyu shouted angrily, but couldn't help but blushing. Old Lu, if you say anything more I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Ling glared at Lu Sui in shame and anger. Aren't you ashamed to speak so bluntly in front of these two women? Seeing how excited the two were, Lu Sui tactfully shut up. With these two sentences, his emotional points had reached over 6,000. These 50,000 points shouldn't be that difficult to deal with. By the way, what has Lao Qin been busy with recently? I feel like I rarely see her lately. Lu Sui quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu fell silent for a moment. Seeing that the two did not reply, Lu Sui could only ask Lao Qin directly, but when he called, the other party showed that he was out of service area. What the hell, did Lao Qin go to Mars? Forget it, you two take your girlfriend's clothes and send them out to me quickly. It makes me feel bad just watching. At the same time, in an alternate dimension, an invisible figure was floating above a mountain of monster corpses. Roar! A giant crimson dragon spread its wings and landed on the mountain of corpses. It then transformed into a young girl and prostrated itself before the shadow, saying, Master. It's Xiao Huier. Sorry to bother you with finding this alternate dimension. The voice is magnetic and pleasant, as if it has an extraordinary attraction to everything in the world. As he spoke, the black shadow gradually faded away, and then a beautiful girl appeared in front of Xiao Huier. The girl was wearing a golden long skirt with the hem spread out, and her silver hair cascaded down. On her exquisite and flawless face, a pair of bright eyes like gems sparkled with a smart look, her nose was straight, and her thin lips were rosy. She looked like a fairy from heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Xiao Huier knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Master, you are too polite. After replying, Xiao Huier looked at his master's condition and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Master, you need servants. Otherwise, every time you go berserk, you can't transfer the energy to the beast tamer. You can only transfer it through killing. If this continues, it will attract the attention of those people. Contract? At this moment, the figure of a young man flashed through young Master Qin's mind. Every time he was with him, his mood would be much better, and he also knew through mind reading that the boy was not a bad person. I'll leave the battlefield to you. I'm going back. It's the master. The next second, Master Qin stepped into the void and left this other dimensional space. Lu Sui and the other two had their meal at the school gate. Lu Sui had deliberately chosen this place, which was far away from the students, so that he would not be seen by others. Just order whatever you like, it's my treat. Lu Sui said proudly. Upon hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were immediately excited. Although they were not short of money on a daily basis, how could it be the same if Lu Sui treated them? Okay, then we won't be polite. However, just as they were about to order, their cell phones rang. When they saw the caller ID, their faces changed slightly, and then they stood up directly. Old Lu, someone is coming to my house. I need to go take care of it. You eat first. I'll treat you later. Su Ling said and stood up to leave. Zhu Taiyu also patted Lu Sui on the shoulder and said, Old Lu, I have to go to the airport to pick someone up today. They are from my family, very close to me. I will have time to have a good meal with you later. Hey, you two? Lu Sui looked at the two people who disappeared in an instant, and immediately replied angrily, What are you doing? Just find your girlfriend, why are you talking about picking her up? You can't even tell a lie. Just when Lu Sui was about to order some dishes, a figure suddenly sat down opposite him. Lao Qin? Why are you here? Come on, order whatever you want. Those two little bastards went to hang out with their girlfriends. Young Master Qin sat there calmly, his manners elegant and his aristocratic air intimidating. She picked up the water cup beside the table, took a sip, looked him up and down, and then said, "Have you been promoted by talent?" Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then surprised, but not surprised. Fuck, Lao Qin, do you have any special abilities? They weren't very obvious after my promotion. How did you see that? Young Master Qin didn't explain. He just glanced at him and asked, "What are your plans next?" Chapter 7. I'm going to Tiandu Beast Academy. Lu Sui also replied directly, "I plan to apply for Tiandu Beast Taming College." Hearing Lu Sui's words, Master Qin said with a hint of deep meaning, "I advise you to consider it carefully. Tiandu Beast Taming Academy has a very deep foundation. It is not easy to get in, unless you have contracted an S-level beast spirit." Thinking of this, Master Qin couldn't help but stare at Lu Sui's eyebrows. There was no special mark on his eyebrows. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he had not signed a contract with another woman. At the same time, he was also suspicious. Where did this kid get the confidence to say that he was going to Tiandu Beast Taming Academy? Lu Sui shook his head. "I won't enter as a beastmaster, and now there are no women who would like me. I can only make a name for myself. After all, beastmasters can't only contract women, right? At worst, I can risk my life to contract a strange beast." Hearing Lu Sui's words, Master Qin smiled and said, "Oh, then you should give it a try. If you can enter the Tiandu Beast Taming Academy with your own strength, then I can agree to one condition of yours, no matter what it is." "Okay, then we have a deal. Don't regret it later," Lu Sui said cheerfully, not taking it to heart. Doesn't he know what conditions Lao Qin can offer? What conditions can he offer him? At most, he can make her call him daddy. However, what he was thinking was heard by Master Qin, who narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that he had to find a time to deal with this guy, and it would be a death contract, a contract that only death could separate them. A life and death contract like this is basically only signed by a couple. Of course, after signing this contract, the compatibility between the spirit beast and the beastmaster will also increase significantly. That night, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu rushed back to the dormitory and saw Master Qin quietly looking at the information. When the two women faced young Master Qin, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in their hearts, which was the suppression caused by their bloodline. But both of them are spirit beasts with S-level bloodline, which is almost the ceiling of all spirit beasts. And what kind of existence is the beast spirit that can suppress them in terms of bloodline? Where is Lao Lu? Zhu Taiyu asked bravely. Young Master Qin simply replied with one word, busy. This busy period lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, Lu Sui seemed to have disappeared and never appeared in the college again. No one in the entire college cared about him. I just think that he dropped out of school on his own initiative because he knew he had very poor talent. Only his 3 roommates knew that Lu Sui did not drop out of school, but just went to get the admission letter from Tiandu College. 7 days later, Lu Sui returned to the dormitory with the admission letter from Tiandu College. Seeing the 3 of them there, he threw the admission letter on the table without hesitation and said with a tired face, "Brothers, your father is back with the admission letter from Tiandu College. Emotional points plus 20. Emotional points plus 20. Emotional point plus 1. Seeing only 41 emotional points, and seeing the 3 people completely ignoring him, he immediately frowned. "Aren't you surprised? This is the acceptance letter from Tiandu College." Especially Lao Qin, that pitiful emotion was completely mocking him. What's there to be surprised about? If you go, I can go too, Su Ling said nonchalantly. Zhu Taiyu also echoed, "If it were before, I would definitely think you were bragging, but now." He had been slapped in the face too many times, and he believed in everything Lu Sui said. As long as he said it, he would definitely do it. This was also what she admired most about Lu Sui. Looking at the 3 people's indifferent expressions, Lu Sui felt a little helpless. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have pretended so much. Now I have no sense of accomplishment and no emotions. When young Master Qin heard his thoughts, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Seeing the feeling of Lu Sui's punch hitting cotton, she was very happy. "Lu Sui, our homeroom teacher Lin Fei is organizing a party tonight as a final farewell. Do you want to go?" Young Master Qin said lightly. When Lu Sui heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Isn't there a ready-made wool here? Yes, of course. When I arrived at the reserved seat in the restaurant, I heard a voice with a bit of arrogance coming from inside, and began to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng, I'm Wu Shue's contractor, and I'm an A-level talented spirit master. I'm shamelessly here to eat for free this time, I hope you don't mind. Of course we don't mind, Miss Wu. We couldn't be happier to have an A-level spiritualist like you join us. Of course we don't mind. But Wu Shui, you're Xiao Luzi's ex-girlfriend after all. You two just broke up, and it's a little inappropriate for you to bring someone to our class's graduation party. If he shows up, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? At this time, Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "What's embarrassing? It's him who's embarrassed. They broke up peacefully, and he's not worthy of Wu Shui. If he dared to come today, it would be fun to watch." Watching for fun? What fun? Everyone was a little confused. What fun could there be in just having a simple meal together? Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said, "Of course this story is about Lu Sui. I think you must be very interested." Lu Sui? When everyone heard this, they all looked at Wu Shui. This fun was most likely coming from the two of them. Feeling everyone's gaze, Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said, "This has nothing to do with Xiaoshui. Ahem. You may not know this, but this Lu Sui actually wants to enter Tiandu Beast Taming Academy and become a beastmaster there." Puff. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Sui, this guy, is really bored and wants to go to Tiandu Beast Taming Academy? With his F-level talent, he still wants to enter Tiandu? Is it that easy to get into Tiandu Beast Taming Academy? Don't think we don't know. The requirements there are very strict. Unless you have a talent above level B, or have some special abilities, you can't get into Tiandu Beast Taming Academy at all. Zhang Feng, where did you hear this? At this time, Zhang Feng looked at Wu Shui and said with a playful look on his face, "My girlfriend Wu Shui said that." This is what Lu Sui said himself. Everyone also cast curious glances at Wu Shui, and Wu Shui nodded. "Not only that, I have a recording as evidence." Then he played the recording of Lu Sui's oath in front of everyone. "Shui, I, Lu Sui, will definitely be admitted to Tiandu College, make a name for myself, give you a happy life, and make you the happiest woman in the world." This voice, full of longing for the future, caused everyone to burst into laughter. I didn't expect there's such an idiot in our class. Does Lu Sui think Tiandu is some rubbish academy that anyone can join? Exactly. I don't think he can expect much in this life. It would be good enough if he can find a stable job to support himself. Everyone mocked mercilessly. Chapter 8. How do you all know this? Wu Shui listened to what everyone said and had no intention of defending Lu Sui. Instead, she felt that her decision to dump him was the right one. What future can a man who can only brag have? He even wants to enter Tiandu College, which depends entirely on talent. How dare Lu Sui, an F-level talent, say such big words? Lu Sui was listening to the voices inside the door and snorted in his heart. It is true that kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden. He has always been low-key and does not like to cause trouble, but that does not mean he has no temper. At this time, Duke Qin just felt a little annoyed. Were these people here for a party or to laugh at others? Lu Sui. Just as she opened her mouth to say this, she saw Lu Sui take a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his chest. Then he took out the admission notice of Tiandu Beast Taming Academy from his bag, hung it directly on his chest, and pushed the door open with a smile. Zhang Feng saw the person coming and immediately started to sneer. "Hey, who did I think it was? Isn't this the famous F-level boss in our class? And he's wearing some crappy ID on his chest. Isn't that embarrassing?" Everyone chose to remain silent after hearing this. They were no longer teenagers and knew the big picture. Although Zhang Feng was not admitted to Tiandu College, he entered a good beast taming college, not an ordinary college. His future achievements will definitely be far above those of ordinary people like them. When Lu Sui heard Zhang Feng's words, he was not angry at all. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at him in surprise. "Zhang Feng, how did you know that I was admitted to Tiandu Beast Taming Academy?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he was confused. What did this guy mean? The other students were also confused after hearing this. Wasn't Zhang Feng making fun of her just now? Hey, I wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect that you would find out. Lu Sui said while deliberately shaking the admission letter hanging on his chest, as if he was afraid that they wouldn't see it. Fuck. Everyone was shocked after seeing the admission letter. Fuck, is this true? He was accepted. You must be kidding, isn't he an F-level talent? At this moment, everyone showed an expression of extreme shock. Emotional points plus 300. Emotional points plus 500. Seeing the ever-increasing emotional points in the ancient mirror, Lu Sui almost laughed out loud. Damn, why didn't he realize before that it was so easy to take advantage of his classmates? You were really admitted to Tiandu Beast Taming Academy. Wu Shui looked at Lu Sui and asked in shock. Zhang Feng looked at the admission notice hanging on Lu Sui's chest, and his face instantly darkened. He had just said that it was a daydream for Lu Sui to enter Tiandu College with his rubbish talent. However, the next second, they saw Lu Sui coming directly in front of them with the admission letter hanging on his head, showing off as if he was afraid that they would not see him. Duke Qin was also left in a state of confusion by his actions, and watched everything indifferently. Impossible, your admission letter must be fake. You only have F-level talent, how did you get accepted into the academy? Zhang Feng was unwilling to admit that he was weaker than Lu Sui. If Lu Sui, such a rubbish, could get into Tiandu Academy, why couldn't he? Yes, this admission letter must be fake. After hearing this, everyone agreed. After all, it was incredible that Lu Sui, with his F-level talent, could enter Tiandu. Hey, how did you know I had already registered on the Tiandu College official website? As Lu Sui spoke, he took out his cell phone and displayed his admission information in front of everyone. Especially when he was close to Wu Shui and Zhang Feng, he deliberately put the phone in their faces, fearing that they could not see clearly. Damn it, how is this possible? I have an A-level talent. Zhang Feng's eyes widened when he saw the content on the Academy's official website. He looked at Lu Sui in disbelief. You're only F rank, how did you get into Tiandu? The minimum admission level there is B rank. Unless you have a good background, your talent will be reduced to C level. Zhang Feng's doubts were also the doubts in other people's minds. You can enter Tiandu Academy with an F grade. Since when did Tiandu Academy become so worthless that it even accepts F grades? At this time, Lu Sui looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and said, Huh? How did you know I entered Tiandu Academy as the Royal Blacksmith? Damn, you all know this, you can't keep a low profile even if you want to. Everyone. Before you said this, we knew nothing. If it weren't for the beast tamers and beast spirits, who relied on equipment upgrades to kill monsters above their levels, Tiandu wouldn't have come up with the idea of recruiting blacksmiths. Although he did recruit people, the number of them could only be counted on one hand. After all, there are very few forgers who can take the lead. After all, it costs a lot of money to train a forger, and the equipment produced depends on luck. Who dares to touch it? It's too expensive. Naturally, not many people learn it, and no one can learn it well. The fact that Lu Sui was able to enter as a blacksmith was enough to show his ability. Lu Sui was so proud at this moment, and the smile on her face couldn't be concealed even if she applied 10 layers of foundation. Ha, you're stupid, you didn't expect me to be so crazy. But Zhang Feng still had some doubts at this time, even if you are a blacksmith, but your talent is F-level talent, which is a talent that even dogs are unwilling to contract. Hearing the question, he was shocked again. Zhang Feng, are you investigating me behind my back? Zhang Feng was immediately filled with questions. What did I investigate about you? You didn't investigate me, so how do you know that my talent upgraded after Wu Shui dumped me? My talent is now E-level. Lu Sui's suspicious look made everyone doubt their lives. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched even more. You can reply if you want, but can you speak more normally? What do you mean your talent improves after you get dumped? If one's talent could be improved after being dumped, then the number of people who were dumped would increase dramatically. Besides, he didn't even investigate, okay? He knew a week ago that Lu Sui's talent was very poor, even rubbish. He was not blind, so how could he waste resources to investigate Lu Sui's talent? Emotional points plus 900. When Lu Sui saw the 900 emotion points emerging from Zhang Feng, his eyes looked at Zhang Feng differently. Damn, this broke the record. This was the highest emotion point record ever recorded in the ancient mirror. No, if you only rely on these, you can't enter Tiandu. You must have taken the back door. It was Wu Shui who questioned Lu Sui at this time. She didn't believe that Lu Sui had such an opportunity and ability to enter Tiandu Beast Taming Academy on his own. Lu Sui rolled his eyes and said, Sister, don't you know my situation? I'm broke and penniless, what kind of connections can I have, let alone money? Wu Shui was speechless for a moment. It was really a bit difficult to ask a poor boy to bribe. The classmates around him felt that what Lu Sui said made sense. What could a good-for-nothing and poor person do to him? Chapter 9. When have I ever touched you? I don't believe it. There's no way an F-level loser like you would be admitted. This admission letter must be fake. How can someone like you be worthy of an admission letter from Tiandu College? Wu Shui still didn't believe it. After all, she was an S-level beast spirit, and because her compatibility with Zhang Feng was less than 20%, she was not admitted in advance. But her ex-boyfriend, with whom she broke up, was admitted in advance. How could she believe it? Tisk, believe it or not, forget it if you don't want to. Lu Sui curled his lips, looking like he was too lazy to argue with him, but he still kept fiddling with his admission letter in front of everyone. Emotional points plus 500. Emotional points plus 423. Lu Sui looked at the emotional points that kept arriving in his account, and his heart suddenly became filled with joy. Everyone was speechless. One female classmate couldn't stand it any longer and reminded him, Lu Sui, you should accept the admission letter. Before the female classmate finished speaking, Lu Sui looked at her in surprise. Classmate, how did you know this was the admission letter from Tiandu College? This simple sentence made the female classmate almost choke out of breath, her face flushed with anger. What kind of person is this? How can he show off like this? Emotional points plus 800. Everyone was speechless. Big brother, we all know that you have been admitted to Tiandu Academy of Supernatural Arts. You are so awesome, can you keep it to yourself? It makes us upset to see you showing off like this. But Lu Sui had no idea what restraint was at this time. Seeing that everyone was silent, he suddenly thought of something and ran to the gate, looking outside with anticipation. Then another boy entered the room and saw Lu Sui at first sight. He was stunned. Wasn't he fired? How could he still have the nerve to attend the party? The boy saw Lu Sui standing at the door and asked curiously, Lu Sui, what are you doing? Zhang Zifen, how did you know I was admitted to Tiandu College? Zhang Zifen? Did I fucking ask you that? Emotional points plus 200. Although he had some doubts in his mind, Zhang Zifen still found his good friend and asked him the reason. After finding out the reason, Zhang Zifen was speechless. Damn, this desire to show off is too strong. Then this kind of plot continued to play out in front of everyone. Lu Sui, why are you standing at the door? Sisterly, how did you know I was admitted to Tiandu College? Lu Sui, stand here. How do you know I was? Everyone was originally in a happy mood, but after Lu Sui did this, things became complicated. Lu Sui was still as calm as ever, looking forward to the next classmate who would appear in the private room with excitement on his face. Young Master Qin watched all this and couldn't stop smiling. Why didn't she realize that Lu Sui was so interesting before? Although Lu Sui's actions left everyone speechless, they couldn't say anything. After all, the other party had indeed entered the Tiandu Beast Taming Academy, so what else could they say? At this time, their teacher Lin Fei was also wearing a black long skirt. She slowly entered the box and was a little surprised to see Lu Sui. Why are you here? After not hearing from Lu Sui for a week, she thought that this guy was afraid to come to school. Seeing Lin Fei's hesitation, Lu Sui was surprised and asked, Teacher Lin, even you know that I was admitted to Tiandu Beast Taming Academy? Lin Fei was immediately filled with questions. Emotional points plus 400. You guys, can you please keep a low profile? I was afraid you'd get jealous, so I hid myself on purpose. I didn't expect that even though I hid so well, you'd still find me. Lu Sui's face was full of helplessness, and it seemed that was the case. But after hearing this, everyone in the private room twitched their lips. Damn, low-key, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the word low-key. You haven't even taken down the admission letter hanging on your chest. At this time, Lin Fei saw the admission notice hanging on Lu Sui's chest and was also surprised. She didn't expect that with Lu Sui's rubbish talent, he could be admitted to Tiandu in advance. However, after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly returned to normal. After all, she was a teacher, and considering her age, she said calmly, since you've been accepted by Tiandu, congratulations. There's no need to congratulate me. If Teacher Lin could sponsor me for some living expenses, I would definitely set up a memorial tablet for you and worship you. Lu Sui also nodded repeatedly, and what he said was very serious, not like a joke at all. This made Lin Fei speechless. Why didn't she realize before that Lu Sui's words were so irritating? There is even a memorial tablet for her, she is not dead yet. If Lu Sui heard what she said, he could only reply to him helplessly. What else could he do? He had never awakened this ancient mirror that could collect emotional points before. Because of the embarrassment of Lu Sui's constant showing off, the private room fell into silence. Ahem. Someone coughed dryly, trying to change the subject. His eyes happened to catch sight of Wu Shui, and he immediately asked, Wu Shui, come to think of it, why did you break up with Lu Sui in the first place? Was it because of his talent? Speaking of this, everyone in the private room became excited and all their eyes were on Wu Shui. Wu Shui naturally couldn't admit that she looked down on the other person because of his talent. She could only look at Bai Lu with a complicated look, and finally took a deep breath and said, because he's stingy. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly became clear. They, his classmates, knew exactly how poor Lu Sui was. However, when they turned their gaze towards Lu Sui suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Wu Shui, cursing. Wu Shui, stop slandering me. During our relationship, you never even let me hold your hand. When did I ever touch you? Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. She's slandering me. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Is this what they understood as stinginess? This sudden driving caught them off guard. Emotional points plus 666. Emotional points plus 666. Seeing the emotional points constantly rising, Lu Sui felt that countless emotional points were waving at her. Wu Shui was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Her face flushed instantly and she said angrily, I'm talking about stinginess. You're such a cheapskate. You have to pay AA with your girlfriend when you go out to eat. Do you have the nerve to do that? When the two were together, Lu Sui would at most hold her hand, and there was no in-depth communication between them. Lu Sui replied innocently, you are my girlfriend, not my wife, why can't we split the bill? You. Wu Shui was extremely angry, her chest heaving violently. She didn't expect Lu Sui to dare to talk back to her like that. Others all gave thumbs up, saying, you are indeed strong enough, as expected of me. Lu Sui continued, after all, you all know my situation. If we don't split the bill, I'm afraid I'll have to stay and work in the restaurant. When everyone heard this, they didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Lu Sui's situation was there. If you didn't like him, you shouldn't have accepted him in the first place. Wu Shui was speechless for a moment. At that time, she saw Lu Sui joining the beast taming group at such a young age. He must have a good talent for beast taming. If he could be the legendary S level, then he would make a lot of money. Even if not, it would be good to be a level. Chapter 10, Sheep. It's a pity that a male beastmaster's talent cannot be measured before he reaches adulthood, otherwise she wouldn't have rashly become Lu Sui's girlfriend. Moreover, based on her observations during this period, she found that Lu Sui had basically no other shortcomings except being a little stingy. He has good looks and is quite capable. His skills in casting equipment and setting up battle formations are impeccable. In particular, his personality is quite likable. He is a gentleman and would never do anything that oversteps the mark. If his talent wasn't so poor, she would never give up on Lu Sui. So, even though Wu Shui saw Lu Sui's face that looked like he wanted to be beaten, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Seeing Wu Shui's silence, the other students stopped mentioning Lu Sui. After all, he had already been accepted into Tiandu. What else could they do? Beat him up? Then the next day you might be reported to the school for acting rashly out of jealousy. However, there is one exception, and that person is Zhang Feng. He snorted coldly, glanced at the admission letter on Lu Sui's chest, and said sarcastically, I don't think so. Who knows if you cheated? Hearing this, Lu Sui raised his eyebrows and said lightly, then please produce the evidence. Zhang Feng was about to speak when Wu Shui beside him pulled his sleeve and signaled him not to be impulsive. Wu Shui's gaze fell on the admission letter on Lu Sui's chest. Her eyes flickered several times, but she finally chose not to say anything more. Because she knew that if she confronted Zhang Feng head-on, it would only get her into bigger trouble. After all, Lu Sui had already been admitted to the Tiandu Beast Taming Academy. Zhang Feng could only snort coldly at this, a blacksmith only does the work of low-level people. If you don't do it well, you will be fired directly. There will be no second chance. After hearing what he said, Lu Sui curled his lips slightly and revealed a mocking smile, really? Then let's wait and see. Stop pretending, just wait and see. Zhang Feng said harshly and left with a flick of his sleeves. The meal was not very pleasant, and Lin Fei's face was not very good either. Zhang Feng was an A-level talent with unlimited future prospects, but now he was angered and left by Lu Sui. How could she not be angry? Suddenly, the pressure of the spirit beast on her body pressed towards Lu Sui, and then in just a moment, she felt that she was being stared at by some kind of terror. After awakening into a spirit beast, her perception of danger was even more amplified. Young Master Qin was seen sitting next to Lu Sui eating with a calm expression on his face, but the pressure he exuded made her hair stand on end and her back feel cold. This was definitely an existence beyond the A level, and this man also carried an evil and murderous aura. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it. Who on earth was this man? He was clearly a beast tamer, yet he completely overwhelmed her, a spirit beast, in terms of his aura. No, she can't fight with this kind of person, otherwise she won't be able to leave safely today. After thinking about it, Lin Fei quickly withdrew his pressure, then said to Master Qin with a fake smile, "Sorry, I just lost my composure." Young Master Qin didn't seem to care about Lin Fei's rudeness at all and continued to dine elegantly. However, Lu Sui frowned. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he could see that Lin Fei had a total of 800 emotional points because of him. "But I didn't do anything, why are there so many people here?" He just glanced at Master Qin beside him, and couldn't see anything. "Forget it, let's eat." How can you make people angry while eating? It's a simple sentence. When my classmates pick up food, I turn the table. When everyone raises their glasses, I drink first. After a meal, he earned more than 10,000 emotion points. Now the total emotion points have exceeded 20,000. If he works harder and reaches 50,000, he will be directly promoted to a second-level Beastmaster. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Sui saw Zhu Taiyu doing push-ups and suddenly came up with an idea. Zhu Taiyu also smelled the scent of the person coming. Just as she was about to stand up and say hello, Lu Sui suddenly slapped her on the butt. Bang! The slap was so loud and strong that Zhu Taiyu was stunned and his head was buzzing. In an instant, the entire dormitory fell silent. Whether it was Su Ling who was watering the flowers, or Master Qin who came back with Lu Sui, they all looked at Lu Sui with extremely cold eyes. At this moment, Zhu Taiyu was also furious. He stood up and looked at Lu Sui with gritted teeth, saying word by word, "Lu Sui. Emotional points plus 400. Emotional points plus 500. Emotional points plus 300. Feeling the emotions of the three people, Lu Sui was a little confused. Didn't he just spank Lao Zhu? Why did they want to kill him? Moreover, even Lao Qin, who had the least chance of getting the wool, contributed a full 300 emotional points to him. What's wrong with this? It's just a spanking. Lu Sui was speechless. At this moment, Zhu Taiyu was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She really wanted to tear Lu Sui's mouth apart. This bastard slapped her and actually asked what was wrong. "Lu Sui, you are looking for death." Zhu Taiyu roared and punched Lu Sui, but Lu Sui dodged it. Hey, don't get excited. Do we have a grudge against each other?" Lu Sui shouted while dodging the attack. "Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to kill you today," Zhu Taiyu said angrily, staring at Lu Sui with flaming eyes. "Old Zhu, calm down, calm down. I told you to fight back, fight back." Half a minute later, Lu Sui covered the swollen half of his face and looked at the emotional points that had risen to 23,000. Well, it was worth it. At this time, Zhu Taiyu was hanging a sandbag and hitting it with his fists, as if the sandbag being hit was Lu Sui. "Damn old Lu, stinky old Lu, you actually dared to take advantage of her openly. After the contract is signed, I will definitely beat you like a sandbag." However, what she didn't know was that at this time, Lu Sui was targeting Su Ling, who was taking a bath for emotional points. This guy seemed to have mysophobia and had to take a bath every day. It was a good opportunity to scare her, and she didn't know how many emotional points he could get. Thinking of this, he had quietly walked to Su Ling's door and knocked gently. "Who is it?" Su Ling's slightly lazy voice came from inside. "It's me. I want to chat with you." When Su Ling heard Lu Sui's voice, she panicked instantly. She lowered her head and glanced at her naked body. This was terrible. She quickly grabbed the bath towel and wrapped it around herself. "Are you crazy? Why are you chatting while others are taking a shower?" Su Ling said angrily. When Lu Sui heard Su Ling's refusal, he chuckled and said, "Guess?" Su Lingji laughed back, "Ha, you're crazy." She didn't believe he could get in, so she wasn't worried about him breaking in. However, just as she was about to continue taking a bath, there was a knock on the bathroom door, accompanied by Lu Sui's teasing voice, "Are you sure you don't want to ignore me? If you don't, I'll have to kick it open. I believe that with my strength, you shouldn't be able to stop me." Su Ling gritted her teeth and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, this bastard." Just when Su Ling was about to slap him to death, Lu Sui suddenly became silent, which made Su Ling a little confused. Why did this guy become silent? Chapter 11, Crazy Collection of Emotion Points. At this time, Lu Sui was lying on his bed, studying the ancient mirror, and thinking at the same time. A Beastmaster not only looks at his innate ability, but also the quality of his own source power. There are 9 levels in total. Levels 1 to 4 are Beastmasters, levels 5 to 9 are Masters, and level 9 can be called a Grandmaster of Beastmaster. The same is true for the grades of spiritual beasts. The number of master-level Beastmasters and spiritual beasts in the whole of China can be counted on one hand. He is currently a first-level Beastmaster, and even with the ancient mirror, he needs 50,000 emotion points to advance to the second level. The promotion of talent also requires 50,000 emotional points, which makes Lu Sui feel like the word poor is hanging over his head. Now he has made enough money from the 3 people in his dormitory, but he has only earned 30,000 points. In order to get promoted to a second-level Beastmaster as soon as possible, he decided to do some unethical things. That night, some were happy and some were sad. In the class group, those who usually had no sense of existence had their status changed drastically since the awakening ceremony. I never thought that I, Hushan, would become so popular one day. Let me tell you, ever since I was diagnosed with a B-level talent, more girls have joined me in the past few days than in the previous 3 years combined. Brother Hu, awesome. Brother Hu smokes opium. Hey, Brother Hu, are you free now? Can you help guide me? I think it's better to forget it. Even if I give you guidance, it won't be effective at your level. That won't do, Brother Hu, please. Just as Hushan was being flattered, Lu Sui suddenly said, "No woman has tried to date you in 3 years. Is your character that bad?" Suddenly, a sentence fell silent in the class group. Hushan's emotional points plus 500, negative. It took a while for Hushan to come back to his senses. He angrily retorted, "You're just jealous. An E rank, no one wants you even if you're a dog." Hushan said this without any regard for the friendship between classmates. I got into Tiandu College. After saying that, Lu Sui directly sent out an admission letter. When they saw the admission letter, the whole group fell silent. Because Tiandu Academy is the best Beastmaster Academy in the country, although he didn't want to admit it, Lu Sui did enter Tiandu Academy. Moreover, they don't even have the qualifications to say that Lu Sui used a backdoor. Everyone in the school knows that Lu Sui is very poor. He basically works part-time jobs everywhere on weekdays to supplement his family income. Who would believe that such a person got money through the back door? Seeing that no one was talking, Lu Sui suddenly said, "Aren't you more talented than me? You also found a contractor, so why didn't you enter Tiandu? Is it that difficult?" When these words were spoken, everyone was so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, do you think it's easy? Tiandu Academy can only accept B-level students at the very least. Even if Hushan wants to go, he will still be rejected if his compatibility with the spirit beast is less than 20%. Not to mention, Hushan hasn't chosen a suitable girl to contract with within this week, so how can there be any compatibility? Emotional points plus 100. Emotional points plus 200. Seeing the emotional points constantly pouring into the ancient mirror, Lu Sui instantly became delighted. In a word, the emotional points rose by more than 1,000 points. If he didn't cut these leaks, he would be sorry for himself in this class group. Then Lu Sui said again, "Oh, I really envy you. You have such an advantage, but you have wasted it. If I were you, I would go find some pretty girls to play with first, so that I can have a chance to advance. If I'm lucky and meet a beautiful one, I can just pounce on her and then sign a master-servant contract." When this promise was made, everyone was speechless. You bastard, do you think anyone can sign a master-servant contract? Even if you have the ability, the woman must be willing. Besides, who dares to play with women nowadays? Once the spirit beast goes berserk, it can take your head at any time. Besides, do you think anyone can meet a goddess? Also, you are a fucking E-level trash, where do you get the ability from? And you have a master-servant contract, why don't you go to heaven? Emotional points plus 200. Emotional points plus 100. Seeing this wave of emotional points coming in, Lu Sui burst into laughter. However, someone in the class saw Lu Sui speaking and after some hesitation, they said, "Lu Sui, can you help maintain my spirit beast equipment?" The person who spoke was Su Li. Because she was seriously injured while working in the beast taming corps and had to take a year off from school, she was 1 year older than everyone else in the class, and everyone called her Sister Li. At this time, Su Li's mood was also extremely complicated. You know, her original equipment was maintained by Lu Sui, and it was also cast by Lu Sui in the foundry. After she transformed into a spirit beast, he blocked fatal attacks for her many times. But this time, it has been a week since she gave the equipment to your foundry, and her own equipment has not been maintained yet. After asking around, I learned that Lu Sui was expelled from the foundry a week ago, so that now no one dares to maintain many 2-star spirit beast equipment. No one can guarantee that the 2-star equipment will be damaged during maintenance, and by then even selling the group of novice blacksmiths will not be enough to compensate for the loss. After all, spirit beast equipment is several times more expensive than beastmaster equipment. After seeing the message, Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then said, "Okay, the market price is 20 source crystals." Suli was a little surprised when she saw the price. She had originally planned to spend a lot of money and her psychological price was around 40 source crystals. Unexpectedly, Lu Sui could only charge her 20 source crystals. You should know that an average person can only earn 3 or 4 source crystals at most after working for a month, and 40 source crystals is an average person's annual income. If this mission was somewhat dangerous and she didn't have defensive equipment, she would most likely die in the attack of the strange beasts. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Sui's talent was so poor, she would have wanted to make a contract with him. At this moment, Suli was suddenly moved. "Lu Sui, I thought that without the suppression of the Foundry Society, you would raise the price to 40 source crystals. Positive emotion points plus 300. Lu Sui saw her reply in her emotional state. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, "Alright, 40 source crystals will do." Suli? Negative emotion points plus 400. At this moment, Lydia Su's mentality was a little exploded. She shouldn't have said too much, and the feeling of being touched just now disappeared in an instant. Suli was completely furious. "Lu Sui, are you fucking kidding me? I don't want to say anything at this point. This is such a rip-off." In the gap between the two people sending messages, someone suddenly interrupted. "Lu Sui, you are too shameless. Sister Li is just being polite. Why are you climbing up the pole?" Seeing this, Suli came back to her senses. Seeing Lu Sui sending a message, she asked directly, forgetting that this was in the group. Seeing someone speak, Lu Sui replied bluntly, "If you don't want to climb up, are you trying to squeeze into the cracks? You're so unmotivated. No wonder you didn't get into Tiandu College. You have no ambition. Ugh. Emotional points plus 300. Emotional points plus 200. Chapter 12. What does the accident have to do with me who quit my job?" As soon as these words were spoken, the girl was instantly shocked and almost couldn't breathe. "Damn it, can't you just not mention the matter of Tiandu College?" The other people in the class group couldn't sit still either, showing off every day. "Is that fun? You're amazing for getting into Tiandu College." After seeing this, Lu Sui replied directly, I feel a little embarrassed by your praise." "Everyone. Who praised you? Can't you see that this is a mockery?" Emotional points plus 100. Emotional points plus 100. You are the only one who feels embarrassed. You are thicker skinned than anyone else. It was obvious that Lu Sui was such a gentleman in the past, and was an outstanding student representative in their class. How come it became like this after the awakening ceremony? Could it be that during the awakening ceremony, some extraordinary talent was awakened? Seeing that no one was talking, Suli didn't care whether this was a class group or not, and immediately sent a message saying, "Little brother Lu Sui, it's not easy for your sister to earn some source crystals, can't you make less?" Lu Sui, "Sisterly, my family of 4 has been expelled from the Foundry Society and the Formation Society. Do you have the heart to cheat me out of my money?" After saying that, Lu Sui also attached a weak, pitiful, and ribless emoticon. At this time, Lydia Su. "Although I don't understand how you have the nerve to say this, is it really okay for you to act so pitiful? Besides, Lu Sui has made a lot of money over the years, right? Can't he still support your family of 4? Suli was a little crazy, but she had no choice but to accept the tragic fact. However, since Lu Sui agreed, it means that he really lacks source crystals, otherwise he would never agree so readily. Moreover, this mission is very important to her. If she is lucky, she can be directly promoted to a second-level spirit beast. Although she herself had good talent and was rated as an offensive C-level spirit beast, she couldn't go far without the right equipment, let alone hunt a second-level exotic beast. But with Lu Sui's equipment, it is not necessarily the case. After all, although Lu Sui is unreliable, his casting technology is still very awesome. What's more, this guy entered the Tiandu Beastmaster Academy as the royal caster, so one can imagine his talent in casting. Sisterly, please come here tomorrow with your equipment. After Lu Sui finished speaking, he looked at the class group, wanting to cut another wave of leaks. Classmates, why don't you chat anymore? Keep going, no matter what you are talking about, I can say a few words. When everyone heard this, their faces darkened again. With a guy like you around, how could they have the desire to continue chatting? Emotional points plus 190. Emotional points plus 170. Lu Sui looked at the strings of numbers and smiled pervertedly. These were all money. However, seeing that his current emotional points had already exceeded the 30,000 mark, Lu Sui decided to work harder and strive to accumulate 50,000 emotional points within a day and directly be promoted to a second-level beast tamer. Thinking of this, Lu Sui became very excited and scanned the class group. Emotional points plus 160. Emotional points plus 160. While Lu Sui was scrolling through the screen, he was secretly planning what he would do next. But the class group was like a dead place, completely silent. No matter how he tried to find a topic, no one responded to him. Even when he sent some naughty pictures, no boys collected them, and the girls cursed at him. This made Lu Sui feel something was wrong. These guys wouldn't just block the group directly. Just when Lu Sui was feeling confused, he saw Master Qin, who was reading a book calmly. Old Qin, are you in the group? Why are they silent? Young Master Qin glanced at him and said with a strange look in his eyes, they just created a new class group and invited me to join. After all, young Master Qin was in the same class as him in the dormitory, so he was naturally in the group and also saw Lu Sui's words. Is this human nature what they are doing? I haven't done anything bad, yet they are ostracizing me like this. Lu Sui was a little angry. After hearing this, Master Qin looked at him with complicated eyes. You almost killed the conversation in the group, and you still say that you didn't do anything? Although he wanted to eavesdrop on what Lu Sui was thinking, they were more than 3 steps apart and she couldn't hear what he was thinking. What's their group number? Lu Sui asked directly. Young Master Qin glanced at him, then sent him the group number directly. Lu Sui clicked the report button directly, and the reason was that it involved pornography. After watching Lu Sui's operation, Master Qin was speechless for a moment, and what made her even more speechless was that the group that had just been established for less than an hour was actually blocked. Emotional points plus 300. Emotional points plus 180. Emotional points plus 190. At this moment, Lu Sui frowned slightly as he looked at the rising emotional points. It's a bit too little. There are still too few of these leaks in the class group. At this moment, a riot broke out in the academy, which was originally quiet at night, and the huge explosion woke everyone up. What happened? Whose gas exploded? Xu Taiyu opened her eyes in a daze. She had dealt with her family today and drank some wine with them, so she went to bed early. I was awakened by the explosion and my temper was very bad. At this time, Su Ling stood up and glanced around, then fell down and began to sleep her beauty sleep. She wanted to rest well, and then shock Lu Sui's eyes with the most beautiful posture. As for the explosion, this is a fucking college. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble in the college? It's nothing, it's just that the guardian formation over there at the training ground was broken by the strange beasts used for training inside. Young Master Qin glanced in the direction of the outbreak and buried his head in his book. What? It turns out, it's over at the training ground. Xu Taiyu fell asleep and was about to continue sleeping when he suddenly opened his eyes. Over at the training ground, is it still the Guardian formation? Aren't you responsible for the formation over there, old Lu? If something goes wrong, you will be fully responsible. In serious cases, if casualties are caused, you may even be called in for questioning by the Night Shadow team. Lu Sui said calmly, I was expelled from the formation club a week ago and have not been in charge there for a long time. What? Fired? Xu Taiyu was shocked. She still remembered that when Lu Sui first came to the academy, everyone in the formation club liked to bully him. As a result, Lu Sui relied on his own strength to fight his way into the formation society and became their core member. Now those people from the formation society have fired him. Are they out of their minds? The moment Xu Taiyu finished speaking, Lu Cheng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Chu Chanhai. As soon as the call was connected, he heard Principal Chu's angry voice. Lu Sui, what's going on? You're the one maintaining the formation at the training ground, right? Why did a strange beast break out? Facing the question, Lu Sui simply replied calmly, Principal, I was expelled from the formation club a week ago. You called the wrong number. Chapter 13, The Beast Taming Group Without Lu Sui. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, then Chu Lihai sighed and said, "Hey, Lu Sui, if you encounter any problems in the future, just tell me, I will help you solve them in any way I can." Then he hung up the phone. Lu Sui put down his phone, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that someone would not be able to sleep tonight. Less than 10 breaths after the strange beast broke through the protective shield, Yu Jian, who was in charge of security in the academy, rushed over to hunt it down, and the formation teacher also urgently repaired the protective formation. After the matter was resolved, it was natural to hold people accountable, and the Formation Society, which was responsible for maintaining the formation, would be the first to bear the brunt. Almost at the moment when the matter was over, I received a call from Chu Lihai. Especially when the president Zhou Tianhui received the angry scolding from the principal, his face was extremely gloomy. After hanging up the phone, he cursed. "It must be this guy Lu Sui who did something. I am the successor of the formation master. Could it be that my attainments in formation are not as good as that of a wild boy?" At this time, the members of the Formation Society felt that it made perfect sense. Yes, there was no way Zhou Tianhui could lose to Lu Sui, the wild boy. You should know that Zhou Tianhui has extremely high talent in formation. Not only because he is the direct disciple of the formation master, but also because of his extraordinary talent, he quickly learned the formation left to him by his teacher. "President, could it be that your Lu Sui was unhappy that we fired him, so he played tricks in the protective formation, causing it to fail?" Vice President Wang Hao asked. In fact, he was a little nervous. You know, he was the one who checked and maintained the formation these days, and he didn't understand many things. But the protective formation had never had any problems since he entered school, so he didn't take it seriously. Now that such a big thing has happened, he is also panicked. He should know that their formation teacher favors Zhou Tianhui the most. If this incident is really the cause of the blame, he cannot afford it. Not to mention himself, even his parents will probably not be able to escape responsibility. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhui fell into deep thought. Although he was confident, he was not stupid. He knew that such things should not be talked about casually. It would be bad if someone caught him. But there was one thing he was sure of: the protective formation must have been tampered with by Lu Sui, otherwise how could such a big problem have occurred in the formation just after he left? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Sui, you can do it. You want to take revenge on me, right? I will make you pay the price." That night, problems arose not only at Rongqing College, but also at the Serious Beast Taming Group stationed in a buffer zone dozens of miles outside Rongqing. Under the cover of night, the roars of strange beasts spread throughout the camp like a tsunami, waking up the sleeping men and women. The originally rock-solid protective formation was instantly torn open by the impact of the herd of strange beasts. These strange beasts look very similar to ordinary dogs, but their skin is like snakes and covered with scales, but their bodies are also very huge. Ordinary first-level strange beasts alone are giant beasts that are several meters long. The second-level and even third-level monsters are even larger in size, and they even exude powerful pressure. They ram into the protective formation frantically, as if they want to destroy it. Damn it! Why are these beasts here? Lu Lang's face instantly turned extremely ugly when he saw a group of strange beasts suddenly attacking their protective formation. "Don't these beasts usually stay in the danger zone?" his contractor Yu Hong said doubtfully. "Areas divided by humans are safe zones, buffer zones, danger zones, and unknown zones." "How would I know?" Lu Lang said angrily. "Hurry up and get the beastmasters and spirit beasts to fight." Yu Hong was wearing a fiery red combat uniform with a dagger hanging around her waist. Her expression was solemn at this moment. She was a 4th-level spirit beast and the only 4th-level spirit beast in the beast taming group. Moreover, her talent is not bad, a level. If the previous beast tamer had not been killed by her, how could she stay in such a beast taming group? Afterwards, he followed Lu Lang's instructions, and the situation gradually stabilized. Lu Lang also looked at Yu Hong and asked, "How could such a problem arise? We were stationed like this before, and we never encountered such a situation." Yu Hong glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, "I've encountered this before Lu Sui joined our beast taming group." After the words fell, the air fell into silence. Lu Lang's face froze, and his expression gradually darkened. "Yu Hong, are you blaming me for firing Lu Sui? He's taken so much advantage of us over the years, and in the end, he only has an F-level talent. And I think my decision was correct. That guy seemed to have offended someone, and someone offered 50,000 source crystals to buy his life. This is several years' income for our beast taming group. If he continues to stay in the group, we simply cannot afford the retaliation of such a powerful figure." Yu Hong looked at Lu Lang's indignant expression and snorted in her heart. If it weren't for Lu Lang's A-level talent, she would have left long ago. Why would she have to endure his bullying here? Now he said such words, which was simply shameless. Yu Hong was too lazy to argue with him anymore. She just said coldly, "It's up to you. I don't know what you are thinking." After saying that, Yu Hong turned around and prepared to leave. She had completely lost her heart towards this team during this period of time. Since Lu Lang was unkind, don't blame her for being unfair. Seeing Yu Hong dare to be so arrogant, Lu Lang's face became extremely ugly. "You are so good, Yu Hong, don't think I don't know, you just want to train that kid, and when his talent test comes out, you can kick me away. But you never dreamed that the boy's talent was actually F level." Hearing the word F level, Yu Hong's delicate body trembled violently, a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, and then she turned her head and stared at Lu Lang and shouted, "Shut up, this is none of your business, don't talk nonsense." "How come it's none of my business?" Lu Lang laughed heartily. "That guy is F rank. He's destined to be a waste in this life. Don't worry about it. What you need to do now is to quickly repair the protective formation. Otherwise, if the formation is broken, none of us will be able to escape." After Yu Hong finished speaking, she transformed into the form of a spirit beast, turning into a red bird and flew towards the direction where the strange beast was attacking. "Ha! I want to see how you protect him." Lu Lang looked at Yu Hong in the distance, smiled coldly, and led everyone to repair the protective formation. However, the protective formation that could have been repaired quickly wasted several times more time because of the lack of Lu Sui's help. "Damn it, what's going on? Why is it so difficult to repair this time?" a beast master complained. There had been problems with their protective formation before, but they were quickly repaired and not as difficult as they are now. Especially in the key areas of the array, the materials used were either mismatched or exploded as soon as they were blocked. Roar! A roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. A four-eyed giant wolf, 10 feet long, was seen roaring towards the sky. Chapter 14: Four-eyed Wolf King. The 4th level exotic beast, the Four-eyed Wolf King. It is a 4th level alien beast with extremely powerful strength and much higher intelligence than ordinary 4th level alien beasts. At the same time, his eyes can also launch strange source power attacks. Stare! The Four-eyed Wolf King's eyes flashed, and in an instant, a huge source of power came like an invisible palm, crushing directly towards the formation. Boom! In an instant, the protective formation began to shake. This scene frightened everyone. This strange beast was too terrifying. Just a glance could produce such an effect. If they really fought, they would definitely not last half an incense stick. "Oh no! We can't hold on any longer," a 2nd level spirit beast shouted. "We can't delay any longer. Put the crystal core on the center of the formation quickly and then retreat," Yu Hong said in a low voice with a pale face. Then everyone threw the crystal core to the center of the formation and quickly activated the protective shield. Bang! 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 Under the gaze of everyone, the huge body of the strange beast hit the protective shield. Every impact caused the protective shield to shake violently, as if it could break at any time. Everyone felt deeply afraid. Finally, when the last crystal core was embedded in the center of the protective shield, the strange beast finally stopped, but it was still roaring outside the protective array. Call! Seeing that the protective formation finally held up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Lang looked at the crystal cores with a painful expression on his face. His face turned green and red with anger. "What are you doing giving orders for? I'll have to hunt a lot of exotic beasts to earn back the amount of crystal cores I've wasted." The crystal core is the source crystal in the body of an alien beast. It is very rare and can be used to enhance the source power of spirit beasts and beast masters. It is a very expensive item. He really didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the Four-eyed Wolf King had no intention of letting them go and was still roaring wildly outside. "Captain, let's retreat first. This strange beast is too powerful, and with the other strange beasts around it, we definitely can't escape," a beast master suggested hurriedly. Hearing this, Lu Lang's face showed hesitation. This kind of beast was the most troublesome. Once entangled, there was basically no way to escape. At that time, there was no telling whether he would live or die. Although he was very unwilling, Lu Lang had no choice but to glare at Yu Hong fiercely and evacuate with everyone. Roar! Seeing the enemy flee, the Four-eyed Wolf King roared angrily. Its roar was like thunder, making people's hearts tremble. At the same time, the strange beast seemed to have heard the command and attacked the protective formation desperately. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire protective formation shattered instantly, like glass, and scattered towards the camp. Ouch! A mournful wail suddenly came from the explosion site of the protective formation. Everyone looked up at once, only to see a Beastmaster lying in a pool of blood. The spirit beast girl he had contracted, without the Beastmaster's source of power connection, began to lose control of her emotions. Seeing this, Yu Hong quickly transformed into a red bird and tried to take the girl away. However, Lu Lang used the contract to forcefully order her, "Yu Hong, take me away quickly." "Do you really want me to die here?" Facing the forced order of the contract, she had no way to directly resist. Yu Hong hated Lu Lang immensely at the moment. If he hadn't driven Lu Sui out of the beast taming group, their formation wouldn't have been broken. However, Yu Hong did not disobey Lu Lang's wishes and directly took him to fly high into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the four-eyed Wolf King had already been keeping his eyes on Yu Hong and Lu Lang. When he saw them flying away, his four pupils suddenly condensed and hundreds of source forces shot out. These source power attacks were so powerful that Yu Hong had to bring Lu Lang down to the ground to avoid injury. Yu Hong couldn't help but groan. Seeing this, Lu Lang's face darkened even further. "Yu Hong, are you looking for death? Do you know what serious consequences this will cause?" "I just want to stay alive." Yu Hong answered indifferently, and at the same time, the scene of the spirit beast being torn to pieces by the alien beast flashed through her mind. The relationship between her and that girl couldn't be said to be very good, but it was definitely not bad. Even from a distance, she could feel the girl's despair. There was a chance to save them just now. Okay, once I escape this disaster, I will terminate the contract immediately." Lu Lang laughed in anger. Yu Hong curled her lips in disdain. Ouch! The four-eyed Wolf King roared again, but this time he no longer attacked the protective formation. Instead, he shifted his target and pounced towards the crowd. It was extremely large in size and moved incredibly fast, and it appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Everyone's faces changed immediately when they saw this, and the spirit beasts quickly used various skills to resist. The Beastmaster also used the Beast Source technique to enhance the fighting power of the spirit beast. However, the claws of the four-eyed Wolf King were extremely sharp. Anyone who was hit by it vomited blood and fell to the ground, and even some bones were broken. This shows how powerful it was. Lu Lang's face became even gloomier, and he had no choice but to give the order to retreat. At the same time, he felt extremely resentful towards Lu Sui. These strange beasts that suddenly appeared must have something to do with him. Otherwise, why didn't these strange beasts attack other beast taming groups, but instead rush towards the Tianlang beast taming group where he was with a very purposeful purpose? It must be that Lu Sui did something to lure these strange beasts here. Lu Sui, very good, you have guts. I haven't bothered you yet, but you attacked me first. Lu Lang said angrily. This damned idiot actually dared to plot against him. He is absolutely unforgivable. Although Yu Hong was in the state of a spirit beast at this time, a hint of displeasure still flashed in his eyes. At this time, in the dormitory of Rongqing College, Lu Sui was stunned as he looked at the emotional points that kept pouring into the ancient mirror. No, what did I do to anger God and people? Why are so many people suddenly upset about him, and most of them are negative? Emotional points plus 600. Emotional points plus 450. The number of emotional points has directly exceeded 40,000 and is still rising. Lu Sui was immediately delighted, but the price stopped rising when it reached 45,000, and his emotional points were getting lower and lower. This won't do, we still need 5,000 points. Thinking of this, Lu Sui suddenly saw Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling who were falling asleep, and the corners of their mouths suddenly raised. The leaks of good brothers are meant to be cut. Even a second of hesitation is disrespectful to the sentiment. Old Su, wake up. Lu Sui came to Su Ling and woke her up from her sleep. Su Ling dazedly opened her eyes and saw Lu Sui face to face with her. She was immediately startled and covered her face with her hands. What are you doing? She wasn't wearing a corset yet. What if someone saw her? Shame on her. Lu Sui said speechlessly, of course I woke you up for something, otherwise what else do you think I am doing? Su Ling let go of her hands after hearing this and looked at Lu Sui with a red face. What's the matter? Su Ling frowned. Seeing this guy look so serious, he wondered if he had discovered something. At this time, Lu Sui said with a smile, I see that you are not sleeping well, so I told you to get up and go back to sleep. Chapter 15 The Desperate Lu Sui. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ling was immediately filled with questions. After he realized what was happening, he was so angry that he directly hit Lu Sui on the head with a pillow. Fuck you, I was sleeping soundly and you suddenly made me get up and go back to sleep. Do you think I have no temper? Emotional points plus 800. After Lu Sui took the pillow, he ran away directly. Seeing the emotional point, he was very satisfied. He was really in a bad mood when he woke up. Then Lu Sui also set his eyes on Zhu Taiyu and walked towards her bed with a smile. Lu Sui, what are you doing? Seeing this, Su Ling was stunned. What was this guy going to do? Lu Sui ignored Su Ling and went straight to sit next to Zhu Taiyu. Then he reached out and gently stroked Zhu Taiyu's face with an evil smile. Su Ling also frowned and looked at Lu Sui, wondering what Lu Sui wanted to do. Lu Sui patted Zhu Taiyu's face, and the latter turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Lu Sui chuckled and reached out to pat Zhu Taiyu's face again, but the latter still did not respond. Ha, you haven't woken up yet. Lu Sui laughed, patted Zhu Taiyu's cheek with his palm again, and then pinched her face hard. At this time, Zhu Taiyu finally reacted, rubbing his sleepy eyes and looking at Lu Sui in confusion. Hey, Taiyu, wake up. Lu Sui shouted. What? Zhu Taiyu pouted, looking a little unhappy. Lu Sui coughed twice, then said, I just wanted to remind you not to drink so much alcohol outside in the future, otherwise it will be difficult to sleep. Okay, it's okay, you can go back to sleep. Ha? Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui in confusion, completely confused about the situation. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? He was already asleep, why did he wake her up suddenly? After being stunned for a while, Zhu Taiyu finally came to his senses. He glared at Lu Sui fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Lu Sui, I cannot coexist with you. Emotional points plus 700. When Lu Sui saw that his emotional points had arrived, he just ran away with a silly smile. Su Ling. Zhu Taiyu. How come Lu Sui, this bastard, has changed? Seeing that he was still short of more than 3,000 emotion points, he began to look around, as if searching for a target. He saw young Master Qin, and young Master Qin's eyes met his. For some reason, the idea that Lu Sui had just come up with suddenly became timid when he met Master Qin's cold gaze. No, this target is too dangerous, stay away from it. Lu Sui pretended not to see Master Qin, and lay down on his bed, looking at the ancient mirror in front of him. Hey, what should I do? The two guys in the dormitory have been basically harmed by him. If he takes the risk to mess with these two guys again, they will really turn against him. After checking his circle of friends on his phone, he suddenly saw his sister showing off the milk tea she drank at night. The milk tea for 12 yuan is really delicious. Lu Sui suddenly revealed a devilish smile. Fair, I have something that my brother has been hiding from you. At this time, in Rongqing, a beautiful young girl was drinking milk tea when she saw a message from her annoying brother. She immediately rolled her eyes and said, if you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. Seeing his sister being so direct, Lu Sui smiled guiltily, then said, actually, well, I saw you drinking milk tea, so what? Seeing this, Lu Fei rolled her eyes almost to the sky. You want me to order you a drink, right? I'm giving you face, right? Seeing this, Lu Sui quickly replied, no, I just feel a little bad seeing you drinking milk tea. What do you mean? Lu Fei asked curiously. That's it. Lu Sui hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to say, last time, I took a sip of milk tea and left it on the table, so I. After hearing Lu Sui's words, Lu Fei's expression suddenly froze. Oh my god. Could it be that this bastard stole her milk tea? That was the daily limited edition that was not easy for her to buy. But that wasn't right. When he came back, he felt that the milk tea was still there. That's right, I saw you've gained weight recently, so I gave you some extra. Never mind, for the sake of our brother-sister relationship, let's not talk about it. After sending this message, Lu Sui muted the phone and blocked the call in one go. After reading this, Lu Fei immediately lost her composure. Could it be that the stinky old man gave her a diet pill or a laxative? She felt uncomfortable in her stomach after drinking milk tea that day. Now thinking back, the taste was weird too. At that time, she was wondering if she had eaten something wrong. Now she thinks it was all caused by that stinky old man Lu Sui. Besides, how is he fat? In their middle school, she is a beautiful girl who is the school belle, okay? Then Lu Feier sent a voice message to Lu Sui asking him to dig for 1 minute. If there was no limit, she estimated that she could double it. Emotional points plus 700. Seeing his sister being so supportive, Lu Sui burst into laughter. In fact, he didn't put anything in the cup of milk tea at that time. He just drank a few sips secretly and then poured some boiled water into it. At this time, Lu Feier was getting angrier and angrier, but when she saw that Lu Sui had not responded for a long time, she was so angry that she called him directly. The number you dialed is currently in use, please try again later. Lu Feier was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. Damn it, that damn Lu Sui, he actually dared to block me. By the way, I still have brother Su Ling's phone number. Su Ling had just laid down and fallen asleep again, and was about to have a good sleep, but her cell phone suddenly rang continuously, slapping her awake. Damn it, who is it? Su Ling was so angry that her teeth were itching, but when she saw that the caller ID on her phone was Lu Feier, her anger, which had just risen, was immediately suppressed. This is Lu Sui's sister. This little girl would not call her if it wasn't something important. Hey, Feier. Su, brother Su Ling. Is my brother here? Lu Feier swallowed nervously. Su Ling was exactly the type she liked, gentle and elegant, with outstanding temperament. He was simply the Prince Charming in her dreams. Su Ling was stunned, glanced at Lu Sui's bed, and then said, "Your brother is lying on the bed," secretly laughing. "I don't know what he is laughing at." Upon hearing this, Lu Feier immediately became furious. This bastard, is he deliberately making me angry? Brother Su Ling, can you please give me the phone? Su Ling didn't know what was going on, but she could hear Su Ling's anger. Old Lu, answer the phone. After saying that, he threw it directly to Lu Sui. However, the next second, Lu Sui shouted directly, "There is a hidden weapon." Then he slammed the phone flying in the air to the ground, and with a click, the screen went black. The air fell into dead silence in an instant. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui with a complicated look. What was this guy doing? Chapter 16 3 Kinds of Contracts. Hidden weapon, your mother? That's her cell phone, okay? Emotional points plus 500. Seeing Su Ling looking at him like that, Lu Sui touched his nose awkwardly. I didn't mean to break your phone. Ha ha. Su Ling didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Sui. A cell phone was worthless to her. It's your sister calling. If there's anything, you two siblings should figure it out yourselves. Don't disturb my sleep. Su Ling closed her eyes after she finished speaking. Lu Sui looked at Su Ling's back, smiled, and glanced at the phone on the ground. It seems that I have something to do. Although Su Ling doesn't care much about his mobile phone, the information in it is not so easy to transfer. In order to collect 50,000 emotion points to be promoted to a second-level Beastmaster, he must find a way. When Lu Feier saw that her brother actually hung up the phone, she was immediately furious and wanted to rush to Lu Sui and beat him up, but their two schools were quite far apart, so it was too late even if she wanted to go over now. But he felt bad if he didn't scold Lu Sui to his face today. By the way, brother Su Ling's phone is dead, but I still have brother Taiyu. Lu Feier immediately called him. Similarly, Zhu Taiyu, who was half drunk and half awake after drinking with her family, was also woken up by the phone. She just opened her eyes and was about to look for her mobile phone, but she touched a warm hand. He was so scared that he woke up immediately. When he saw that it was Lu Sui, his face instantly turned a barely perceptible blush, and then he just stared at Lu Sui blankly. Lu Sui answered his call directly and angrily yelled at the other end, "Do you still have any conscience? It's the middle of the night and you're disturbing other people's sleep." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Feier on the other end to react. Lu Feier listened to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She was destined to have insomnia tonight. Emotional points plus 400. Lu Sui also received the emotional points and smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at Zhu Taiyu, who was still confused, and patted her head. "You silly boy, don't go out drinking alone in the future. If someone tricks you into having your kidney cut off one day, you won't have anywhere to cry. Go to sleep. I've turned off your phone." Zhu Taiyu touched her forehead, which was patted by Lu Sui, and lay on the bed in a daze. Although Lu Sui had changed, he had not changed completely. His kindness to them had never changed. At the same time, she made up her mind that no matter how poor Lu Sui's talent was, she must make a contract with Lu Sui before Su Ling and Master Qin, and they also wanted him to sign a life and death contract. There are 3 types of contracts between Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts. One is the equal contract, which is also the most commonly used contract. The Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast are on an equal footing, and neither has any privileges. The compatibility between the two people will not be too high. At the same time, if one party intends to terminate the contract, the other party cannot object. The second type is the master-servant contract, which is the most unequal contract. The master has absolute control, and the servant is not allowed to resist. The compatibility between the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast in this type of contract is the worst. At the same time, such contracts are very popular in the upper class, and most of them are made by some rich young men. They have low talents and cannot contract good spirit beasts, so they can only buy spirit beasts that are still in their infancy and force contracts on them. This forced contract is extremely unfair to those spirit beasts, but the world is unfair in this way. Whether you object or not, it's already there. The third type of contract is the least used, which is the life and death contract. Once signed, it cannot be changed for life. After signing a life and death contract, the degree of compatibility between the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast will be very high. But once one dies, the other will not survive alone. Most of the time, such contracts are only used by couples who love each other to the core. After all, it means forever, and even to go to hell together. And now Zhu Taiyu has chosen the third type of contract, the life and death contract. Because she wants to be like a parent, she wants to protect the person she likes, and be with the person she likes forever. At this time, Lu Sui also started to repair Su Ling's mobile phone. He was a little surprised to see the emotional points suddenly appearing in the ancient mirror. Emotional points plus 800. Positive? Lu Sui looked in the direction of Zhu Taiyu with some surprise. This kid, his fathership for the past 3 years was not in vain. But what should these kids do without him to take care of them in the future? The next morning, Lu Sui brought breakfast to his 3 older sons as usual. Zhu Taiyu likes to eat meat and loves spicy food, even for breakfast, and she eats a lot. In addition, she drank some wine last night. Although she didn't drink much, she still felt a little drowsy. This time, Lu Sui prepared an extra cup of honey water for him. Zhu Taiyu smelled the aroma of meat and jumped out of bed. He took the breakfast from Lu Sui's hand and looked at the honey water. He was stunned for a moment. "I didn't ask for honey water. I bought it specially for you. Didn't you drink last night? I heard that drinking honey water would be better." Lu Sui replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui with a complicated expression, and at the same time, she became more determined. No matter how poor his talent was, she had signed the life and death contract, and she would not give it up no matter what Lu Sui said. "Old Lu, I won't pay for this honey water. Just consider it as you treating me." He. After saying that, Zhu Taiyu turned around and started to enjoy his breakfast. Su Ling likes to eat light food in the morning, and she likes the particularly cheap century egg and lean meat porridge. Maybe it's because when I first met her, she was so hungry for some reason. Lu Sui happened to meet her at that time and gave her a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. After that, she fell in love with the taste and never got tired of it after eating it for 3 years. Su Ling was also yawning and stretched out her hand towards Lu Sui, who directly handed her the breakfast and the mobile phone. "I've repaired your phone, and the things inside should be intact," Lu Sui replied. The latter looked straight at Lu Sui, held the phone tightly in his hand, and said thank you in a flat tone. The pickiest eater among them was young Master Qin, a complete vegetarian. You'd say he was frugal, right? But he didn't seem that poor. Even if you said he was poor, he even bought some high-quality vegetables, the kind that cost more than meat. He was really weird. When young Master Qin took his breakfast, he looked at Lu Sui deeply and said, "You have been promoted to the second-level beast tamer." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were scared to death. It is very difficult for a beastmaster to advance, especially for a beastmaster who has just awakened his talent. It takes a long time to settle down before advancing. Chapter 17 Second Talent. But what about Lu Sui? How could he advance in such a short time? Isn't this too outrageous? Even an S-level talent wouldn't be able to reach such a fast speed. I guess so. Lu Sui answered calmly without denying it, because he knew that no matter what he did, he could not escape the eyes of Master Qin. How did you do it? Young Master Qin continued to ask. Effort. Lu Sui was very frank. He did work very hard, and this was the only reason he could say. Last night he used the 50,000 emotion points he had collected to improve his beast control level through the ancient mirror. It cost him 50,000 emotion points to reach level 2, but there were benefits as well. When he was promoted, he also awakened an S-level talent, multiple spirit beasts, and could contract multiple spirit beasts at the same time, with a maximum of 3 contracts. Although there are only 3 of them, it is already incredible enough. After all, others use 1 spirit beast, but he has 3. They can beat you to death in a group fight. Lu Sui had never been so confident. Yeah. Young Master Qin replied indifferently. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui for a long time, as if he wanted to see through him. Unfortunately, Lu Sui acted as if nothing had happened. Old Lu, is your talent really only E-level? Yeah. Lu Sui nodded. Until yesterday, he was indeed E-level, but his second talent was S-level. But Su Ling obviously didn't believe it, or rather, she didn't dare to believe it at all. After all, the higher the talent level, the easier it was to upgrade. At this time, Zhu Taiyu was staring at Lu Sui while chewing a chicken leg, and then something suddenly occurred to him. Old Lu, you are not a dual-talented beastmaster. Su Ling understood instantly after hearing this. If Lu Sui's talent was only E-level, it would be impossible for him to be promoted to S-level in such a short time, unless Lu Sui had dual talents. The two of them looked at Lu Sui at the same time, which gave Lu Sui a headache. He couldn't tell them that he had advanced to a higher level through the ancient mirror, and that he would gain a talent every time he awakened a level. I guess they will be envious to death if I do this. Lu Sui coughed lightly. Ahem, that's nothing, it's just E-level. As for S-level, oh my, double talents and the like, you're all overthinking it. Really? Zhu Taiyu was half believing and half doubting, and Su Ling also looked at him with suspicion. But Master Qin unknowingly approached Lu Sui within 3 steps, and his inner thoughts were even more complicated. She had been sealed for who knows how many years, and this was the first time she met such an interesting beastmaster. At the same time, I became more convinced of the idea of signing a life and death contract with him. What are you doing? Looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Sui asked with a frown. Oh, no, no. Zhu Taiyu waved his hands quickly, picked up the breakfast on the table and ate it in one bite. There were oil stains on the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were shining. The man she liked was indeed the right one. It seemed that she had to confess to Lu Sui in advance that she was a woman. At the same time, she was a little worried that Lu Sui would be very angry. After all, she had deceived him for nearly 3 years. If Lu Sui wasn't so busy, he would have discovered it long ago. Then the 4 of them went to their respective classrooms. While Lu Sui and Master Qin were on their way to class, Lu Sui's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Sui suddenly frowned. Fong Sayu? He remembered that this was a member of the serious beast taming group, because Lu Sui had helped her a lot in several exotic beast hunting expeditions, and their relationship had progressed well. However, because she already had a beastmaster, Lu Sui's relationship with her did not progress very well. But why did she call him suddenly? Did something happen? After the call was connected, Fong Sayu's anxious voice came from the other end. Lu Sui, the leader is going to take action against your family. Lu Sui was stunned, not quite sure what was going on. Why did Lu Lang suddenly want to attack his family? Attacking civilians will attract China's official Night Shadow organization, and the strength of that organization is no joke. What's wrong with Lu Lang? Is he crazy? Lu Sui frowned. He's not crazy. It's just that we were attacked by the 4-eyed Wolf King yesterday. The camp's defense formation was broken and our beast taming group suffered heavy losses. The leader blamed all of this on you. Fong Sayu explained. Hearing this, Lu Sui was immediately furious and said coldly, I know. Just when Lu Sui was about to hang up the phone, Fong Sayu's phone was suddenly snatched away by someone. You are in contact with Lu Sui, huh? A cold male voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Sui was also very familiar with this voice, it was Lu Lang. Lu Sui narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said in a low voice, Lu Lang, what do you want to do? What do you think? Lu Sui, I admire you very much. You have already become an F-level waste, so how come you can be so successful? Lu Lang said sarcastically. There's no deep hatred between us. Lu Sui took a deep breath. He was not a fool. Since Lu Lang was able to snatch Fong Sayu's phone, it proved that he had already controlled Fong Sayu. Lu Lang gnashed his teeth and said, how could it be gone? If you hadn't tampered with the protective formation, how could those strange beasts have been so strong in the defense? And why didn't the 4-eyed Wolf King attack other beast taming groups, but chose to attack ours? The only person who could lure the strange beasts directly to our group is probably you, with your many tricks. Are you talking nonsense? Lu Sui cursed inwardly, weren't you the ones who provoked the four-eyed wolf king first? Also, it was clearly Lu Lang who provoked the four-eyed wolf king first, which led to this disaster. But in the end, he blamed it on me. What a piece of shit. Do you remember that time more than a week ago when we entered the dangerous zone to hunt exotic beasts? At that time, you poisoned and killed a level 2 four-eyed wolf that was surrounding and killing another one. Lu Sui said. That's right. Lu Lang asked with a hint of doubt in his tone, what does this have to do with the four-eyed wolf king attacking our beast taming group? Lu Sui was speechless. Hey, that four-eyed wolf is the cub of the four-eyed wolf king. If you kill him, how could he not come to settle the score with you? What? Lu Lang was shocked. That four-eyed wolf turned out to be the cub of the four-eyed wolf king? How come I didn't know about this? You deliberately concealed the situation and wanted to harm me, didn't you? When Lu Sui heard what Lu Lang said, he rubbed his brows and said speechlessly, I reminded you at that time, but you didn't take it to heart at all. When I was in your beast taming group, I specifically reminded you to change camp as soon as possible, preferably as far away from the four-eyed wolf king's habitat, otherwise they would come to you very soon. After hearing Lu Sui's words, Lu Lang suddenly remembered that this was indeed the case. He even complained to Lu Sui at that time, saying that Lu Sui was exaggerating and that it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. But now the matter has become a foregone conclusion. If they don't kill Lu Sui, the loss to their beast taming group will be too great. Chapter 18. Let us make a contract. So, Lu Sui, just wait for death. Lu Lang said viciously. Lu Sui frowned. If possible, he really didn't want to create an enemy for himself before he even grew up. What do you want in exchange for letting our family go? Although he had no intention of escaping, he hoped to resolve the issue through negotiation if conditions allowed. But if the other party is determined to mess with him, then he, Lu Sui, will not bully him. Lu Lang laughed loudly. What? You want to beg for mercy? Lu Sui, I tell you, it's too late. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Who told you to pay for your life? I only give you 3 hours. If you don't come to Xiaoyu Mountain, 300 miles east of Ronqing, you will have to collect your parents' bodies tonight. After saying that, Lu Lang hung up the phone. Lu Sui clenched his fists, and flames of anger surged in his heart. He had already guessed that there must be someone behind Lu Lang's back. Otherwise, there would be no need for Lu Lang to kill himself. But he couldn't let his anger make him lose his mind. Even though he had become a second-level beastmaster, he still had no spirit beast. Even if he quickly found one, not to mention the degree of compatibility between the two, just the dangers he would face next, I'm afraid no woman would be willing to die with him. And now, the only thing he could use to help was the formation and the equipment he had accumulated over the past 3 years. But it is still not enough for him to use his wealth to face the entire beast taming group. Yu Hong, who has a 4th-level spirit beast, can easily crush him to death. Ahem. You seem to need a woman. After a dry cough, Master Qin said to Lu Sui in silence. Hearing what Master Qin said, Lu Sui suddenly raised his head and looked at him in surprise, but soon Lu Sui shook his head and denied it. I do want a woman, but it's just a thought. I don't want her to follow me to die. Lao Qin, I've never asked you for anything in my life. If I die, when you become stronger, remember to avenge me and find out who is behind this. He knew Mr. Qin's personality well. Although he usually had a stern face, he was a very nice person. If he asked him for help, he would not refuse, but he did not want to do that. Old Qin must have a good talent, at least S-level. He has a bright future, there is no reason for him to let young Master Qin take such a big risk to help him. But I hope that when he becomes stronger, he can avenge me. Hearing Lu Sui's words, Mr. Qin's face changed and his eyes darkened. Lu Sui, I will go with you. I don't care what you say, I will never let you take risks with me. After the words fell, Lu Suibian wanted to turn around and leave, but just as he took a step, Master Qin blocked his way. What are you going to do? Lu Sui's expression froze. Young Master Qin stared at Lu Sui and said seriously, I'm not giving you a choice. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then revealed a bitter expression. He sighed and said helplessly, okay. I have no choice. You come with me. If 2 beast masters without contracted spirit beasts go there, it would be nothing more than suicide. If I don't come back, please avenge me, please. It's not 2 beast masters, but a beast master and a spirit beast. Young Master Qin said, then extended his hand. Lu Sui, I want to make a contract with you? Ha? Lu Sui was stunned after hearing this. He immediately covered his face with his hands and was speechless. Lao Qin, have you become stupid from staying in the dormitory? We are two grown men, what's the point of signing a bullshit contract? However, the next second, before Lu Sui could react, Master Qin grabbed his hand, and then the two figures instantly became blurred and appeared outside Rongqing. Lu Sui opened his eyes in a daze and looked around. What he saw was a series of mountains with towering peaks enshrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. This is... Lu Sui looked around and could vaguely see the city wall of Rongqing several miles away. This ability is not something a beast master can possess naturally. It is the ability of a spirit beast, and it is also a spatial ability. Lu Sui reacted and looked directly at Master Qin, but saw that his figure gradually changed into another appearance. When she saw the girl in front of her for the first time, Lu Sui was stunned. She had seen many beauties, but none of them could compare to the girl in front of her. The girl was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, her skin was as clean and crystal as jade, her silver hair that reached her waist was draped over her shoulders, her eyes were slightly drooping, her eyelashes were long and thick, her nose was delicate and her lips were pink. Her delicate facial features together formed a breathtakingly beautiful picture, especially the cold and indifferent feeling that made people unable to help but fall for her. You are. Why don't you recognize me? The girl said lightly. Lu Sui then realized that the woman in front of him was not an illusion. You are Qin. The girl nodded slightly. You. Lu Sui couldn't utter a word and could only stare at Master Qin blankly. He never imagined that young Master Qin, who had lived under the same roof with him for 3 whole years, was actually a woman? Why don't you recognize me? Young Master Qin said indifferently. 3 years ago, Lu Sui and Master Qin had met each other and had experienced many things together, and their relationship was extremely close. He knew that Lao Qin was hiding something from him. He thought of many possibilities, such as blood feud, serious injury, and amnesia, but the only thing he had never thought of was that Lao Qin was hiding something from him, which was his gender. Old Qin, this. Lu Sui opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. And Master Qin extended his delicate hand to him again. Contract with me. If you dare to refuse, you can give it a try. Lu Sui looked at this stunning face, and thought of the ability to teleport just now, so he didn't refuse immediately. Why did you choose me? I like it. Mr. Qin's answer was simple and clear. Such a straightforward answer made Lu Sui laugh and cry. Didn't this girl see the confusion on his face? Lu Sui took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down. He looked at young Master Qin and said slowly, Old Qin, I'm very grateful that you want to contract me, but I'm really sorry. I don't want to drag you down, so you'd better not participate in this battle. This will be better for both of us. After saying that, Lu Sui wanted to leave, but how could Master Qin allow him to escape like this? He directly grabbed Lu Sui and pressed him to the ground. Let me go. Lu Sui was anxious and struggled desperately. However, Master Qin had no intention of letting Lu Sui go. He even threw him to the ground because he struggled so hard. If you don't want to die, you'd better sign a contract with me obediently. Young Master Qin threatened, with dangerous signals flashing in his eyes. You coughed dryly. Feeling the burning body temperature of Master Qin and the hot breath spraying on his neck, Lu Sui suddenly became nervous and his body stiffened, especially when he saw his stunning face up close, which made Lu Sui's heart pound. Chapter 19 Terrifying SSS Level Qualification. Seeing Lu Sui's reaction, Master Qin was stunned for a moment, then a seductive smile appeared on his lips. I want to make a contract with you, and it's a life and death contract. Only death can separate us. You have no right to say no. After saying this, young Master Qin. Then he lowered his head and bit Lu Sui's throat, as if stamping it. Lu Sui stared at the face so close to him with wide eyes, feeling that his heart was about to jump out of his chest, and his whole body was burning hot as if on fire. Such a kiss seemed to have a strange magic that made people addicted. Lu Sui felt that he was going crazy. At this moment, Master Qin suddenly opened his mouth, looked at the blushing Lu Sui and said, Contract with me, immediately, right now. Lu Sui was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was lying in the grass, and Master Qin was lying on top of him, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, looking at him with a smile. Seeing this scene, even though Lu Sui's heart was strong enough, he still couldn't resist it. Such an ambiguous posture made his heart flutter. No. Lu Sui uttered the word with difficulty. Young Master Qin raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes became stern, and Lu Sui immediately shut his mouth. Lu Sui knew that if he continued to persist, he would definitely be killed by Master Qin. Let me make it clear first, the place I'm going to next is a bit dangerous. Even I'm not sure about it. We might die there together. Lu Sui said in a deep voice. You won't die as long as I'm here. Young Master Qin's beautiful eyes were calm, but they revealed a confidence that only existed in his bones. Lu Sui smiled bitterly after hearing this, then he took a deep breath and said, Okay, I agree to the contract with you. Very good, are you ready? Lu Sui nodded. Then I'm going to start now. Lu Sui nodded. So Master Qin raised his hand, pinched Lu Sui's left middle finger with his index finger and thumb, and stroked it hard. Blood flowed down his fingers and dripped onto Master Qin's eyebrows. Young Master Qin closed his eyes, and then a black light shot out from his head and merged into Lu Sui's eyebrows. After a moment, Master Qin opened his eyes, his face was frighteningly pale, and it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. Lu Sui's face was also pale, but he could clearly feel that he and Master Qin's source power were inseparable. With the fusion of the two people's source power, the spiritual bridge unique to the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast has been built. The other party's talents and Spirit Beast skills were also communicated to each other. When Lu Sui felt the incredible skills one after another, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. SSS level skill, Ethereal Body, transform into nothingness and travel freely to any place. SSS level skill, Immortality, possesses endless life and can survive as long as there is source power in the world. SSS level skill, Endless Source Power, the body can burst out endless source power. SSS level skill, Law of Time, speed up and slow down time. S level skill, Power of Light, control the power of light elements. S level skill, Dark Power, the power to control dark space. A level skill, Inner Covetousness, can listen to the other person's inner voice within 3 steps. Seeing the skills brought by the contract with Master Qin, Lu Sui was completely dumbfounded. He thought Master Qin was very powerful and had at least one S-level skill. But he never expected that in addition to S+ skills, Master Qin would also have SSS level skills. Moreover, the SSS level skill not only represents his SSS level talent, but also means that Master Qin has a great chance of breaking through the 9th level and becoming a Grandmaster in the future. No, with these 4 SSS level skills, especially the Immortality skill, becoming a Grandmaster level Spirit Beast is only a matter of time. Lu Sui was shocked for a while. Looking at Master Qin, who had already stood up, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and sighed in his heart, what kind of Spirit Beast is this? What kind of bloodline does it have to have such terrifying skills? Curious? Young Master Qin asked calmly. Lu Sui nodded, then asked, I remember that a Spirit Beast with 1 or 2 S-level skills is already incredibly powerful. There's no other SSS level beast in the world. You? I'm not from this world. Young Master Qin replied silently. Lu Sui opened his mouth and wanted to ask something when he heard this, but after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be nothing to ask. Lao Qin is not a Spirit Beast from this world, so it seems reasonable that he has such strong Spirit Beast skills. Now that the contract has been signed, you are now my, young Master Qin's, Beast Tamer. From today on, you belong only to me. Young Master Qin declared domineeringly, and at the same time said coldly, if you dare to use that innate skill, I will not let you go easily. After the two of them made a life and death contract, they both knew each other's background. Lu Sui looked at Master Qin and nodded seriously. In this situation, he had no way to refute it. Okay, let's go now. Young Master Qin patted his clothes and stood up. By the way, I haven't seen your Spirit Beast form yet. What does it look like? Lu Sui couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw the incredibly beautiful woman in front of him, but then he quickly looked away and asked. I was very curious and didn't know what Master Qin would look like when he turned into a half-beast. I don't know what kind of Spirit Beast I am, but I can tell you one thing, I'm not the kind of Spirit Beast that fights head-on. Furthermore, I've been sealed, and after making a contract with you, my strength is only at the early 3rd level. At this point, young Master Qin looked at Lu Sui again, and those forces that sealed me now know that I have a contract with you. By then, you may have countless troubles. Are you afraid? After saying that, young Master Qin stared at Lu Sui with her beautiful eyes, and at the same time, the ability she coveted in her heart was activated. At this moment, she was still a little nervous, afraid of getting a disappointing result. And Lu Suizong will not let her down. If they dare to steal my woman, I will kill them. Lu Sui's answer was also very simple and clear. He looked straight at young Master Qin, then thought of young Master Qin's outrageous ability to see into people's hearts, and added, that's what I think too. Although Lu Sui didn't say anything, she understood what Lu Sui was thinking. She smiled, and her smile was particularly bright. Positive emotion points plus 900. When Lu Sui looked at the woman in front of him, he was instantly distracted. At this moment, young Master Qin seemed to have become a different person. She was originally beautiful and elegant, but now she had become more charming and had a fatal attraction. You know, Master Qin never smiled before, but at this moment he was like a blooming ephemeral flower, intoxicating. Are you stupid? Young Master Qin's cold yet pleasant voice rang out. Lu Sui came back to his senses and touched his nose awkwardly. He finally experienced what charm was. He felt like he was about to fall at her feet. Sometimes, an extremely beautiful woman doesn't need any dressing up at all. Even a pleasant voice, a movement, or even a look can capture a man's heart. Lu Sui, why can't you resist the temptation? Chapter 20 Borrowing a Knife to Kill. After young Master Qin turned around, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and Lu Sui followed closely behind him and asked, if that's the case, what should we do now? You can't transform into a spirit beast, and we don't know how compatible we are. You can try. Young Master Qin said calmly. Oh? Lu Sui raised his eyebrows, and then both of them felt each other's presence through the source power. When a beast master contracts a spirit beast, the higher the degree of compatibility between the two, the greater the power they can exert. The moment their source forces touched, a warm current enveloped them, and Lu Sui suddenly felt comfortable all over. He looked at young Master Qin with surprise, because he felt that he and young Master Qin seemed closer. What we can confirm now is that we are highly compatible, at least above 60%. The more efficient our skills and talents are in interacting with each other, the more efficient they will be. For example, before Master Qin could finish his words, Lu Sui interrupted him impatiently. Since we have a good compatibility, that's fine. If you can't transform into a spirit beast, how are we going to fight against other beast masters and their spirit beasts? It's true that I'm a spirit beast, but the help I can give you is far more than that. Young Master Qin smiled. Do you have any other means? Lu Sui gave her a meaningful look. I haven't tried it yet. At the same time, on Xiaoyu Mountain, the beastmasters and spirit beasts of the Tianlang beast taming group had finally escaped from the pursuit of the four-eyed wolf king and were resting on the spot. They were all in a miserable state. Among them, the spirit beasts also changed back to the girl's original appearance. Although she was transformed back to human, the injuries on her body still needed to be healed by the beastmasters using source power. Lu Lang, who was in charge of the Heavenly Wolf Beast Taming Group, was getting angrier and angrier. Looking at the losses reported by his men, his heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. Their beast taming group has a total of 27 spirit beasts and 30 beast tamers, of which 10 are level 3 beast tamers and 10 spirit beasts, and the rest are all level 2. However, all these he had saved up with great difficulty were hunted down by the four-eyed wolf king. Most of the second-level beastmasters were killed, leaving only 10 people, and 5 third-level beastmasters also died. As for those spirit beasts, although more of them survived than the beastmasters, the death of the beastmaster had a huge impact on them. Even if they found a second beastmaster, the degree of compatibility would be greatly reduced. This attack directly destroyed most of his years of hard work. It's all Lu Sui's fault. If he had told me earlier that the four-eyed wolf king would retaliate against us, how could I be so unprepared? Lu Lang said hatefully. The expressions of the other third-level beastmasters were also very ugly. They did not expect that the loser Lu Sui actually had such a method to summon the four-eyed wolf king. How come Lu Sui has such powerful skills? One of the third-level beastmasters asked in confusion. He couldn't understand why a mere ordinary student would have such strange skills. After all, Lu Sui was just doing odd jobs in their beast taming group. He usually hid far behind when they were hunting exotic beasts. The only impression they had of Lu Sui was that he was responsible for many miscellaneous tasks in the beast taming group. It seemed that Yu Hong, the only level 4 spirit beast in the team, was also very optimistic about this kid. The other third-level beastmasters looked at each other and then shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Never mind him. We have suffered such a huge loss this time. We must not give up easily. Lu Lang roared. Captain, what should we do next? Lu Lang took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said, we must recover our losses from Lu Sui this time. We should go to his house immediately and capture his parents. That kid is very talented in forging equipment. We must squeeze out the remaining value from him in the few days we have left. But Captain, what if we attack the poor and are discovered by the Night Shadow Squad? What are you afraid of? This isn't the Night Shadow Squad's main focus area, and the death of 1 or 2 poor people is just a matter of time. Without evidence, what can they do to us? Lu Lang thought of something else after he finished speaking and added, by the way, send a few people to Rongqing Middle School and capture Lu Sui's sister. I heard that she has a very good talent, at least A level. I want to force her to sign a contract in front of him and make her my beast servant. Everyone was shocked. Captain, what if we get found out? Humph. Lu Lang smiled grimly. Who would know? Besides, only a few of us know about this matter. Even if they find out, they won't suspect us. Captain, you are wise. Several beast masters flattered him. Lu Sui, don't you love your sister very much? Then I want you to see her being insulted with your own eyes. I want to make your life worse than death. At this time, Lu Sui was standing alone in front of a huge cave. He hung up the phone, a very confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes looked into the cave. 4 pairs of green eyes walked towards him from the cave. They were none other than the 4-eyed Wolf King, who had been chasing Lu Lang's beast taming group all the way. Does your method really work? Young Master Qin's body came from within him, and his appearance also changed greatly. He had silver hair and golden eyes. The only noticeable thing was the mark of the life and death contract between his eyebrows. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Lu Sui said and waved provocatively at the 4-eyed Wolf King. Seeing this, the 4-eyed Wolf King became angry. Ouch! A wolf howl resounded throughout Xiaoyu Mountain, and this sound also attracted the attention of many strange beasts. Ouch! The 4-eyed Wolf King shouted several times in succession, and all the strange beasts around him came towards him. In just a moment of breathing, dozens of strange beasts gathered. So many spirit beasts. Lu Sui frowned. If so many spirit beasts attacked him together, he would be in danger. Are you sure everything is under your control? Young Master Qin's doubtful voice came from within him. Lu Sui nodded, probably. The 4-eyed Wolf King stared at Lu Sui with his ice blue eyes, his eyes full of contempt. Old Qin, the body becomes ethereal. The moment Lu Sui's voice fell, his body instantly became ethereal, and then, Lu Yusui instantly rushed deep into the cave. The 4-eyed Wolf King was also shocked. He didn't expect that this human would have such ability. After a brief surprise, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His newborn baby was in the cave. So, it immediately led the strange beasts around it and followed Lu Sui, going deeper into the cave. However, Lu Sui was very fast and had already reached the depths of the cave before it arrived. This cave is spacious enough for dozens of strange beasts to run rampant inside. There was a stone platform in the center of the cave, and on the platform lay a snow-white wolf cub whose eyes had not yet opened. Without saying a word, Lu Sui picked up the wolf cub and escaped from the cave with his ethereal body. The entire process was accelerated by the law of time, and it only took a few breaths, so fast that the 4-eyed Wolf King couldn't react. Chapter 21, Possessed Spiritual Beast. Ouch! The wolf cub suddenly disappeared, and the 4-eyed Wolf King immediately began to howl wildly. When Lu Sui heard the voice, he paused slightly, but did not stop. He just raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth and continued to flee. Ouch! The 4-eyed Wolf King roared angrily and howled with his head raised. His own wolf cub was snatched away in front of him. How could she not be angry? At this time, Lu Sui had already left the cave, but there was no way to eliminate the breath and smell emanating from the 4-eyed wolf cub. Unless you can teleport thousands of miles away instantly, it is impossible to escape the Wolf King's pursuit. And this is exactly what Lu Sui wants. Boom! The 4-eyed Wolf King also had a strong appeal in this area, and almost instantly gathered dozens of strange beasts to attack Lu Sui. Is this your plan? To lead the 4-eyed Wolf King to Xiaoyu Mountain? Young Master Qin's faint voice sounded. Lu Sui nodded. Otherwise, even with all your SSS level skills, I'm not sure I can fight against a level 4 spirit beast. After saying that, Lu Sui quickened his pace. At this time on Xiaoyu Mountain, Lu Lang and Yu Hong also had a disagreement. Yu Hong, are you sure you want to terminate the contract with me? Apart from me, which other beast taming group would want you? You have killed a beast tamer. Lu Lang sneered at Yu Hong, who had a determined face. He knew that after what happened today, no matter what he did, he would not get Yu Hong's forgiveness. The incompatibility between the Beastmaster and the Beast Spirit would definitely affect the degree of compatibility, and canceling the contract was the best outcome. But he still wanted to see Yu Hong surrender. If Yu Hong wanted to be his beast servant, he could accept it. However, what he didn't expect was that Yu Hong refused without hesitation. Remove it, I would rather go berserk and be executed by your Night Shadow Squad than be your spirit beast anymore. You. Lu Lang was immediately furious when he heard this. In that case, I will grant your wish. After they finished speaking, the two of them almost simultaneously severed their connection with each other using blood as a guide. The invisible contract linking the two people was severed at this moment. Very good, Yu Hong, from today on you are no longer a member of my Tianlang Beast Taming Group. You can go wherever you want. Lu Lang said with a sneer, then turned and left. Ha ha ha. Yu Hong threw her head back and laughed. Although she had already prepared to terminate the contract, when the moment came, she felt her spirit begin to go wild. A bloodthirsty impulse is like a volcano ready to erupt at any time. This is why spirit beasts will go crazy and even lose themselves without a beastmaster. But at this moment, she felt more relaxed than ever before. Lu Lang, who had only taken a few steps at this time, suddenly thought of something, turned around and saw Yu Hong, and suddenly sneered, "You don't want to make a contract with that kid Lu Sui, do you? Yes, your talent and the strength of a 4th-level spirit beast are indeed very attractive, but a spirit beast that killed its beastmaster, even if it finds a new beastmaster, the compatibility will be extremely low. Not to mention, Lu Sui is just a useless beastmaster with F-level qualifications. I have no objection to you choosing him, provided he can survive until tomorrow." As Lu Lang finished speaking, the guarding spirit beast suddenly fell from the sky, and the beastmaster on it also reported to Lu Lang, "Captain, Lu Sui is here." Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Lu Lang's eyes. Then, he said coldly, "In that case, just catch him and keep him alive." Yes. Ouch. After the spirit beast and the beastmaster received the order, they flew into the sky and headed towards Lu Sui. Lu Sui had already arrived at Xiaoyu Mountain with the wolf cub in his arms. When he saw the spirit beast attacking him in the sky, a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. "Humph, you dare to arrest me?" Lu Sui sneered, flipped his palm, and several balls of light appeared in his hand, which he then threw into the sky. Boom! A ball of light exploded, and the aftermath emitted a strong light that was eye-irritating. This sudden attack caught the beast taming team that came to capture Lu Sui off guard. This is an attack skill belonging to a spirit beast. How did Lu Sui use it? When the light faded, the beastmasters finally saw the scene clearly. They saw Lu Sui standing halfway up the mountain with the wolf cub in his arms. They immediately understood. So you've contracted a spirit beast. No wonder you're so arrogant. But what a shame. Even if you have a spirit beast, what good is it? You're still a loser. Oh, good for nothing? Lu Sui glanced at the wolf cub in his arms, then raised his eyes, a sharp cold light flashing in his eyes. "Old Zhang, who told you that I'm only F-level qualified?" After saying this, Lu Sui ignored them and rushed straight towards their camp. Seeing this, old Zhan was also puzzled. Is Lu Sui so self-aware? And what did he mean by what he just said? Then his spirit beast seemed to sense something and told Lao Zhang to look behind him. He saw smoke and dust billowing a few miles away, and dozens of strange beasts were attacking them again. Especially after seeing the four-eyed wolf king, Lao Zhan was so frightened that his face turned pale. What the hell is going on? Not only was Lao Zhang stunned, but even the spirit beast that was carrying him to fly was stunned, with deep fear in its eyes. Isn't this the four-eyed wolf king who suddenly attacked their camp yesterday? Why is he coming towards them again? Hurry, notify the leader and have everyone retreat. At this time, Lu Sui rushed in front of Lu Lang, took off his hood, revealing his silver hair and golden eyes, which really made Lu Lang stunned. Especially the mark between his eyebrows, which represented the contract of life and death, made him so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. A life and death contract. Which crazy woman actually signed a life and death contract with a person with F-level qualifications? It would be fine if it was an ordinary level, but look at the change in Lu Sui's appearance. This is undoubtedly a possessed spirit beast. Such a spirit beast directly merges all of its abilities with the Beastmaster, allowing the Beastmaster to fight like a spirit beast. Every time a possessed spirit beast appears, even if it is a C-level 1, it will be scrambled for by Beastmasters. If you ask why, of course it is because this can greatly improve the survivability of the Beastmaster. This kind of spiritual beast is undoubtedly the most sought-after one. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Lang quickly reacted and pointed at Lu Sui, shouting, "You're Lu Sui? Aren't you an F-level talent? How can you possess a spirit beast, and a possessing one at that?" Lu Sui raised his lips and said, "Who said that an F-level beastmaster can't own a spirit beast?" At this time, Lu Lang was almost jealous to death. He had A-level qualifications and could only look up to those high-qualified spirit beasts, so he wanted to make a name for himself. But it is totally unfair that Lu Sui, a person with F-level qualifications, actually has a possessed spirit beast. Chapter 22. I have a gift for you. Why is this so? Why does he have such good luck? Catch him for me. Lu Lang roared. Yes, Captain. Several beastmasters answered in unison, and then quickly surrounded Lu Sui. A hint of amusement flashed across Lu Sui's eyes, and he threw the wolf cub in his hand towards Lu Lang. Captain Lu, I have a gift for you. I hope you like it. After Lu Lang received the wolf cub, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, after seeing his appearance clearly, he was suddenly ecstatic. This was the cub of the four-eyed wolf king, and it hadn't even opened its eyes yet. As long as you let the cub see you the first time it opens its eyes, it will obey you unconditionally. It is extremely easy to tame it. Such an ignorant beast would cost at least 100,000 source crystals on the market. And there was no demand for it. Lu Sui, this lowly piece of trash, is really generous in order to survive. Lu Lang couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. At this time, he had forgotten his previous anger, and his mind was full of the priceless cub. As long as we have it, it will be a matter of time before the serious beast taming group returns to its peak. By then, he would definitely make those women who would look down on him and refuse to sign a contract with him regret it. Ha ha ha. Lu Sui, do you think I will let you go if you give me a cub of the four-eyed wolf king? Lu Lang laughed and said, he wants the four-eyed wolf king, and he wants Lu Sui's life too. Then he winked at the beastmasters beside him. Several people nodded instantly, and then all rushed towards Lu Sui. However, the latter's body instantly became ethereal and disappeared from the spot almost at the same time. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of steps away, standing on a rock, looking at them coldly. You, a bunch of grown men, rushed towards me and scared me. Captain Lu, I won't play with you anymore. Just as Lu Sui was about to turn around and leave, Lu Lang grabbed the four-eyed wolf king cub by the scruff of its neck and looked at him indifferently. Lu Sui, your spirit beast skills are indeed strong. I think it's at least S level, or even SS level. With such skills, we can't stop you if you want to run away. But there is one thing you have to think about. If you run away, my sister and my parents are doomed, right? Lu Sui interrupted Lu Lang, his tone cold but gloomy. If I don't run, will you let my parents go? Captain Lu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I can guess what you're planning. After all, he has been with Lu Lang for nearly 3 years, how could he not know his temper? Hearing Lu Sui's words, Lu Lang's eyes were full of doubts. Since you have seen through it, why do you still dare to come? If you have the guts to not save your parents and sister, you still dare to come to this little secluded mountain? Of course I'm prepared. As Lu Sui finished speaking, Lao Zhang hurriedly descended from the sky. He looked at Lu Lang in panic and said, Captain, it's bad. That four-eyed wolf king is chasing us again. What did you say? Lu Lang's face was filled with shock. He then suddenly looked up at Lu Sui and gritted his teeth. You did it? Could it be that someone else did it? Lu Sui shrugged, amusement on his face. Does Captain Lu really think that I would be so foolish as to come here and let you bully me? You? Lu Lang was furious. He had completely underestimated Lu Sui's scheming. Although he was a poor man and was honest in his daily life, he was not stupid. He could not understand why this person, whom he regarded as a waste, had such an IQ. Lu Sui, you are very good and you have guts. If one of my people dies today, I want your whole family to be buried with him. To tell you the truth, I have already sent people to catch them. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down and beg me to let them go. Lu Lang threatened viciously. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui snorted disdainfully. Oh? Really? Then why don't you call your men and ask them how they are doing now? Seeing Lu Sui so calm, Lu Lang felt a little uneasy. Could it be that this guy was really related to the Shu family, and that the Shu family had even used their power to protect him? What did you do? What did you do to them? Actually, I didn't do anything. I just called the Night Shadow Squad and told them that they were about to attack the poor and kidnap a highly qualified spirit beast from the middle school. Lu Sui smiled faintly. Yang is an official organization that specializes in dealing with those spirit beasts and beastmasters who rely on their talents to act recklessly. It is so powerful and influential that facing these beast taming groups, it is like a cat seeing a mouse, it can catch them or not. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from not far away. The four-eyed wolf king had arrived, and his 4 green eyes were staring at Lu Lang and the wolf cub in his hands. Especially when the four-eyed wolf king sensed that the aura of this group of people were the same humans who killed his other child, his entire body was instantly filled with a brutal aura. This group of humans who have nothing to show for themselves not only killed their older children, but now they are even targeting their newborn children. They deserve to die. The four-eyed wolf king let out a howl, then rushed towards Lu Lang and the others with tremendous rage. The other strange beasts also rushed towards the beast taming group like a bloodthirsty army. Upon seeing this, Lu Lang's face changed drastically. He had just terminated his contract with Yu Hong, so how could he be a match for these strange beasts now? If the four-eyed wolf king attacked him, he would surely die. Yu Hong, save me. As long as you save me, I will sign an equal contract with you again. No, a master-servant contract. You are the master and I am the servant. At this time, he could only place his hopes on Yu Hong. After all, Yu Hong was now his only life-saving straw, and he didn't believe that Yu Hong would ignore him. However, to his surprise, Yu Hong didn't even glance at him. Instead, she took advantage of the chaos to come to the chained Fong Sayu and sever the soul-suppressing chains that were trapped on her. Sayu, let's go. Let's get out of here first. We can't stay in this beast taming group any longer. The moment the words fell, Yu Hong transformed into a spirit beast, flew into the air, and shouted to the members of the beast taming group, everyone in the heavenly wolf beast taming group, listen up. If you want to live, follow me. Lu Lang's face suddenly changed drastically when he heard Yu Hong's words. He didn't expect that at this time, Yu Hong would abandon him without hesitation and escape alone. Suddenly, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He pointed at Yu Hong's back and cursed, Yu Hong, if you abandon me, you will never find a highly talented beastmaster to contract with you in this life. However, what answered him was Yu Hong's receding figure and the many members of the Tianlang beast taming group behind her. Lu Lang was filled with anger, but even more with fear. He didn't dare to joke with his own life. While running away, he quickly ordered all the members, come and save me. Chapter 23 I'm not your mother. However, the beastmaster's speed could not match that of the ferocious beasts, and he was soon knocked to the ground by the herd. However, these people, including Yu Hong and all the spirit beasts and beast masters, ignored him. They just wanted to escape and no one cared about others. Before dying, Lu Lang looked at Lu Sui's back with resentment, and said, Lu Sui, since you want me to die, I will not let you go. He looked at the wolf cub in his hand, and suddenly showed a sinister smile, then threw the wolf cub towards Lu Sui's back. Lu Sui sensed the sound of wind behind him, frowned slightly, turned sideways to avoid being hit, and continued to run forward. Awu the four-eyed wolf king saw his beloved son being thrown out, and let out a mournful cry. He immediately turned around and pounced towards the wolf cub thrown out by Lu Lang. Just when Lu Lang thought he had escaped, a strange beast bit off his head in one bite, as if it were as easy as biting off a wild fruit on the roadside. The bloody corpse fell to the ground, the four-eyed wolf king howled to the sky, and pounced on Lu Sui madly. Emotional points from Lu Lang plus 900. Seeing Lu Lang's tragic death, Lu Sui did not show any sadness, but just a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he was being stared at. He was immediately puzzled and turned his head to look. He saw that the four-eyed wolf king cub that had been thrown away had opened its eyes at some point and was chasing after him quickly. And those pure eyes seemed to be seeing his own mother. Seeing this scene, Lu Sui was immediately shocked. Old Qin, I seem to be in trouble. Lao Qin. Awu the wolf cub's childish growl made Lu Sui's scalp tingle. The four-eyed wolf king was also very cooperative, constantly roaring, with an expression as if he wanted to eat Lu Sui. Lu Sui sighed helplessly. He finally understood that the first person the cub saw when it opened its eyes was him. It probably thought he was its mother. He doesn't like to do this kind of thing. Little Simu, let's discuss something? Lu Sui said to the little wolf cub with a bitter smile. Awu the little wolf cub looked at Lu Sui. Lu Sui said with a complicated expression, well, actually, I'm not your mother. Your mother is chasing me from behind. As he spoke, little Four-Eye turned his head and glanced at the angry four-eyed wolf king. Suddenly, his little head understood something. What? Little Four-Eyed blinked its innocent eyes and looked at Lu Sui, then resolutely rushed towards the four-eyed wolf king. The four-eyed wolf king was happy when he saw his child running towards him, and he even wanted to hug his child happily. Seeing this, Lu Sui immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then the next second, he saw the little four-eyed wolf biting the four-eyed wolf king's leg directly and making a provocative sound. Although the damage was 0, it did a great job of adding fuel to the fire. The four-eyed wolf king was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Lu Sui with a murderous look. This bastard human actually incited his own children to bite him. Is this something a human would do? The four-eyed wolf king immediately glared at Lu Sui with great resentment. Whoa. Lu Sui was also dumbfounded, especially when he saw the increase in the emotional points in the ancient mirror. Emotional points plus 900. Emotional points plus 900. Under normal circumstances, Lu Sui would be very happy to see such a large amount of emotion points coming into his account, but now these emotion points are all given to him by the four-eyed wolf king, so his mood is not so good. Lu Sui looked at the four-eyed wolf king in confusion. He really didn't mean that. At this time, Yu Hong and others who fled with him also looked at him with puzzled eyes. They couldn't understand Lu Sui's actions. You let the four-eyed wolf king's child bite the four-eyed wolf king. Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Lu Sui, I really didn't mean that. Lu Sui watched as his emotional points kept refreshing with tears in his eyes. His mood was extremely complicated. He had never encountered such a situation before and was caught off guard for a moment. Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 500. But the four-eyed wolf king growled at him even more angrily. He vowed to kill the human who took away his mother's identity. At this time, Lu Sui also quickened his pace, running almost for his life. He had to run. If the four-eyed wolf king really chased him regardless of the consequences, he would not be able to resist even with Master Qin's support. The wolf cub bit for a long time but saw no movement. After feeling that its mother's breath was getting farther and farther away, it didn't want to bite anymore and started shouting in the direction Lu Sui was running. Awo, the wolf cub howled. Although the four-eyed wolf king was still angry, he could do nothing about the situation. He couldn't possibly chase directly to the human territory, because there were many powerful humans there. In desperation, it could only hold its child by the scruff of the neck and then lead the other beasts back to its territory. Ha! I'm finally free. Feeling that there was no breath behind him, Lu Sui finally couldn't help but let out a breath and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At the same time, outside Rongqing Middle School, a man and a woman were sitting in a coffee shop, looking into the college from time to time, as if waiting for their target to appear. The target has appeared. That little girl is Lu Sui's sister. There is no mistake about it. The man's eyes lit up as he looked at the incredibly beautiful girl. The woman glanced at the girl in school uniform with a cool look. Such a beauty was indeed rare. Let's go. Don't let the captain wait too long. Her home is in a remote place. Let's wait until she walks to a deserted place and then take action. The man was about to get up after saying this, but at this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked up to them and pressed them in place. Who are you? What do you want to do? The man said vigilantly as he looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. Hee, you two are quite brave. You actually dared to come to the middle school to arrest students. Jiang Ji snorted coldly with an amusement on his face. Although he was dressed simply, he had an extraordinary aura, which frightened the two men. After hearing Jiang Ji's words, the man and the woman looked at each other. The woman instantly turned into a half-beast, ready to break through Jiang Ji and leave immediately. Xiao Qiu. As Jiang Ji's voice fell, the woman wearing sunglasses and chewing gum beside him also burst out with powerful beast power, pinning the two of them to the chair and making them unable to move. Jiang Ji also directly read out the information of the two people. Zhen Jingxiong is a third-level beastmaster with a C-level talent. Zhou Yeye is a third-level control-type spirit beast with a C-level talent. They both belong to the Rongqing Tianlang beast taming group. Am I right? At this moment, Zhen Jingxiong and Zhou Yeye looked at each other, and they were even more shocked, especially when they felt the pressure from the other party's master beastmaster. You are right, they do belong to the serious beast taming group. But how did the other party know that? This question just popped up in his mind, but when he saw Jiang Ji take out his Night Shadow Team ID, it was no longer a question. Chapter 24 Night Shadow. Yang, why did these guys suddenly come to them? Speak, tell the truth. We just want to capture a student named Lu Fei. Qian Zhengxiong said hurriedly. They had just entered the third-level Beastmaster stage and could not defeat the perverts of the Night Shadow Team. Especially when the opponent is a level 5 Master Beastmaster, they are even more helpless. When Jiang Ji heard their words, his brows furrowed slightly. Lu Fei? Yes. It's her. It was our leader who ordered us to do this. You know, all of us members of the team obey the leader's orders. Don't worry, we won't hurt her. Qian Zhengxiong said hurriedly, fearing that he would misunderstand. After hearing Qin Zhengxiong's assurance, Jiang Ji's expression relaxed a lot. He raised his hand to signal them not to be nervous. Then he looked at Zhou Yeye and asked, "What about you?" I came here just because of the captain's orders." Zhou Yeye hesitated for a moment and then told the truth. "As a professional beast master and spirit beast master, you kidnapped a spirit beast that was still studying in the academy. In serious cases, it could be punishable by death." As Jiang Ji finished speaking, the entire coffee shop fell silent. Xian Zhengxiong and Zhou Yeye were both frightened and turned pale. After a long while, Xian Zhengxiong was the first to beg for mercy. "We have no choice. Our leader wants us to kidnap a girl named Lu Feier, and we dare not resist." "Yes. By the way, it seems someone paid our captain to take action against a young man named Lu Sui. But that kid is very talented in forging, and the leader wants to squeeze out all his value, so he asked us to capture his parents and threaten him." After hearing Qian Zhengxiong's explanation, Jiang Ji suddenly realized that it was Lu Sui who had made the anonymous call to their Night Shadow team. This Lu Sui is quite interesting. A student with no background, faced with the threat of the beast taming group, did not bow down or be humble, but instead had the courage to resist. How can this be boring? You also sent people to capture Lu Sui's parents? Jiang Ji suddenly thought of something and asked abruptly. "Well, because they are relatively weak, we only sent 2 people. Who knows?" Having said that, Qian Zhengxiong also sighed. "Come with us, and tell me about Lu Sui along the way." Jiang Ji stood up and said that he was interested in Lu Sui. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhengxiong and Zhou Yeye immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly, indicating their willingness to cooperate. At this time, Lu Sui, after escaping the pursuit of the four-eyed Wolf King, also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over, Sister Yu Hong, I'm leaving first." Lu Sui finished speaking and turned to leave, but Yu Hong suddenly called out to him, "Lu Sui, wait a minute." "Ah? Sister Yu Hong, what else do you have to say?" Lu Sui stopped and looked at Yu Hong in surprise. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment, then said, "Lu Sui, I want you to be the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Beast Taming Group." "What?" After hearing this, Lu Sui was stunned. "Let him be the leader?" "Sister Yu Hong, you are kidding, right? I'm still a student, and it's not appropriate for me to be your group leader." The news was so sudden that Lu Sui was caught off guard. "I'm asking you seriously. I'm very clear about your strength. There have been many times of conquering and hunting strange beasts. Without your help, our losses would be unpredictable. You are definitely qualified for the position of team leader." Yu Hong looked at Lu Sui and said seriously. Lu Sui still wanted to refuse after hearing this. The leader of the beast taming group sounded impressive, but it was very troublesome to do. Not only do they need to deal with various affairs every day, but they also have to train beastmasters and spirit beasts and cultivate their compatibility on a daily basis, without any slacking off. He wanted to relax for a while, but didn't want to take on the heavy responsibility of the beast taming group so early. "I know what you want to say. I just want to ask you, if you don't take over as the leader, our Tianlang beast taming group will probably never be able to regain its former glory. Disbanding on the spot may be the best plan." Hearing Yu Hong's words, everyone was surprised. Without waiting for Lu Sui to speak, some people who had followed Lu Lang since the founding of the group immediately became dissatisfied. "Yu Hong, what are you doing? Even if Lu Lang is dead, the position of group leader won't be the turn of a young boy like him." "Exactly. Don't forget, our Tianlang group has over 20 beastmasters. How can a little brat like Lu Sui be qualified to be our leader? He's just a young boy, he's not worthy." Everyone agreed and opposed, and didn't seem to take Lu Sui seriously. Lu Sui, listening to these mocking words, threw up his hands and looked at Yu Hong helplessly. "See, I told you it's not easy to be the leader of this group. Let's just disband it." "Shut up." Seeing that Lu Sui looked like he wanted to give up, Yu Hong roared, and the pressure of the 4th-level spirit beast was undoubtedly revealed. Then she looked at Lu Sui, took a deep breath and said, "Are you really willing to give up like this? What's there to be unwilling about? Could it be that I am the only one who can get this position?" Lu Sui asked curiously. He didn't have any expectations for this position. He liked to be alone and free. Of course, he is no longer alone now. "Anyway, I fought for this position for you." Yu Hong's words piqued Lu Sui's interest. He looked at Yu Hong, then at the people who had been shouting the loudest. "Okay, if you object to Lu Sui becoming the leader, then you can leave on your own." "Oh. Yu Hong, you will regret your decision today." Since you don't know what's best for you, we don't care about you. That's right, he's just a piece of trash. How dare he think he's so powerful? A greenhorn kid, wet behind the ears, dares to be our leader? Humph, you're asking for your own death. If I hadn't been put in such a mess by the four-eyed wolf king, I would have killed this brat long ago. Everyone sneered and looked at Lu Sui with contempt, as if they were looking at a piece of dog shit. While listening to the ridicule from the crowd, Lu Sui stood there calmly, as if he was not affected at all. Seeing Lu Sui's appearance, everyone was tired of scolding him and was too lazy to continue paying attention to him. They just left after leaving a few harsh words. As for the remaining people, most of them were on good terms with Yu Hong. There were no more than 10 beast tamers and spirit beasts in total, and the serious beast taming group was already in name only. Yu Hong saw the expressions of those people throughout the whole process. Lu Sui, they treat you like this, don't you plan to, wait, did you just send something out with your cell phone? Yu Hong asked in surprise when she saw Lu Sui's actions. Yes, an email was sent. Lu Sui responded with a smile. An email was sent? What email? Who was it sent to? Yu Hong widened her eyes. Chapter 25 Naming Spark. These are the people who scolded me just now. They have some secrets that cannot be revealed, so I sent their information to the Night Shadow team. I hope they can hold their heads up high and live their lives in the future. Lu Sui replied seriously. Emotional points plus 400. Emotional points plus 300. When everyone heard this, they looked at Lu Sui with strange eyes. Things that are shady are all on the edge of crime. If you send them directly to the Night Shadow team, instead of beating these people to death, if the crimes they commit are slightly more serious, their talents may even be ruined, and in serious cases, they may be sentenced to death. Yu Hong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. When did this guy become like this? What's wrong, Sister Yu Hong? Lu Sui didn't understand why Yu Hong had such an expression. Yu Hong shook her head, nothing, but Lu Sui, are you really not considering becoming the leader? Of course, I don't have the energy to manage another beast taming group. But. No buts, it's decided. Okay. Seeing Lu Sui's firm attitude, Yu Hong could only agree. In fact, she wanted to persuade Lu Sui to be the leader, but she also knew that she couldn't change Lu Sui's mind for the time being. Then Lu Sui, think about it. Just as Lu Sui was about to leave, the usually silent Master Qin suddenly spoke up, promise it. Huh? Now it was Lu Sui who was speechless. Why? You want to be the leader? You have to have your own power. Otherwise, even if you are outstanding, you will only have two options after graduation, either join an official organization like the Night Shadow team or join the beast taming group. There is no other possibility. With your personality, you're not used to a place like Yang. The only option left is to join the beast tamer group. If you're ostracized after joining the beast tamer group, your future path will be even more difficult. Lu Sui sighed upon hearing this. That's true. If it's a little troublesome, then so be it. I'm fine with training myself, but I don't have the ability to teach others. Leave it to me. They have good talent and bloodlines in taming beasts. With a little training, they can grow up. Young Master Qin said confidently. Oh? You know how to tame animals? Lu Sui asked in confusion. I only know a little bit. Young Master Qin said modestly. Huh? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Lu Sui asked with a look of doubt. If you don't believe me, come here yourself. Okay, I will always believe you. Lu Sui nodded, then coughed twice. Sister Yu Hong, just now, I decided, I want to be your leader. Yu Hong was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Sui to agree so quickly. Then, looking at Lu Sui's hair color, she suddenly understood something. It was the girl who signed a life and death contract with you who asked you to stay. Lu Sui nodded. There's nothing I can do. I can't afford to offend her, so I can only listen to her. Well. After a moment of daze, Yu Hong sighed softly, but she quickly adjusted her attitude and said to Lu Sui seriously, although I don't know who you signed this contract with, it's fine as long as you can be the leader of this beast taming group. But Lu Sui said after a brief silence, let's change the name of our newly created beast taming group. Change to what? Starfire. After Lu Sui said this, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of this name? But Lu Sui explained, a single spark can start a prairie fire. This name is quite appropriate. Yu Hong nodded approvingly. Members of our group must have firm beliefs. After Lu Sui finished speaking, the expressions of the people around him changed, especially Yu Hong. I understand. Yu Hong took a deep breath and said solemnly, from today on, the name of our beast taming group will be Spark. At the same time, Xian Zhengxiong was taking Jiang Ji and others to Lu Sui's home. Along the way, he learned from Qian Zhengxiong about Lu Sui's position in the beast taming group. Although he has not graduated from the academy yet, his role is far beyond that of those young guys in the academy. This guy named Lu Sui is a talent. Jiang Jinqing said with emotion, if we can recruit him into the Night Shadow team, it will definitely be a great help. Qian Zhengxiong hesitated for a moment, then said, that's unlikely. Lu Sui has also discussed this with us. He likes freedom and doesn't like being constrained. I don't think he would agree to join Yang. He has personality. He didn't want to come in, but I insisted on dragging him in. Let's go, hurry up. I have convinced his parents. I don't believe he won't come. Jiang Jin urged after he finished speaking, and Qian Zhengxiong quickly led the way. At this moment, Lu Sui didn't know that he had been targeted by the Night Shadow team. After saying goodbye to the people from the Spark Beast Taming Group, Lu Sui was also preparing to go back to the academy. The talent test that was originally scheduled to be conducted some time ago has been moved up to today. I was thinking about where to find a suitable spirit beast before, but now it seems that it's no longer necessary. You can find a temporary spirit beast to contract with first. It just so happens that your talent is enough for me to sleep in your body for a while and recover my strength. The voice of Master Qin came. Recover strength? Are you injured? Lu Sui frowned, and then remembered the peculiarity of young Master Qin. She was not from this world, so it should not take long for him to recover. Young Master Qin replied, to make a contract with you, I have directly consumed most of my source power. I was born after breaking the seal, and my strength is only 1/10 of what it was. Now, after making a contract with you, my strength, which was not very good to begin with, has dropped further. Now I can only be considered a level 2 spirit beast. So I must recover my strength as soon as possible. More importantly, after I made a contract with you, those who sealed me should have known that I had escaped the seal. If they find me before I recover my strength, then there's only one way forward for us, you and I. Lu Sui's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Do you need me to do anything for you? Let me make it clear first, if you want too much, you have to tell me in advance. Master Qin was suddenly full of questions at this moment. He wanted to break away from Lu Sui directly and use his mind-reading technique to see what was going on in his mind. I just need you to provide me with source power every day, not too much. Ah, only source power. Lu Sui was immediately disappointed when he heard that. They had already signed a life and death contract, and he thought he could get rid of the title of virgin tonight. Especially the thought of hugging a peerless beauty like young Master Qin, even just hugging her, would keep him awake all night. Hearing Lu Sui's disappointed tone, Master Qin seemed to understand what Lu Sui meant. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, he replied, I haven't recovered yet, let's talk about it later. Lu Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. They could discuss it later. Don't worry, you won't be short of source power. Humph. Young Master Qin snorted coldly, then added, no matter what, we prosper together and suffer together. Chapter 26 Qin Shang Yue. By the way, old Qin, what is your real name? You can't really call yourself young Master Qin, right? Lu Sui couldn't help but ask on the way back to Rongcheng. After all, the name Qin Gongzi doesn't sound like a woman's. After a long silence, young Master Qin finally replied, I don't have a name. I just randomly gave it to myself when I heard someone calling me when I first came to your world. Lu Sui, then you are really casual enough. How about I give you a name? Lu Sui was silent for a few breaths, and suddenly his eyes lit up, Qin Shang Yue. Why is it called that? Do you remember the first time we met? At that time, there was a bright moon in the sky, and you and I met under the full moon. Since then, we have known each other and been together. Xiang Yu is the name I gave you. Are you satisfied? There was silence for a few breaths again. Lu Sui didn't know whether Lao Qin was satisfied or not, but he saw the emotional points suddenly refreshed in the ancient mirror. Emotional points plus 999. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then looked at the source of the emotional point and suddenly laughed. Shang Yue, it seems you are very satisfied. No. Who told you to call me by my name directly? Qin Shang Yue retorted in a low voice, but Lu Sui could hear the hint of shame and annoyance in her tone. Aren't I letting you adapt in advance? Xiang Yue, are you there? He is not here. What are you doing? I'm cutting off your family lineage. Lu Sui? This isn't necessary. I'm resting, you can go back to Rongqing by yourself. Qin Shangyue said, and then there was no movement. At the same time, Lu Sui also felt that his body had returned to its original appearance. On the way back to Rongqing, he began to study the ancient mirror and found that his emotional points had reached more than 19,000 points. I worked hard all morning, dealing with Lu Lang and angering the four-eyed wolf king. In the end, after working so hard for half a day, I only earned 19,000. It's too hard. Lu Sui sighed, feeling exhausted. Ancient mirror. This lucky talent requires 100,000 emotion points to upgrade from E level to D level. With so many emotion points, wouldn't it be great if I could just upgrade to a level 3 beast tamer? As Lu Sui spoke, he watched his fingertips flipping the ancient mirror and checking his second talent. The more the better, he could contract 3 spirit beasts at the same time. I saw that it takes 5 million emotion points to upgrade from S level to SS level. You'll have to offend the whole world to get this. Lu Sui complained in his heart, but he had no choice but to look for a place on his phone where he could get a large number of emotional points. Soon he noticed the campus forum. After the second talent test, some people were unwilling to believe it and wanted to try it again, hoping that a miracle would happen, but miracles don't happen to everyone. Lu Sui looked at the post and was a little surprised. Although his current situation was good, it was still far from enough to upgrade. Today I went for the awakening test for the second time. I paid a source crystal, which is my living expenses for a whole month. I am still an E-level talent. Lu Sui looked at this sentence and suddenly felt that this person was quite miserable. He couldn't help but secretly decided to help him, so he said, "Good thing, this way you don't have to worry about being cheated by women." After saying this, Lu Sui also gave him a link. A certain A-level gifted beast master met a scumbag woman, was burdened with a debt of 1,000 source crystals, and jumped off the building on the spot. Emotional points plus 200 white. The buddy felt much better after seeing the message, and then replied to Lu Sui and asked, "Oh, what a pity, I can't sleep with my spirit beast wife in my arms in the future, what a pity." Hearing this, Lu Sui replied, "Don't feel sorry, I'll hold it for you." After that, he attached an admission letter from Tiandu College. Emotional points plus 700 black. Emotional points plus 500 black. Lu Sui saw the constantly refreshing emotional points in the ancient mirror. This buddy is a bit impetuous. Especially after the other party saw the admission letter from Lu Sudiandu Beast Taming Academy, he felt a little uneasy. Damn it, can you still play? At this time, Lu Sui saw a new post. Surprise, the Chinese mining tycoon Su family suddenly appeared in Rongqing, suspected to be looking for his biological daughter. After seeing this title, Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then immediately opened the post and read it carefully. According to gossip, China's mining king Su Wenyu came here to look for his daughter who had been lost for many years and suddenly appeared. What kind of fake news is this? Lu Sui was speechless. The Su family is one of the best families in China, and they even lost their daughter. How could this news be any more fake? However, considering that Su Wenyu was a mining king, Lu Sui felt that it was natural. Moreover, this kind of secret history of a wealthy family does not need any solid evidence. Just a little bit of Su Wenyu's private photos or information is enough to attract many people to watch the show. Forget it, let's take a look at the emotional points first. Just as Lu Sui was about to look away, he saw another post, also about the Su family. However, the level of discussion inside is quite high. Oh, if I were more talented, if I could marry into the Su family, I would be willing to be their dog. Stop dreaming. Will the Su family be short of people to be dogs? Do you have any aspirations? If you have better talents and want to marry into the family, then anything is better than being a dog. Seeing this, Lu Sui replied directly, "Is there a possibility that being a dog in the Su family is better than working?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire thread fell silent. The Su family had nothing but abundant source crystals. They had dozens of crystal mountains at home, so why were they worried about not being able to support a few dogs? Not to mention, they also had a mineral vein. After briefly harvesting a wave of emotional points, Lu Sui directly looked for new targets in the campus forum. At this moment, at the gate of Rongqing College, more than a dozen luxury cars drove into the campus. After the car door opened, an extraordinarily beautiful girl walked out. She was wearing a purple long dress that outlined her exquisite curves. Her delicate facial features were as pure and elegant as a painting. Her bright and watery eyes were as dazzling as stars, and her every frown and smile was full of temptation. Seeing this girl, the boys around her cast admiring glances at her, while the girls were envious and jealous. Who is she? Why have I never seen her before? I haven't seen him before, I don't know him, but he seems a little familiar. Yes, she does look familiar, but we should have seen a woman like this before. Looking at the badge on the car, it's undoubtedly the Su family from Magic City. But why did the Su family suddenly come to our college? The girls were talking in low voices, and many of them had already taken out their phones to take pictures. After all, it was rare to see a girl of such beauty. And this girl was none other than Su Ling. Su Ling looked around outside the college, but did not see Lu Sui, and was inevitably disappointed. At this moment, a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament got out of the car. Chapter 27, Stunning the Audience. When the students saw him for the first time, they exclaimed, "Wow! Su Wenyu, Director Su. It's really him. He actually came to our college. Oh my god, a big boss like this would actually appear in a place like this, I must be dreaming." Su Wenyu and his friends usually only see him on TV, but today they actually saw him in person, and they were all very excited. Su Ling watched Su Wenyu get out of the car and walk towards her with a happy expression on his face, feeling a little nervous. After all, what she is going to do in a while may give them a big surprise, the kind that can take them to the hospital. Su Wenyu and his wife Yan Lingyu have been married for many years and have only one daughter, Su Ling. At this time, Su Wenyu also picked up a beautiful woman from the car. The beautiful woman had a slender figure, fair and delicate skin, and a mature charm. She looked very well matched with Su Wenyu. It was Yang Lingyu. When the couple appeared, the whole college was in an uproar. When the principal received the news, he came to the college gate as soon as possible, and Vice Principal Wu quickly put on his pants and rushed over to greet them. The principal and Vice Principal Wu Zhan trotted over to Su Wenyu and said respectfully, "Welcome, President Su, to Rongqing. Rongqing College is honored." As the principal, Chu Lihai was already over 50 years old and had been seriously injured in previous battles. He could not compare to Wu Zhan and naturally ran slower. However, surprisingly, Su Wenyu actually walked past Wu Zhan and shook Chu Lihai's hand. "Principal Chu, why did you come to pick me up in person?" After Wu Zhan missed the call, his face froze in an instant, especially after hearing Su Wenyu's additional words. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "You don't give him face, right? When my daughter becomes successful, you will beg me for help." Chu Lihai was a little confused by this. He didn't expect Su Wenyu to actually take the initiative to shake hands with him. Although it was a polite gesture, he couldn't help but excitedly said, "Mr. Su, you are too kind. This is all as it should be. I wonder why Mr. Su came here today. My daughter's Spirit Beast talent test, how can I, as a father, not come?" Su Wenyu said lightly. "So that's how it is?" Chu Lihai nodded, then felt something was amiss. "Director Su, why did you suddenly bring your daughter to our college for testing? You have to know that the Magic City is quite far away from Rongqing, and it takes at least more than 10 hours by plane. Unless they have something important to do in Rongqing, there is no need to travel so far to check their talents." At this time, Chu Lihai pointed at Su Ling, who was standing beside him with an indifferent expression, and said, "My daughter is a student of your college. If she doesn't get tested here, where else can she get tested?" "What?" After hearing this, not only Chu Lihai was shocked, but all the teachers and students in Rongqing College were stunned. This peerless beauty is actually the daughter of the Su family. Oh my god, she is actually the legendary daughter of the Su family? No wonder it's so beautiful. It really lives up to its reputation, it's so beautiful. After a brief moment of amazement, they instantly felt a hint of doubt in their hearts. With such a beautiful woman in the academy, how could they not have an impression of her? "Mr. Su, please forgive me for asking, your daughter is in our college, but why haven't we met her?" Wu Zhan looked at Su Ling and felt that she looked familiar, but there was definitely no other girl like her in the entire academy. If there really was such a beauty, how could he let her go? Su Ling looked at him with eyes full of disgust, and it was obvious that she had a very bad impression of him. After all, Wu Zhan would use his power to molest female students, and many girls in the college who were slightly pretty had fallen victim to him. "Ha, Vice Principal Wu Zhan, my daughter is the apple of my Su family's eye. How could I let others know so easily?" Su Wenyu snorted coldly. "This." Wu Zhan suddenly felt humiliated and his face turned slightly red. However, he was a smart man and knew that Su Wenyu was warning him. He immediately bowed his head and apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Su, I spoke too much." Su Wenyu no longer paid attention to him, but instead set his eyes on Su Ling. The latter glanced at Chu Lihai and explained lightly, I used to be a woman disguised as a man, and my name was Su Ling. Su Ling, is it the school hunk Su Ling? Isn't she a boy? How did she become a girl? A classmate asked in confusion. Stupid bee, didn't you hear what she said? A woman disguised as a man, who would have thought of that? Oh my god, there's actually such a thing. Turns out she's a tomboy. I regret it so much. If I had known earlier, I would have applied to stay in Su Ling's dormitory. Even if we could just stay under the same roof for one night, I would have been content. Hearing the discussions of the crowd and the heated gazes of the boys, Su Ling frowned, her eyes still searching for Lu Sui's figure. She dressed up so beautifully today just to make Lu Sui look like a fool, but she didn't expect that the bastard was not there. Su Wenyu looked at Su Ling's anxious look and was curious, so he asked, Linger, are you looking for someone? Hearing this, Su Ling suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Wenyu. Dad, let's go to the awakening platform. At this moment, a sharp sonic boom suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to find that a military hovercraft crashed through the clouds and then slowly landed in front of the academy gate. As soon as it stopped, a heroic figure jumped down. Su Ling looked at the figure, his eyes full of solemnity, and then his eyes were full of desire to win. At this time, everyone also saw the face of the figure clearly. She was wearing a black tight-fitting outfit that showed off her hot body. Her short wolf-tail hair added a touch of wildness to the girl. Coupled with her exquisite and flawless face, people couldn't help but feel their hearts beating fast. This look not only kills men, but also women. After the short-haired girl jumped off the airship, she walked straight towards the academy, and everyone avoided her. Wu Zhan, the vice president, was about to start scolding when he saw this scene, but when he saw the conspicuous badge on the hovercraft, he swallowed the words back. A sharp blade pierces the skull. This badge is known to everyone in the whole of China. It belongs to the 1st Beast-Taming Army in the north, Zhantian. When Chu Lihai saw the short-haired girl clearly, he was slightly surprised. You are Zhu Taiyu. Unlike Su Ling, Zhu Taiyu has not changed much from usual. She still has short hair, but this time she is dressed more femininely and does not bind her chest. Zhu Taiyu looked at Chu Lihai and smiled. Principal Chu, thank you for taking care of me over the years. I dare not, I dare not. Chu Lihai hurriedly shook his head and sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that the carefree boy was actually the daughter of the Zhu family. Chapter 28 Talent Test. The moment Su Ling saw Zhu Taiyu, her beautiful eyes were filled with complexity. This was almost one of the people she hated the most. The other one is young Master Qin. That woman is mysterious and even has more aura than her. Feeling Su Ling's gaze, Zhu Taiyu also turned his head and looked at Su Ling with a hint of teasing in his eyes, as if provoking her. Su Ling, let's decide the winner. Su Ling gritted her teeth. She had never hated someone as much as she did today, because she hated this person so much. Seeing the two looking at each other, everyone else was stunned, wondering why the two campus celebrities would be so confrontational. But when I thought about the previous confrontation between the two of them in class, I felt relieved. Chu Lihai also noticed the tension between the two and immediately said with a sullen face, Ms. Zhu, Ms. Su, since you are both here for testing, please go inside. The testing table is right there. At this time, a man and a woman jumped down from the Zhu family's hovercraft. Both were wearing the uniforms of the Zhantian Legion. The moment they landed, they gave everyone an extremely powerful pressure. There is no doubt that these are two master-level beastmasters and spirit beasts. Ah, Uncle Su, long time no see. The young man with a noble aura and a face that was 3/4 similar to Zhu Taiyu looked at Su Wenyu and laughed heartily. Su Wenyu recognized the man and woman in front of him. They were siblings from the Zhu family, named Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying. They were also each other's spirit beast and beastmaster, and had signed an equal contract. It's Fenger and Shuiying. How's your father Zhu Tianjue? Su Wenyu had a grudge against Zhu Tianjue, so he didn't have any good feelings towards the brother and sister, but he had to put on a good show. Ah, it's very good. Zhu Feng said, patting his chest. Zhu Shuiying smiled faintly and said, Uncle Su, you're too polite. My father has recovered and is now drinking tea and chatting with my mother at home. Oh. Su Wenyu responded indifferently and then stopped talking. Seeing this, Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying were not angry, but instead set their eyes on Su Ling in the field. Zhu Feng narrowed his eyes, then pulled his younger sister Zhu Taiyu and asked, Taiyu, when did you come into contact with the Su family's daughter? She looks at you with such hostility. Zhu Taiyu sneered, second brother, let's decide the outcome today and see who will be the winner. When Zhu Taiyu said this, his tone revealed a strong sense of confidence, as if he had already secured victory. Xu Feng curled his lips. Can you do it? Don't lose face for old man Zhu. I'm fully prepared? Zhu Taiyu glanced at Su Ling, who looked at him with the same eyes. Hearing this, Zhu Feng smiled and nodded, then looked at Su Wenyu and said, Uncle Su, in that case, my sister and I will go in too. Su Wenyu responded indifferently. Xu Feng then took his two sisters and walked towards the awakening platform. After Zhu Taiyu entered the cloud, Su Wenyu looked at his precious daughter and said in a deep voice, Linger, do you really want to make a contract with that Lu Sui? Su Ling nodded firmly, yes. Seeing this, Su Wenyu stopped trying to dissuade him. He knew Su Ling's character very well, and she was very stubborn. I've also read Lu Sui's information. His background is unremarkable, and his talent is a pitiful F level. It's a waste for you to sign a contract with him. Su Wenyu frowned. This kind of trash is not worthy of their daughter at all. Father, don't worry about it. I must sign a contract with Lu Sui. If it weren't for him, how could I be who I am today? Su Ling snorted coldly and didn't want to explain too much. He believed that Lu Sui would shine this morning. There was one thing she hadn't told her parents yet, and that was her plan to sign a life and death contract with Lu Sui. Few people would sign this kind of contract, and if she told them about it, they would definitely reject and stop her, so she decided to act first and ask for their permission later. Oh. Su Wenyu sighed and didn't think much about it. At worst, he would give the boy a generous reward to repay him for saving his daughter's life. If the Morong family had not suddenly attacked them when he was surveying their property, Su Ling would not have been left to wander around. And now the Morong family is shamelessly trying to make a contract with his Su Ling. How shameless! Let's go, finish it quickly and get a result. I need to find someone. Su Ling said as she took her mother Yang Lingyu's hand, who touched her hand lovingly. You didn't even discuss such a big thing as contracting a beast master with your parents. Hee, mommy, don't worry, I promise everything will be fine. Su Ling playfully hugged her mother's arm and acted coquettishly, which made the surrounding students envious and jealous. This is too damn happy. The awakening ceremony began soon, starting with a test of talent level. This awakening ceremony was personally organized by the principal, Chu Lihai. Therefore, the test ceremony was not held in the teaching building, but on a separate high platform. At this moment, the platform was already full of students. At the same time, because of the news that was widely circulated in the college forum, in order to see the Su family and the Zhu family, and the confrontation between the two daughters, everyone came here as soon as possible to watch the show. Among those attracted were naturally Wu Shui and Zhang Feng. Wu Shui looked at the two girls who were like the moon surrounded by stars, and couldn't help but pout. She wanted to see if their talents lived up to everyone's expectations. If their talents were low, it would be a terrible feeling to fall from a high point to the bottom. As for Zhang Feng, he was completely attracted by the two of them. Su Ling was charming and noble, while Zhu Taiyu was heroic and exuded a wildness. The two girls are equally matched, but each has her own strengths. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu seemed to have lived in the same dormitory with Lu Sui, and had lived there for 3 years. At this moment, he was so jealous that he went crazy. The awakening ceremony began soon. Following Chu Lihai's order, everyone lined up in order. Zhu Taiyu, test the spirit beast's talent. Chu Lihai said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Taiyu took a deep breath and walked over to the test crystal ball. He folded his arms and slowly closed his eyes. A powerful and pure source of energy immediately poured into the test crystal ball, instantly turning it red and flashing a dazzling red light. Seeing this, all the students present gasped. This is SS level, a student exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. Hearing him say this, everyone present was stunned, and then there was an uproar. SS level. That is a talent that surpasses that of S-level spirit beasts and is expected to reach the level of a Grandmaster spirit beast. This is the legendary genius. Zhu Taiyu is actually an SS-level spirit beast? In an instant, all the students' attention was focused on Zhu Taiyu. Chapter 29A Showdown. At this moment, a hint of pride appeared on Zhu Taiyu's face, as if he was very proud of the talent he had just demonstrated. Su Ling also raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she was very confident in her talent, SS-level spirit beasts were still very rare. If Zhu Taiyu is also an SS-level spirit beast, I am afraid that she and I will not have much advantage. I don't know what choice Lu Sui will make then. Moreover, she was not sure that she could defeat Zhu Taiyu, as their bloodline attributes were completely different. Just as Zhu Taiyu was feeling smug, Chu Lihai continued, Student Su Ling, please come forward and take the test. Su Ling nodded, walked to the test crystal ball, stretched out her slender white right hand and gently stroked the crystal ball. Buzz. In an instant, the test crystal ball vibrated violently, and then a phoenix wrapped in flames appeared on its surface, lifelike. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a flying spirit beast. And he's SS rank, just like Zhu Taiyu. How is this possible? No wonder Su Ling dared to confront Zhu Taiyu head-on. Turns out she's also SS level. As expected of the Su family's daughter, she's also an SS level spirit beast. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, filled with envy. However, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's expressions remained indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with them. After the two finished the test, Chu Lihai's face was full of smiles. Congratulations, my two classmates, you are both SS level spirit beasts, and your future prospects are limitless. After hearing Chu Lihai's words, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling both maintained a neither humble nor arrogant attitude, as if they had expected this. I don't know if we can decide the winner? Su Ling spoke first, her tone full of confidence. She is confident that she can defeat Zhu Taiyu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Taiyu raised the corners of his lips in disdain, then slowly took out his phone from his pocket and said, "It's not up to us to decide whether I win or lose. It's up to Lu Sui to decide who he wants to contract with." Su Ling laughed when he heard this and took out his phone as well. Okay, let's see who he chooses then. As Su Ling spoke, she glanced at the people around her, but didn't see young Master Qin. She couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the final decision will be between the two of us. That woman, it seems, didn't come. Zhu Taiyu naturally knew who Su Ling was talking about. Since young Master Qin didn't come, she was under a lot of pressure. However, she really didn't believe that Lu Sui would choose Su Ling. After all, she was the one who got along best with Lu Sui in the entire dormitory, and there was no need to talk about the tacit understanding between them. Just wait and see, Su Ling. Zhu Taiyu said. Su Ling nodded and they both started making phone calls at the same time. The people in the audience were very excited to see the two goddesses with different styles suddenly fighting each other. Some boys even couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to record the video. Of course, except for the Zhu and Su families who served as guards for the two of them. Seeing this, Zhu Feng frowned and said, "Third sister, you have a good relationship with fourth sister. What's that victory or defeat she mentioned with the Su family? Why did she call that kid Lu Sui?" Xu Shuiying also smiled bitterly. She had always thought that her fourth sister was joking, but she didn't expect that she was serious. It's just a verbal agreement. Whoever signs the contract first, the other one must withdraw unconditionally. What? Xu Feng lost his composure after hearing this. My little sister is so talented, yet she's jealous over a beastmaster? That's ridiculous. Second brother, now it's not just a problem for my younger sister, but also our dad. You know how proud our dad is. If my younger sister loses, especially to the Su family, that old man Zhu in our family will explode on the spot. Xu Shuiying smiled bitterly. No, this is absolutely not possible. Xu Feng flatly refused. When Xu Tianjue gets angry, no one can stop him except his mother, and she will definitely take her anger out on him, her second son. He has a lot of experience with this kind of thing. At this time, a member of the Zhu family walked up to Xu Feng and whispered what had happened to him. After listening, Xu Feng was silent for a while, his face frighteningly gloomy. Seeing her second brother in such a state, Zhu Shuiying knew something was wrong. Her heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly asked, "Second brother, what happened?" Xu Feng sighed and said, "Do you still remember the Wang family?" Hearing this, Zhu Shuiying's pupils shrank. Of course I remember. At that time, the Wang family fell in love with our little sister and wanted their son to make a life and death contract with our family. My old man Zhu was unwilling. 3 years ago, they resorted to despicable means and tried to force my younger sister to be their servant. It was at that time that my elder brother protected my younger sister and escaped. He died in the battle with the spirit beast he had contracted, and has been in a coma ever since the battle. Old man Zhu was so angry that he challenged the Wang family to a bloody fight. Although he won in the end, it was a miserable victory. Why, those bastards from the Wang family are here again? Yes. Xu Feng nodded and then said, "They are more prepared this time. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Mingliang, is on his way to Rongqing with several master-level beastmasters and spirit beasts." What? At this moment, Zhu Shuiying could no longer maintain her composure and cried out in shock, "Those Wang bastards are determined to target our Taiyu. They treat us Yu family members like air, don't they?" Xu Feng suddenly thought of something and laughed. It's just right. If Taiyu has a contract partner this time, the Wang family should give up. Even if they don't, they can divert the trouble away. While the two were talking, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu put down their phones almost at the same time because Lu Sui was on a call. At this time, Lu Sui had no idea what was happening in the academy, because just now, he felt that someone was watching him. A young man in black clothes and a mask walked out slowly and blocked Lu Sui's way to leave. Also appearing with him was his contracted spirit beast, a level 3 snow wolf. Seeing this young man, Lu Sui's heart suddenly trembled. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? The masked young man in black looked Lu Sui up and down, then his gaze rested on his brow. He was stunned when he saw the unique mark of the life and death contract. At the same time, he felt the aura of the other party as a second-level beastmaster, and coughed dryly, thinking that he was a tough guy. Ahem, brother, you are from Rongqing, right? The young man in black asked with a dry cough. Lu Sui rolled his eyes. I'm not from Rongqing. What am I doing in Rongqing? Emotional points plus 100. The young man in black suddenly felt that he had asked a foolish question, and then stopped him and asked. So you are a student at Rongqing Beast Taming Academy? Chapter 30, Killer, Newcomer. Lu Sui looked at him as if he were a fool. Don't I look like a student? The young man in black looked him over and said, not really. If I don't look like a student, what do you look like? Lu Sui snorted coldly. He didn't know this strange young man in black, but he was not a pushover. The young man in black coughed twice and changed the subject directly. Since you are from Rongqing and a student, you must know someone named Lu Sui. When Lu Sui heard that the person was looking for him, he was stunned. He didn't know the other person, so why was he looking for him? So, Lu Sui asked back, I know, you're talking about the jade-faced little white dragon who is loved by everyone, flowers bloom when he sees them, cars are loaded when he sees them, the one who is said to be able to do anything, handsome, suave, elegant, knowledgeable, tall and mighty, with millions of fans, who has charmed thousands of girls, the one who was known as the jade-faced little white dragon who was so handsome that he can make people drop his jaws, right? The young man in black and his spirit beast were stunned for a moment. Does this Lu Sui have such a good reputation? How come they never heard of it? However, they didn't have time to dwell on this question. The young man in black simply waved his hand and said, I don't care who he is. I just want to know where he is now. When Lu Sui heard this, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He straightened his face and said, Brother, why are you looking for him? If you want to borrow money from him, forget it. He is so poor that he is almost eating tree bark. How can he lend you any source crystals? The young man in black was about to speak when his spirit beast lost its patience and suddenly transformed into a young girl in a white dress. She had her hands on her hips and looked very cute with anger. Brother Chaofu, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Just tell him directly that we are here to kill Lu Sui. Kill. Are you killers? After being shocked, Lu Sui subconsciously took 2 steps back. The girl was very pleased with Lu Sui's expression after hearing their identities. Why did she become a killer? It was to see the shocked expressions on others' faces after they knew their identities. The black-clothed young man known as Chaofu was also speechless. Xianxue, if you want to talk, just talk. Why transform into a human form? Wouldn't the other party be able to see your appearance clearly this way? Xianxue also realized it later and quickly transformed into the appearance of a spirit beast. Emotional points plus 300. Emotional points plus 400. When Lu Sui saw the emotional points surging from the two of them, the corner of his mouth twitched. You two are not very smart, but you are quite generous with your emotional points. You are new to the assassin world. Su Chaofu was a little surprised when he heard this. How did you know? Emotional points 500 by 2. First time killing someone? Su Chaofu was shocked again. Fuck, you know this too. Tell me, have you investigated me? Lu Sui still needs to investigate. Anyone who is not a fool can see that. Xianxue was also anxious and yelled at Lu Sui, tell me, how did you know? Otherwise, I will never let you go easily. Lu Sui, I can see it with my own eyes, do you believe it? Emotional points 600 by 2. Okay, let's be serious. Are you really here to kill Lu Sui? Lu Sui confirmed again. Of course, otherwise why would we come to you? Su Chaofu said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Lu Sui breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, who gave you the task, and how much is Lu Sui's reward? We killers also have principles. Lu Sui frowned, what are your principles? You cannot reveal the employer's information, and you cannot disclose the rules of the killer world. Su Chaofu said word by word. Lu Sui raised his eyebrows after hearing this, then thought for a moment and continued, how about this? I have a lot of experience. Tell me the bounty and I'll give you an estimate. What if you get tricked? New assassins like you are easily fooled. Su Chaofu looked at the guy in front of him who was speaking with a serious expression. He was exactly like his father, so he thought that he should not be a bad person. Is that so? Su Chaofu pondered for a moment. Let me tell you about our bounty first. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Lu Sui said calmly. Su Chaofu nodded, then said nonchalantly, the mission we accepted is to assassinate Lu Sui. As for the bounty, it's quite small, only about 50,000 source crystals. 50,000? Lu Sui was also stunned after hearing this. He remembered that Sister Yu Hong told him that the person who asked Lu Lang to assassinate him also offered 50,000 source crystals. Could this be a coincidence? However, what surprised Lu Sui even more was that the man and woman in front of him seemed to have no idea about the 50,000 source crystals. You should know that the beast taming group founded by Lu Lang is also well known in the Rongqing area, but his annual income is only 20,000 source crystals, and this is when he is lucky. If the progress is not smooth, or there is a reduction in staff, he will only earn more than 10,000 source crystals a year. However, these 50,000 source crystals seemed insignificant to the man and woman in front of them, which was enough to show that their identities were not simple. Why, is there a problem? Su Chaofu asked. Although they are not short of source crystals, their families do not support them to become killers, so the 50,000 starting capital is still very important to them. Lu Sui was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, how about this? I think we hit it off right away. I'll take you to find Lu Sui, but after you succeed, don't drag me into this. I'm afraid of retaliation. Upon hearing this, Su Chaofu's sense of justice instantly surged, and he patted his chest and assured, don't worry, brother. I, Su Chaofu, am a gangster, and I value loyalty. If this matter is related to you, I will come directly to the devil, woo woo. However, before he could say anything, Qian Shui covered his mouth with her hand and said, you idiot, why did you reveal your name to others? If he tells others, how can we continue to be killers? Stupid Chaofu, seriously, what would you do without me? Lu Sui looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. You two are not from the same family, so you cannot make a family agreement. It's okay, I end. By the way, brother, what's your name? Su Chaofu was about to speak when he suddenly realized that he had been chatting with the other party for a long time but didn't even know the other person's name. Lu Sui thought for a while before saying, Zhang Feng. Su Chaofu, Zhang Feng? I've never heard of that name, but it doesn't matter. As long as you find Lu Sui for me, from now on you will be under my protection. If anyone dares to touch you, please ask me, Brother Su, if I agree first. Su Chaofu's bold demeanor actually won Lu Sui's favor, so Lu Sui also said, in that case, then you all should follow me. Okay, let's go. Su Chaofu pulled Qian Shui and followed Lu Sui. Qian Shui still stared at Lu Sui with a vigilant look, as if she was afraid that Lu Sui would run away. Chapter 31 My parents are bosses. Lu Sui looked at the two people who were staring at him from behind and couldn't help shaking his head. Even if he wanted to run, they really couldn't catch up with him. At the same time, Lu Sui looked at the emotional point income on his ancient mirror. He didn't know until he saw it, and he was shocked. More than 30,000? What's going on? What did he do? Why are there so many more emotional points? Emotional points plus 300. Emotional points plus 200. Moreover, these emotional points are still continuously flowing into the ancient mirror, and most of them are still black. Lu Sui was puzzled. He knew what these black emotional values represented. It was nothing more than all the negative emotions caused by him. But he didn't do anything to anger God or people. Why are there so many people here? Just as Lu Sui was thinking, he looked at the direction where the emotion point came from, which was inside Rongqing. Forget it, let's get rid of this rookie killer in front of me first. At the same time, in a village hidden in the woods with clear water and green mountains, a man in a Zhongshan suit was sitting in the yard leisurely sipping tea. At this time, a beautiful girl in school uniform pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the man leisurely drinking tea, she couldn't help but curl her lips and almost instantly revealed an aggrieved look. Dad, my brother bullied me? And this beautiful girl is none other than Lu Sui's sister Lu Feier. Hey, Feier, this is our fault. What did that brat Lu Sui do to you? Lu Feilong looked at his precious daughter's aggrieved look and felt distressed. Tell Dad quickly, How did he make you angry? Dad will help you teach him a lesson. Seeing her father's doting expression, Lu Fei suddenly felt much better. She pouted and said in a sweet voice, "Humph. Not only did that stinky old man steal my milk tea, he also put laxatives in it. It's so abominable. Oh, is there such a thing? This brat is so bold, I'll beat him to death when Dad gets home." Listening to his father's indignant words, Lu Fei was also very satisfied. At this moment, Lu Fei suddenly noticed that there seemed to be two people in his backyard. He frowned immediately. "Dad, is there someone coming to our house?" Lu Feilong nodded. "Two little thieves came and were frightened into submission by your father's look." Lu Fei didn't ask any more questions about this. After all, she was used to this kind of thing. And every time she went home, there were always uninvited guests visiting her. Over time, she got used to it. "Where is our mother?" Lu Fei asked again. Lu Feilong touched his daughter's soft hair lovingly, then sighed softly. "Your mother went out to buy groceries, she will cook tonight." Hearing this, Lu Fei's face changed and she stood up straight in an instant. "I have a party with my classmates tonight, so I won't be back for dinner." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Fei ran out without saying anything. However, as soon as she stepped out of the door, she was blocked by a fairy-like woman. "Fei, you don't want to eat?" The woman was dressed simply, and her black hair was simply tied into a wife's braid, but her exquisite and beautiful face was like a mature version of Lu Fei, exuding charm all the time. The woman was none other than Lu Fei and Lu Sui's biological mother, Lu Qingyin. "Mommy, I have a class reunion today, so I won't be back for dinner." Lu Fei said this and walked away from her mother. However, before she could take a few steps, Lu Qingyin grabbed her back and said, Your mother finally got to cook once, and you, a stinky girl, are still running around." After saying that, Lu Qingyin ignored her daughter's struggle, grabbed Lu Fei and walked into the house. Lu Fei hurriedly shouted, Mommy, I really won't come back to eat." But Lu Qingyin ignored her daughter and directly stuffed Lu Fei into the room. Seeing this scene, Lu Feilong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "Wife, why don't I cook? You've been walking around for so long, your feet must be tired." Not tired. I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm a little rusty," Lu Qingyin said as she skillfully picked up the knife and prepared to start washing the vegetables. Seeing this scene, Lu Feilong's heart sank. In order to survive until tomorrow morning, he directly snatched the knife from Lu Qingyin's hand and said, "Wife, let me do it. You take a rest." "Hey! You!" Lu Qingyin was about to say something when she found two people lying in the backyard. A fierce gleam flashed in her eyes. "Old Lu, who are those two people in the backyard?" Lu Feilong glanced at the backyard and said, "That kid Lu Sui must have caused some trouble. It looks like they are from the beast taming group. Don't worry about them. Someone will come to take care of it soon." The man and woman lying outside the door were the people Lu Lang sent to capture Lu Sui's parents. At this moment, their eyes were full of fear. Isn't it said to be an ordinary couple? What's going on with this terrifying source of power that is like the abyss? The man said tremblingly. Yes, this is not an ordinary couple, they are clearly a big boss who is extraordinary and hidden in the mortal world. The woman said fearfully. Then can you feel the other party's strength? You can sense shit, we're not on the same level at all. That man didn't even use the power of a spirit beast. He relied solely on source power to suppress a spirit beast like me. He's a level 6 master, level 7, no, maybe even level 8. Hearing his spirit beast's evaluation of Lu Feilong, the man's face turned pale instantly. Damn, in this world, master level beastmasters are the world's top forces, and each one is a strategic level existence. How could they, two rookies, meet such a big boss? At this time, both of them were about to scold Lu Sui to death. You have such a fucking ceiling level parent at home, why the fuck do you come out to work? Can't you just lie down and eat? And no one in their entire beast taming group went to investigate Lu Sui's family situation. Because there is absolutely no need. Which child from a powerful family would come to work for their low-level beast taming group? Especially Lu Sui's greedy look, as if he had never seen what money looked like since he was born. If you say that this guy is the son of a certain big boss, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Let's run for our lives," the man said tremblingly. Although he was a beastmaster at the peak of level 2, he lost the courage to resist when facing this big guy who was completely on a different level. Escape? Where to? The woman shook her head bitterly. How can we escape? Even if we get 100 miles away, if the boss just thinks about it, we'll be back to where we came from. Hearing this, the man became even more desperate. Are we just going to let him slaughter us like this? Then what do you want to do? The boss hasn't attacked us yet, so he definitely doesn't mean to kill me. If he did, he would have done it a long time ago. I will answer whatever the boss asks truthfully, said the woman. Chapter 32 Former Captain. The man frowned upon hearing this and said with a worried look on his face, if we push the leader out, he'll come after us. It's better to die late than early, the woman replied. Oh, it seems to make some sense. The man nodded. At this time, Jiang Ji had already received the anonymous email from Lu Sui. He glanced at it and laughed. This Lu Sui is really a talent. Qian Zhengxiong and Zhou Yeye looked at each other. What had Lu Sui done to make everyone in the Night Shadow team laugh so hard? Jiang Ji glanced at one or two people out of the corner of his eye, as if he could see through their thoughts, and said directly, some members of your beast taming group seem to have some black material, and it's the kind that can be proven. It seems that kid named Lu Sui really knows you well. Black material? The two looked at each other. They didn't know what black material it was, but they knew that the people in the beast taming group had some dirty backgrounds. The reason why the Night Shadow team members are looking for black material is related to their work. Their existence is to supervise the major beast taming groups. Thinking of this, the two people's faces changed instantly, because no one can guarantee that their little secret will be known by others. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Jiang Ji, hoping to see something from his face. But they obviously underestimated Jiang Ji's ability. He was able to get to his current position in the Night Shadow team by fighting with the enemy with swords and guns. Jiang Ji said calmly, but don't worry, Lu Sui didn't send your information. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhengxiong and Zhou Yeye immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at each other, both understanding something from each other's eyes. The Beastmaster of the Night Shadow team in front of me is probably not a simple person. Brother, after we lead the way, can we leave now? Qian Zhengxiong asked tentatively. Jiang Ji snorted coldly and glanced at Qian Zhengxiong. What do you think? Intended kidnapping is still kidnapping. Come with me back to the Night Shadow team to stand trial. In a short while, Jiang Ji also arrived at Lu Sui's house, but as soon as he arrived, he felt something was wrong. The source power fluctuations in the house were too violent. He immediately released his source power and rushed into the house, wanting to see what kind of master was responsible. When his source power entered the room, he was immediately dumbfounded. It's because my own source of power can't even be detected. Brother Jiang, there is a terrifying spirit beast in there, whose bloodline and strength are far superior to mine. Xiao Qiu's body trembled slightly at this time, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Jiang Ji's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Qian Zhengxiong by the collar, and asked with gritted teeth, didn't you say that Lu Sui's parents were ordinary people? I'm a level 5 peak master, and with my source power, I can't even clearly detect the situation in the room, and you call me an ordinary person. Qian Zhengxiong was also a little dumbfounded. He never thought that Lu Sui's parents would have such a powerful spirit beast. I don't know. Is Lu Sui really from a commoner family? If not, why would he come to our beast taming group? At this moment, the sharp-eyed Zhou Yeye saw her colleagues in the yard and her face changed. Old Qian, look, isn't that Erlang and Lin Fei? Why are they lying on the ground? Zhou Yeye pointed, and everyone turned their heads to look, and sure enough, they saw Erlang and Lin Fei lying on the ground motionless. Jiang Ji glanced at them and then his eyes fell on the wooden house. His face was solemn. This is the powerful source of the Beastmaster's power, which is suppressing them so much that they can't move. What? Can this be achieved with just source power? Qian Zhengxiong was dumbfounded. If he could suppress a Beastmaster, I could understand it, but why could he suppress a spirit beast? Lin Fei has a B-level gifted bloodline, not some rubbish spirit beast. How could he be suppressed? Jiang Ji said in a deep voice, yes, as long as the source power is strong enough to easily crush them to death, it can be done. Zhou Yeye took a breath of cold air. She knew very well what this meant. This represents a strength countless times greater than that of a Beastmaster. Are there really such people in this world? What level of strength have they reached? Level 7, level 8? The so-called 9th level Grandmaster? Impossible, there is no such person in this world. He must have used some special technique. Qian Zhengxiong still refused to believe it. Oh, you don't have to believe it. Jiang Ji sneered. He was too lazy to waste words with Qian Zhengxiong. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and Erlang also spotted them and started calling for help. Old Qian, Yeye, come and save us. No, hurry up and report to Team Yang. There's an incredibly powerful beastmaster here who needs them to take care of him. As soon as these words were spoken, Xian Jingxiong and Zhou Yeye turned their gazes directly to Jiang Ji. The latter's mouth was twitching. It was unknown how he would solve it and who would solve whom if asked to solve it. Now it's a problem whether he can leave or not. What's the point of solving it? Are you idiots? You didn't even investigate thoroughly before coming here. You're simply courting death. After Jiang Ji finished speaking, he didn't care about anything else and shouted directly towards the courtyard, "Senior, I am the Night Shadow Team, the person in charge of Rongqing, Jiang Ji. If I have offended you, please don't bother with us for the sake of Wei Tu, the head of the Night Shadow Team." At this time, he could only bring up the leader of their Night Shadow Team, hoping to scare the other party, or at least prevent the other party from killing him directly. Jiang Ji was met with silence, which made everyone nervous. Could it be that the other party was angry and wanted to kill them all? In this rage, would he slap them to death? Seeing this, Jiang Ji said, "Senior, this is our mistake. We will deal with it as soon as possible. I hope you will forgive us and let us go. We will definitely repay you handsomely in the future." At this time, a voice finally came from the courtyard, "Xiao Jiang, it's been so many years since we last met. You seem to be getting better and better at talking." Xiao Jiang. Hearing this name, Jiang Ji looked towards the wooden house in surprise. There were only a few people in the whole of China who could call him that, but they were not in Rongqing and would not come to see him suddenly. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know my identity." At this time, the wooden door opened and Lu Filong walked out slowly. He had a half smile on his face, which made him look particularly annoying, especially his peach blossom eyes, which still sparkled with a bewitching light even though he was already middle-aged. "Lu no, you this." Jiang Ji looked at Lu Filong, his pupils widened instantly, and he began to stutter, as if he was a poor student who was suddenly called by the teacher to answer a question. He was at a loss and spoke incoherently. Chapter 33, Men Should Be Self-Reliant. "You kid, why are you still stuttering? Seeing how you looked just now, I thought you could handle things on your own." Lu Filong glanced at him with disdain, then turned to look at the others and said loudly, "Since you're all here, come in and sit down. Although I don't like crowds, I'm not turning away guests, and I won't do anything to you, so don't worry." Jiang Ji and the others looked at each other, but finally stepped into the quaint wooden house. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a fairy-like girl lying on the sofa with her hands clasped in despair. "Fair, there are guests coming. Look at you, you are not sitting properly. You look a bit like a child." The voice was gentle and graceful, as sweet as an aureole, which made people feel relaxed and happy. However, her eyes were cold and contained a hint of chill that was frightening. "This is an extremely beautiful woman. She is dressed simply but gracefully and exudes an elegant temperament." Seeing the person coming, Jiang Jika didn't care about admiring her, and called out respectfully, "Aunt Lu." Hearing someone calling her like that, Lu Qingyin looked towards Jiang Ji and at the same time looked the boy up and down in front of her. After confirming that she didn't know him, he looked at Lu Filong with some doubts, and the latter replied, "They are the rookies who just joined when I was in charge of Yang." Lu Filong thought for a moment and added, "The dumbest one." Jiang Ji's face froze in an instant, while Chen Jingxiong and Zhou Yeye, who came in with them later, wanted to laugh but couldn't hold it back. Is this something they can listen to? I hope Jiang Ji won't kill him to silence him later. Lu Qingyin looked at Jiang Ji for a few seconds before coming to her senses. I remember now. That little brat with no talent but who worked so hard, has grown up so big. Jiang Ji could only smile bitterly and had no way to refute. At this moment, Lu Qingyin suddenly looked at Xiaoqiu, Jiang Ji's contract partner, and frowned, a little surprised. "Huh? You are Xiaoqiu, right? I remember you looked down on Jiang Ji at that time. How come you suddenly signed a contract with him?" Xiaoqiu only felt that the chewing gum in her mouth was no longer fragrant. She glanced at Jiang Ji and then looked at Lu Qingyin. When she was training in the Night Shadow Team, she regarded Lu Qingyin as her master. Even though Lu Qingyin has withdrawn from the situation for 20 years, she is still the master in his heart. Master Lu. Master Lu, well, because of some reasons. Xiaoqiu lowered her head and began to circle her fingers, as if she didn't dare to look up at Lu Qingyin. Her compatibility with other beastmasters was very low back then. Sometimes she couldn't even control her animal nature, and there was even an incident where she seriously injured a beastmaster during the adaptation process. Since then, no beastmaster dared to contact her, except Jiang Ji, whom she always looked down upon. Yeah, I see, I understand. Lu Qingyin looked at Xiaoqiu's expression and nodded without asking any further questions. Then she looked at Jiang Ji and said, Xiaoqiu used to be a bit arrogant, but she's not a bad person. She's not easy to discipline, so you have to be more patient with her. Of course. My spirit beast. I will protect her. Jiang Ji nodded and looked at Lu Failong again and said, Captain Lu. Hey, I'm not the commander-in-chief, so don't put labels on me. Lu Failong waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't want to get involved in Yi Ying's affairs. It was too troublesome. Jiang Ji was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. It was understandable that Lu Failong was unwilling to intervene. After all, he had finally retired, so why would he go back to the troubled Night Shadow team? Xiao Jiang, what's going on with these people from the beast taming group? Lu Failong also asked about the business. Jiang Ji then told her everything that had happened tonight, and at the end he sighed, I never thought that Lu Sui was actually your son. At this time, Lu Failong was not surprised, but Jiang Ji asked with some confusion, Captain Lu, there is something I don't understand. Why didn't you tell your son? You. At this moment, Lu Feier, who had no desire to live, rolled his eyes and said with a depressed look on his face, Dad said that men should be self-reliant. In order to make some delicious food without telling my brother, he deliberately let him live on campus, and even shamelessly said that college life is good. After hearing this, Jiang Ji couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly, and sighed in his heart, they are really a father and son. At this time, Lu Failong was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, he glanced at Lu Feier and said, a man should be self-reliant. Your father went through this in his life. What's wrong with letting his child strive for self-improvement? Hearing this, Lu Feier rolled her eyes again and said unhappily, then you asked my brother to send money home in my mother's name. Hey. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Failong quickly covered Lu Feier's mouth, then looked at Lu Qingyin tremblingly, wife, don't listen to the child's nonsense, it's not true. However, Lu Qingyin had heard every word of what she had just said. She squinted her eyes and looked at Lu Failong, old Lu, why are you asking Swear for money? By the way, what are you going to do with the money? Lu Failong was immediately embarrassed and said with a wry smile, ahem, well, honey, there are outsiders here. Please give me some face. After Lu Qingyin's beautiful eyes swept over Jiang Ji, Xiaoqiu and others, the latter felt a chill coming over them, trembling with fear, and hurriedly ran out of the door. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Qingyin continued to stare at Lu Failong without saying a word, staring at him intently, making Lu Failong's back feel a little hairy. After a while, Lu Failong couldn't stand it anymore and could only explain weakly, it's not that our family doesn't have enough money, so I asked them to save some for me. I'm using it for my son to get married, and I can leave it for him to use when he gets married in the future, right? After listening to this, Lu Qingyin didn't say anything nonsense and directly reached out, then take out the money you saved and show me how many useful things you have prepared for my daughter-in-law. This. Lu Failong hesitated. What? Do you still want to default on your debt? Lu Qingyin glared at him, and Lu Failong immediately surrendered. However, he secretly took out 2 source crystals and gave them to Lu Qingyin, then smiled flatteringly and said, wife, that's all. After Lu Qingyin took the source crystal, her eyes became even colder, and she gritted her teeth and said, Lu Failong, I originally thought Feier was joking, but I didn't expect you to really do this. You even cheated my son of his money. After hearing this, Lu Failong's heart skipped a beat and he secretly cursed himself for being stupid. How could he give the money to his wife at this time? What if his wife knew that this was his private money, wouldn't he be in trouble? Chapter 34 Black Contract. So Lu Failong immediately shook his head and denied it, saying, wife, I'm innocent. I definitely didn't lie to you. I swear. You swear? Swearing is useful, why do you need slippers? After hearing this, Lu Qingyin became even angrier, and picked up the slippers and hit Lu Failong. Seeing the two of them flirting passionately, Lu Feier suddenly thought, Mom, I saw Dad hid some private money last time. He said he was going to the city to have some drinks with his old colleagues. It's in the house, why don't you look for it? After these words were spoken, Lu Qingyin and Lu Failong both widened their eyes in shock. Lu Qingyin could not believe that her husband, who was so gentle on weekdays, actually wanted to drink wine with prostitutes. But Lu Failong was shocked. How could this nice little cotton jacket turn into a thorn vest? Is this still his sweet-voiced, well-behaved daughter? Lu Qingyin was also extremely angry and laughed. Lu Failong, you are really good. If you want money, just ask me. You also go to drink wine with prostitutes. Are you tired of looking at me and start to like young girls? Lu Qingyin felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and she even started to cry. Seeing this, Lu Filong panicked. He was not afraid of his wife scolding him or beating him, but he was afraid of his wife crying. "Oh, my wife, don't cry. I didn't drink any prostitute wine, absolutely not." "Then how do you have some private money? Don't say that you saved it for me to spend," Lu Qingyin said while crying. This actually. Lu Filong scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. "Humph." Lu Qingyin snorted coldly, and the aggrieved look she had just shown disappeared in an instant. "No, right? Fine, I'll go search. Lu Filong, if I find you, you'll just get out of the house and sleep." After saying that, Lu Qingyin strode into the bedroom, while Lu Feier smiled slyly. "It is better for me to die than for my friend to die. Dad, thank you for your hard work." At the same time, in Rongqing College. Seeing that Lu Sui's call was not connected, Su Ling looked around, but still couldn't find Lu Sui. Without any patience, he took out a black contract scroll from his arms. When everyone saw the black scroll, their faces changed instantly. This is a contract that forces a life and death contract with the other party. Is Su Ling crazy? Taking out the scroll at this time, is he trying to force a contract with someone? Besides, this is a life and death contract. With her talent and looks, she can easily get men by just waving her hands. Is there any need for a forced contract? What on earth does Su Ling want to do? Is she crazy? She actually forced a life and death contract on someone. If the other party disagrees, the damage done to her by the contract will be indelible. Everyone was talking about it at this time, but Su Ling, as the protagonist, didn't care about other people's strange looks at all. She looked at the contract in her hand firmly. She believed that Lu Sui would not let her down. Su Ling was not in a hurry, but his parents' expressions changed. Especially Su Wenyu, who looked at the life and death contract in his daughter's hand, looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Linger, you want to sign this life and death contract?" Needless to say, her daughter definitely wants to sign a life and death contract with that Lu Sui. How could that bastard deserve such sacrifice from her daughter? "Yes. I must sign it," Su Ling said in a firm tone. "Linger. Dad. You can't stop me from doing this. I must marry Brother Sui. I want to marry him," Su Ling said in a firm tone. When Su Wenyu heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this moment, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. "Lingyu, please quickly persuade our daughter. Don't let her life be ruined for a bastard who came out of nowhere. He only has this one daughter, and his son-in-law is at least a dragon and a phoenix in his family. How can he be so careless?" Yang Lingyu stood aside silently with a smile, because she knew her daughter's character better than anyone else. Once she made a decision, it would be difficult to change it, unless... Linger, you are not the kind of girl who will do anything when she gets excited. That boy named Lu Sui must have his strengths, Yang Lingyu said softly. Su Wenyu was stunned. "What's so special about him?" Yang Lingyu smiled and said, "I don't know that either, but I trust my daughter's judgment." Although Yang Lingyu didn't understand why her daughter suddenly became interested in a strange child, since her daughter insisted on doing so, how could she, as a mother, bear to destroy her daughter's happiness? At the same time, the Morong family in Shanghai was the first to hear the news. What? That Su Ling actually wants to sign a life and death contract with a piece of trash. A young man dressed in gorgeous clothes and with long shiny hair roared angrily. His name is Morong Jia, a leader among the younger generation of the Morong family. Although he is in his early 20s this year, he is already a peak level 4th level Beastmaster, and he has also awakened a very rare S-level talent. At the same time, he is also the young master of the Morong family. He is the best Beastmaster in the eyes of countless women in the entire Demon City. Therefore, he always prides himself on being excellent, and even regards Su Ling as his woman. Anyone who dares to touch her must pay the price with his life. But unexpectedly, I heard today that someone was trying to steal a woman from him. Young master, according to reliable information, Su Ling, the daughter of the Su family, will sign a life and death contract with a high school student in the city center square tonight, said an old man dressed as a butler. After hearing this, Morong Jia's expression became even more gloomy. His eyes flickered a few times, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Ling, you are mine, and you can only belong to me. By the way, is that guy named Lu Sui dead or alive? That damned beast taming group, can't they even deal with a beast tamer with F-level talent who doesn't even have a spirit beast? Morong Jia sneered disdainfully. Don't worry, young master. The serious beast taming group has already set off today. They will teach that ungrateful guy a lesson on your behalf. I believe there will be news soon. The old man said flatteringly. Morongjia nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Well, very good. After hesitating for a few breaths, the old man asked, Young master, what if Su Ling really signed a life and death contract with that wild boy? What should we do? Then kill him. Morongjia's tone was extremely cold, and he obviously did not take Lu Sui, a waste with F-level talent, seriously. In his eyes, a waste like Lu Sui was not worthy of competing with him for Su Ling, let alone being his enemy. But master, if that's the case, then Miss Su Ling, wouldn't she also? If you can't get it, then destroy it completely. After saying that, Morongjia regained his composure again. He picked up the teacup and leisurely tasted the tea. Chapter 35 Good News and Bad News. At the same time, on the awakening stage, as Su Ling took out the life and death contract, the entire viewing platform was instantly ignited. They were all wondering what kind of genius was worthy of Su Ling using the life and death contract to become the other party's spirit beast. Oh my god, Su Ling is a girl of destiny, a woman who is almost perfect in talent, appearance, and background, but she actually needs a contract to sign with the other party. Who is the other party? Could it be the legendary SSS-level gifted Beastmaster? Only a Beastmaster like this is worthy of Su Ling making such a big fuss. A Beastmaster with SSS-level talent? If he really is such a talented Beastmaster, then everything would make sense. If it were me, I would also sign a contract with a man like that at all costs. At this moment, everyone was discussing it heatedly, but the Zhu family was all overjoyed, especially Zhu Feng. He even ran up to Su Wenyu, greeted him with a smile, and said, Congratulations, Uncle Su, on having a good son-in-law. Su Wenyu's face darkened when he heard this. How could he not know that this guy was deliberately making fun of him? But he couldn't refute anything now. After all, everything Zhu Feng said made sense. If his precious granddaughter hadn't fallen for that loser, how could he have done such a stupid thing? Now, all the students in the college were excited, and some people who had been paying attention to this matter immediately took action. This is simply outrageous. The Su family's jewel in the crown actually took the initiative to sign a life and death contract with an F-level loser. This is absolutely epic news. However, before Zhu Feng could be happy for a few seconds, he saw his younger sister also took out a black contract that was exactly the same as Su Ling's. At that moment, Zhu Feng was completely dumbfounded. Ha! In contrast, Su Wenyu burst into laughter. Boy, you're still laughing at me? Hurry up and report to your father. I'm not the only one enjoying this kind of depression. Give that old bastard Zhu Tianjue a surprise too. Ha! If someone falls into a pit, he will be angrier than anyone else, but if someone he dislikes falls into the same pit as him, he will be happier than anyone else. Zhu Feng glanced at him, then picked up his phone to report to Zhu Tianjue. As soon as the call was connected, a powerful yet majestic voice came from the other end. Bastard, what business do you have with me at this time? Hey, Dad, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Zhu Tianjue hesitated for a moment and said, Tell me, what's the good news? The good news is that Su Ling from the Su family wants to sign a life and death contract with Lu Sui, whom my younger sister mentioned. He even took out the life and death contract book. Zhu Tianjue was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed out loud. This is great news. That Su guy will probably be pissed to death. I want to drink 3 jars of good wine tonight. Dad, don't be so happy, I have some bad news. What bad news? Tell me. Zhu Feng took a deep breath, like a warrior rushing towards death, and said in a deep voice, My little sister also took out the life and death contract, probably going after that guy named Lu Sui. Damn it! Zhu Tianjue on the other end of the phone was nearly pissed off. In an instant, his face turned green. Zhu Feng, keep an eye on Taiyu. If he signs a contract with that Lu guy, I'll hang you up and beat you. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Feng felt a gloom in his eyes. What kind of world is this? 2 beautiful women are willing to gamble their lives on that piece of trash? This is unscientific. Nowadays, which genius doesn't have a temper? He has never seen anyone like Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who like a guy with unknown origins. What kind of magic does that kid Lu Sui have that he can actually make his little sister fall in love with him? If he is just a guy who talks sweet words, he will definitely kill this guy. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Did old man Zhu tell the truth? Xu Shuiying came close to her second brother and stretched her neck to see what was going on. Third sister, we're in big trouble now. Xu Feng looked at Zhu Taiyu, whose eyes were determined and full of fighting spirit, and said with a wry smile, "Hurry up and think of a way to stop my little sister, otherwise when we return to Shangbei, old man Xu might really beat us to death." Xu Shuiying blinked, then patted her chest gently. "It's okay, I'll go comfort her." As she spoke, she walked over to Zhu Taiyu, then put her arm around her like a sister, and softly advised, "Taiyu, listen to me. Let's not sign a life and death contract with Lu Sui. It's really not worth it." Zhu Taiyu turned to look at Zhu Shuiying, smiled and shook his head, then continued to stare at the arena in the distance, saying word by word, "You don't understand, I like him." Zhu Shuiying. She stared blankly at Zhu Taiyu for a long while, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Taiyu, this is very dangerous. What if Lu Sui doesn't agree?" Zhu Taiyu still looked calm and composed. She smiled and said, "If he doesn't agree, I will never sign a contract. I have already decided on him for this life." Taiyu. Zhu Shuiying was a little anxious when she heard this. She knew that her younger sister might be deeply in love, but she didn't expect it to reach this level. Suddenly, a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. As a sister, she wished she could have noticed it earlier. Taiyu, a beastmaster can only contract one spirit beast. This is the most basic common sense. You and Su Ling both want to become Lu Sui's spirit beasts. Then one of them will definitely fail, and you will most likely be that loser. The backlash of your source power will be unpleasant. Zhu Taiyu smiled and said, "What does it matter? Since I have chosen him, I will not change. Besides, I believe in him, and he will not let me lose." As she spoke, Zhu Taiyu cast a provocative look at Su Ling, but the latter seemed not to see it and directly used the source power in her body to activate the black contract in her hand. At the same time, flames began to wrap around her body, and a pair of fiery red wings grew behind her, making her look extremely beautiful. Fuck, this Su Ling is serious. Using my own source power to activate the life and death contract, if I'm rejected, the consequences of the backlash will be comparable to being tortured to death. I don't know who the man Su Ling likes is. We'll know soon. When we sign the contract, we'll be able to see each other's names. Just as everyone was discussing, the black contract had already begun to rise into the air. On the other side, Zhu Taiyu was not willing to be left behind. He also used the source power as a guide to activate the black life and death contract. The contract patterns of the two people began to slowly emerge. Chapter 36. So you are Lu Sui. When Xu Feng saw the life and death contract in his little sister's hand being activated, his eyes widened and he panicked. He looked at Zhu Shuiying and said, "We're in trouble this time. Stop my little sister quickly. We can't let the contract succeed." "Brother, what can I do?" Zhu Shuiying smiled bitterly. "Our little sister's temper is as stubborn as old man Zhu's. If I dare to stop her, she will definitely bear a grudge against me. She might even consider me her enemy for the rest of her life. Then what should I do?" Xu Feng was so upset that he almost couldn't even cry. He could fully imagine the old man Zhu's rage after he knew about this. "Just wait. It's useless for you to stop me now." Xu Shuiying sighed. Although she was usually carefree, she was actually very thoughtful. Now there were only two possible outcomes. If the younger sister's contract is successful, Su Ling will suffer the backlash of the source power. The other result is the opposite. If the younger sister's contract fails, she will suffer the backlash of the source power. If it's the latter, then my little sister will probably be disappointed with Lu Sui. At this time, as the life and death contract unfolded, the originally noisy venue gradually quieted down. All the audience stopped what they were doing and looked up at the performance of the two beautiful girls. Zhu Taiyu closed her eyes and began to condense her source power. The source power in her body quickly poured into her palms. At the same time, a ray of golden light also floated out from her fingertips and merged into the black contract. In an instant, the black and white intertwined contracts suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, and then, as if they had spirituality, they entangled with each other, and finally a black contract appeared above the heads of the two women almost at the same time. The names of both parties to the contract were written in large golden letters. Lu Sui Su Ling. Lu Sui Zhu Taiyu. When they saw the name Lu Sui, the entire academy was stunned. Is this the Lu Sui they knew? This name sounds familiar. Could it be the Lu Sui they know? The name Lu Sui is not unfamiliar in the academy. After all, many people in the academy know that Lu Sui went from being a popular figure in the academy to a waste some time ago. There was even a group of people who mocked Lu Sui for a long time because of this matter, but no one expected that this useless person would be favored by two SS-level talented spirit beasts. When seeing this name, the one who was most shocked and surprised was Wu Shui. How is this possible? Why would the person they want to sign a contract with, even at the risk of suffering backlash, be Lu Sui? Although she had been optimistic about Lu Sui before and even developed a relationship with him, when his talent test came out, she kicked him out without hesitation. After all, she didn't want to stay with a loser like Lu Sui. Wu Shui found it hard to accept, and Zhang Feng beside her found it even harder to accept. This can't be a duplicate name, right? No matter how stupid they are, there's no way they would contract Lu Sui, an E-level talented beastmaster, and it's a life and death contract. What Zhang Feng said was not wrong. It was true that no one would look down upon E-level talent, and a spirit beast with SS-level talent would not make a contract with it. But in the current situation, was there really a duplicate name? You know, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu have lived with Lu Sui in the same room for 3 years. Apart from him, who else can be called Lu Sui? Moreover, this forced contract requires the blood seal of one party to be carried out. Now they both have each other's blood seal, which means that they have a very close relationship. Apart from Lu Sui, there will be no second person. At the same time, outside Rongqing, Lu Suizheng, the new killer Su Chaofu and his spirit beast Qianxue came to the same dilapidated camp. Brother, will Lu Sui really come here? Where is this place? Su Chaofu looked around and asked in confusion. In this desolate place, he always felt a gloomy feeling, as if there was danger hidden nearby. Unfortunately, except for a few corpses and a lonely grave, there was nothing in this area. There is also a thick fog here, which blocks the view and makes it difficult to see the surrounding environment, making it look particularly weird. Don't worry, we just need to wait here patiently and we will be able to see Lu Sui soon. After Lu Sui said this lightly, he began to explain. He often comes here at his workplace. Lu Sui looked at Qianxue, who had turned into a snow wolf beside him, and said with a smile, Miss Qianxue, please change back to your original form first, so that you can save energy. Besides, Lu Sui won't come so quickly. Your spirit beast form is so huge, it's easy to be exposed. Qianxue nodded, then her body shrank, and finally turned back into the appearance of a little girl in white clothes, following Su Chaofu obediently. At this moment, Su Chaofu took a look at the mark of the life and death contract on Lu Sui's brow, and was a little puzzled. Brother Zhang Feng, where is your spirit beast? Why don't you bring it with you? A beastmaster without a spirit beast to protect him is very likely to die, especially one like you who has a life and death contract. If you die, your spirit beast will die too. She is everywhere. Lu Sui smiled at the two of them, but this gentle smile seemed a little creepy in their eyes. Su Chaofu shuddered suddenly and asked with a strange expression, this joke is not funny at all. At this moment, 2 golden lights suddenly shone on Lu Sui, making him the brightest kid in the forest in an instant. Su Chaofu immediately jumped 10 feet away when he sensed something was wrong, and looked towards Lu Sui with a vigilant look. However, when he saw that black contract words appeared on Lu Sui's golden light, he was stunned for a moment. This is a life and death contract. Su Chaofu couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Sui frowned. A life and death contract? Where did this come from? And it was obvious that the other party was coming for him. At this time, Su Chaofu said with a playful look on his face, those 2 women are really stupid. Don't they know that you have already made a life and death contract with other spirit beasts? If they use the contract book, they will definitely be backfired by the source power. At the same time, he became even more curious about his brother, whom he had met for less than half a day. What kind of charm could attract so many spirit beasts to make contracts with him? He has also seen many human spirit beasts chasing after beastmasters to sign contracts, but they are all equal contracts, and even if the contract fails, they will not be backlashed by the source power. But this kind of forced life and death contract was definitely the first time he had seen it. Lu Sui completely ignored Su Chaofu's playful thoughts, but carefully felt the source power and information on the contract. At the same time, he became more curious about when the other party got his blood seal. With such curiosity, when Lu Sui heard the names of the 2 women, he was dumbfounded. Su Ling? Taiyu? What's going on? Aren't they both men? How did they suddenly become spirit beasts? However, before he could figure out the situation, Su Chaofu started yelling at him, okay, so you are Lu Sui. Chapter 37 Lu Sui is my brother. Just now, Su Chaofu was also looking at the contents of the life and death contract with curiosity. When he saw the name of the spirit beast master, he almost couldn't hold back. Especially the bright words Lu Sui, which seemed to be rubbing his brain on the ground all the time. Lu Sui, whom he had been looking for a long time, was actually right next to him. What made him even more unacceptable was that the person who issued the contract to Lu Sui was actually his cousin Su Ling. His beloved cousin, whom he had doted on since childhood, actually had to sign a contract with his target of assassination, and it was a life and death contract. How could he accept this? Lu Sui was also a little confused. He never thought that Su Ling and Tai Yu would actually send him a life and death contract. If it were the two of them, they might really be able to get his bloody handprint. After all, he was in Lu Lang's beast taming group and would get injured from time to time. However, these are not the key points. If she can make a contract with him, a spirit beast master, doesn't that mean that she is a woman? And he didn't even notice it for 3 whole years. But now thinking back carefully, there is still a lot of evidence pointing to the 3 of them as women. First of all, they didn't pay much attention to the advances of some girls in their 3 colleges. Although they were not disgusted, they were not intimate with them either. Lu Sui had suspected this a long time ago. Then every time he invited them to go to the sauna, the 3 of them would refuse without hesitation, even to the hot springs, they would refuse without hesitation. Now thinking about it, it is very suspicious. If it were any other man, who would refuse? They would probably kneel down on the spot and call him Godfather. You are Lu Sui. How dare you trick your brother Su into death? I will teach you a lesson today. As soon as Su Chaofu finished speaking, Jian Xue had turned into a snow wolf, pounced on Lu Sui and bit him. Lu Sui dodged immediately and shouted coldly, "Sister Yu Hong! Attack!" The moment the words fell, a crimson bird beast rose into the air from the forest, and the might of a 4th-level spirit beast was revealed. Jian Xue was startled and quickly stopped attacking. She then exclaimed in surprise, "A 4th-level spirit beast? This kind of 4th-level spirit beast is the top combat force in ordinary beast taming groups. How could it appear here? And it sounds like he is in cahoots with Lu Sui. Who are you?" Su Chaofu looked at the red bird in shock, his eyes somewhat solemn. However, Yu Hong did not give them a chance to explain. She pounced directly on Su Chaofu, and her sharp claws went straight for Su Chaofu's neck. Jian Xue didn't hesitate at all, showing the sharp fangs of the snow wolf and standing in front of Su Chaofu. However, the next second, she was blown away by the airwaves generated by Yu Hong's wings. After all, the gap between level 3 and level 4 is not small, not to mention Jian Xue is not good at fighting, so she is no match for Yu Hong. "Jian Xue!" Su Chaofu called out worriedly. "Ouch!" Jian Xue growled, as if to comfort him not to worry. However, the next moment, she was blown away again by the angry fire wave from Yu Hongshang. Yu Hong is a Moltres. Its attributes tend towards fire and control, so its attack power is extremely strong and its speed is fast, making it almost impossible to defend against. In just a moment, Jian Xue's body was covered with various scars and blood was flowing. At this moment, Su Chaofu's heart ached to the point of bleeding. Then, he felt that the suddenly appearing red bird seemed a little violent, not like a beastmaster. He immediately activated his innate skill, a source of power endurance. In an instant, Jian Xue, who had just been beaten by Yakan, was revived with full health. Su Chaofu's source power was continuously supplied to her. His innate skills used the source power to improve Jian Xue in all aspects. Whether it's strength, speed, or even the explosive power of skills. Jian Xue's momentum surged instantly. She jumped up, opened her wolf mouth, and rushed towards Yu Hong to bite. "Shiu!" Yu Hong let out a cry, flapped its wings, and flew higher into the sky. This was the advantage of flying spirit beasts. When flying in the air, it was almost impossible to find an opponent. But Jian Xue ignored it and continued to attack Yu Hong. Yu Hong kept circling, avoiding Jian Xue's attacks, while not forgetting to look for opportunities to give Jian Xue a fatal blow. Su Chaofu was not to be outdone, and at the same time communicated with Jian Xue. "Jian Xue, the other party doesn't have a beastmaster. Although she is only level 4, as long as we hold on, she will soon transform back into human form to avoid going berserk. That will be our chance to strike." "Got it," Jian Xue replied, still chasing after him. Yu Hong roared angrily, obviously unwilling to endure it any longer. It flapped its wings, swooped down from the sky, and slammed into Jian Xue. Jian Xue did not retreat but advanced, and crashed into Yu Hong with the same ferocity. With a loud bang, the two spirit beasts collided with each other, stirring up countless flames, and circles of ripples quickly spread around. This was a real fight, and both of them were injured. However, as Yu Hong was a 4th-level spirit beast, he still had the upper hand with his own strength even without the talent bonus of a beastmaster. Although Jian Xue did not have the advantage in the air, as a snow wolf, she was still very flexible on the ground, so it was not easy for Yu Hong to deal with her. Yu Hong's feathers kept falling off, leaving many scars of varying depths on her body, while Qianxua's injuries were more tragic. Most of her hair had fallen out, and her skin was charred black, looking like burnt charcoal. But with Su Chaofu's assistance, Qianxua's injuries will recover quickly. However, because Yu Hong has no beast master, the source power in his body has begun to riot, and his dodging movements are not as flexible as before. At this moment, a dagger was quietly placed on Su Chaofu's neck. No one noticed it, and even he himself only reacted when the dagger cut his skin. Someone has gotten close to him and he is now in a dead end. Killer Su, have you forgotten me? Lu Sui's voice with a hint of playfulness sounded from behind Su Chaofu. At this moment, Su Chaofu's face changed. How did you do it? He had no idea how Lu Sui got so close to him. Lu Sui smiled and said nothing, just looking at the 2 life and death contracts floating in front of him. At this time, Su Chaofu also saw the name of the spirit beast in the other life and death contract. Zhu Taiyu? Could this be the youngest daughter of the Shangbei Zhu family? Su Chaofu was a little shocked. At his level, he could also get in touch with the Zhu family, although the relationship between the 2 families was not very good because of the relationship between the patriarch Su Wenyu and Zhu Tianjue. But we also know something about this Zhu Taiyu. It is said that she is the youngest and most favored daughter of the Legion commander Zhu Tianjue. Not only that, it is said that Zhu Taiyu has also awakened the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast White Tiger, and his talent is extremely powerful. Zhu Taiyu? Su Chaofu muttered, his expression becoming extremely complicated. She's Zhu Tianjue's daughter, right? They have the same name. One is my cousin's name, and the other is the name of the Xu family's youngest daughter. Such coincidences really exist in the world. Chapter 38. 3 contracts at the same time. At this time, Su Chaofu was still a little confused. He had never thought that Lu Sui was holding a knife to his neck. Lu Sui, what is going on? Is Su Ling, who signed a contract with you, my cousin? Although Su Chaofu's face was as ugly as it could be at this moment, what he cared about more was the life and death contract. This is a life and death contract. If it was really issued by his cousin Su Ling, then it would mean 100% failure. After all, Lu Sui has already made a contract with someone else. Is it possible that his delicate sister must bear the pain of the backlash of the source power after the life and death contract was rejected? Emotional points plus 900. Looking at the emotion points generated on Su Chaofu, Lu Sui felt that this buddy was generous, but at the same time he said helplessly, who knows, the Su Ling should be my roommate, just a woman disguised as a man. I have never seen what she looks like. However, Su Chaofu's face was extremely gloomy at this time. He gritted his teeth and said, you have already found a spirit beast and signed a life and death contract, so why did you still want to provoke my cousin Su Ling? At this time, in Su Chaofu's eyes, Lu Sui was a complete sea king who deceived girls everywhere, and his sister Su Ling was simple-minded and must have been deceived by him. Emotional points plus 900. Hearing this, Lu Sui was also a little amused. How could he provoke her? Until the black contract came, he didn't even know Su Ling was a woman. How could he even provoke her? But it was difficult for Lu Sui to explain this kind of thing. He had been living with 3 women for 3 years, but he didn't find any problems. No matter how smart he is, he would never have thought that there would be a woman disguised as a man and living in a boys' dormitory. Isn't she afraid of being discovered and eaten? I said, before the life and death contract came, I didn't know she was a woman. Do you believe it? Lu Sui said seriously. Su Chaofu immediately rolled his eyes at him. Do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? My cousin has had a stunningly beautiful face since she was a child. Even wearing beggar clothes can't hide it. And you actually told me that you didn't know she was a girl. Oh, I understand. What do you understand? Lu Sui looked at him in confusion. You must have deceived so many people that you even forgot about my sister. You are such a scumbag. If my cousin is hurt, today it will be either you or me who will die. Su Chaofu cursed angrily with gritted teeth. This time it was Lu Sui's turn to be speechless. He really wanted to tell this guy that he had never deceived anyone, nor had he forgotten anyone. Lu Sui felt helpless as he looked at the 2 black contracts in front of him. He didn't know how those 2 guys managed to come up with a life and death contract. He had promised Qin Shangyue that he would not contract spirit beasts casually anymore. But if he refused, he would suffer the consequences of the backlash of the source power, and he had seen how painful it would be. He didn't want his two grown-up daughters to bear the brunt of it, especially since they were still spirit beasts and he had been their father for 3 years after all. As for Qin Xiangyue, let's explain it to her after she wakes up. So, under Su Chaofu's shocked gaze, Lu Sui bit his finger and responded to the two contracts with blood almost simultaneously. This time, only Su Chaofu was confused. Even Yu Hong and Xianxue, who were fighting on the side, stopped their actions almost at the same time and looked in the direction of Lu Sui. Are you crazy? A beast master can only contract one spirit beast. You sign 3 life and death contracts at the same time. You are simply seeking death. Su Chaofu roared in shock. It was not the first time that a beastmaster wanted to contract 2 spirit beasts at the same time, but they all died on the spot because of the rampage of the source power in their bodies. However, just as he finished speaking, 2 life and death contracts came into effect at the same time, one between him and Zhu Taiyu, and the other was with his cousin Su Ling. What's going on? Su Chaofu was stunned, looking at the 2 life and death contracts that took effect almost simultaneously in front of him in disbelief. For a moment, he even thought he was seeing things. Was it successful just now? Making life and death contracts with 3 spirit beasts at the same time, something that completely violates the rules of a beast master, actually happened. Xianxue and Yu Hong were equally shocked, especially Yu Hong. When she saw that Lu Sui was able to contract 3 spirit beasts at the same time, her eyes were full of horror and she couldn't believe it. Damn, this guy actually signed contracts with 3 spirit beasts at the same time? Xianxue couldn't help but swear when she saw the scene in front of her. This world was too crazy. Beast masters who could make contracts with spirit beasts were rare to begin with, but the guy in front of her had actually made contracts with 3 at the same time. Yu Hong's eyes widened as she couldn't help but mutter, "This isn't possible?" However, the facts were right in front of her, forcing her to believe it. Lu Sui glanced at them and said calmly, "Okay, now you don't have to fight. Su Chaofu and I are real brothers now." Emotional points plus 400. After hearing this, Su Chaofu's mouth twitched. Who the hell is your brother? Even so, not only could he not attack Lu Sui, he even had to protect him as much as possible. After all, if something happened to him, then Su Ling would. Thinking of this, he waved to Qianxue. The latter understood and returned to her original girlish appearance, then skipped to Su Chaofu. Yu Hong also slowly landed beside Lu Sui. He turned into a human form in a flame, but her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Sui with more complexity. Lu Sui also noticed her look and couldn't help asking, "Sister Yu, what's wrong with you?" Yu Hong shook her head, then looked at him with a puzzled look. As the leader of our beast taming group, can you explain to me, a member of the group, what happened just now? Why were you able to contract 3 spirit beasts at the same time? Hearing this, Lu Sui scratched his head and smiled innocently. What's there to explain? It's just a natural talent. But you don't have an E-level talent. Yu Hong suddenly realized something halfway through her words, and looked at Lu Sui with wide eyes. Could it be that you are a dual-talented beastmaster? Yeah. Lu Sui nodded and did not deny it, otherwise he would not be able to explain his actions. No wonder, no wonder. Yu Hong suddenly realized, and then said with sparkling eyes, "Little Captain, you actually have dual talents. You can contract 3 spirit beasts, so can you contract a 4th, or even a 5th? Lu Sui also thought about it, but he felt a little guilty now. If Qin Xiangyue, who had recovered her strength, knew about it. Although Qin Xiangyue was the quietest and most peaceful one among his 3 roommates, he could feel that she was the most dangerous one. Especially when he saw her series of spirit beast skills, Lu Sui felt uneasy. Little Captain, won't you consider me? I don't need you to make a life and death contract with me, an equal contract will do. I am just a poor spirit beast who hopes to get comfort from the Beastmaster. Yu Hong looked at Lu Sui with eager eyes and said expectantly. Chapter 39 Lu Sui's response. Don't worry, my strength is limited now. Once my strength increases, I will definitely help you. Lu Sui comforted. If it was an equal contract, it could be negotiated, but he really couldn't do it now, so he could only appease her for the time being. Little Captain, I won't force you. I just hope to have the opportunity to make a contract with you. Yu Hong smiled indifferently, with a hint of the charm of a mature woman in her well-behaved manner. Lu Sui nodded when he heard this. We'll talk about it later. After hearing Lu Sui's assurance, Yu Hong finally smiled sweetly. She turned to look at Su Chaofu and asked, "What are you going to do with this guy?" Lu Sui glanced at Su Chaofu, then said, "Forget it. After all, he is Su Ling's cousin, and he will be my cousin in the future. It would be unreasonable to attack him again. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chaofu's face suddenly turned dark. Damn it, who wants to be your cousin? Emotional points plus 300. Sister Yu Hong, go and stabilize the remaining members first, and then we will reorganize the beast taming group. Lu Sui ordered. Since he has chosen to form a new beast taming group with Yu Hong, they must build their own power and cannot be like a mob and be bullied by others. This is not his style. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong nodded and left. After seeing Yu Hong leave, Su Chaofu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he stared at Lu Sui with a gloomy face and asked, "Hey, don't you have anything to say to me?" Lu Sui looked at him with a puzzled look, then thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Cousin, won't you treat me to a meal?" Su Chaofu? Why logic? Brother, think about it. Your cousin came to make a contract with me just now, and I agreed without thinking, saving her from the suffering of the backlash of the source power. I helped you so much, it would be unreasonable for you not to treat me to a meal. Lu Sui said seriously. At this time, Su Chaofu's eyes looked at Lu Sui in a strange way. This guy is too shameless. Are you still helping him? You're the one who's benefiting the most, okay? Where are you? You almost pushed Xianxue and me to the ground and beat us up, and now you want me to treat you to a meal? Su Chaofu was almost laughing out of anger. Xianxue wasn't much better, you are such a shameless fellow. Not only did you ask someone to beat us up, but now you even want Brother Chaofu to treat you to a meal. You really are incredibly shameless. Cousin, I feel embarrassed when you praise me like this. Lu Sui smiled. Emotional points plus 200. Emotional points plus 200. At this time, Su Chaofu was almost pissed off by Lu Sui's shamelessness. He even praised him. When did being thick-skinned become a good word? Xianxue also pulled Su Chaofu's arm and said, "Brother Chaofu, let's go. This kind of person is too shameless. We should not stay with him, otherwise we will be infected." Su Chaofu also wanted to leave, but when he thought of his cousin, he took a deep breath and sighed. Lu Sui, seriously, you've been targeted, and a reward of 50,000 source crystals has been offered for you. I originally came to kill you, but you have a contract with my cousin Su Ling, so I can't do it for no reason. Lu Sui raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Aren't you afraid of failing the mission? This is your first time doing the job of a killer? Su Chaofu glanced at him and said calmly, I'm a new assassin. Isn't it normal to fail? Lu Sui opened his mouth, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Cousin, let me ask you something, why did you choose to kill me? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chaofu and Shenji looked at each other, both seeing the other's embarrassment and helplessness, and then they tacitly looked away, as if they didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Seeing this, Lu Sui frowned, not understanding what these two people were up to. He then asked, is there any problem with this? Upon hearing this, Su Chaofu said in a deep voice, there's nothing to hide. We're new here, so we can only take on missions within our capabilities. But new beast tamers have a tight supply of missions. Almost every mission that comes out is snatched away by someone else. That scene is even scarier than the aunties at the vegetable market. Yeah. Xianxue couldn't help but shrink her neck when she thought of the scene of the struggle. So, in order not to waste resources, Brother Chaofu and I decided to take on this unresolved task. Xianxue took over the conversation and continued, what's strange is that your mission reward is the highest among all the one-star missions. The others are only a few dozen source crystals, but yours is 50,000 source crystals. It's just the right time to make a name for yourself. After hearing their explanation, Lu Sui was completely speechless. Have you ever thought about why those people didn't accept it? It's obvious that there's something wrong with this mission. Who would be so stupid as to offer a reward of 50,000 for a first-level Beastmaster? Even a fool would think there's something wrong. After Lu Sui's reminder, Su Chaofu and Xianxue also realized it later. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true, but maybe they are rich and don't care about these 50,000 source crystals. Xianxue said unconvincedly, because they are rich and willful, some people are just like that, why do you care about them? Lu Sui once again re-examined the girl in front of him, and then said to Su Chaofu with a serious face, where did you find such a stupid spirit beast? Don't they look down on the 50,000 source crystals? Su Chaofu also looked puzzled. Was there something wrong with what Xianxue said? Lu Sui stared at the two of them for a few breaths, then said, you two are really talented. After that, he walked towards Rongqing. What do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Xianxue said in confusion. That should be right. Su Chaofu touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Then what exactly does Lu Sui mean? Qian Shui asked in confusion. Su Chaofu thought for a moment and said, "Praise us for our ability." At the same time, in Rongqing Beast Taming Academy, Zhu Taiyu sensed Lu Sui's response through the source power, and he almost jumped up with joy. Lu Sui responded, "I won. I, Zhu Taiyu, am the final winner." At the same time, Su Ling also received a response from Lu Sui. Afterwards, without caring about her image at all, she even used her energy to announce to everyone, "Zhu Taiyu, I won." However, when she saw Zhu Taiyu, who was also dancing with excitement, she froze in her tracks. Wait, how could this be? Why is that? She obviously won. Why is Zhu Taiyu so happy? Mr. Zhu, are you crazy? I clearly won, why are you so happy? Although she felt confident, she still felt a little strange when she saw Zhu Taiyu's excitement. Her contract with Lu Sui was successful, and Zhu Taiyu was still happy. There was only one possibility, that is, Zhu Taiyu hated Lu Sui very much. Chapter 40 Beyond the Rules. But is this possible? Zhu Taiyu's obsession with Lu Sui is no less than hers, and she can feel that the other party, like herself, is truly attracted to Lu Sui, and it is definitely not a disguise. Zhu Taiyu glanced at her and snorted, "What do you mean by winning? I'm the one who made the contract with Lu Sui, so of course I'm happy." At this moment, Su Ling was also puzzled, and then he used the source power to carefully sense the connection between himself and Lu Sui. This familiar source power connection could definitely not be wrong, it was Lu Sui's. What nonsense are you talking about? You must have mistaken me for the wrong person. I am the one who successfully signed a contract with Lu Sui. Su Ling said with a look of suspicion on his face. After hearing this, Zhu Taiyu sneered, "I am very familiar with Lu Sui's source power, how could I be wrong?" Su Ling looked at Zhu Taiyu with a strange feeling. If he succeeded, shouldn't Zhu Taiyu be attacked by the source power? But now Zhu Taiyu is fine, and doesn't he look like he has been attacked backlash? When Su Ling looked around and met Zhu Taiyu was also looking at her with suspicion. It was strange. Wasn't it said that the source power would backfire? What about backlash? Are there fake life and death contracts? The two of them were very confused, and the teachers and students who witnessed the whole process, as well as the Zhu and Su families, were equally confused. What's going on? Did both of them succeed in the contract? It seems so, but aren't they the same person in the contract? What's going on? Seeing this sudden scene, the teachers fell into deep thought, and Chu Lihai, as the principal, naturally came to inquire about the results. Su Ling, Taiyu, did you two succeed in the contract? Right. The two women answered in unison. Hearing this, Chu Lihai frowned slightly, looked at Su Ling with an inquiring look and asked, "Are you sure the person you contracted is Lu Sui? The Lu Sui who shares your dormitory?" There is no mistake. The contract was successful. I will not make a mistake in remembering his source of power, Su Ling said confidently. Seeing Su Ling's attitude, Chu Lihai became even more confused. He then looked at Zhu Taiyu and asked the same question, and got almost the same answer. At this time, Su Wenyu was both happy and bitter when he saw that his daughter's contract was successful. He was happy because his daughter did not have to suffer from the backlash of the source power, but he was bitter because his daughter would be with Lu Sui for the rest of her life. He hasn't even met Lu Sui in person, so who knows what he's like. While he was still looking melancholy, his wife had already trotted over to Su Ling, took her hand and said, "Linger, congratulations, you got what you wanted." After all, this Lu Sui is the person her daughter talks about all day long. Although she didn't say whether she likes him or not, the fact that she has the courage to sign a life and death contract with him is enough to explain everything. At this time, Yang Lingyu became more and more curious about Lu Sui. What kind of person could conquer her beloved daughter? At this time, the Shu brother and sister hurried to their younger sister to ask about the situation. "Taiyu, what's going on? Did you succeed?" Shu Feng asked tentatively. Although he had already seen the strange phenomenon of the life and death contract taking effect just now, he still wanted to hear Taiyu say it in person. Zhu Taiyu nodded. Seeing this, Zhu Shuiying couldn't help but glance towards the Su family. Seeing that Su Ling was safe and sound, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Since you succeeded, why is Su Ling not hurt at all? Zhu Taiyu was also very confused about this. We clearly have the same contract with the same person. According to the rule that a beastmaster can only have one spirit beast, if one of us succeeds, the other will definitely fail. Why did we both succeed? This time even Zhu Feng was confused. Aren't you contracting with the same person? There is no problem about this. We have contracted with the same person, Lu Sui. Xu Taiyu said firmly. Although she was sure that she had contracted with Lu Sui because of the similarity of their source power. Xu Feng couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. He felt something was amiss. If it was Lu Sui who had signed the contract, why would such a strange situation arise? If there's no problem with you guys, then there must be something wrong with Lu Sui. Xu Shuiying stroked her chin and pondered for a moment before saying, could it be that Lu Sui could contract two spirit beasts at the same time? Xu Feng shook his head. That's impossible. A beast master can only contract one spirit beast at most. No exceptions. Those who attempt to contract a second spirit beast will die. Then second brother, what should we do now? Xu Shuiying was also confused by the situation in front of her. She had never expected the current situation. If it was really that Lu Sui who had contracted two spirit beasts, then things would be serious. Because Lu Sui completely broke the rules between the Beastmaster and the spirit beast. It's like marriage was originally monogamous, but suddenly a guy married two wives, and it was legal. Isn't this outrageous? Once it gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Let's report the situation to Old Man Zhu first. Xu Feng said after taking a deep breath. Xu Shuiying could now imagine what expression Old Man Zhu had when he heard the news. As soon as Xu Feng dialed the number, Zhu Tianjue on the other end seemed to have been guarding the phone all the time. He picked up the call as soon as he saw it coming. Stinky boy, tell me quickly, how is the matter? Dad, there's good news and bad news, and you have to listen to that one. Zhu Tianjue. Can I still keep this son? The good news first. Xu Feng, the good news is that the Su family's daughter succeeded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianjue's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He almost guessed what the bad news was. It was nothing more than that his little daughter had failed and suffered the backlash of the source power. But when Zhu Tianjue thought of his beloved little daughter, who was suffering from the backlash of the source power due to the failure of the contract, his heart was broken. Alright, I already know. Find me a chance to kill that Lu Sui. Taiyu must get back at him for all the suffering he's endured. He dared to reject my daughter, Zhu Tianjue, and he doesn't want to live anymore. Dad, don't be impulsive. Isn't there some bad news? Xu Feng tried to dissuade him hastily, fearing that this hot-tempered man would not be able to bear it and rushed directly to Rongcheng. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianjue was startled and frowned immediately. The bad news is obvious. Isn't it that your sister's contract failed and she suffered backlash? No, Dad, listen to me, the bad news is, our Taiyu also successfully signed the contract? As Xu Feng finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. What do you mean? Didn't the Su family girl and Taiyu fight for the same person? How come they both succeeded? Xu Feng coughed lightly upon hearing this and explained, Dad, you should know that a beastmaster and a spirit beast are the same. You can only contract one. Chapter 41. His family background is really ordinary. Of course I know that. Just keep talking. Don't beat around the bush. Xu Tianjue said with a bit of doubt in his tone. Xu Feng continued, I just asked my younger sister, and she's sure she and Su Ling have contracted with the same person, so this Lu Sui might have the ability to contract two spirit beasts at the same time. Contracting two spirit beasts at the same time? Xu Tianjue was silent for a few breaths after hearing this, and then said angrily, this is fucking nonsense. Everyone knows that a beastmaster can only contract one spirit beast, so where did the second one come from? Listening to Zhu Tianjue's angry roar, Xu Feng did not get angry. Dad, I don't believe it either, but I saw it with my own eyes, and I still don't believe it. Then you should investigate Lu Sui's information thoroughly and report to me. This Lu Sui is definitely not a simple person. Check his parents and family situation for me. Xu Tianjue shouted angrily and hung up the phone directly. Xu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. Fortunately, Old Man Zhu did not get furious, otherwise he would have been scolded again. But even so, he didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly began to order his subordinates to investigate the matter. On the other side, Su Ling told his parents and descendants about his successful contract. Su's father and mother looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Did both of you succeed? Doesn't that mean that you will have to share a man with the girl from the Zhu family in the future? Yang Lingyu frowned, a little displeased. Why should her daughter share a man with the girl from the Zhu family? However, Su Wenyu grasped the key point. You just said that he could contract both of you at the same time? This is strange. No matter how powerful a beastmaster is or how strong his source power is, he cannot contract two spirit beasts. Not even a 9th level grandmaster can do it. This is totally against the rules of heaven and earth. Since Lu Sui can achieve this, could it be that this guy possesses some kind of incredible ability or bloodline? Linger, I remember you told me that Lu Suixing comes from an ordinary family. Is that right? Su Wenyu asked seriously. Su Lingyu nodded. Yes, Lu Sui is a local who was born and raised in Rongcheng. Although I have only been with him for 3 years. But from Lu Sui's former classmates, I learned that he was indeed raised in an ordinary family. As far as I know, he has been very smart since he was young and has a strong learning ability. He always ranks first in his grade in every exam. What about his parents? Have you checked their background? Su Ling shook her head. She had indeed sent someone to investigate, but the results were blank. There were only 2 possibilities for such a bizarre situation. First, Lu Sui had concealed his family background. Second, his family had special abilities to protect his information. If it is the first one, it is easy to deal with, but if it is the second one, it will be tricky. Although the Su family is considered the #1 family in Shanghai, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in China. Didn't find anything? Su Wenyu frowned. It seemed that Lu Sui was not as simple as he imagined. Seeing her father's suspicion, Su Ling rolled her eyes and said, "Dad, are you still afraid that he will harm me? You know, we have a life and death contract. If he kills me, won't he die too?" Su Wenyu gently touched his daughter's head. "Silly child, Dad is worried that you will suffer a loss. Where is Lu Sui? Find him for me so I can meet him. I don't have any other skills, but I am quite good at judging people. I can tell what kind of person that kid is at a glance." Yeah. Su Ling nodded obediently. At the same time, at Rongcheng Airport, a wealthy and elegant young man was getting off a special plane with a calm look on his face. Following him were 2 men and 2 women, who were guards arranged for him by his family. "Taiyu, you've been hiding for 3 years, but you can't hide anymore. You can't escape from my grasp. As long as I sign a life and death contract with you, the Shu family will be mine sooner rather than later." This young man was none other than Wang Mingliang, the young master of the Wang family, who had rushed here after hearing the news about Zhu Taiyu. At this moment, his eyes were full of determination. He must take that woman back and make her kneel at his feet and beg for mercy. However, the next second, news came from his men who had already been arranged in Rongcheng. "Master, after Zhu Taiyu finished his talent test, he signed a life and death contract with a man named Lu Sui." Upon hearing this news, Wang Mingliang's face darkened and he stared at his subordinate with a cold expression. "What did you just say? Who did Zhu Taiyu sign a life and death contract with?" The subordinate was frightened by his gloomy look and immediately repeated it again tremblingly. "Lu Sui?" Hearing this name, Wang Mingliang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, like a bloodthirsty beast, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Good, very good. I never thought that someone would snatch a woman from me, Wang Mingliang. I immediately tracked down Lu Sui's house. I want him to know what happens if he steals something from me." Damn it, damn it. Morong Jia cursed and smashed it casually. The porcelain displayed in his room. He had originally planned to force Su Ling to sign a contract today. After all, Su Ling's talent and beauty had made him salivate over them as early as 3 years ago. By then, with a contract with Su Ling, he will be able to smoothly take over the Su family's business and make the Morongshui family the true first family in China. But all this was ruined by a man named Lu Sui. Not only did he fail to sign a contract with Su Ling, but because of this person, all his careful planning over the years was ruined. "You bastard, I will kill you," Morong Jia said, gritting his teeth. He never expected that Su Ling would actually make a life and death contract with such a waste. Such a binding is almost unsolvable, and it also means that he has completely lost Su Ling, the SS level spirit beast. At this moment, Morong Jia felt a strong sense of frustration. He was the eldest grandson of the Morong family, but he was not even as good as an ordinary person. Did those killers kill Lu Sui? Morong Jia asked the old man beside him. The old man nodded and replied respectfully, "Master, there's no news from either Lu Lang or Qi Sha. Could it be that the Su family sent someone in advance? This is impossible. Su Wenyu would never let his daughter sign a contract with an F-level trash, let alone a life and death contract." Morong Jia waved his hand. When he first learned about this, he ordered the 7 killers to assassinate Lu Sui. He had even thought about it. After Lu Sui died, he forced Su Ling to sign a contract and took the Su family's wealth for himself. But now, Lu Sui is alive and well, those killers are simply a bunch of trash, and his plan has completely failed. Young master, what should we do now? The old man hesitated. Chapter 42 Family Throne. Humph. Let's hold our ground for now and wait for news from Lu Lang and the assassin. If they both fail, I'll send the Grandmaster to kill him and eliminate any future trouble. Yes, young master is wise. The old man whispered. Their Morong family is a top wealthy family with many beast tamers and spirit beasts. Killing a first-level beast tamer is as easy as pie. On the other hand, Lu Sui also learned a lot of information from Su Chaofu. The rise of the Su family shocked and alerted all forces in Rongqing. Over the years, the Su family's glory has become more and more prosperous, and it has also attracted the covetousness of other forces. As a member of the Su family, Su Chaofu was very clear about the development of the Su family in the past 3 years. Now the Su family's influence has gradually expanded to the entire Demon City and has even begun to spread across the country. But even for the Su family, there are still hostile forces. Just like when Lu Sui first met Su Ling, Su Ling's identity was also being peeped at by others. After all, Su Ling's family background and talent as a spirit beast are almost impeccable. And the person who attacked you this time is most likely someone from the Morong family. Su Chaofu sighed. Actually, there's been news recently that Uncle Su's only daughter, my cousin Su Ling, is in Rongqing. They sent people here to investigate. They probably already know that you and Su Ling are close, so they sent assassins to kill you. Killer? Lu Sui laughed contemptuously. Since you want to come to me and let me practice, why should I refuse? Seeing that Lu Sui didn't care at all, Su Chaofu said angrily, Lu Sui, don't take it seriously. There are many masters in the Morong family. I'm worried that they will come and take your life. Then what can I do? Lu Sui spread his hands helplessly. I can only report it to the Night Shadow team. After all, killing students from Tiandu College, the consequences, can the Morong family afford it? Su Chaofu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened as he looked at Lu Sui. You entered Tiandu College? How did you get in? Was it talent or background? Strength. Lu Sui only answered with 2 words. Su Chaofu looked at Lu Sui with his mouth wide open, and immediately began to examine Lu Sui again. You? Su Chaofu looked at Lu Sui speechlessly and shook his head. You are so arrogant, don't bring my cousin Linger with you. Lu Sui expressed his innocence and said that he really got into Tiandu College based on his own strength. I really got into Tiandu College based on my own strength. If you don't believe me, I can show you my certificate. Said Landing casually took out the certificate he was carrying. Su Chaofu carefully looked at the information on the certificate, and after confirming that it was correct, he began to look at Lu Sui. You are an equipment caster? Su Chaofu frowned and looked Lu Sui up and down. In his impression, casters are all big and strong, with dark skin and unkempt hair. How come the Lu Sui in front of me is completely the opposite? Not only does he have a slender and well-proportioned figure, but he also has fair and delicate skin, soft lines on his face, curved and upturned eyebrows, bright black eyes, a high and straight nose, and rosy lips. All of these make him look extremely handsome, especially with his cynical temperament. He really looks like a male god. No matter how you look at it, such a person has nothing to do with the tough job of a foundry master. Don't you think so? Lu Sui shrugged. Although he didn't like forging, no matter whether it was equipment for spirit beasts or beast masters, as long as he successfully made one, it could be sold at a very high price on the market. Moreover, the equipment he made was extremely tough. Although it could only reach level 1 or 2 due to limited resources and strength, the improvements in defense and attack power were almost all top-notch. Su Chaofu still didn't believe it, but when he saw the words Tiandu College's Royal Casting Master on the certificate, he had to believe it. You know, it is such an honor for a student to enter Tiandu College as the Royal Foundry Master. At this time, Lu Sui had already taken out his cell phone and called home. Although he reported to the Night Shadow team, he would only feel at ease when he heard from his parents in person that he was safe. After the phone rang a few times, it was picked up. A pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Swayer, what's going on? Hearing his mother's voice, Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then looked at the phone again. After confirming that it was his father's phone, he couldn't help but ask, Mom, why is Dad's phone with you? He's kneeling now. Lu Qingyin's voice was flat, and no emotion could be heard. But Lu Sui could sense that his mother seemed to be angry. He took a deep breath and continued, Did anyone come to cause trouble today? Lu Qingyin was stunned for a moment, then replied, No, everything is normal. By the way, Fayer just came back and accused you of bullying her and putting laxatives in her milk tea. That's not true. Lu Sui shook his head repeatedly. Mom, that's because she drank too much milk tea and ate snacks under the covers at night. Even an iron stomach can't stand it. Hearing her son's words, Lu Qingyin stopped pursuing the matter. Oh? So that's the case. Looks like it's time to discipline your sister. She's been too naughty lately. Well, I understand. I will teach her a lesson someday. Lu Sui nodded, then changed the subject and said, By the way, Mom, Dad, how did I offend you? He was also a little curious. Every time he went home, the two of them were so affectionate. His father's love for his mother was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. He usually held his mother in his hands. How could he suddenly get into trouble? Lu Qingyin sneered and said, Your father saved some private money, so he saved it. As a man, he must have money to be able to stand up. But he saved the money to drink and have fun. Fayer told me, but I didn't believe it. I never thought I would find it. It's in the drawers in Turlayer. There seem to be quite a few, at least a dozen source crystals. Lu Sui said casually. However, after he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Sui also felt that something was wrong, especially when he saw what was displayed in the ancient mirror. Emotional points plus 999. Emotional points plus 700. The emotional point of 999 points undoubtedly came from my father, and the other emotional point undoubtedly came from my mother. After a few moments of silence on the other end of the phone, Lu Qingyin's gritted teeth voice came, The secret money I just found is behind the photo frame. Lu Sui opened his mouth, feeling as if he had gotten into some big trouble. At this time, at Lu Sui's house, Lu Feilong's face was as pale as pig liver, and Lu Qingyin's face was full of frost. Lu Qingyin was using the hands-free mode when she made the call just now, without any intention of avoiding Lu Feilong. Lu Feilong cried out in his heart, You rebellious son, your father has already knelt down, not only don't you put out the fire for your mother, but you also pour a bucket of oil on it. Chapter 43, Each has its own merits. Lu Feilong secretly stuffed the money hidden in the drawer under the bed, but Lu Qingyin's search was more meticulous. She turned the drawer upside down and finally found where the money was hidden. She also successfully found a total of 12 source crystals. Looking at so many source crystals, Lu Qingyin was slightly surprised. This guy actually hid so many. Lu Feilong didn't dare to breathe at this moment, he could only swallow his saliva. Wife, don't be angry. Who are you calling wife? Lu Qingyin glared at Lu Feilong. I'm not your wife, the beautiful girl who accompanies you in drinking is me. Lu Feilong immediately explained, No, honey, I really didn't go. You have to believe me, I just wanted to buy some wine with these source crystals. Lu Qingyin didn't have much doubt about his explanation. If Lu Feilong had really done anything inappropriate, she would have known it long ago. After all, the life and death contract was not bound in vain. Alright, we'll deal with your business later. Lu Qingyin glanced at him coldly, then asked Lu Sui, Swear, how's your talent? Have you found a contract partner? If you want to make a life and death contract, bring him home and let your mother take a look. I'm good at judging people. Lu Feilong rolled his eyes after hearing this. Back when you were in the Night Shadow team, you were never sure about people. Lu Qingyin naturally noticed his rolling eyes, and without saying anything, she raised her jade foot and kicked him in the face. The kick made him scream, and he took several steps back, covering his face. Lu Feilong was in so much pain that tears were about to flow down his face. He said aggrievedly, Wife, I was wrong, isn't it okay? I was wrong, isn't it okay? Shut up. Lu Qingyin glared at him fiercely, If it weren't for the fact that you're my husband, I would definitely beat you up. Lu Feilong immediately shrank his head and dared not say a word. Hearing Lu Feilong's miserable voice, Lu Sui couldn't help laughing, and then said, Mom, well. I was just about to tell someone about this, don't get excited after hearing it. When Lu Qingyin heard the tone, she suddenly thought of something and her face turned a little ugly. Swear, you won't make a contract with a girl, and it's a life and death contract. Yeah. Lu Sui did not hide it, nor could he hide it. After all, the life and death contract was no trivial matter. At this time, Lu Feilong frowned when he heard that his son had signed a life and death contract with someone. Then he thought about how this guy had emptied his private money and couldn't help but curse, with your appearance, which girl would be interested in you, and a life and death contract? Lu Sui shrugged, there's nothing I can do. I'm handsome and charming, so there's nothing I can do about it. Hearing such shameless words, Lu Feilong couldn't help but scold him angrily, You kid, do you still have any shame? If you go out and mess around in the future, don't say that you are my son, Lu Feilong. I can't afford to lose this person. Shut up. Lu Qingyin glared at Lu Filong fiercely. The latter lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. Lu Qingyin sighed and said, Swayer, why don't you discuss this with your parents? Didn't you discuss this with me when you signed the life and death contract with Dad? Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 700. Lu Sui's words left the air silent. Lu Feilong's mouth twitched even more after hearing this. Lu Qingyin's face darkened for the first time. You weren't even around back then, how could I possibly tell you that? No matter how mean you are, I can beat you to death even through the phone screen. Ahem, sorry, I spoke too quickly. Lu Sui smiled awkwardly. Lu Qingyin didn't want to waste time talking to him, so she asked bluntly, what kind of girl is you're contracted with? What's her personality like? Lu Sui thought about it. Xin Shangyue was cold but dignified, like a fairy who was not tainted by the world. Su Ling had a bit of a spoiled daughter's temper, but she had a good heart and was a little narcissistic. As for Zhu Taiyu, this is my brother, the kind who can drink with me. It's hard to say, I can only say that each has its own merits. Lu Qingyin? Lu Filong. Both of them were confused by Lu Sui's words. What does it mean that each has its own merits? When you describe other people's personalities, can you use the phrase each has its own merits? Wait, let me sort it out first. Lu Qingyin took 2 deep breaths. So you mean to say that you've signed a life and death contract? But what does each has his own personality mean? Literally. Lu Sui didn't know how to explain, the contract has been signed, and there is more than one. Lu Qingyin and Lu Filong looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. More than one, what does this mean? Lu Qingyin was a little confused. Could there be a second contracted spirit beast? Lu Sui hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, what I mean is, I can contract multiple contracts at the same time. Lu Filong suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Qingyin was immediately furious. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. You're not telling the truth. You can contract multiple spirit beasts at the same time? Lu Sui nodded confidently, it is indeed true. Now Lu Qingyin didn't know what to say. She suddenly realized that her son was a freak. Although he had a perverted physique, she even felt that Lu Sui's words were bragging. After all, this was more realistic. Lu Filong also stood there in a daze, feeling terrible. How did this guy do it? Contracting multiple spirit beasts at the same time, isn't that equivalent to him having multiple wives? How should I put it, I'm a little envious. Lu Qingyin recovered and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Then she asked, how many spirit beasts have you contracted now? 3. Lu Sui replied truthfully. Lu Qingyin was speechless when she heard this. 3, this kid, why does he have the temperament of a scumbag? What kind of contracts are they? Are they equal contracts? Lu Qingyin asked. They are all life and death contracts. Lu Sui did not hide it. But after hearing this, Lu Qingyin and Lu Filong felt bad. All 3 of them were under a life and death contract? Those 3 girls must be crazy. The expressions of both Lu Qingyin and Lu Filong were extremely interesting. Lu Sui didn't think too much about it. He let them think whatever they wanted. He was used to it anyway. Who are those 3 girls? How do you know them? Who took the initiative to ask for the life and death contract? Lu Qingyin also expressed her doubts, and then thought of Lu Sui's girlfriend in the academy, and her beautiful eyes showed some displeasure. When she heard that her children had girlfriends, as a mother, she couldn't resist her curiosity and secretly went to the college to see the girl named Wu Shui. Although his looks and talent were acceptable, she really disliked his character. Because she saw that Wu Shui didn't really care about Lu Sui, but only admired her son's talent, but she wanted to let the child handle his own affairs. Chapter 44, The Daughter of an Acquaintance. But she didn't expect that Wu Shui would actually make a life and death contract with her own son. She was trying to drag her son into the fire pit. This is worse than she expected. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Wu Shui, a power-hungry woman, will follow her son for the rest of her life? Is it the one called Wu Shui? Lu Qingyin's face was ashen at this moment, with some regret in her eyes. If she had known this would happen, she should have intervened directly. She absolutely could not let those questionable women ruin her son's life. Hearing this, Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Mom, you think too much. Wu Shui and I ended up together the day my talent test came out. Lu Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, she almost thought that her son and Wu Shui were having an affair. If that was the case, she didn't know what to do. "Oh, that's fine," Lu Qingyin said. "Since it's not her, then who is the one you have a contract with?" Lu Sui was about to speak when Lu Qingyin on the other end of the phone suddenly realized, "Swayer, is your talent test over? How is your talent?" It was originally F level, and later promoted to E level. Lu Sui replied. Lu Qingyin was a little confused after hearing this. She obviously didn't expect her son's talent to be so rubbish. No wonder her son had always refused to tell her about this. He was probably worried about the potential blow. Although she didn't know whether it was due to chance or something else, his talent had been raised to E level, but it was still not good enough. However, this worry only lasted less than a second, and Lu Qingyin quickly realized, that's not right. If you really only have an E level talent, why would 3 girls make a life and death contract with you? You should know that the life and death contract is different from the other 2 contracts. Once bound, only death can separate them. Lu Sui didn't know how to explain it. He originally had good talent, but unfortunately he sacrificed all his talent in order to activate the ancient mirror, which resulted in everything he had today. This statement could not convince anyone. Moreover, the way to use this ancient mirror depends on the emotions generated by others. This, you are going to ask them? Lu Sui replied indifferently. Lu Qingyin and Lu Filon looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. They could only ask the 3 good children who had made a life and death contract with Lu Sui. "Swayer, what are the names of those 3 girls and where are they from?" Lu Qingyin asked hurriedly. "Their names are Qin Shangyue, Su Ling, and Zhu Taiyu," Lu Sui answered truthfully. Lu Qingyin felt familiar with these names the first time she heard them, but she couldn't remember where she had heard them before. She looked at Lu Filon with a puzzled look. The latter thought for a moment and suddenly remembered something. "I remember Su Ling isn't Su Wenyu's daughter? Then Zhu Taiyu is the daughter of that guy Zhu Tianjue?" After Lu Feilong's reminder, Lu Qingyin finally understood why it sounded familiar. When Lu Sui heard his parents address China's renowned mining king, Su Wenyu, and his equally renowned army commander, Zhu Tianjue, he became puzzled. "Mom and Dad, do you know Su Wenyu and Zhu Tianjue?" Lu Filong also recovered from his shock and said with a smile, "Of course I know him, and I'm very familiar with him." Lu Sui became even more confused after hearing this. What was going on? How did my parents know such an important person? And the relationship seems to be very good. How did you 2 meet? Lu Sui was a little curious. His parents were usually very leisurely and had children to add to the fun. Later, when they found that there was no fun in it, they just let the children roam free. Later, they felt that having a son was boring, so they gave birth to a daughter, who is now Lu Sui's sister. However, since his sister was born, he has been taking care of her most of the time. But the only reliable thing about this pair of parents is that they never let the siblings suffer any injustice, especially in the academy. Whenever someone is bullied, Lu Filong will immediately run to teach them a lesson, making them suffer. Moreover, they are particularly protective of their shortcomings and will stand on their side no matter what the reason. Oh, it's a long story. Lu Filong sighed and began to tell Lu Sui about his own deeds. Lu Sui interrupted him hesitantly, "If it's too long, you don't have to say it. I don't really want to hear it." Lu Filong, who was about to show off. Emotional points plus 300. "You won't let me say it, but I insist on saying it." "Okay, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Lu Qingyin glared at him, then turned around and continued chatting with Lu Sui. "Those 2 old guys and I are not only acquaintances, they also pursued your mother before." Lu Sui was startled, then said solemnly, "Mom, tell me the truth, did my dad use some insidious trick to sign a life and death contract with you back then?" After hearing this, Lu Filong wanted to use 7 wolves to beat this brat. "Look, is this guy speaking human language? You kid, I'm fucking." Lu Filong was about to speak, but Lu Qingyin calmed him down with a look. "Swayer, you underestimated your father. Even though your dad isn't good looking, can't make girls happy, and isn't very serious, how can a girl not be moved by a man who dares to make the whole world his enemy just for you?" After listening to this, Lu Sui nodded silently. He couldn't deny this. After all, the love they had for each other was not so easy to hide. At this time, Lu Filong felt that his wife's anger had subsided, so he stood up secretly and then sat carefully next to Lu Qingyin. Lu Qingyin pretended not to see it. After being forgiven, Lu Filong hugged Lu Qingyin and said with a smile, "Hey, 20 years ago, I stole the white moonlight of those 2 old guys, and 20 years later my son is going to marry their daughter." I really want to see them know that the person who signed the life and death contract with their daughter is my son, Lu Filong. TSK, I'm afraid they will die of anger on the spot. Lu Sui. Okay, stop joking. Lu Qingyin glared at Lu Filong fiercely again, then turned to the other end of the phone and said, when you have time, bring the three of them to meet me. After all, an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. That's no problem. I'll be there as soon as I finish my business at the academy. Lu Sui was about to hang up when he suddenly thought of something. He raised his lips and said, Mom, are you short of money lately? Lu Qingyin was stunned, not knowing what her son was up to, but she refused without hesitation, I don't need it. You can spend all the source crystals you earned on yourself. I'm not so poor as to ask a brat like you who just came of age for a short time to give me money. Lu Sui smiled and said, it's not my money, it's the private money that my father secretly hid. Chapter 45, Meeting Mingliang in the City. As soon as these words came out, the air was instantly silent. Lu Filong stared at his phone in disbelief. Is this his biological son? Is there such a traitorous person? Lu Yingqing narrowed her eyes slightly, and reached out to pinch Lu Feilong's waist unconsciously. The latter grimaced in pain, Swayer, tell your mother where your father has hidden his private money. It seems to be in the living room, under the chair where Fayer often sits. I saw him hiding it last time, and he even gave me a source crystal as hush money. Lu Sui said with a smile. Ah. Lu Filong had a grief-stricken expression on his face, and he wished he could beat his butt right there and then. Is this your biological child? But he thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he didn't hide the source crystal under the chair where Lu Fayer often sat. He suddenly became tough. Wife, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, he must be taking revenge on me. Really? Lu Qingyin didn't want to waste time talking to him, so she quickly walked to Lu Fayer's chair and lifted up the cushion. She saw 12 thumb-sized source crystals embedded in the chair. Seeing this, Lu Filong suddenly felt that he could not wash away the guilt even if he jumped into the Yellow River, but this source crystal was really not hidden by him. Qingyin. This source crystal really isn't mine. That kid must have framed me. Lu Filong, do you want to listen to what you are saying? The facts are in front of you, and you still want to quibble. Lu Qingyin said, gritting her teeth. Lu Filong was startled and waved his hands quickly, saying, I was wrong, wife, I was wrong. Humph. Lu Qingyin snorted coldly, go outside and feed mosquitoes tonight. No, absolutely not. Lu Filong shook his head hurriedly. When Lu Sui heard the voice, he gave a dishonest chuckle, thinking that someone would not be able to sleep tonight. He then hung up the phone directly. He was not worried that the two would have any emotional discord. At most, Dad will suffer a little injustice and get punished. But it can bring a lot of emotional points. At this moment, he glanced at the emotional points in the ancient mirror, and unknowingly, it had broken through to the 80,000 mark, and was even infinitely close to 90,000 emotional points. Seeing so many emotional points, even Lu Sui was a little shocked. It turned out that the power of the masses is unlimited. Rongqing is right ahead. Su Chaofu murmured as he looked at the city ahead. Hearing this, Lu Sui looked up and found that he could see the outline of the city in the distance. It didn't look very prosperous, but this was Rongqing. Yes, Rongqing is not far ahead. Lu Suiying said, although Rongqing is not as big as Kyoto, it can be regarded as a prosperous city. Well, it's indeed quite prosperous. Su Chaofu said. Zhen Shui also relied on the powerful physical fitness of the spirit beast to jump to a high place, took a look inside, and her eyes lit up slightly. He couldn't wait to jump down from the height, landing steadily in front of Su Chaofu. He said with a very cute smile, Brother Chaofu, let's go in and eat something. The fight with that guy just now consumed a lot of my physical strength, and now I need to replenish it. Then let's find a hotel to rest first. Su Chaofu said, touching her little head lovingly. However, just after entering Rongqing, Lu Sui suddenly found that there were several people behind him with their eyes fixed on him. He raised his eyebrows and turned around. He only saw a wealthy man with a face full of fat looking at him, and behind him were 2 men and 2 women, who were obviously the beastmasters and spirit beasts protecting him. Lu Sui looked him up and down and confirmed that he had never seen him before, but he could clearly feel the hostility from him. Su Chaofu, who was standing by, saw him stop and couldn't help but follow his gaze. When he saw the young man's familiar face, his pupils shrank. Wang Mingliang. Wang Mingliang glanced at Su Chaofu and obviously recognized him. Su family? But after taking a look at him, his eyes were full of disdain, and he obviously didn't take him seriously. Then he set his sights on Lu Sui. On the way to Rongqing, he had read Lu Sui's information and seen his photos, so he naturally recognized him. "Are you Lu Sui?" Wang Mingliang asked coldly with his eyes slightly narrowed. Lu Sui glanced at him indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to him at all, turned around and continued walking towards the interior of Rongqing. The malice emanating from other bodies continuously entered the ancient mirror in the form of emotional points. Emotional points plus 500. Emotional points plus 300. With such high and dense emotional points, it is obvious that nothing good will happen if the other party comes to me. This indifferent attitude made Wang Mingliang's face even gloomier. However, due to his status, he did not take action. Instead, he used his eyes to signal the 4 beast masters and spirit beasts behind him, teach him a lesson, let him know the consequences of taking my things. If this bastard hadn't suddenly appeared and ruined his plans, he would have already dealt with Zhu Taiyu and was even preparing to force Zhu Tianjue to abdicate. Now that things have become a foregone conclusion, the guy who ruined his plans must be killed without a burial place. "Yes, master." One of the beast masters stood up, and the woman beside him had already manifested a partial spirit beast form. It was actually a white bear, majestic and powerful, with a lustrous luster all over its body, as if it could pounce and kill at any time. Another beast master and the spirit beast also transformed into spirit beast forms, which turned out to be a thunder cat with lightning all over its body. Feeling the powerful source power emanating from the other party, the 4th level spirit beast, Su Chaofu's face changed instantly. "Lu Sui, hurry up and leave, I'll block it." However, before Su Chaoshi could finish his words, Xianxue grabbed his hand and ran away, her face filled with resentment, saying, "Brother Chaofu, why are you still talking nonsense? That Lu Sui has already run away while you were talking." Su Chaofu was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Sui, who was still calling him a brother before entering the city, would sell him out without even turning his head when he encountered danger. Moreover, the speed at which he escaped was so fast that even Xianxue, the spirit beast, could not catch up with him. Wang Mingliang and the other 4 were also dumbfounded. They never thought that Lu Sui was so cowardly. They were just about to take action when he turned around and ran away. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Mingliang also waved his hand. "Go, I want to live." Roar. The thunder cat roared angrily, its body suddenly bounced out, and it swung its claws fiercely, killing directly towards Lu Sui. With a 4th level speed type spirit beast and the assistance of a master level beast master, it would be extremely easy to deal with a 1st level rookie. However, what Lightning Cat did not expect was that Lu Sui's body movements were extremely fast. The moment Lightning Cat attacked, he dodged at the speed of light. Chapter 46 Thunder Cat. At this time, the Thunder Cat swung its claw again, but Lu Sui dodged it again. However, Lu Sui was still calm, as if he had already predicted its attack and was always able to dodge it one step ahead. Boom! The Thunder Cat attacked repeatedly, but Lu Sui was always able to dodge cleverly, making each of the Thunder Cat's attacks fail. While dodging, Lu Sui used his own sensitivity and speed advantages to continuously increase the distance. Whoosh! Boom! After several lightning-fast attacks, Lu Sui and the Thunder Cat's attacks crossed each time. After a burst of violent thunder, many surrounding buildings were destroyed, and it also attracted the attention of many people. "Damn this guy," Thunder Cat cursed angrily. She found that this guy named Lu Sui was surprisingly fast. There is no doubt that this is a skill shared by the spirit beast, otherwise it would be impossible to have such speed. Moreover, a spirit beast skill with such speed is undoubtedly S level. It's a bit tricky. Thunder Cat directly conveyed the message to his beastmaster and discussed countermeasures at the same time. Wang Mingliang's face turned grim when he heard the news from Thunder Cat. S level? This guy actually got an S level skill. It goes without saying that this ability must be a talent shared between the beastmaster and the spirit beast, and this S level spirit beast skill originally belonged to him, but was snatched away by a guy who suddenly appeared. At this moment, the fire in Wang Mingliang's heart was rising, and he wanted to immediately catch the person who stole his skills and skin him alive. Catch him at all costs. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Mingliang gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. But at this time, an elderly beastmaster could not help but remind him, "Master, we are in the city. If we recklessly hunt him down, many innocent people may be sacrificed. Then Ying may cause trouble for us." Wang Mingliang sneered at this. "What are you afraid of? Who does Ying think he is? How dare he touch me? They have to release me the same way they caught me." If someone else said this, they might sneer and think that the other person had been kicked in the head by a donkey. After all, not everyone can afford to offend a top master like Ying. But Wang Mingliang dared to say this because he relied on the support of the Wang family, whose power in Shangbei was second only to the Zhu family. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke Ying easily. But okay, no one can change my decision. Today I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. I will let him know what will happen if he tries to snatch the spiritual beast that I, Wang Mingliang, have set my eyes on. Wang Mingliang interrupted the advice of the older beastmaster. The older beastmaster opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by another beastmaster. Old Sure, since the young master has made a decision, then follow his instructions. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sure sighed and could only give up. At this moment, the Thunder Cat finally couldn't hold back his temper and rushed towards Lu Sui first. Swish! Lu Sui just kicked the ground, and his figure was like light, as fast as the wind, leaving several afterimages in the air. Under the cover of these afterimages, his real figure was running towards the distance. What a fast speed! Thunder Cat's pupil shrank suddenly, because she found that Lu Sui's speed was not inferior to hers at all. You should know that she is a speed-type spirit beast, and her most famous feature is her speed. However, at this moment, the seemingly ordinary man in front of her was able to surpass her in speed. This shows how much improvement the spirit beast skills have brought to him. Humph, your speed is quite impressive. I don't believe you can outrun a peak level 4 spirit beast like me. Thunder Cat snorted coldly, and his body suddenly accelerated, chasing after him at a rapid speed like an agile leopard. But at this moment, Lu Sui glanced at her slightly sideways. That's the speed you're at. The indifferent tone echoed in everyone's ears. Because Qin Shangyue fell into a deep sleep, he couldn't enter the possession state and could only use those 2S level skills. At this moment, Lu Sui suddenly felt that he was locked by a powerful aura. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of him. It was Shi Lao, one of Wang Mingliang's protectors. Appearing with him was a white bear that was as huge as a hill. Roar! The white bear roared, emitting a terrifying aura, showing that its strength was no ordinary one. Wang Mingliang, who was standing next to the white bear, smiled coldly. You little bastard, you still wanna run? Even if the emperor comes today, you will have to stay alive. Faced with an attack from both sides and an opponent who was several levels stronger than him, it would be difficult for him to escape no matter how talented he is. Seeing this situation, Lu Sui frowned. The only way he could think of now was to delay. When they took action just now, he had already informed Ying. Only if they could arrive in time could he escape danger. After all, this is inside the city, in public. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they would not dare to drive their spirit beasts to kill people in the street. You should think carefully. I am a student who was admitted to Tiandu College in advance. If you attack me now, you will be challenging the status of Tiandu College in China. Lu Sui said as he took out the admission letter he carried with him and waved it in front of several people. The sharp-eyed Shi Lao only took a glance and concluded that the admission letter was real. Master, this letter is real. Wang Mingliang's face darkened, and he looked at Lu Sui with an even more ferocious look. If this Lu Sui was a waste, and Zhu Taiyu chose this guy, it only meant that he had no vision, then he would feel better. How could someone who might be admitted to Tiandu College in advance be simple? Originally, he just wanted to beat the other party half to death and make Zhu Taiyu regret his decision, but now it seems that he can't keep him. But Wang Mingliang still said unwillingly, even if it is like this, what does it matter? The mountains are high and the emperor is far away here. Even if I kill him, what can Tiandu Academy do to me? Seeing this, Lu Sui didn't say much, but looked at him in shock. Don't you have any respect for Tiandu College? Wang Mingliang laughed heartily upon hearing this, and said sarcastically, "Ah? What's Tiandu College? Is it that powerful? With the power of my Wang family, we can enter whenever we want. For ordinary people like you, Tiandu College may be the dragon gate in your minds, but for those of us born with wealth and power, it is just an ordinary broken door. I can enter and exit as I please." These words stunned Lu Sui. He didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant and presumptuous person in this world. At this moment, Old Sure suddenly realized that something was wrong. He always felt that the boy in front of him was deliberately leading their young master to say this. Chapter 47. Send him to the west tonight. But even if he told her what was going on, what would it matter? During the chase just now, Lu Sui had run to this open and deserted area by himself. I've told you so much, and now you've recognized your position. Go die, along with Zhu Taiyu. If I can't get her, no one else can. Wang Mingliang grinned and waved his hand. The Thunder Cat behind him pounced forward instantly, its ice blue eyes filled with bloodthirstiness. At this moment, Shirlao saw the cell phone hidden in Lu Sui's collar, and his expression suddenly changed. Stop. Stop it right now. The Thundercat's sharp claws were less than a finger's distance away from Lu Sui, but it was still hovering in the air, turning its head to look at Old Shur in confusion. White Bear and the other Beastmaster also looked at Old Shur with the same puzzled look. Wang Mingliang even lost his temper. Old Shur, why are you stopping me? Young master, that guy had his cell phone on. Did he record everything you said just now? Old Shur's face looked a little unhappy. Hearing what Mr. Shur said, Wang Mingliang's face changed immediately. He quickly stretched his head over and saw the black mobile phone in Lu Sui's hand, which was still in recording mode. How dare you record a video? At this moment, Wang Mingliang looked like he was about to kill someone. Emotional points plus 700. Lu Sui waved his hands repeatedly. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't record it, I was clearly live streaming it. Wang Mingliang's eyes almost popped out when he heard the word live broadcast. In that life and death crisis just now, you actually thought about live broadcasting. Is this something a normal person can do? Emotional points plus 700. Lu Sui stopped pretending at this point and took out his phone, shaking it in front of him as if to show off. Come on, Xiao Wang, take a look, this is my first live broadcast and the number of viewers has exceeded 10,000. Isn't that amazing? When Wang Mingliang heard this boastful remark, the corners of his mouth twitched with anger. I'm going to fucking kill you, aren't you afraid at all? Damn Xiao Wang, that's all you can shout. Mr. Shur, I want him to die. Before Wang Mingliang could finish his words, Old Shur covered his mouth and said, Young master, be careful with your words. He's still live streaming. At this time, Lu Sui also looked at the audience's interactive content. Fuck, the host is so lucky, he was almost killed by that spirit beast? Brothers, I just got here. That Thundercat killing move just now didn't look like an act. Is there a possibility that the anchor is really being hunted down? Hurry up and leave, we'll hold you up. Damn, I know that guy. He's the real Wang Mingliang. He's a notorious young villain in the north. At this time, Wang Mingliang broke free from Shirlao's palm, glared at him and said, Shirlao, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Old Shur sighed. Now was not the time to take action, but he couldn't just sit back and watch. So he said, Young master, this matter has far-reaching implications. If you really touch him, your Wang family will suffer. After saying that, he winked at Wang Mingliang, signaling him to look not far away. There he saw a man and a woman standing there. The man stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly narrowed, while the woman was half squatting on the ground, looking ready to strike. Are they Yi Ying? But how did they come so quickly? Wang Mingliang narrowed his eyes when he saw the two of them. It was obvious that he was still quite afraid of Yi Ying. Seeing Wang Mingliang's hesitation, Old Shur continued, Young master, even if we want to fight, there's no need to rush now. Besides, I just received news that Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying have also come to Rongqing. If we really want to fight, the Night Shadow team will definitely intervene. We can't deal with this extremely fast guy in a short time. If we delay any longer, when Zhu Feng and others arrive, we will be in trouble. Wang Mingliang thought this made sense, but was that the end of the matter? He was unwilling to accept this. After all, Old Shur had been protecting Wang Mingliang since he was born. He naturally knew what Wang Mingliang was thinking. He whispered directly into Wang Mingliang's ear, I have a specially made poison. Anyone who takes it will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. No trace will be left. It won't pose any threat to you, and there will be no evidence pointing to you. Wang Mingliang understood instantly that they were trying to poison him, but as long as they could kill Lu Sui, he didn't care what method others used. Who will do it? 7 killers, there are plenty of killers who do this job. After the words fell, the two of them smiled alike. Wang Mingliang also took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lu Sui, I'll let you go today. Shit. Before Wang Mingliang could finish his words, Lu Suibian had already approached him and said with a grin, Xiao Wang, what are you guys plotting? My audience is a little curious. In the live broadcast room at this time. Does this anchor really not know how to write the word death? Someone is trying to kill you, and you're still going up to them. Aren't you afraid they'll attack you? Besides, this guy is Wang Mingliang. Given his background, if he gets angry, he'll really resort to violence. But at this time, Lu Sui greeted Wang Mingliang with a smile, Little Wang, come and say hello to my fans. They are all looking at you. They haven't seen the eldest son of the Wang family yet. Come, let them take a good look. As he spoke, Lu Sui directly put the phone to the other person's face. The audience on the screen were also stunned. My mother? What is suicide? This is suicide. Wang Mingliang's face turned green at this moment. He had never thought that Lu Sui would dare to tease him like this. He had been spoiled since he was a child and had never suffered such humiliation. He immediately flew into a rage. You are looking for death. Seeing that he was really going to attack him, Lu Sui immediately turned around and ran away, running more than 10 meters away. The speed and quick reaction seemed to have been anticipated. Wang Mingliang rushed forward, but Ulcher stopped him immediately. Young master, calm down. He is provoking you. If you really make a move, the Night Shadow team over there will immediately attack you. Ulcher, get out of the way. I'm going to kill this bastard. Wang Mingliang hated Lu Sui so much at this moment that he was even more angry than if he had killed his father and taken his wife away. Young master, please tolerate him for a while. We will let the killer send him to death tonight. Ulcher reminded again. Yeah, why should I bother with a dead person? Wang Mingliang took a deep breath and turned around and left without even saying a harsh word. But at this moment, Lu Sui was so happy looking at the emotion points that were constantly refreshing on the surface of the ancient mirror that he would never let Wang Mingliang go easily. These were moving emotion points. Xiao Wang, my fans are asking you, are you a ninja turtle? Otherwise, why are you so patient? Lu Sui said as he almost instantly rushed in front of Wang Mingliang and waved his mobile phone in front of him. Chapter 48 Stunning Everyone. No, is this really the infamous young master of the Wang family in Shangbei? So poor-tempered? You're so patient. You've even been beaten by an unknown guy. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Could it be that the anchor hired someone to impersonate him? Wang Mingliang was so angry watching the discussion in the live broadcast room that he gnashed his teeth. Impersonating? Did he really need to pretend to be himself? As the eldest son of the Wang family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? But he just couldn't vent his resentment, and this feeling of frustration drove him crazy. Emotional points plus 888. Emotional points plus 900. Seeing the emotion points constantly appearing on Wang Mingliang's body, Lu Sui suddenly smiled, because his emotion points were almost rising to 100,000, and he could be promoted to a third-level Beastmaster at any time. At this moment, Lu Sui looked at Wang Mingliang, who was on the verge of becoming extremely angry, and then looked at the live broadcast room. He exclaimed, "Fuck, Xiao Wang, it seems that the people from Tiandu Academy also saw it." He even threatened that you will never be able to enter Tiandu in your lifetime. But Wang Mingliang was very contemptuous after hearing this. He was unable to enter Tiandu College? Who does this guy think he is to say such things? Who the hell are you? I'm the eldest son of the Wang family. I'm preventing you from entering Tiandu. Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I can make you pay for it with just one word. Wang Mingliang was so angry that he finally exploded. But the live broadcast room exploded again. This is the young master I know. Who was it that just said that? How dare you say that in the live broadcast room? Aren't you afraid of the Wang family's revenge later? Fuck, brother, I just checked. This guy seems to be the dean of Tiandu College. Ah, dean? Song Qinghua, this is one of the few 9th-level Grandmaster Spirit Beasts in China. Is this true? If that person is the real one, young Master Wang will never be able to enter Tiandu College no matter how big a gift he gives. They knew Song Qinghua and the others too well. Although they were not frontline fighting spirit beasts that reached the Grandmaster level did not need the comfort of a Beastmaster and could fight on their own. Moreover, Song Qinghua is a very rare holder of 3S skills, although he cannot be rated as an SS-level spirit beast without SS skills. But there is no other person with 3S-level skills in the whole of China or the world. Wang Mingliang's face turned pale after seeing the comments, but he quickly calmed down. I don't care who you are. If you pretend to be Dean Song, the consequences will be more than just offending us, Wang Mingliang. Lu Sui patted Wang Mingliang on the shoulder and said, Little Wang, I have to talk about you. You just said that who dares to pretend to be a 9th-level master just to challenge you? This person is probably the real one. At this point, Lu Sui looked at Wang Mingliang with regret. I thought we could become alumni, but it seems I thought too much. What a pity, how come you can't get into such a good college? Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 300. Emotional points plus 300. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. They all had the urge to rush out and beat this guy to death through the screen. Wang Mingliang's expression was even more uncertain, but he was the eldest son of the Wang family after all. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Just wait, this matter is not over yet. After saying that, Wang Mingliang left without looking back, but the murderous look he left for Lu Sui before leaving made many people in the live broadcast room tremble. They knew that Wang Mingliang was really angry. Anchor, why don't you go abroad to avoid it? It's best to book a flight now. Yes, if you don't run now, you might not see the sun tomorrow. Wang Mingliang is a man with a strong desire for revenge, and the Wang family is quite powerful. Killing a powerless person is too easy. Lu Sui was just about to say something when he heard the cry of a phoenix from the sky. A scarlet gold fire phoenix flew towards him. It was huge, with a wingspan of 3 meters, and its feathers were scarlet gold, and every feather was shining with dazzling golden light. Just as everyone was sighing at the beautiful spirit beast, she slowly descended towards where Lu Sui was. The moment it landed, it created a heat wave, making the surrounding air seem to rise by 1 degree. Then the flames faded away, revealing its original appearance, which was Su Ling. At this time, Su Ling was wearing a purple dress, and she was extremely beautiful, especially her pair of eyes as bright as stars, which made her look noble, elegant, and holy, as if she was not tainted by any emotion. Wow, this is the real fairy sister. It's so beautiful, it makes my heart stop beating. My little dear is running wild. Su Ling's appearance instantly made the live broadcast room boil. Even when Lu Sui saw the woman dressed up like Su Ling, he was amazed even though he was mentally prepared. Su Ling's appearance and temperament are truly natural beauty that is hard to disregard. She has a slender and graceful figure with exquisite curves. She wears a purple dress and has an ethereal appearance. At this moment, she landed in front of Lu Sui from mid-air. Lu Sui looked at the girl and suddenly felt his heart beating faster. But when I thought that this guy was actually my brother who I had been with for 3 whole years, I found it a little hard to accept it for a while. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui in front of her. She was also stunned for a moment, then frowned. Are you okay? I just sensed the fluctuation of your source power. It's obvious that a battle took place. But it seems that my worry was in vain. Lu Sui touched his nose and said, I was in trouble, but now I'm fine after seeing you. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Who the hell is this beauty? She even knows the anchor. And look at the black symbol between this beauty's eyebrows. It's the mark of a life and death contract. Brothers, have you noticed that this anchor also has a black contract mark between his eyebrows, which means? How can a flower, Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 600. Lu Sui felt another surge of emotion points in his ancient mirror, and was suddenly surprised. Damn, could Su Ling get so many emotion points for him with just one appearance? At this moment, Su Ling looked at Lu Sui in front of her, pursed her red lips, and just as she was about to say something, a sonic boom caused by the impact of a suspended airship was heard from the sky. As soon as the airship came to a complete stop, a girl with short hair and a wolf tail, dressed in black tights, jumped off the airship and landed directly next to Lu Sui. The girl has a delicate face, a height of about 1.7 meters, and a devilishly hot body that makes people bleed from the nose. Her breasts are firm and plump, her hips are round, her waist is slender and can be held in one hand, and she is wearing a pair of black boots, which makes her look heroic and attractive at the same time. Lu Sui looked at the girl in front of him and recognized her at a glance, Zhu Taiyu. The moment Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui, he pounced on him and hugged him. Chapter 49 Meeting and Reunion. Ah, Lu Sui, I finally found you. Zhu Taiyu hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go for a moment, as if Lu Sui would disappear the next second if he let go. Lu Sui, who was being held tightly, felt the fullness squeezed and felt that all the blood in his body was surging. Taiyu, please loosen up a little. If you don't loosen up, I will suffocate. No, I won't let go. After saying that, Zhu Taiyu actually stood on tiptoe, stretched out her arms, wrapped them around his neck, and pulled him closer. She slightly opened her red lips and was about to kiss Lu Sui's lips. She had wanted to do this for a long time. In the past 3 years, every time she saw Lu Sui returning to the dormitory exhausted and sleeping soundly on the bed, she felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. It seemed that no one except Lu Sui could make her feel this way. Whenever she saw Lu Sui, she couldn't help but look at him more. And it's the kind that you never get tired of looking at. She didn't know what kind of emotion this was, and when she searched online, she didn't get a definite answer. But she knew that this was a kind of love, the kind of love between men and women. When she was dressed as a man, she hated touching men, but she would never be angry when facing Lu Sui. She even didn't get angry when Lu Sui took advantage of her. If this is not love, then what is it? Thinking of this, Zhu Yute kissed her without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Sui did not refuse, and even found a suitable angle for the friends in the live broadcast room, fearing that they could not see it. At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. What the hell, what's going on? Where did this hot girl in tight clothes suddenly appear? She's so proactive. And this happened in front of someone else's life and death contract spirit beast. Aren't you afraid of death? Just as Zhu Taiyu was about to kiss her, Su Ling came up with a dark face and directly pressed Zhu Taiyu's shoulders, making it difficult for her red lips to move forward. At the same time, she said coldly, Zhu Taiyu, what are you doing to my man? What? Zhu Taiyu was stunned for a moment. Her good thing was ruined, and she was of course uncomfortable. She curled her lips and said, what can I do? Of course I should do my job. And, what do you mean by your man? He is obviously mine. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Oh my god, what's going on? I see black symbols between their eyebrows. It's obvious that they have completed the life and death contract. Why are they openly stealing men? And with these two's looks, even if they lack talent, there are still plenty of men who want them. So who is this anchor? At this time, Zhu Yu and Su Ling were staring at each other, as if they were looking at their enemies, staring at each other without blinking. This scene also shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. Is there any justice in the world? Two beautiful women are snatching someone away in the street. Cough cough. Lu Sui coughed twice, attracting the attention of the two people. At this moment, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling's doubts surged up almost at the same time, and they asked Lu Sui in unison, Lu Sui, what's going on? After the voice fell, the two women looked at each other again, and then said in unison again, don't imitate me. You. Seeing this, the two women turned their heads away almost at the same time, not looking at each other. Lu Sui glanced at the situation in the live broadcast room, and then explained to everyone, I believe everyone is confused about our relationship. Don't worry, I am famous for my warm heart. I will explain it to you slowly. As he spoke, Lu pointed at Su Ling and said, she is my wife, a life and death contract. Then he pointed at Zhu Taiyu and said, she is also my wife, and we have a life and death contract with her. As soon as these words were spoken, the room was filled with question marks. What the hell? Is this really true or not? Fuck, is this anchor an idiot? Forget about the life and death contract, even the Pusan contract can only sign one contract, and you sign two. You should even draft a lie. That shouldn't be the case. I think the host is quite handsome and doesn't look like a fool. Lu Sui ignored the discussions in the live broadcast room and continued, brothers, I'm so miserable. I didn't expect there would be two contracted spirit beasts. Having said that, Lu Sui activated the source power in his body, and the faint connection line between the source power and the spirit beast was also revealed in front of everyone. What's going on? Why can his energy form a contract with two spirit beasts? Is this some special talent? But I've never heard of a talent that can contract two spirit beasts at the same time. At the same time, in Tiandu Beast Taming Academy, a woman in professional attire and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses was sitting in the office. A video was displayed on her mobile phone screen. In the video, it was the scene of Lu Sui in the live broadcast room. This woman is the dean of Tiandu Beast Taming Academy Song Qinghua. Go and get Lu Sui's information. Since he was admitted in advance, he must have some outstanding qualities. Song Qinghua frowned and ordered the assistant beside him. The assistant received the order and stepped back. Song Qinghua continued to look at the computer screen, but his eyes narrowed. Although she had not found out the information about the young man just now, she knew that he was not an ordinary person. He's even been able to sign contracts with two spirit beasts. This little guy is becoming more and more interesting. Song Qinghua looked out the window and murmured, I hope his future won't disappoint. On Lu Sui's side, while the audience in the live broadcast room were still immersed in the shock of two beauties fighting over a man, Lu Sui suddenly reached out and touched Zhu Taiyu's face. Lu Sui's palm was soft and smooth. The moment it touched Zhu Taiyu's skin, her body trembled involuntarily and her heart was pounding. Su Ling was about to get angry when Lu Sui's hand landed on her face, turning her delicate face towards him. He said seriously, how come I didn't realize before that you look so good dressed as a woman? Su Ling's face turned dark instantly. What does it mean to dress up as a woman? She is a woman, okay? At this moment, the driver's door of a luxury car suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a good temperament walked out. After he got out of the car, a beautiful woman also got out with his support. This beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and was very well maintained. Her phoenix eyes revealed a sharp light. Although she did not speak at the moment, people felt that she was of extraordinary status. Lu Sui looked at the couple in front of him and felt that they looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them. Chapter 50. Who is your father? On the other side, when Lu Sui was looking at the couple in front of him, Su Wenyu and his wife were also looking at him. They were also stunned for a moment. They looked at Lu Sui's face and found that he looked like an old friend. Especially Su Wenyu's eyes were fixed on Lu Sui. They looked so similar, and both had the surname Lu. Could this be a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? However, the people in the live broadcast room were no longer calm when they saw Su Wenyu appear. It's Su Wenyu, the mining king of Magic City. Oh my god, it really is. Why did he suddenly appear here? And even Madame Su is here too. At this time, Su Ling also kicked Lu Sui lightly, signaling him to behave himself. Then he trotted to Su Wenyu, hugged his arm and called sweetly, "Dad." Seeing this, Su Wenyu caressed Su Ling's head lovingly, and then said gently, "Hey, I've never seen you yell so sweetly." As a father, he was really heartbroken that he had to do this for a wild boy who came out of nowhere. Looking at the intimacy between the father and daughter, Lu Sui was filled with emotion. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Damn, did I hear it right? She just called Su Wenyu dad? Nima, our Chinese mining king, controls 1/3 of China's source crystal mines. He can only be described as extremely rich. I didn't expect this beauty to be Su Wenyu's daughter. She's definitely a white, rich, and beautiful lady. I've heard for a long time that Mr. Su has a daughter who's been missing for 2 or 3 years. Many people have rumored she was dead, but I didn't expect she'd still be around, and so beautiful. Lu Sui glanced at the content of the live broadcast room and finally remembered where he had seen this uncle in the news. Su Wenyu, the mining king of Magic City, is China's richest man and also the chairman and CEO of Magic City Mining Group. At this time, Lu Sui looked at Su Ling with a complicated look in her eyes. She knew that after Su Ling had gone through that period, she seemed to have contacted her family and had living expenses, so she no longer needed his support. He didn't care much about it at the time, and didn't know what Su Ling meant by supporting him. When he learned from his parents that Su Ling was Su Wenyu's daughter, he was also a little shocked. He knew that Su Ling's family was wealthy, but he didn't expect them to be so wealthy. Looking at Lu Sui and Su Ling in front of him, Su Wenyu's eyes were deep, as if he wanted to see through Lu Sui. Just as Su Wenyu was about to speak, he heard shouting from behind him, and saw Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying, brother and sister, rushing over in a hurry. When they saw their little sister driving away in a military airship so eagerly, they knew something urgent was going on, so they hurried to follow. Fortunately, the distance was not far and they quickly caught up. The two men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their younger sister. At the same time, they also noticed the man who was being hugged tightly by their younger sister. They thought it was Lu Sui. Zhu Feng couldn't help but look Lu Sui up and down. He didn't know what charm this boy had that could make his younger sister so infatuated with him. At this moment, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Fuck! The most famous level 8 beast tamer from the Zhantian beast tamer army. Why did he come here suddenly? By the way, why did he suddenly appear? Is he here to look for the anchor as well? At this moment, Lu Sui hugged Zhu Taiyu's slender waist, glanced at the live broadcast room, and asked, "Taiyu, who are these two?" "My brother and sister." Zhu Taiyu's answer was very direct, but she was also a little confused. She glanced at Lu Sui's mobile phone, which was broadcasting live, and felt a little strange. Lu Sui never did these things before. Why did he suddenly start live streaming today? Lu Sui nodded, and then introduced them directly in front of everyone. "Brothers, let me introduce to you, these guys who just came are my future brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Zhu Feng, Zhu Shuiying." At this moment, the two of them looked at Lu Sui with strange eyes. Is this guy so familiar? Zhu Taiyu also looked at Lu Sui with a strange expression. He always felt that Lu Sui had changed, but it seemed that nothing had changed. Lu Sui was still Lu Sui, but why did he have an aura that made him look like he deserved a beating? Lu Sui turned his phone around and pointed at Su Wenyu, saying, "Brothers, he's one of my future fathers-in-law, and he doesn't look very friendly." Directly inside the room, Brothers, I don't know why, but I suddenly have the urge to kill him. Anyone want to form a group and go with me? +1. +110. +999. Lu Sui's mouth twitched as he looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. He was sure that many people wanted to beat him up. After all, the emotional points that kept converging in the ancient mirror would not lie. At this time, Su Wenyu was already angry when he heard Lu Sui directly calling him father-in-law, and the addition of the word one added fuel to the fire and made him even more angry. Are you Lu Sui? Su Wenyu's voice was a little low, and he seemed extremely indifferent. Hearing that Su Wenyu's tone was a little bad, Su Ling also wanted to comfort him quickly. Yes. Are you Su Ling's father? Lu Sui nodded, then looked at Su Wenyu with a very calm tone. Su Wenyu looked at Lu Sui and suddenly realized that he had no way of seeing through the boy in front of him. Although Lu Sui looks very polite on the surface, he is actually very resolute and proud. At this moment, Su Wenyu stared at Lu Sui intently. Seeing his somewhat familiar expression, he asked directly, "What's your father's name?" Lu Sui was just about to speak when he found that his live broadcast room was directly blocked. What the hell is going on? Why was it blocked suddenly? What's the reason? But Su Wenyu didn't care about that at the moment. He had to find out who this kid named Lu Sui was and what his background was. He actually dared to covet his precious daughter and signed a contract with her so easily. This made him feel like the baby he had raised for many years was snatched away by someone else. Lu Sui did not hide it directly. My father's name is Lu Filong. While speaking, Lu Sui also looked at Su Wenyu's reaction. When the latter heard the name Lu Filong, he was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. It's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. There is more than one person named Lu Filong in the world, it must be a coincidence. Then your mother. My mother's name is Lu Qingyin. Lu Sui answered very straightforwardly, but Su Wenyu's face turned pale after hearing it. How could this be a coincidence? No wonder, looking at you, I have the urge to beat you to death. After all, you are Lu Feilong's son. Su Wenyu gritted his teeth. That old bastard Lu Filong actually encouraged his son to kidnap his daughter. He is simply not a human being. Seeing Su Wenyu looking like he wanted to eat him, Lu Sui felt helpless and couldn't help but sigh, this is pure coincidence. Before today, I didn't even know Su Ling was a girl. Chapter 51 What a big melon. Lu Sui said this and glanced at Zhu Taiyu, sighing in his heart, what a sin. After hearing Lu Sui's explanation, Su Wenyu's expression eased a little, but he still glared at Lu Sui fiercely. Humph, I'm telling you, I don't agree with what you're doing with my daughter Su Ling. I don't agree. If it was someone else, it would be fine, but not Lu Feilong's son. After hearing this, Su Ling was also a little confused, and looked at his father with a puzzled face. Dad, what's going on? He knew Lu Sui's father, Lu Filong, but why did Lu Sui's father know her father? And judging from his father's tone, it seemed that Lu Filong had a grudge against him? Dad, what happened between you and Uncle Lu? Su Ling was completely confused at this time, but Zhu Taiyu, who had been paying attention to the movements here, smiled. It seems that God is also helping him. He didn't expect that Uncle Lu actually had a grudge with Su Ling's father. If this is the case, even if Su Ling has the same life and death contract as him, then her status in the Lu family must be higher than Su Ling's. Su Wenyu didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that Lu Filong had snatched away his white moonlight? Seeing that his father didn't answer, Su Ling could only look at his mother. Mom, what's going on? At this time, Yang Lingyu also had a sullen face. She reached out and pinched Su Wenyu's waist and said, it's brother Lu's child. Are you still worried? He is Lu Qingyin's child. Even if he is a scoundrel, how bad can he be? When Yang Lingyu spoke, her tone was extremely gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting Su Wenyu, but Su Wenyu clearly heard the displeasure in her words. Su Wenyu smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do. He knew his wife's temper best. If he didn't explain things clearly, he would probably be in trouble tonight. At this moment, Su Ling was completely confused. She looked at her unhappy father, then at her mother, and finally couldn't help asking, Mom, what's going on? Yang Lingyu also explained softly, back then, your father didn't fall in love with me at first, but Lu Sui's mother. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, especially Su Ling, whose eyes widened. How is this possible? My father actually fell in love with someone else? You don't believe it. Yang Lingyu continued, when your father was still a young boy, he fell hopelessly in love with Lu Qingyin at the first sight. But this can't be blamed on him. After all, Lu Yingqing was once known as the most charming woman in China. Even women can't resist her charm. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp when these words came out. What a huge melon! Especially Su Ling. In her cognition, there is no woman more beautiful and gentle than her mother. And Lu Qingyin was actually evaluated like this by her mother. Her appearance and temperament can be imagined. And Lu Sui couldn't help but touch his nose. It seems that his strong immunity to beautiful women is due to his mother. After all, I'm used to seeing beauties like my mother, so when I look at other women, as long as they are not as stunning as the three I have contracted with, I really won't feel anything. At this time, Zhu Feng also joked, I didn't expect Uncle Su to have such a past. Su Wenyu glared at him angrily and said, Me? Your father was just like me back then. No, your father is different. Your father is even more shameless than me. Ha? Zhu Feng was a little confused by this. At this time, Yang Lingyu also explained, your father was also one of Lu Qingyin's suitors back then. Zhu Feng was now a little uneasy. Thinking of Zhu Tianjue's majestic and terrifying aura, it was hard to imagine him being a bootlicker. This is impossible. How could my father do such a thing? Zhu Feng shook his head. He still couldn't imagine what it was like for old man Zhu to pursue someone. Do you think that Zhu guy is any good? He's thicker skinned than a city wall, and he doesn't have a single tooth in his mouth. He's completely shameless. Su Wenyu cursed mercilessly, and when he saw Lu Sui smirking out of the corner of his eye, he said even more angrily, Zhu Tianjue is despicable and shameless, but compared to your father, Lu Filong, he's just a younger brother. Ah? Lu Sui was a little confused. What had his father done? At this moment, Su Wenyu was filled with hatred when he thought of what happened back then, that shameless villain Lu Filong. He pretended to help me pursue Lu Qingyin, but in fact, he was secretly trying to trip me up. He also used the same trick on Zhu Tianjue, trying to profit from both sides. The most shameless thing is that they still charge us money. One source crystal a day, damn it. I finally managed to get an appointment with Qingyin, but Lu Filong informed Zhu Tianjue about it, and that idiot Zhu Tianjue messed with me without even thinking. Having said that, Su Wenyu took a few deep breaths, trying to breathe in the fresh air and calm his mood. His eyes were red. If Lu Filong appeared in front of him, he would rush up and fight him to the death without hesitation. Later, that guy fanned the flames, forcing me and Zhu Tianjue to compete without contracting any spirit beasts, relying solely on our beast tamer talents to hunt exotic beasts. In order to defeat the opponent, Zhu Tianjue and I fought hard, but in the end, we were both seriously injured and neither of us won. Su Wenyu took another deep breath and looked at Lu Sui with a forced smile. That bastard Lu Filong took advantage of the two of us being unconscious and directly seduced Qingyin into his hands. It was a life and death contract. Seeing that his father was furious, Su Ling didn't say anything and simply pulled Lu Sui away and said, Dad, I'm going back to the dormitory tonight. After all, we still have the right to live in the dormitory. Lu Sui did not refuse, but enjoyed it very much. This was something he had never dared to imagine before, being surrounded by two beauties. If this was a dream, please don't wake up. Zhu Taiyu also held Lu Sui tightly, without even the intention of letting go. When she left, she just cast an apologetic look towards her second brother and third sister. Xu Feng looked at his little sister who disappeared in an instant, smiled bitterly, picked up the phone, and called after a few breaths of silence. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Xu Tianjue on the other end of the line said unhappily, Second brother, have you found anything? Dad, I found out something. Dad, I have good news and bad news. You have to listen to which one. Xu Feng probed cautiously. Upon hearing this nonsense again, Zhu Tianjue's face darkened. Good news, this better be real good news. Xu Feng swallowed and said, the good news is, Lu Sui's father, you know him, he should be very familiar with him. Oh? Xu Tianjue immediately became interested upon hearing this, and at the same time tried hard to think about the person surnamed Lu. What's his name? Lu Filong. Xu Tianjue was stunned when he heard Lu Filong's name, then he realized what was happening and his expression suddenly turned ugly. What's the relationship between Lu Filong and that Lu Sui? Chapter 52 What happened to our parents? He is Lu Sui's father. Oh, and her mother's name is Lu Qingyin. As soon as Zhu Feng finished speaking, he heard the sound of crazy smashing things from the other end of the phone, followed by the crackling sound of doors slamming. Zhu Feng was so scared that he quickly hung up the phone and then breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Luckily I died quickly, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Xu Feng said as he looked towards the direction where his younger sister and Lu Sui had left, a bitter look on his face. Looks like we'll have a busy life ahead of us. Second brother, I think this is a good thing. Zhu Shuiying was also looking at the direction where Lu Sui and the others disappeared while speaking, but her eyes were full of meaning. Good thing? You actually think this is a good thing? Xu Feng didn't understand his sister for a moment. Third sister, the situation of our Zhu family is not very good. Old man Zhu finally recovered his vitality. Besides Shangbei, there are also strange beasts eyeing us covetously, and the Wang family's covetousness towards our Zhu family is also obvious. Now that Lu Sui has appeared, if anything happens to him, it will involve my little sister. Xu Shuiying laughed when she heard this. Second brother, what you said is a little wrong. Perhaps entrusting my younger sister to Lu Sui would be a good choice. Xu Feng was even more puzzled by this. Recalling Lu Sui's expression just now, he became a little angry. Third sister, look at what that guy is doing. Live broadcast. In this world, live streaming is a job done by those who have no talent. They earn a living by performing like clowns. My Shu family's son-in-law, even if he can't stand tall and proud, at least he should fight in battle and make a career, not do these low-level live broadcasts. Xu Shuiying rolled her eyes at him. Brother, Lu Sui is not like other ordinary people without talent. Some things may not be as simple as you think. Just now, my younger sister was so anxious that she snatched the hovercraft from us and said that through the connection of our source power, she sensed that Lu Sui might have been attacked. But when we arrived, Lu Sui was unharmed. Don't you find it strange? Xu Feng frowned. Could it be that my feeling is wrong? Xu Shuiying rolled her eyes at him and said, do you think our little sister is such a fool? Xu Feng was speechless. If the compatibility between the two was poor, then there was a possibility of missensing. However, this was a life and death contract. The compatibility between the man and woman who signed this contract was at least 50%. At this time, Xu Shuiying added, and this Lu Sui's parents seem to be quite famous. Although I have never heard of their names, you should know that the woman that old man Zhu pursues is not an ordinary person. And how could such a woman give birth to children for an ordinary man? If this Lu Sui is really good, coupled with my sister's talent and bloodline, a contract with Lu Sui might be a good choice. As she spoke, Zhu Baoying glanced at the Su family couple who also had bitter faces, and immediately laughed. And don't forget, it's not just our family that has the Lu Sui contract. The Su family was also dragged into this by that kid. Upon hearing this, Zhu Feng laughed heartlessly and cursed, ha ha ha. As long as it's not our family that's in trouble. Xu Feng was halfway through his words when he suddenly thought of something, his expression becoming odd. Third sister, I suddenly thought of something. If I had a contract with that Lu Suibian kid, and Lu Sui had a contract with the Su family's daughter, wouldn't our Zhu and Su families become relatives? This. Xu Shuiying wanted to refute something, but suddenly found that she couldn't seem to find any reason to refute. At the same time, Lu Sui followed Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu towards the academy. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly happy, with girls hugging him left and right. This is what life should be like. Seeing that her family had not caught up with her, Su Ling stopped holding Lu Sui's hand, but when she looked back, she saw Zhu Taiyu holding Lu Sui tightly, clinging to him like an octopus. And that kid Lu Sui still looked intoxicated. Seeing Lu Sui's expression, Su Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes and said unhappily, how long are you two going to hug each other? It's none of your business. Zhu Taiyu didn't look at her in a good mood. But Lu Sui said seriously, actually, there's no problem if we keep holding her like this. As she spoke, Lu Sui's hands had already started to become dishonest. He put his arms around Zhu Taiyu's waist, and his other hand climbed up to her tall and firm breasts and pinched them twice. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he seemed very satisfied. In an instant, Zhu Taiyu blushed with shame. Lu Sui had taken advantage of her many times in the past, but that was in the past when Lu Sui didn't know she was a woman. Now she is taking advantage of her openly and legally. Even if she is willing, she will need some time to adapt. What's more, that stinky woman Su Ling is still watching. So, Zhu Taiyu pushed Lu Sui away and said with a blushing face, what are you doing? Now is not the time. Lu Sui looked at the gentle and beautiful girl who had suddenly left him, and couldn't help but sigh, recalling the feeling just now. I think we should go back to the dormitory as soon as possible, discuss our ideal life, and make some rujiamo for dinner. When they heard the word rujiamo, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu blushed almost at the same time, secretly cursing Lu Sui for being shameless. Zhu Taiyu was even more angry and asked, who wants to give it to you to eat? Su Ling glared at Lu Sui and snorted, if you dare to say that again, I'll strangle you to death. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to strangle him, but Lu Sui dodged and said innocently, "Strictly speaking, we are already husband and wife." Is there anything wrong with being shameless to your wife and making Rujiamo? Upon hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's expressions relaxed a lot, but when they thought that there was an extra woman beside Lu Sui, the two women felt like there was a knot in their hearts and couldn't feel at ease at all. Lu Sui didn't care about what the two were thinking and took them directly to the dormitory area of the college. I don't know if it's because Lu Sui is the most popular person in the academy, but the students passing by looked at him with envy and jealousy. Especially when Lu Sui and the other two passed by them, those people's eyes were all green, and they wanted to pounce on him and bite him a few times. In response to this, Lu Sui curled his lips in disdain and even gave them an extremely arrogant expression. It makes me so angry that I want to punch him on the head twice. Zhu Taiyu was a little embarrassed about this. After all, when she dressed as a man, she was the center of attention and was used to being stared at by so many people. But after changing into a woman, facing the naked gazes of those men, she always felt a little uncomfortable. Moreover, Su Ling also noticed that the eyes of the people around her seemed to have bad intentions. They looked at her as if she were prey, and she really disliked this feeling. Chapter 53. Then I really hit you. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui and urged, "Lu Sui, hurry up." Lu Sui did not refuse, but as soon as the three of them arrived at the school gate, they ran into Wu Shui and Zhang Feng, who were about to go out. Wu Shui was also stunned when she saw Lu Sui. She was about to say something, but unexpectedly, she made a decision and swallowed the words back. She just glanced at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, two people behind him who had different looks but were extremely beautiful. I was very confused. These two were top-notch in terms of family background, looks, and talent, so why did they choose Lu Sui? Is it just because he is handsome? Thinking of this, Wu Shui shook her head. This answer was obviously not very reliable. But no matter what, these two women chose Lu Sui, and it was a life and death contract, which she could not understand no matter what. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Sui coldly and asked, "Lu Sui, what tricks did you use to make them sign a life and death contract with you?" Facing Wu Shui's questioning, Lu Sui didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. He just responded lightly, "This requires some means, isn't it enough to have face?" You. Wu Shui's pretty face turned red when she heard Lu Sui's words, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. What does it mean to just have face? This is a life and death contract. Who would gamble their life on someone else's face? But talent tests don't lie. Lu Sui must have F-level qualifications. Even if he was lucky enough to be promoted to E-level later, he wouldn't be so popular. What's more, they are two unattainable and gifted girls. Zhang Feng standing next to him had an attitude of watching a show, his eyes always wandering over Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling. Before, on the awakening stage, he had only seen their stunning looks from afar. Now that I see it up close, I feel even more amazing. Especially the two women's curvy and graceful curves, even though their styles were different, they were still mouth-watering, which made him swallow his saliva. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought came into his mind, a chill immediately enveloped his whole body. What are you looking at? A cold voice sounded, and Lu Sui looked at him coldly. Although there was a smile on his face, the murderous intent was not concealed at all. At the same time, he took 2 steps forward and blocked Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling behind him. Zhang Feng really wanted to say, "Look at what you did yesterday," but when the words came to his lips, he immediately backed off when he met Lu Sui's cold gaze. Zhu Taiyu put her hands behind her back. She felt as if she was eating honey in her heart for such protection. It was this feeling when she was stranded in Ronqing and was protected by Lu Sui in the same way. Su Ling was even more arrogant, crossing her arms across her chest with a cold expression on her face. If you dare to come after me, I'll get someone to kill you. Beat up old Lu for me, and if she goes to the hospital, I'll pay for your compensation. Then I will really hit you. Lu Sui suddenly grinned, revealing his white teeth, scaring Zhang Feng so much that he quickly stepped back. Lu Sui, what do you want to do? I just looked at you a few more times, are you going to hit me? It's okay if you just look at it normally, but you can't stare at it without any concealment. This will only make me think that you are coveting my spirit beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sui raised his foot and kicked it. Although Zhang Feng has an A-level talent, it is only a talent. Lu Sui is already a 2nd-level Beastmaster. As his source power is improved, his speed, strength, and reaction are also increasing. So how could a Beastmaster who only had a level talent but had not yet grown up be a match for Lu Sui? He screamed and was kicked out by Lu Sui. Looking at Zhang Feng lying on the ground and unable to get up for a long time, Lu Sui clapped his hands and said with disgust, "Damn, I thought you were so awesome." Then, he turned to Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, smiled, and said softly, let's go back and have a good rest. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling nodded obediently and followed Lu Sui into the school. However, Wu Shui watched all this with indifference. At the same time, looking at Lu Sui's back, she couldn't help but recall the time she had spent with Lu Sui over the past few months. Suddenly, a complicated feeling emerged in her heart, and her originally strong heart became much weaker. When they were still boyfriend and girlfriend, if they encountered trouble, Lu Sui would definitely stand in front of him. Moreover, she felt very relaxed when getting along with Lu Sui, and Lu Sui also respected her very much. He even told her that as long as she didn't agree and as long as she didn't sign a life and death contract, he wouldn't do anything that crossed the line. However, her interactions with Zhang Feng these days were completely different. Ever since she signed the contract with Zhang Feng, even though it was an equal contract, Zhang Feng had been asking her to touch him, and even teasing her with words in some aspects, which made her extremely disgusted. And this time she chose Zhang Feng, but Lu Sui did not stop her. In fact, just now, she saw with her own eyes his intimate interactions with the other two women. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Was she attracted to Lu Sui? How is this possible? If Lu Sui is really talented, even if he is the same S level as her, she might be attracted to him. But Lu Sui happened to be at E level, how could she possibly be attracted to him? But Lu Sui didn't notice her emotional fluctuations and pulled the two of them straight back to the dormitory. At this time, Zhang Feng also got up from the ground and looked at Wu Shui with some displeasure. You are my spirit beast. He hit me just now, why didn't you protect me? Seeing his incompetent appearance, Wu Shui's face instantly darkened, and her tone was icy. You were attacked by a beast master, not a spirit beast. How can I attack you? And you are a grown man, but when something happens, you hide behind a woman? This kind of waste should be eliminated as soon as possible. When Zhang Feng heard this, he glared at her angrily. Then you should stand up and help me. Wu Shui didn't say anything else and turned to leave, while Zhang Feng gritted his teeth in hatred and secretly cursed her for being ungrateful. When Lu Sui brought Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu to the dormitory building, they saw a group of people gathered in front of the dormitory building. Why are there so many people gathered here? Zhu Taiyu frowned when he saw so many people blocking the dormitory. Su Ling was also puzzled. Yeah, there are so many people, could something have happened again? Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. Lu Sui ignored the onlookers and pulled the two of them into the dormitory. However, as soon as the three of them arrived downstairs of the dormitory building, the people who had gathered there to watch the excitement suddenly focused all their attention on the three of them. Especially Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. When they were dressed as men, they were the school handsome boys in the college. Now that they have restored their daughters, it is no surprise that they have been promoted from school handsome boys to school beauties. Moreover, because both girls have an impressive figure of over 1.7 meters, they look thin when they are dressed and have plump bodies when they are undressed. They are absolutely hot beauties, and every move they make is sexy and attractive. Chapter 54 already have. Along the way, I naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Now these people have set their sights on Lu Sui. Because this guy actually held the hands of two beautiful girls, it was so arrogant. Lu Sui naturally noticed the gazes around him, but he didn't care at all. He led the two girls into the dormitory building, came to their dormitory, and pushed the door open. Some people even want to peek inside through the crack in the door. After all, a beauty as beautiful as a school belle is worth it for a lifetime, even if it's just to see her beauty. However, as a man, Lu Sui understood men very well. He squatted at the door and sprayed the toilet water out of the crack of the door. Puff! A strong fragrance of floral water filled the air, and outside I could hear screams and noises. This went on for 2 or 3 times before it finally quieted down. Lu Sui only breathed a sigh of relief when the room became quiet. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu sitting at the head of their respective beds, looking at him meaningfully. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Sui couldn't help but touch his nose and smiled awkwardly. It's quite interesting to see how cautious you are. Are you afraid of being seen? Su Ling said with a smile. Her smile was very sweet, like a little girl next door, but in this sweet smile, there was a hint of playfulness. Lu Sui looked at her and said seriously, I'm afraid they will see my handsome face. Su Ling. When did this guy become so narcissistic? Forget it, stop talking nonsense. I just want to ask you a question. Why can you contract with more than just the two of us? Su Ling asked seriously. Of course it depends on your strength. Lu Sui said. Su Ling paused, a look of displeasure in his eyes. Xu Taiyu, however, was already rubbing his hands in anticipation, and said calmly, "Why waste so much time talking to him? Wouldn't it be better to just give him a beating?" When Su Ling heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Although what Xu Taiyu said made sense, she was also very unhappy because Lu Sui had contracted both of them at the same time. But Lu Sui is now their beast master, and they cannot be separated for life. Even if they want to beat him, they have to figure out the situation first. So she quickly said, "Forget it, I think Lao Lu will give us a reasonable explanation. I also have an S-level talent called the More the Better, which allows me to contract 3 spirit beasts at the same time," Lu Sui explained. Su Ling and Xu Taiyu were stunned for a long time after hearing this. What kind of talent is this? It is a recognized fact in this world that a beast master can only contract with 1 spirit beast. This has never changed since women were able to awaken spirit beasts. The man in front of him not only broke this rule, but was even able to contract 3 spirit beasts at the same time. This is such a terrifying thing. You know, in the entire Chinese country, being able to successfully contract a spirit beast, or find a suitable beast master, is enough to make countless people envious. And Lu Sui can actually contract 3 at the same time. It's too abnormal. No wonder you were able to contract with us, it turns out you have an S-level talent. Xu Taiyu exclaimed in amazement, but after a brief moment of amazement, her expression instantly turned unhappy. "Old Lu, we have been brothers for 3 years, right? You're showing too much distrust towards us by doing this. You didn't even tell us you had a second talent. If I had known you were S-rank, I wouldn't have had to argue with those people at home." However, Su Ling felt a little strange. "Old Lu, if you still have S-level talent, then the test crystal must be able to detect it. Why did you test it as F-level? You should know that the test crystal bead will directly measure your highest talent, but it will not bypass the S-level talent and pick out the F-level talent." Lu Sui didn't know how to explain this. After all, he sacrificed his original talent to activate this ancient mirror he had obtained by chance. At that time, his highest talent was indeed F-level, although it was later promoted to E-level. But he did not tell anyone about this. Seeing that the two were still staring at him, as if wanting an answer, Lu Sui could only say vaguely, "This matter is a long story, so it's better not to talk about it. Anyway, this is my situation. I can contract 3 spirit beasts at the same time." Of course, Lu Sui didn't tell them something, that is, he could expand the number of contracts through the ancient mirror, but each expansion would require 100,000 emotion points, and he really wasn't that rich now. Xu Taiyu just looked Lu Sui up and down with her curious eyes, while Su Ling looked at Lu Sui with her eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what she was thinking. "I hope you can keep the fact that I can contract 3 spirit beasts a secret for me," Lu Sui said after a moment of silence. Xu Taiyu and Su Ling looked at each other and nodded. "Don't worry, apart from you, no one else knows about this. After all, they are in the same boat with Lu Suibian, so there is no need to publicize it everywhere. It can be regarded as leaving them a trump card." After figuring out Lu Sui's situation, the two looked at each other again. Although they both disliked each other, they understood each other very well. Therefore, after a glance, the two of them exchanged opinions fully. "There's no problem keeping it secret, but your 3rd spirit beast must not have a life and death contract," Xu Taiyu said seriously. She didn't want anyone to come and snatch Lu Sui from her again. Su Ling alone was already troublesome enough. It's better not to have a 3rd spirit beast. The 2 of us are enough for you to deal with any situation. Su Ling said it more directly, and simply didn't want the appearance of a 3rd woman. However, as the two finished speaking, Lu Sui looked embarrassed, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xu Taiyu asked doubtfully. "You're not going to tell us that you've contracted a 3rd woman, are you?" Maybe." Lu Sui's expression was vague, and his meaning was obvious. He. Su Ling snorted coldly, obviously not believing it. Xu Taiyu also had a look of disdain on his face and said, "Since you've already contracted a 3rd spirit beast without us knowing, are you going to call out your spirit beast now so we can see it?" Su Ling also agreed, which was rare. "Yes, I want to know, what kind of beauty makes you so greedy, not satisfied with the 2 of us, and even want a 3rd one?" There was a hint of threat in their words. Seeing this, Lu Sui's mouth twitched. These 2 people had such hot tempers. He had only contracted 3 spirit beasts, so why did they become greedy? Besides, he didn't take the initiative to contract these 3 spirit beasts. Ahem, she can't come out for the time being, but you all know her. Lu Sui coughed twice, then glanced at Qin Shangyue's bed. Chapter 55, Level 3 Beast Tamer. This naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of the 2 girls. When they saw Lu Sui looking at Qin Shangyue's bed, they immediately smiled bitterly. They should have thought of it earlier. After all, apart from the two of them, the only one who could sign a contract with Lu Sui without hesitation after he became an adult was Lao Qin. The two of them smiled bitterly, but Lu Sui was about to cry. You too, why are you smiling bitterly? I am the one smiling bitterly. When Xiang Yue was in seclusion in my body, he clearly told me not to contract with other people. And now I have not only signed a contract, but also a life and death contract. I don't know how she will kill me when she wakes up. After hearing this, the two couldn't help but laugh. Su Ling, in particular, mocked him bluntly. You deserve it. Contracting 3 people at once, if you don't suffer, who will? This one-time contract involves 3 people, and it is a life and death contract. The shocking level is no less than marrying 3 wives at once, and it is legal. But he, Lu Sui, was really innocent. I never thought about the life and death contract. It was you 3 who asked for it. He pointed to Qin Shangyue's bed and said with an accusing look, if Shangyue hadn't insisted on signing a life and death contract with me, I wouldn't have taken the risk. Lu Sui's words left the two speechless. It was indeed the life and death contract they requested, but after a flash of panic in Su Ling's eyes, she quickly calmed down. Since you don't want a life and death contract, why did you accept it? Do you think I want to? If I reject you, the backlash of the source power will be as painful as being tortured to death. Can you bear it? Lu Sui added, if you two were men, I would probably just say you deserve it, but you two are women. I didn't know what your situation was. Did you encounter any emergency and need to sign a contract with the beast tamer? But the fact that you came directly to me to sign a life and death contract is enough to show your trust in me. I will not let anyone down. Lu Sui's serious words stunned the 2 women. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer. After a long time, Su Ling suddenly said, thank you. She has never entrusted her life to the wrong person. Xu Taiyu also stared at Lu Sui with shining eyes. At this moment, it seemed that Lu Sui was the only one left in her world. Lu Sui also said with a serious face, don't be polite, if possible, I think we can have some distance communication tonight. His eyes fell on Xu Taiyu's chest, with a lewd look on his face. Xu Taiyu blushed instantly, glared at Lu Sui fiercely, and turned and ran away. You bastard, can't you take it a little longer? How can you get straight to the point right away? Su Ling on this side was not in a much better situation. After glaring at Lu Sui, she walked away in shame and anger. The 2 women's fleeing postures made Lu Sui couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, he finally felt the joy of teasing women. Lu Sui looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly lay down on the bed to rest, while also looking at the emotional points in the ancient mirror. It has exceeded 100,000. This is also thanks to Su Ling and Xu Taiyu. If they hadn't lured the enemies to him during the talent test, he really wouldn't have gained so much. At this time, Lu Sui also started browsing the college forum, but most of the content was about him, Xu Taiyu, and Su Ling. After all, it is unheard of for a beast master to contract 2 spirit beasts. Many people even speculated whether Lu Sui had used some means to win the hearts of the 2 girls, causing them to be willing to work like slaves for him. As soon as this post was published, he was immediately scolded by everyone and deleted it and ran away. This is totally slandering their goddess, which is unforgivable. He also deceived her heart. If it was a master-servant contract, then it would be possible, but this is a fucking life and death contract. Do you know the weight of these 4 words? Lu Sui was too lazy to pay attention to these discussions. After all, there were always some people in this world who liked to fantasize about things. If he took every matter seriously, he would be very busy. After closing the Academy Forum, he also opened the largest beast tamer forum in China. He hopes to find some forums that are useful to him. After all, he has just formed a beast taming group. However, Lu Sui still noticed a post from a beast master. After making the contract with the spirit beast, I must let her give birth to a son and a daughter, so that we can form a good family. And there were a group of men below who agreed, thinking that one should have a son and a daughter. I have an older daughter and wanted a boy for my second child, but after the checkup, it turned out to be a girl, so I had an abortion. It's good to have a son and a daughter. If the son doesn't make it, the daughter will be there to back him up. Lu Sui felt that this post was a bit strange. Why did you have to have a son and a daughter? It doesn't matter what kind of children you have. If you have 2 sons or 2 daughters, do you have to throw one away? Otherwise, it won't form a good word? Looking at this post, I suddenly thought of something and said, why not find a rope and hang yourself? Wouldn't that make a dick? Emotional points plus 200. Emotional points plus 300. Seeing that his emotion points were increasing so quickly, Lu Sui also looked at the emotion points on the ancient mirror. After hesitating for a long time, he still chose to break through to become a third-level Beastmaster. After all, strength is really important. After all, after a level breakthrough, your various bodily functions will be greatly improved, and you can even learn skills exclusive to Beastmasters. The moment he chose to break through to level 3 in the ancient mirror, he only felt that the source power in his body was running rapidly. The source power accumulated more and finally reached the limit. Finally, it rushed out of Dantian and flowed to his limbs and bones. As Lu Sui was promoted, the spirit beast connected to him also sensed it instantly. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu almost simultaneously looked at Lu Sui, who was resting with his eyes closed on the bed. How long has it been since he was promoted to the second-level beast tamer? Less than half a month. Zhu Taiyu's face was full of shock. The fluctuation of source power clearly showed that he was about to break through to the third-level beast tamer. Su Ling was also stunned. How could it be so fast? She originally thought that although Lu Sui was very talented, it was impossible for him to break through to the third-level Beastmaster in just half a month. The youngest third-level Beastmaster in the world is said to have reached the third-level Beastmaster realm at the age of 21. It took that person 2 full months from the beginning of cultivating source power to becoming a third-level Beastmaster, but Lu Sui only took half a month? This talent is simply horrifying. Zhu Taiyu murmured, is he hiding his strength? That shouldn't be the case? Su Ling frowned. After all, Du Chang had signed a life and death contract. What was there for him to hide? Could they possibly eat him? But there was really no need for Lu Sui to hide his strength from them. Because he has reached the third level of Beast Tamer. Boom! Lu Sui suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a surge of power surging in his body, as if it was about to burst out. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Chapter 56 Spiritual Space. The feeling of being a third-level Beastmaster is indeed different. Lu Sui clenched his fist slightly, feeling the fullness brought by the source power in his body, and he also felt a little proud in his heart. Just as he was about to study his talent, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling sat down beside him, one on his left and one on his right, looking at him seriously. Lu Sui glanced around, took a deep breath, and as if he had accepted his fate, he started to take off his clothes. Who will go first? Zhu Taiyu was stunned for a moment, then her pretty face flushed red, and she slapped Lu Sui on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Are you not thinking about that again? Su Ling covered her face in even greater embarrassment, and even wanted to strangle Lu Sui to death on the spot. What the hell is going on in their heads? How could they possibly do something like this? At least not now. Lu Sui touched his nose innocently. Did he say something wrong? He just wanted to improve their compatibility. But since the two beautiful ladies refused, he would not force them. By the way, where did young Master Qin go? And why do you call her Qin Shang Yue? That's her real name? Su Ling asked with some confusion. Lu Sui shrugged, her name is Qin Shang Yue. As for where she went? She has always been there, but you just can't see her. Su Ling? This is a bit confusing. Seeing that the two did not believe him, Lu Sui continued to explain. Qin Shangyue's situation is a bit special. It is a spirit beast that possesses me. After entering my body, it has never come out. A possessed spirit beast? Su Ling was startled, a little surprised, but not surprised, because it was Qin Shangyue. No matter what type of spirit beast it was, she would not be surprised. Old Lu, if she is in your body, then she should exist in your spiritual world? Zhu Taiyu touched his chin and thought, remember, the possessed spirit beast mainly gives its own power directly to the Beastmaster, allowing the Beastmaster to fight. After the spirit beast is possessed, its consciousness will exist in the spiritual space. Why don't you just contact her directly in the spiritual dimension? Of course, this ability is mainly to improve the survivability of the Beastmaster. After all, on the battlefield, the Beastmaster is more vulnerable than the spirit beast. If the enemy kills the Beastmaster directly, the source power of the spirit beast can easily run away and lose control. I tried, but she just took over my mental space. I can't get in. Lu Sui had a bitter smile on his face. You know, the spiritual space is the only bridge for the Beastmaster to connect with his spirit beast through source power. Now that it has been occupied by someone, how can he contact his spirit beast? In fact, this cannot be blamed on Qin Shangyue. After all, Qin Shangyue had no idea that Lu Sui would dare to disobey her and directly contract two spirit beasts. Ah! Upon hearing this, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were both surprised. You know, the Beastmaster has absolute authority in the spiritual space, and now there are spirit beasts that can occupy the spiritual space and not let the Beastmaster enter. However, after a brief moment of surprise, both of them showed a hint of realization. No wonder we can't contact you directly through the spiritual space. It turns out that it has been occupied by someone. Su Ling held his forehead and looked at Lu Sui speechlessly. You are a Beastmaster. How can you let a woman like Qin Shangyue get the upper hand? Why don't you dare to fight with her? Zhu Taiyu widened his eyes. However, while they were shocked, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had been unable to contact Lu Sui before, and they thought that it was because their actions were too abrupt and caused Lu Sui's displeasure. Now it seems that they were completely overthinking. When Lu Sui heard Zhu Taiyu's words, his eyes widened. Taiyu, you are talking without any pain in your waist. You have never seen Shangyue's aura. It's comparable to when my mother gets angry. Just a glance from her makes me want to kneel down in front of her. If he really runs up to seek trouble, he would be a moron. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. What are you two laughing at? Lu Sui looked at them in confusion. Su Ling held up his chin and said with a playful look on his face, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of Qin Shangyue. Zhu Taiyu also nodded in agreement. A man like you, who is fearless, is actually afraid of his own spirit beast. TSK, old Lu, are you afraid of me? Lu Sui looked at her with disdain. There is nothing about you that is worthy of his fear. Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you two anymore. I'm going to surf the internet. Lu Sui said as he held his mobile phone and started looking for netizens on the internet to refresh his emotional points. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were also tired after a day of work, and they walked towards the bathroom at the same time. Are you trying to snatch it from me again? Old rules, rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Su Ling got the first chance to take a bath, while Zhu Taiyu could only stare blankly at the side. How could she lose again? However, just when Su Ling had taken off her clothes, Lu Sui suddenly put down his phone and rushed towards the bathroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The speed was so fast that even Zhu Taiyu was a little slow to react. After Lu Sui opened the door, he rushed in and shouted, Xiao Linger, let's take a shower together. Before he finished speaking, Su Ling raised her straight legs and kicked him. Fly out, get out. Ouch. Lu Sui screamed and fell against the wall, grimacing in pain, his face full of anger. You bitch, you murdered your husband. Su Ling was wrapped in a bath towel, her face flushed with shame. Get as far away as you can. Lu Sui climbed up and rubbed his butt, looking heartbroken. I'm a spirit beast with a life and death contract after all. How can you treat the Beastmaster who will accompany you for the rest of your life like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? But you have more than one spirit beast. If, forget it. There's no point in saying so much. Su Ling sneered and slammed the door shut. If she was alone, her reaction might not have been so big when Lu Sui pounced on her just now. Half-heartedly, maybe that's it. But she had also contracted other spirit beasts, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Besides, if Qin Shangyue knew that Lu Sui had done something he shouldn't have done with her, the consequences would be terrible to think about. So, she could only cruelly kick Lu Sui out. Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu with a hurt expression. Old Zhu, I haven't asked you for anything in the past 3 years. I want to grow up today. Zhu Taiyu's mouth twitched a few times. Old Lu, you have become bad, but even if you say so, it won't work. As for before I calm down, that kind of thing won't work. Lu Sui. What the hell is going on? After others make a life and death contract with the spirit beast, they can enter the bridal chamber that same night. Chapter 57. He told me in person. As for Lu Sui, although he had contracted 3 spirit beasts, he was still the only one in bed tonight. Alas, if he had known this earlier, he would not have contracted so many spirit beasts. He would have dealt with one first and then slowly thought about the others. He also experienced the feeling of taking too big a step and getting his balls pulled. Lu Sui was lying on the bed feeling extremely depressed. He couldn't help but pick up his mobile phone and start browsing the web, hoping to find 1 or 2 people with whom he would like to chat. Although Lu Sui is peaceful, other places are not peaceful. At this time, Jiang Zhixing handed the members of the beast taming group over to his subordinates, and also received news about what happened in Rongcheng. When he learned that Lu Sui had contracted the daughters of the Zhu and Su families, he felt a little uneasy. I even began to wonder if I was hallucinating. What is going on when contracting two spirit beasts at the same time? Brother Jiang, are you okay? Xiao Qiu looked at Jiang Ji's uncertain expression and asked worriedly. Jiang Zhijing took a few deep breaths and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. But he kept thinking, if Lu Sui had contracts with the two daughters of the Zhu and Su families, how could he recruit him to Yang? Oh, I just didn't expect that he could actually contract those two. I guess he won't come to our Yang. Both the Zhantian beast taming army and the Su family are very good places to go. Jiang Ji sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinate called to report, and the content was so shocking that it dropped his jaw. What did you say? Lu Lang was killed by that kid Lu Sui? Jiang Zhijing couldn't believe what he heard. Although Lu Lang is not as strong as Lu Sui, he is at least a third-level beastmaster, and his spirit beast is one of the few fourth-level spirit beasts in Rongqing. Lu Sui is a beastmaster who has just awakened, and he is probably not even a first-level beastmaster. How did he commit murder in the third degree? This is absolutely fake news. However, the news his men brought next made Jiang Ji open his mouth wide. He lured the four-eyed Wolf King to kill Lu Lang's beast tamer group. This guy is really bold. How did he, a new beast tamer, lure a level 4 Wolf King over there? What? He stole the cubs of the four-eyed Wolf King. How did he do that? How did he get into the Wolf King's cave? You have to know that he is a peak level 5 beastmaster, but he doesn't dare to rush directly into the Wolf King's cave, let alone steal its cubs. Not sure? Did you also hear it from those who survived? Forget it, just leave Lu Sui's matter aside for now, don't worry about it. As long as he hasn't done anything wrong, you don't have to worry about it. Yes, no matter what, even if he founded the beast taming group. Wait, what did you say? He founded the beast taming group? That guy, just starting out, dared to start a beast taming group? Where did he get such courage? Anyone who recognizes him as the leader must be crazy. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhijing's mind was still constantly surfacing with the content of the call. Not only did that guy kill Lu Lang, but he also founded a new beast taming group. What was its name, Spark? Although there are not many people, it is really brave for a kid who has just awakened to set up the beast taming group. Besides, there are far more than one beast taming group near Rongqing. Beast taming groups are not that easy to manage. Jiang Ji heaved a sigh of relief. Forget it, he's the captain's son anyway, I don't think he's some kind of rat. As he spoke, Jiang Ji saw Xiao Qiu watching him quietly from the side, and suddenly thought of something. Xiao Qiu, I remember that in the files of Lu Feilong's former headquarters, he and his wife were shown as killed in action. Xiao Qiu was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, she nodded. Then what's going on? No, I have to call Wei Tu and ask. Jiang Ji also dialed Wei Tu's office directly. Hello, Captain Wei, I'd like to ask about the former Captain Lu Feilong. Jiang Ji explained his purpose. Wei Tu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Captain Lu, isn't he already dead? Why are you asking this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji was speechless. What the hell, I saw him again today. Captain Wei, to be honest, I met the former captain, and he and his wife are both alive and well. So? Jiang Ji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, so I really want to know where you heard the news of his death. You have to know that the entire Yang is now suspicious about the death of Captain Lu. After all, there is not even a body, and there is no way to track him down. Everything is so strange. He told me that himself. Wei Tu's indifferent words made Jiang Ji completely helpless. What the hell? Did he tell you that in person? Captain Wei, what do you mean by this? Captain Lu told you in person that he was dead, so you announced the news of his death? Jiang Ji felt that his three views needed to be reshaped. Wei Tu responded coldly, yeah. This is unscientific. Is Captain Lu faking his own death? This is so unlikely. I don't remember Captain Lu being that kind of person. Ha, Jiang Ji, it's better not to ask some questions. Wei Tu's voice turned cold. He said he was dead, so can't you just treat him as dead? Jiang Ji opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he could only hang up the phone helplessly. After being hung up on, Wei Tu frowned slightly. If you dare to hang up on me, I will deduct your salary. At this time, in the suburbs of Rongqing, at Lu Sui's house, Lu Feilong was kneeling in the living room, with his head lowered, not daring to say a word. Lu Qingyin was sitting on the sofa with a stern face, seemingly still sulking. Honey, I know I was wrong. Please don't ignore me. Lu Feilong pleaded pitifully, I won't hide money again. I promise. Lu Qingyin glanced at him coldly, Am I blaming you for hiding your private money? I know men need money outside, but you can't use it to drink and prostitute. I can't stand having women hanging around you. Lu Filong was immediately miserable. How could he possibly mess around with other women? This flower at home belonged only to him and was much more fragrant than those wild flowers. Honey, I really didn't drink any wine. Lu Qingyin didn't care whether he meant that or not. You should sleep outside today. You are not allowed to come into the house. You even cheated your son of his money. I have never seen such a shameless father like you. After saying that, Lu Ying stood up and walked into the bedroom. Lu Filong was about to speak to save the situation, but the only response he got was the sound of the door slamming. Just as he was thinking about how to coax his wife, his cell phone rang. When he saw it was an unfamiliar number, he hung up without thinking. However, the other party kept calling, and it was not until the 7th time that Lu Filong finally suppressed his temper and pressed the answer button. Who are you? Lu Filong asked, suppressing his anger. Lu Filong, I'll fucking kill you. Lu Filong was stunned. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before, so he simply hung up. Chapter 58 Mom, I love you. Damn it, how dare you hang up on me? The person on the other end of the phone cursed and called several more times. Lu Filong simply turned his phone to silent mode. After a long while, Lu Filong finally remembered, that voice just now seemed to be Zhu Tianjue. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone again. Tianju, what's the matter? Fuck you, I'm Su Wenyu, Lu Filong. You raised a good son, but you kidnapped my daughter. You have to give me an explanation for this. A roll of tape is all it takes? Lu Filong was a little surprised. This was too easy to say. How much is the tape worth? Tape? Su Wenyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and his face darkened. Lu Filong, stop talking nonsense. You're half responsible for the contract between my daughter and your son. I take most of the responsibility? Lu Filong felt aggrieved. What did it mean when you were sitting at home and the blame came from the sky? He had done nothing, but he was inexplicably taken the blame. I tell you, you have to resolve this matter, otherwise we. Su Wenyu talked for a long time, and suddenly he seemed to have nothing to say that could threaten the other party. For a moment, I was so angry that my teeth were itching. What else can we do? Lu Filong thought for a moment and added, how about we just become in-laws? After all, the two children have already signed a life and death contract. It's a done deal. Old Su, please bear with me. You. Su Wenyu was almost driven crazy by Lu Filong's shamelessness. What was going on? It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Lu Filong is such a jerk, his son must have inherited his bad habits. It's a pity for his daughter that she has to follow such a shameless guy in the future. Su Wenyu became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. He wanted to rush to Lu Filong immediately and pin him to the ground and beat him to death. At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Lu Qingyin walked up to Lu Filong with a smile on her face, saying bluntly, Look, sons are still the best in this world. Just now, Swayer gave me all the source crystals he had saved over the years, more than 50 in total. As Lu Qingyin spoke, she shook the wooden box in her hand towards Lu Filong. The source crystals in the box made a slight noise due to the collision, indicating that there were quite a few source crystals inside. Lu Filong looked at this extremely familiar wooden box, his face twitched twice, and his whole body felt numb. Wife, where did you find that wooden box? I found it under my bedside table. My son hid it there. He hid it pretty well. Upon hearing this, Lu Filong immediately became anxious. Wife, that source crystal box doesn't belong to that brat, he's just borrowing flowers to offer. Before he could finish his words, Lu Qingyin turned and cast a cold gaze at him. If it's not Swayer's, could it be yours? Lu Filong shrank back in fear and immediately changed his words. That's of course not, that's Lu Sway's thing, of course it's his. At this time, Lu Filong was almost crying. He had saved these more than 50 source crystals for more than 10 years, and now they were all gone. Lu Sway? Son? No, Lu Filong doesn't deserve it. How could a son stab his father in the back? At this time, Lu Qingyin was still playing the voice message that Lu Sway had played for him. Come and listen to what my son said. Mom, I love you. See you some other day. Ah son, Mom loves you too. Lu Qingyin was so happy at this moment. She never expected that these source crystals were actually gifts left by her son. She had wanted to buy a set of jewelry for a long time, but unfortunately she was too frugal on weekdays and had no time to go shopping. Moreover, she and Lao Lu have not worked much in recent years on such valuable items, so they have not taken any action yet. Lu Feilong felt heartbroken. This was all the hard-earned money he had accumulated over more than 10 years, and it was gone just like that, not to mention that he was attacked by his own son. At this moment, he felt a dull pain in his chest, and a hot current rushed up his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You can sleep outside tonight. I'll let you in tomorrow when I'm in a good mood." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qingyin couldn't wait to go out. Since she retired, she had never spent money so happily. Lu Feilong was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Not only was his savings gone, but he also had to sleep outside tonight. Is there any justice in this world? Compared to Lu Feilong's unhappiness, Su Wenyu on the other end of the phone instantly changed his expression. Although I don't know what happened, I know that the source crystal was most likely hidden by this old guy Lu Feilong. TSK, seeing Lu Sui cheating you like this, I'm so happy, especially since you slept outside tonight, it's even more. Ha. I can't take it anymore, I'm so happy, I have to tell that bastard Zhu Taiju about this. Hearing the busy tone of the phone, Lu Feilong's mouth twitched. Damn, what kind of son is this? Dad, did Mom have something happy happen to her? I saw her look so happy when she left the house. At this time, when Lu Fei saw her mother go out, she hurried back home, ready to take some pocket money and stay with her little sister for a night. Lu Feilong also looked at her with despair at this time. If you picked up dozens of source crystals, you would be happy too. Lu Fei was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. She just went to the chair she usually sat on, turned over the cushion and felt inside, but felt nothing. Feel inside again, still nothing? Lu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. She lifted the cushion and found that the place where she hid the source crystal was empty. She was stunned. Daddy, it's my source crystal. Did you steal my source crystal? Lu Feilong also widened his eyes. How dare I steal your source crystal, don't talk nonsense. Where is the source crystal I put under the chair? Lu Fei roared. She was completely out of control at this moment. Lu Feilong glanced in the direction she pointed, then looked at her strangely. So the source crystal hidden under the chair is yours. It caused your father to be wronged like this. Then Lu Feilong recounted what had happened. Lu Fei was so angry that her pretty face almost turned purple. Without saying a word, she picked up her phone and called Lu Sui. If Lu Sui doesn't give her a reasonable explanation today, their brother-sister relationship will end here. However, Lu Sui seemed to have anticipated this and muted his phone. He looked at his sister's call and blocked it for half an hour without saying a word. The operation was done in one go, as if it had been practiced for a long time. Seeing that the call couldn't go through, Lu Fei started cursing directly on the voice. 1 minute is the limit of the voice, but it is not Lu Fei's limit. In response to this, Lu Sui simply closed his eyes and lay down on the bed to sleep, while reminding, Taiyu, Su Ling, you two better turn off the silent mode on your phones, my sister will probably call you. At this time, Su Ling had walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, with her wet hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was exquisite and curvy. Chapter 59, Coaxing. She looked at Lu Sui's playful expression and couldn't help but kick him. Are you bullying Fair again? Lu Sui felt awkward for a moment and quickly changed the subject. Didn't you say you were going to take a shower? Are you done? Let me check for you to see if there's anything I missed. I'll help you wash it. Lu Sui, don't have any other skills, but I'm best at helping others. Get out. If you mess around, I'll beat you up. Su Ling said as he waved his fist. Oh, that's good, your temper has gotten worse. Lu Sui teased with a playful smile. You're so annoying. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll bite you to death. Su Ling suddenly rushed over and pinched him hard. Lu Sui cried out in pain. Hey, I told you were born in the year of the dog. You deserve it. Who told you to always take advantage of me? Su Ling muttered as she put on her clothes. What did you say? Did I take advantage of you? Lu Sui was about to refute, but suddenly noticed that the clothes Su Ling was wearing were lace. At this moment, Zhu Taiyu's phone rang. She saw the caller ID and hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Brother Taiyu, woo-woo, is that bastard brother of mine here? Zhu Taiyu glanced in the direction of Lu Sui at this time, and the latter waved at her directly. If he's here, just fill him up. If he's not here, then dig a hole in advance and bury him. Lu Fei's voice was resolute, as if she was willing to sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Zhu Taiyu was speechless. Wait, Fei, what's going on with you? What on earth did your brother do? Zhu Taiyu hurriedly glanced at Lu Sui, asking him what was going on. However, Lu Sui spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. He really didn't know how to explain. Lu Fei recounted what Lu Sui had done. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were speechless after hearing this, and they both looked at Lu Sui with strange eyes. When did this guy become so cheap? It's not easy for your sister to save some source crystals, and you are using them to offer gifts to others. If you were to give them to others, Lu Sui would really be dragged out and chopped to pieces. But the person he offered up was his own mother, so it's hard to say anything. Brother Taiyu, why does your voice sound weird? Forget it, Brother Taiyu, please tell Lu Sui a message for me, bastard brother, from today on, we are no longer friends, no longer friends. Lu Fei's roar was deafening, and he hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Lu Sui shrugged and continued lying there. Hey, don't you want to comfort your sister? Su Ling glanced at Lu Sui, who was playing with his mobile phone, feeling a little surprised. She couldn't figure out what Lu Sui was trying to do. It's impossible that he, as a brother, would be happy just because his sister is unhappy. I'm coaxing her. While speaking, Lu Sui couldn't help but look at Su Ling. Although she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, it still couldn't hide her curvy figure, especially the two full breasts that seemed to be about to burst out. Even through the thick bathrobe, one could feel the amazing elasticity. What are you staring at me for? Su Ling felt a little shy when she was looked at by Lu Sui, but she quickly regained her composure. I'm telling you, don't have any ideas. Lu Sui was slightly stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and said, what are you thinking? You rascal, what else is in your head besides yellow garbage? Su Ling said angrily, but she was still very satisfied with Lu Sui's gaze. Don't be afraid that a man is interested in you, just be afraid that he is not interested in you. Hearing her words, Lu Sui was not angry. At this time, Zhu Taiyu also gave the two of them a warning look. Old Lu, you better behave yourself. Our spirit beasts have very sensitive five senses. If you dare to do anything secretly, I will rush out immediately. After saying that, Zhu Taiyu took her clothes and went into the bathroom. When she was closing the door, she looked at the door lock and fell into deep thought. Su Ling didn't lock the door just now, which gave Lu Sui the opportunity to take advantage of. So should she lock it? After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't lock it. She also wanted Lu Sui to come and try it out, so that she would not lose to Su Ling in charm. Su Ling didn't think much about it. At this moment, her eyes fell on Lu Sui and flickered a few times. Hey, let me ask you that. Old Lu, I want to ask you a very serious question. Since we lie to you like this, do you feel that we hate us in your heart? Lu Sui took a deep breath and hugged her shoulders. If I really hated you, would I still make a contract with you? At this moment, the two of them were pressed close to each other, and Su Ling had just finished to shower, emitting a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. Lu Sui lowered his head and smelled her body fragrance, while his hands gently stroked Su Ling's slender and soft waist. The two young bodies were pressed very close together, and the temperature was rising rapidly. Su Ling's cheeks were extremely red and her whole body was trembling slightly. Lu Sui looked at her at this moment, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He slowly leaned over and kissed her pink lips, then kissed down her neck, along her collarbone, and left an ambiguous mark on her plumpness. Su Ling felt numb all over and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her tense body slowly relaxed, allowing Lu Sui to do whatever he wanted. Lu Sui's movements became more and more crazy. At this moment, the bathroom door was opened and Zhu Taiyu jumped out of the bathroom angrily. There were still some water stains on her face, obviously she rushed out without wiping them dry. Fortunately, she was wearing a translucent nightgown, but it couldn't hide her hot body. Seeing this, Lu Sui hurriedly stopped, but Su Ling became even more confused. What happened? He was quite enthusiastic just now, but why did he suddenly become cold? Lu Sui. Zhu Taiyu walked to the bedside and glared at him. Lu Sui quickly covered his crotch and looked at her with anger and grief. You came at the wrong time. Do I have to wait until you two are done with each other before I come out? Zhu Taiyu replied unhappily. Su Ling wrapped her bathrobe tightly around her in disappointment. At this time, Lu Sui looked at the two beauties in front of him with different looks, and couldn't help but sigh at the gift of the Creator. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had their own merits. Su Ling's beauty is a natural beauty, a standard beauty, but the stubbornness hidden between her eyebrows gives people another feeling, and Zhu Taiyu is tall and well-proportioned, with a heroic spirit all over her body. Like two flowers, each with its own merits. Lu Sui looked at Su Ling, then pointed at Zhu Taiyu and took a deep breath. Who goes first? You two. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling frowned when they heard this. What does Lu Sui mean by this? Are they going to fight over him? You bastard. Zhu Taiyu rushed forward cursing, but Lu Sui had already been prepared. The moment Zhu Taiyu attacked, Lu Sui immediately dodged and Zhu Taiyu missed. Chapter 60. Are you serious about being the group leader? Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu and said seriously, if you are willing to come together, I can handle it. Su Lingqi gritted his teeth. This bastard. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu glared at each other and rushed towards Lu Sui at the same time. Lu Sui immediately fled in a panic. Moreover, under the attack of two beauties, no matter how powerful Lu Sui was, he could not withstand it. In the end, he was defeated. At this moment, Lu Sui was obviously very aggrieved. He had wanted to take the opportunity to tease Zhu Taiyu, but now he was surrounded and blocked by two beauties. He didn't know how many beatings he would receive. Okay, you win. You win. Lu Sui finally compromised. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling stopped at this point, but seeing his miserable appearance, they felt much better. Lu Sui looked at the two women and thought to himself that it seemed that he had really pissed them off this time. Have you two ever heard a saying? Lu Sui touched his nose, looking like a gentleman. What? Su Ling looked at him in confusion. It's called to die beneath the peony flowers. Even as a ghost I shall be romantic. As soon as Lu Sui finished speaking, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling shouted in unison, get out! Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Lu Sui suddenly laughed heartily. Looking at him at this moment, Su Ling suddenly felt that she still didn't quite understand Lu Sui in front of her. Lu Sui at this moment was a complete gangster, completely different from the gentleman with elegant demeanor before. Old Lu, you used to. You want to know if I used to be like this, right? Lu Sui looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. You were my sons before, and now you are my wife. Can your attitude be the same? As soon as Lu Sui finished speaking, the room fell silent. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling didn't know what to say. Forget it, I won't bother with you guys today. Lu Sui waved his hand and then said, let's talk about serious matters. What's up? Lu Sui looked at them, your business, and my future plans. Hearing this, both of them fell silent. Su Ling also sat up straight and listened to him carefully. You are all spirit beasts, and you are very talented. I hope you can help me. After all, we have too many enemies. Even if you have many conflicts, you can fight privately. If you really can't do it, you can blame me, but if it comes to serious matters, I hope you won't be vague. After all, we are grasshoppers in the same bed now. Lu Sui's tone was very solemn. I hope you can think it over carefully. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other. Although they both disliked each other, they both nodded in agreement. Although they still have grudges against Lu Sui, they are now partners on the same front after all. It would be unacceptable if they failed to deliver at the critical moment. Lu Sui's expression improved slightly, and he continued, you should know that I am a Beastmaster, and I will definitely join the Beastmaster group in the future. Come to my Su family. Come to my Zhu family. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling shouted almost at the same time, and as soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other with great displeasure. Zhu Taiyu, your family is in Shangbei, where strange beasts roam freely. If anything goes wrong, we will have to explain where we are. Su Ling frowned, then said proudly, and my Su family has rich industries and countless resources. Coupled with our talents, it is only a matter of time before we become masters. But Zhu Taiyu was very disdainful of this. Su Ling, haven't you heard that if jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool, and if people are not tempered, they will not become talented. If you don't temper yourself, no matter how high your level is or how strong your source power is, you are just a paper tiger. It's too dangerous for you to go north. You demons can't even be tempered. The two women glared at each other fiercely. Seeing that they couldn't decide the winner, they could only focus their attention on Lu Sui. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I'm afraid not, because I already have a beast taming group. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling frowned almost at the same time, with countless question marks popping up in their minds. You've already joined the beast tamer group? When did that happen? Yeah, it wasn't long after I left the serious beast taming group. How come I joined a new one? Both women looked at Lu Sui with suspicion, thinking that his movements were too fast. He had just retreated and found the next home the next time. This seamless connection was too cool. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Sui smiled and said, I did quit the beast taming group, but I didn't join any other beast taming groups. Impossible, Zhu Taiyu firmly refused to believe it. Lu Lang's attitude towards you that day was very determined. Not only did he not want to continue to employ you, he even had the urge to kill you. You will never go back. And with your personality, it's impossible for you to continue staying in the serious beast taming group. It's okay, I've already taken the initiative. Lu Sui said calmly. Who knows? Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling both looked confused. Yes, I have killed Lu Lang, Lu Sui said as a matter of course. From today on, I am the new captain of the Tianlang Beast Taming Group, and this group has a new name, Spark. What? The two women were stunned and could not believe what they heard. They could never have imagined that Lu Sui actually killed Lu Lang. You know, Lu Lang is a top-level 3rd-level Beastmaster, and he also has a 4th-level Spirit Beast. He is also well known in Rongqing. And Lu Sui, a newly awakened Beastmaster, was able to kill such a character. This is unbelievable. Old Lu, are you telling the truth? Zhu Taiyu couldn't help but ask. Lu Sui shrugged his shoulders. Can I still lie to you about this kind of thing? Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling looked at each other. They knew that Lu Sui would not joke about serious matters. After a while, Su Ling sighed, Old Lu, your courage is truly unmatched by ordinary people. Yeah, kill the leader and do it yourself. Is this something you, a novice Beastmaster, can do? Zhu Taiyu also looked at him with a complicated expression. She lived in Shangbei when she was young. Although she had not been to the army very often, she occasionally heard her family mention it. Some women may have appeared on the battlefield as spirit beasts since their teens, but men have to reach adulthood and awaken their talents before they can contract with spirit beasts and join the battlefield. But even so, the casualty rate of beastmasters in the army is much higher than that of spirit beasts, and there is often a shortage of beastmasters. After all, spiritual beasts can rely on their strong bodies to withstand the attacks of alien beasts and fight back. But it's different for the beastmaster. Once a strange beast gets close to him, there is only one outcome, death. So there is probably only one person in the world like Lu Sui who dares to take the position of leader of the beast taming group when he is just a rookie. Chapter 61 Spring and Summer Assessment. Hearing the praise from Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, Lu Sui felt a little embarrassed. There is indeed an element of luck in this matter, but I didn't rely entirely on luck. I also put in some effort. Upon hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu immediately showed a look of contempt. They didn't believe that Lu Sui defeated Lu Lang through hard work. He must have used some means. Okay, no matter what, I'm the team leader now, Lu Sui waved his hand, stopping them from continuing to discuss the issue. Besides, we have more important things to discuss. What's the matter? Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu asked in unison. Lu Sui took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, right now, the situation in Rongqing is extremely tense. I estimate that a large-scale battle between regiments will soon break out, and we can take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. I've anticipated this. Zhu Taiyu said calmly, the Rongqing beast tamers weren't harmonious to begin with. Now the heavenly wolf beast tamers and destruction have become the fuse. A fight could be triggered at any time. I just don't know what Yang and the guild's attitude will be. You should know that the entire China is now governed by local guilds, and each region is directly governed by a head guild. The current president is China's only 9th-level grandmaster, Lu Qianghua. Lu Qianghua is also a legend in China. Although he is a beastmaster, he does not have a contracted spirit beast, but an alien beast. How can a beastmaster who can tame alien beasts and make them willingly sign a contract be a simple person? Lu Qianghua's attitude as the president is also very firm. To the outside world, if you are a friend, you are welcome. If you are an enemy, you will be killed if you dare to take a step forward. Internally, he was both firm and flexible, providing strong financial support to the Beast Taming Academy to cultivate talents, while also being very opposed to internal strife. Especially the internal fighting among the Beast Taming Group, Lu Qianghua cracked down on it severely. And Ying is Lu Qianghua standing as a sword hanging over the heads of all the Beast Taming Groups. Su Ling said nonchalantly while chewing an apple, this time, the battles between the Beast Tamers are all at the master level or below. As long as no innocent people are harmed or no major problems arise, Yi Ying and the guild won't interfere. That's good. Zhu Taiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Now they had nothing to worry about. As long as no one was killed, it was basically not a big problem. However, since you want to be the leader of the Beast Taming Group, you should prepare some suitable personnel. Su Ling asked, it's impossible for everyone in the Heavenly Wolf Beast Taming Group to obey you and control a young boy. There shouldn't be many people left now, right? Lu Sui nodded and said, there really aren't many people left. Including me and Sister Yu Hong, there are only 8 of us. Ah, only 8 people, Zhu Taiyu was speechless. Who would believe it if he told others about the beast taming team of 8 people? Originally there were 10, but 2 left yesterday, so now there are only 8 left. Lu Sui Yomu said embarrassedly. Okay, Su Ling said helplessly, what are you going to do? Counting me and Zhu Taiyu, we can only barely make up the number of members to form a group. We will definitely have to recruit more members later, and management will be very troublesome. Don't worry about that. Lu Sui said, I'll gather enough people before the summer beast taming team assessment begins. Then we can start training. Zhu Taiyu said hesitantly, beast taming group assessment? You just founded the beast taming group, so there's no need to participate. The beast taming team will be assessed twice a year, once in spring and once in summer, and the assessment results will also be used to score each beast taming team. 1 to 9 stars, the higher the star rating, the stronger the beast taming team is. The beast taming group that Lu Lang had founded before was a 4-star beast taming group, which meant that they could at least hunt down 4th-level exotic beasts on their own. Most of this is thanks to Yu Hong, after all, she is the only level 4 spirit beast in the group. Of course, their group is at the bottom of the 4-star beast taming groups. In addition, they are reorganized this time, and it is not certain that they can get a good 4-star rating again, even with Yu Hong, a 4th-level spirit beast. However, Lu Sui replied calmly, not only do I want to participate, but I also want to get a 5-star rating and transfer it to Tiandu. After all, I'll be studying there in the future. I can't possibly be running back and forth between Tiandu and Rongqing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Taiyu hurriedly shook his head and said, a 4-star rating is enough to ensure that the beast taming group can gain a foothold in Rongqing, and a 5-star rating means they are well known even in Tiandu. You have to know that it is very difficult for the beast taming group to hunt down a level 4 monster and a level 5 lord monster alone. No, it should be said that the strength of the lord level monster is completely incomparable to that of the 4th level monster. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to get a 5-star rating. Even if you have a level 5 spirit beast and a beast master, you cannot capture a level 5 beast without sufficient teamwork. However, Lu Sui's attitude was very firm, and his eyes showed confidence. I have decided, I will definitely get the 5-star beast taming team evaluation. Have you really decided? Su Ling hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind him. Yes. Lu Sui nodded firmly, then suddenly asked, there is still more than a month left before the summer assessment. I want to break through to the 4th level beast master within this time. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other. They originally thought that Lu Sui was just talking about getting a 5-star rating and would never put it into action, but they never expected that he would actually say it so bluntly. Break through to the 4th level beast tamer within a month? Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui as if he was looking at a madman. Is this possible? Lu Sui's mouth curled up with confidence. I never do anything I'm not sure of. You're still you. Su Ling laughed. I like your confidence. Okay, since you've made up your mind, I support you. Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui and asked, so, what are your specific plans? Lu Sui pondered for a moment and continued, first, we need to ensure coordination between our beast tamers. After all, if we want to kill a level 5 lord level beast with level 4 strength, it will be difficult without coordination. Zhu Taiyu said, I understand what you mean. You hope to make up for the difference in strength by improving coordination? This is a good approach. Lu Sui smiled and said, that's right. This is the only solution I can find at the moment. Otherwise, even if I reach the strength of a 4th level beast master, I won't be able to hunt a 5th level beast without the cooperation of a team. Zhu Taiyu nodded and said, I agree with this. Chapter 62 The Source of Emotions. Su Ling also said, then follow your plan. If you need any help, just tell me. You just need to provide the people. If my future father-in-law asks you for other things, he will find a breakthrough. Lu Sui replied with a smile. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were immediately filled with black lines on their heads. Su Ling glared at Lu Sui fiercely, then said, since you have made up your mind, I will not ask you any more questions. Just train your energy well. If you have enough energy and need any beast energy techniques, you can tell me and my Su family will definitely get them for you. Beast Source Technique is an ability that only beast tamers can learn and use. It can improve the survivability of the beast taming team on the battlefield, and can also enhance the power of the spirit beasts contracted with them. That's not necessary. Lu Sui waved his hand. He now relied on the ancient mirror to gain strength and improve himself. If you don't rely on the ancient mirror, your practice efficiency will be reduced. Su Ling did not force him. As long as Lu Sui needed anything, their Su family would definitely do their best to help him. No matter what beast source technique he needed, it could be easily done. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Sui looked at the two peerless beauties in front of him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There might be thunder tonight, aren't you afraid? My bed is very warm, are you really not coming? Su Ling rolled her eyes and said unhappily, I don't want to sleep in your bed. What if you get horny? Wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage? When Zhu Taiyu heard Su Ling's words, his face turned red immediately, and he kept praying in his heart that God would quickly strike Lu Sui to death with thunder. Lu Sui smiled bitterly and said, I'm not that kind of beast. As long as you don't agree, I won't do anything wrong. At this point, Lu Sui changed the subject and said with a smile, but if you want, I'm still happy to accompany you. Su Ling snorted and turned away. Zhu Taiyu waved his fist at Lu Sui and said with gritted teeth, you beast, who wants to do that with you? Stop talking nonsense. Emotional points plus 500. Emotional points plus 500. The ancient mirror continuously refreshed the emotional points. Although Lu Sui didn't know why the emotional points increased so quickly, he was not too worried. As long as it could increase his strength, Lu Sui didn't mind the emotional points at all. At this time, Lu Sui also began to study the ancient mirror directly, sliding his fingers on the mirror surface as if he was using a mobile phone. When he was sliding the emotional point, he suddenly found the word check displayed on the mirror. What does this mean? Lu Sui tried to click it, and found that he only needed to spend 100 emotion points to view the source information of the emotion points. After hesitating for a while, Lu Sui spent 100 emotion points to open a negative emotion point. Most of these emotional points are born out of the malice and murderous intent towards him. 700 negative emotion points source, Lu Filong. 700 negative emotion points source, Lu Feier. 800 negative emotion points source, Morong Jie. The source of 900 negative emotion points is Wang Mingliang. After Lu Sui looked at the names of these people, he exclaimed in his heart, damn, it's okay for Morong Jie and Wang Mingliang, but why are my dad and sister also causing trouble? And the emotional points it provides are no less than those of these two enemies. Morong Jie and Wang Mingliang are two guys who hate him for stealing his wife and want to kill him all the time. He understands that, but what are you two trying to do? Lu Sui browsed through all these negative emotional points again and found that there were indeed quite a few of them, and the source of each negative emotional point actually had its own characteristics. At this moment, a new emotional point suddenly emerged. Emotional points plus 900. Lu Sui frowned and looked at the direction where the emotion points came from, which was just opposite their dormitory. This made Lu Sui frown. 900 emotion points, there is no doubt that they have murderous intentions towards him. Someone wants to kill him. Moreover, the other party was very bold and actually chose to take action in the heavily guarded Beast Taming Academy. If he guessed correctly, the opponent wanted to retreat immediately after failing to hit him. The opponent's spirit beast should be a highly maneuverable flying spirit beast. Thinking of this, Lu Sui walked towards the bathroom calmly. At this time, Zhu Taiyu was changing clothes in the bathroom. She was halfway through washing, and her clothes were half covered. Zhu Taiyu rolled his eyes when he saw Lu Sui about to come in, but he was still a little happy in his heart. It seemed that he was still very attractive. Although he was happy in his heart, he still said this with disdain, old Lu, get out of here before I lose my temper. I won't be any more ruthless than Su Ling. Before Zhu Taiyu could say anything, Lu Sui covered her mouth, pushed her into the bathroom, closed the door, and pushed her against the wall. What are you doing? Zhu Taiyu struggled, but found that he couldn't push Lu Sui away at all. Don't shout. Lu Sui said in a low voice, someone outside wants to kill me. Zhu Taiyu opened her eyes wide in surprise, and Lu Sui immediately covered her mouth and shouted outside, Su Ling, stay away from the window. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Source Force sniper rifle specifically designed to assassinate beastmasters and spirit beasts. This type of sniper rifle is extremely powerful, but usually only has one round reloaded and is extremely expensive, so it won't be used lightly. Lu Sui didn't spend the past 3 years in the Beast Taming Corps in vain. He had some experience with the use of assassination weapons and methods. Back when he was in the Beast Taming group, he was so popular. No matter what he does, everything goes smoothly. Even Lu Lang praised him as a rare genius. And Lu Sui never let anyone down, and he could handle almost everything properly, so when he first joined the group, many spirit beasts fell in love with him. However, Lu Sui has always been chaste. Even if a girl came to him on her own initiative, he would refuse. Old Lu, it seems we've been targeted so quickly. Su Ling had no intention of dodging and walked towards the bathroom with a swagger. She was a spirit beast and was very sensitive to these attacks. She was not afraid of any assassination. When she saw Lu Sui pressing Zhu Taiyu against the wall and their ambiguous posture, her face instantly darkened. What are you two doing? Let go. Zhu Taiyu was originally shy, and when she saw Su Ling rushing in, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. She reached out and pushed Lu Sui. What are you doing? Let me go. Shut up. Lu Sui scolded. Do you know what's going on? How dare you yell? But Su Ling replied with a dark face. What are you afraid of? My SS level talent, Rebirth from the Ashes, can keep you alive as long as your source power is not exhausted. I think you are clearly taking advantage of Zhu Taiyu. Chapter 63 Ambiguity. Lu Sui, who was exposed, still stubbornly said, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm doing this for Taiyu's safety. Su Ling rolled her eyes when she heard this. Look at what you're saying. If it was really for her safety, you could just cover her mouth. Why are you sticking your whole body to her? What do you know? I'm helping Taiyu practice. Lu Sui said righteously. Zhu Taiyu was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He glared at Lu Sui and said, Bullshit. You want to eat me? What are you thinking? Lu Sui said disdainfully, What's in your head is just yellow garbage. Lu Sui. Zhu Taiyu finally couldn't hold back his temper anymore, and suddenly raised his foot and kicked Lu Sui in the crotch. Today I must fight you. Ah. Lu Sui squatted down in pain and looked at Zhu Taiyu with a painful expression. You murdered your husband. He really didn't expect that Zhu Taiyu would play tricks on him. Who told you to bully me? I'll kick your balls. Zhu Taiyu glared at Lu Sui fiercely and continued to scrub his body with a grunt. Okay, both of you shut up and think about how to deal with the sniper outside. Su Ling interrupted their quarrel. Zhu Taiyu crossed his arms, holding up the pair of big white rabbits, his eyes filled with disdain. The killer outside must be coming for the three of us, and we just need to find a way to sneak out, find the sniper, and take him down in one fell swoop. Lu Sui rolled his eyes at her and said, That's easy for you to say. If the three of us stay in the bathroom for too long, that guy will definitely get suspicious and leave without hesitation. Who knows when he'll make his next move? What should we do? We can't just sit there and wait for death. Don't worry, we can just wait and see what happens. I hope he shows up sooner rather than later. As Lu Sui spoke, he closed the bathroom door, locked it, and turned off the light in the bathroom. This kind of thing must be done in the dark. Su Ling frowned slightly when she saw this. In the dark night, the two women had excellent eyesight because they were spiritual beasts, so when she saw Lu Sui reaching out his claws towards her, the corners of her mouth twitched. Old Lu, we can see clearly even if the lights are off. Besides, it's already this late, can't you think a little more normally? All you think about is taking advantage of others. Can't you think of something else? Didn't you say that men's IQ drops to 0 when faced with the temptation of a beautiful woman? Lu Sui said matter-of-factly, Am I not satisfying your fantasy about men? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here, or I'll beat you up. Su Ling said, raising her leg and kicking Lu Sui in the crotch. This time Lu Sui learned his lesson. Although he dodged the fatal kick, he was still a little embarrassed in this small space. Seeing Lu Sui like this, Zhu Taiyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, I will beat you up. Su Ling warned Zhu Taiyu, then turned around and glared at Lu Sui. Zhu Taiyu was bewildered by the stare. After a moment of hesitation, his face suddenly darkened. Beat me? My descendants in the Zhu family have never been afraid of anyone since the founding of the country. The two people suddenly became a ball, the water in the bathtub was splashing everywhere, and the bathtub creaked under the weight, as if it would collapse in the next second. How could Lu Sui bear to see the two of them being so sexy? Of course he just joined them. Lu Sui rushed forward, holding one in each hand and locking them both in his arms. What are you doing? The two struggled but found that they could not escape. Since you guys like making noise in the bathtub so much, just do it here. After saying that, Lu Sui kissed her directly, suffocating both of them from breathing. The two people struggled even harder, but it was obvious that Lu Sui was much stronger than them, and their struggles were of no use at all. While kissing them, Lu Sui licked Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's lips with the tip of his tongue, tempting them to get entangled with him. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling kept twisting their bodies, as if trying to break free from Lu Sui's shackles. Unfortunately, Lu Sui was already prepared. No matter how they twisted, he controlled them firmly and trapped them in his arms. Woo! Suddenly, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu opened their mouths and bit Lu Sui's shoulders, but Lu Sui grabbed them and used his other hand to clasp their necks, restraining them. Lu Sui. Su Ling was forced to look up at Lu Sui, her face flushed red. Are you crazy? Zhu Taiyu glared at him unyieldingly. Let me go. You two are both mine, why should I let you go? Lu Sui looked at them with a smile. You two are keeping me hanging like this. If you don't give me meat, you should at least give me some soup. While speaking, Lu Sui's hands continued to caress and wander over the two of them. The two women felt the rough touch of Lu Sui's fingertips, and suddenly a strange electric sensation was aroused in their hearts. They all felt extremely hot all over, especially Zhu Taiyu, whose ears even turned pink. Seeing this, Lu Sui immediately moved closer, gently took Zhu Taiyu's round earlobe into his mouth, and chewed it gently. Zhu Taiyu suddenly gasped, her body became soft like a pool of water, and she leaned in Lu Sui's arms. Lu Sui. She murmured, stop. Su Ling was almost lured into Lu Sui's trap, but when she thought of the assassins rushing towards them outside, she sobered up instantly. Lu Sui, you damn bastard, it's a life or death situation now, why are you still thinking about these nonsense? It's not too late to think about these nonsense after it's resolved. At this time, Su Ling suspected that Lu Sui was possessed by a sex maniac. He was like a wolf that had been hungry for more than 10 years and was extremely hungry and thirsty. Are you sure? Lu Sui asked provocatively, we just had our first kiss. Can you really bear to see me lonely and cold? After Lu Sui finished speaking, he deliberately swept his tongue across Su Ling's earlobe. Su Ling instantly felt her whole body numb, her eyes gradually became confused, and her body slowly softened. Seeing the two of them like this, Lu Sui chuckled and took the opportunity to reach out and slap Su Ling on the butt, causing the other party to glare at him coquettishly. Bastard, bastard. Bastard. This Lu Sui is a bastard. Why did I fall for him in the first place? I thought he was a gentleman, but he turned out to be a pervert. Zhu Taiyu and Lu Sui were acting so ambiguously at this moment. Even though she had been equally ambiguous with Lu Sui just now, she felt a little jealous at this moment. While Lu Sui's hands were wreaking havoc on her, she suddenly grabbed his waist and sneered, Old Lu, I don't think you're the kind of guy who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Chapter 64, Ambiguity 2. His Lu Sui gasped in pain, but still didn't let go. Instead, he continued to pinch her chin teasingly and said, Beauty, of course I'm not the kind of guy who can't walk when I see a beautiful woman. I just get along so well with beautiful women that I really can't control myself. Humph. Su Ling snorted coldly after hearing Lu Sui's words, are you blaming me? Of course not. Lu Sui quickly denied, you know that's not what I meant. How could I blame you? I feel so sorry for you. As he spoke, Lu Sui rubbed Su Ling's soft hair again and said gently, Lingling, I just felt so sorry for you and wanted to help you relieve your stress. Decompression? What kind of pressure do I need to relieve? Su Ling frowned, then said coldly, I'm not a pervert like you. But since you like playing such exciting games, let's give it a try. Whoever can't hold on first loses. After saying that, Su Ling simply let him do whatever he wanted, but she refused to give him the last step, just to see who couldn't hold it back anymore. At this time, Lu Sui finally realized that Su Ling was actually adding fuel to the fire. However, Lu Sui was not angry. On the contrary, he was even a little happy because of this surprise. This is his girlfriend, no matter what she is like, Lu Sui doesn't mind. Lu Sui stretched out a hand and held the little white rabbit on Zhu Taiyu's chest. Okay, you two belong to me tonight. Zhu Taiyu groaned as he pinched her, but she still pursed her lips stubbornly. Seeing this, Lu Sui kissed Zhu Taiyu on the lips. His movements were very gentle, as if he was protecting some rare treasure, not daring to use too much force for fear of hurting the other person. Although Zhu Taiyu usually behaves very tough, she could not resist Lu Sui's attack at this time. She slowly closed her eyes, put her arms around Lu Sui's neck, and began to respond to his kiss. Seeing this, Su Ling also stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss Lu Sui back. She imitated Zhu Taiyu, gently nibbling Lu Sui's Adam's apple with her teeth, and gently swirling her tongue in Lu Sui's throat. Oh! Lu Sui couldn't help but moan. He held Zhu Taiyu's waist with one hand and Su Ling's hips with the other to prevent her from slipping to the ground. Lu Sui held Zhu Taiyu in one hand and Su Ling in the other, which made their posture particularly ambiguous. Lu Sui's legs were spread apart, and their bodies were pressed against each other. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were sandwiched between Lu Sui's thighs. Zhu Taiyu couldn't help but let out a small moan from her nose. She looked up at Lu Sui, only to see him staring at her with a burning gaze. At that moment, Zhu Taiyu's heart was pounding. She felt as if she had never imagined Lu Sui would have such a look in his eyes. At that moment, Zhu Taiyu even forgot that she had a companion beside her. Only Lu Sui remained in her mind, and only the beauty and joy of this moment remained. Seeing Zhu Taiyu staring at Lu Sui so absorbedly, Su Ling felt a little bitter in her heart. She bit the corner of Lu Sui's lips fiercely, then suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Lu Sui. "Hey! Old Lu, don't forget me." Listening to Su Ling's words, Lu Sui showed a wicked smile on his face. "How could I forget you? You are my wife too. Although we have a life and death contract, we are still innocent. Who are you calling your wife?" Su Ling shouted in shame and anger, but a touch of sweetness surged up in her heart, making her cheeks slightly flushed, and she was extremely beautiful. "Oh, it's already this late, and you two still have the energy to quarrel." Zhu Taiyu came back to his senses when he heard the noisy movement outside, and suddenly remembered why they were trapped in this bathroom. Just then, Lu Sui's phone rang, but at this moment, both of Lu Sui's hands were very busy and he had no time to spare. Su Ling took the phone directly. When Lu Sui saw the incoming call, he was also confused. "Fuck, why is my dad calling at this time? Old thing?" Su Ling looked at the notes and then looked at Lu Sui. "Go ahead and pick it up, and see what that old guy has to say." As soon as the call was connected, Lu Filon did not speak immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "Stinky boy, I didn't provoke you, did I?" "What's wrong?" Lu Sui said innocently. "You little bastard, do you know where I sleep now?" Lu Filon said angrily. "What does your sleeping there have to do with me?" Lu Sui asked doubtfully. "Nonsense. I'm sleeping in the yard. It's the middle of the night now, and there are so many mosquitoes that I'm questioning my life. Don't tell me that this has nothing to do with you?" Lu Filon said angrily. "Oh." Hearing Lu Filon say this, Lu Sui immediately understood that it must be his mother who was causing trouble. "Oh? Is that all you say?" Lu Filon's face turned pale. Lu Sui was silent for 2 seconds, then took a deep breath and sang, "Oh oh oh." Lu Filong? Emotional points plus 900. Lu Filong on the other end of the phone took a few deep breaths, tried to calm down the anger in his heart, and replied, "Boy, don't call me again in the future. I will pretend that I never gave birth to you as my son." "What about your daughter-in-law? Do you want to see them?" "I'm holding them in my arms while I sleep tonight." Lu Sui's words made Lu Filong very angry. Lu Filong was so angry that he cursed, "Get out, Lu Filong, don't have a son like you." After that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Lu Sui looked at the hung-up phone with a depressed look on his face. But after thinking about it, he picked up the phone, hugged Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu in his arms, and continued the intimacy. At the same time, he took intimate photos of the three of them and sent them to Lu Filong. Lu Filong couldn't sleep even more after seeing the photos sent by Lu Sui. He was feeding mosquitoes here, but you, boy, were sleeping with two beauties in your arms. Lu Filong was so angry that he immediately called and cursed, "You little bastard, are you trying to piss me off to death? You did it on purpose, you absolutely did it on purpose." However, what he never expected was that when he called, no one answered the phone. Obviously he was blocked. This time, Lu Filong was so angry that he almost jumped up on the spot. His lungs are about to explode. "Damn, what a sin." Lu Filong sighed to the sky. Lu Sui was sleeping soundly with the two girls in his arms. He was in a happy mood and felt like his heart was melting. This kind of warm and peaceful time is so rare. Compared to Lu Sui's casualness, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling calmed down. They looked at each other and felt something was wrong. Almost at the same time, he pinched the soft flesh on Lu Sui's waist and twisted it hard. "Ugh, what are you doing?" Lu Sui shouted in pain. "Old Lu, tell us honestly, have you thought of a way to get rid of the killer?" Su Ling asked seriously. Chapter 65 Lu Sui's preparation. Lu Sui shook his head. "How can I get rid of that killer? He is hiding in the teaching building opposite. There are not many students there right now. I don't know his exact location. How can I find him?" However, the next second, a violent explosion occurred in the building opposite. The deafening rumbling sound frightened Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu so much that they quickly covered their ears. Lu Sui was stunned because the killer was not far from where he was now. Soon all these movements were suppressed. And they also heard a deafening roar of a beast, which shocked their hearts. Then they heard gunshots and screams. But the voice soon calmed down. At this time, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling got up from Lu Sui and looked out through the window. They saw a huge golden wolf suppressing a flying bird with its wings spread high. This is the school security director Yu Jiang and his contracted beast. How come they came so quickly? Su Ling looked at the giant golden wolf and frowned slightly. After all, she had also been to the academy. Naturally, they also knew that their college's security director Yu Jiang was also a veteran who retired from the battlefield due to injuries. Because their contract is with an exotic beast, their combat power will be stronger than that of a beastmaster who has a contract with a spiritual beast. Of course, the degree of contract between the two will also be relatively low. After all, the strange beast is not a spiritual beast transformed from a woman. You cannot communicate with it normally, so it is inevitable that the degree of compatibility is low. Yu Jiang limped towards the sniper. How dare a level 2 peak beast tamer come to the academy and hunt our students? Who gave you the guts? I. The killer was completely confused at this time. He didn't know how he was exposed. Obviously, he hadn't done anything yet. He just needed to wait for the target to come out of the bathroom and pull the trigger, and he would succeed. Who would have thought that he would be caught red-handed by the college security? Isn't it said that there will be no one in the teaching building after dark? Why would a beastmaster who has contracted a strange beast come to block him? And it was obvious that the other party was coming for him, as if they had known where he was lying in ambush. Humph, you won't tell me? I want to see who instructs you to assassinate the students of my academy. Yu Jiang snorted coldly, gathered the source power in his hand, and punched the killer in the chest. With a bang, the killer flew backwards, hit the wall and slid to the ground. Yu Jiang sneered and walked over. Wait. I'm a bounty hunter. I have an employer behind me. At this moment, whoosh. Suddenly, a bullet shot directly into the killer's brow, bringing out a spray of blood. The killer's eyes widened as he slowly fell to the ground. Yu Jiang turned around and looked in the direction where the bullet came from, but he only saw a figure and its breath disappear into the darkness. What a fast speed, he is definitely not an ordinary beastmaster. Yu Jiang glanced at the killer who was already completely dead, sighed helplessly, and suddenly saw that the killer's spirit beast suddenly went crazy. Damn it, we need to calm her down ASAP. Golden Wolf, pin her down. As he spoke, Yu Jiang took out the spirit beast sedative that he had prepared long ago, and the golden werewolf bit the struggling spirit beast tightly, and its wings flapped rapidly. But at the moment the beastmaster died, the source power in its body instantly ran wild. Unless one has great willpower, it is impossible to completely control it. Without any hesitation, Yu Jiang took out a tube of medicine and injected it into the spirit beast's body. Not long after, the spirit beast began to calm down and stopped struggling. After a while, the spirit beast's eyes regained clarity, and its body gradually changed into a human form. A woman in her early 20s was seen sitting on the ground with her hands raised high. She has a hot body, beautiful face, and a pitiful look. If it were another man, he would have been completely bewitched by her and lost his soul. But Yu Jiang frowned when he saw this. He could see that this woman was no simple matter. She was a level 3 spirit beast. If she didn't want to be a killer, no one could force her unless it was a life and death contract or a master-servant contract. Forget it, just leave them to Yang. After all, this is not my responsibility. After Yu Jiang finished speaking, he picked up his mobile phone and glanced at the anonymous whistleblower. He was able to know the killer's location thanks to the information provided by this guy. On the other side, in Lu Sui's room, Su Ling also found Lu Sui with a calm face. Suddenly, he thought of something and narrowed his eyes in an instant. Old Lu, do you know something? What? Lu Sui still looked confused. You must know something. I don't know. Okay, there's no point in playing dumb, just confess honestly, or I won't let you off. Su Ling stared at Lu Sui fiercely and threatened, we have a life and death contract, what is there to hide from me? Really not. Lu Sui responded lightly and closed his eyes again. Su Ling's face was dark. How could she meet such an unyielding guy? At this moment, Zhu Taiyu suddenly thought of something and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Lu Sui, did you inform Director Yu Jiang before you hid in the bathroom? Otherwise, how could he rush to the teaching building so quickly? Lu Sui's eyes were a little vague, and he coughed dryly. No, I didn't inform him. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other and rolled their eyes. They both didn't believe it at all. So, you informed him in advance? Su Ling looked at him with a smile. Zhu Taiyu also gnashed her teeth. Thinking of her intimacy with Lu Sui just now and the advantage he had taken on her, she was immediately furious and reached out to grab his neck. Asshole, you actually dared to take advantage of me. I'm going to fight you. However, as soon as she touched Lu Sui's skin, she felt a surge of electricity running through her body, and she collapsed into Lu Sui's arms, feeling numb. Hey, hey, hey! Su Ling was stunned. You too. Lu Sui, what are you up to now? Lu Sui raised the corner of his mouth slightly and hugged Su Ling's soft waist. What tricks can I play? After all, I am your beast master. If you really want to attack me, the source power in your body will not help you. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were both stunned when they heard this, and they couldn't help but loosen their grip on Lu Sui, looking at him with rosy faces. They didn't look as tough as usual at all, but instead looked like a little bird, shy and docile. You. Su Ling's heart beat violently when she saw the evil curve on Lu Sui's lips. What's wrong? Lu Sui continued to tease, and his handsome face moved closer to Su Ling, scaring her so much that she pushed him away. You bastard, don't act like a hooligan. Su Ling said viciously with a red face. Lu Sui looked at her angry expression and smiled even more. Oh? Acting like a hooligan? How am I a hooligan? Chapter 66, Mom is the best in the world. You. Seeing Lu Sui's shameless look, Su Ling was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Me? What's wrong with me? Lu Sui looked at Su Ling's flushed face and felt inexplicably happy in his heart. But why does this girl act more and more like a child as she grows up? Okay, stop messing around and let's get down to business. What business are we talking about? Su Ling pouted and glared at Lu Sui in dissatisfaction. Who wants to talk about business with you? Lu Sui was silent. This girl really deserved to be punished. Lu Sui frowned slightly, his eyes locked on Su Ling. Su Ling wanted to retort, but when she saw Lu Sui's serious expression, she couldn't help but panic. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? It's weird, it's scary. Emotional points plus 400. I don't want to deal with you guys anymore. You won't get anything out of it if we continue. Let's go to bed. Seeing that the two of them couldn't make any waves, Zhu Taiyu yawned and crawled towards his bed. Together? Lu Sui suddenly shouted. Get out. Zhu Taiyu's answer was also very decisive. Emotional points plus 500. Lu Sui smiled. The beds in their dormitory were standard for 4 people, with the head of the bed connected to the foot of the bed. It's just a pity that he and Qin Shangyue's bed are next to each other. If his bed was next to Zhu Taiyu or Su Ling's. No matter what, I'm going to roll into the other bed tonight. I'm asleep too. Su Ling raised her head proudly, but her ears turned red. Seeing this, Lu Sui couldn't help but smile, then went into the bathroom to wash up. This scene happened to be seen by Zhu Taiyu, who had just returned, and he immediately curled his lips in disdain. Although she admitted that Lu Sui was very outstanding and was indeed her type, she would never allow anyone to take Lu Sui away. Because Lu Sui is hers. Lu Sui, who was taking a bath in the bathroom, looked at the continuous emotional points in the ancient mirror. 2 of the 700-point positive emotional points came from Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, and there were also many negative emotional points caused by him. He randomly clicked on a message with negative emotional points, and after painfully deducting 100 emotional points, Lu Sui saw the message. Negative emotion points plus 600, from Lu Filong. Dads again? Lu Sui was speechless. After all, he was talking about his biological father, so why were there so many negative emotions? Could it be that they were incompatible? Lu Sui shook his head, then continued to browse the remaining emotional points, found an emotional point with a very high negative emotional point, and checked it. Negative emotion points plus 800, from Lu Feier. When Lu Sui saw Lu Feier's name, he was speechless. He remembered that this girl seemed to have a good relationship with him. Why did she have such negative emotions towards him? Could it be that he has received some extraordinary stimulation? Lu Sui shook his head and found a higher emotional point again. Negative emotion points plus 700, from Lu Filong. Lu Sui. He just needs to provoke these two a little bit, there is no need to hate himself so much. And these emotions keep coming. I might as well not go back this weekend, otherwise I'll die. Ha! Positive emotion points plus 1000. Damn, whose is this? Lu Sui was a little surprised. This number of emotion points was too high. Before, the most emotion points he received from Qin Shangyue, Su Ling, and Zhu Taiyu was only 900 points. Who on earth can provide him with 1,000 emotional points? Without any hesitation, Lu Sui directly spent 100 emotion points to check. When he saw the name, he was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Positive emotion points plus 1,000 from Lu Qingyin. And that time was when he said to Lu Qingyin, "Mom, I love you." Lu Sui's mood was also extremely complicated at this time. As expected, at any time, as long as she is a normal mother, she will love you the most. In his impression, his mother is a very gentle and virtuous woman. Lu Sui has made her angry many times since he was a child, but at this moment Lu Sui recalled the past. That winter was very cold, but his mother's arms were always warm. He remembered that he couldn't sleep once, so he fell asleep hugging his mother's furry tail. You know, maintaining the posture of a half-orc will consume energy, and at that time, in order to let him sleep well, his mother never retracted her tail for a moment. At this moment, Lu Sui looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly laughed. "Let's go back. I miss my mother." At the same time, Lu Failong was feeding mosquitoes outside the wooden house. Seeing Lu Sui send his photo, he was furious. "This rebellious son, I'm so angry." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. "No, why can't I sleep? I need someone to accompany me." Lu Failong glanced at his phone, and when he saw the two old acquaintances, he immediately laughed. "Lao Su, Lao Zhu, this is not my fault, the only one to blame is my brat." The moment he finished speaking, he forwarded the photo Lu Sui sent him to Su Wenyu and Zhu Tianjue. At this time, Su Wenyu and his wife checked into the most luxurious hotel in Rongcheng. Yan Lingyu was taking a bath in the bathroom, and the sound of running water could be vaguely heard. But Su Wenyu was sitting on the balcony drinking alone. Alas! "Wenyu, why don't you take a rest?" Yang Lingyu came out in her pajamas. Seeing her husband drinking alone, she sat down next to him and put her arm around his waist. "Stop drinking. How can I sleep?" Su Wenyu sighed. "Linger, you're being ridiculous. A life and death contract is no joke. You didn't even discuss it with us, your parents." Yang Lingyu understood Su Wenyu very well. "All right. I don't know you yet. If Linger discusses it with you, will you agree?" "This. Okay, now that things have settled, and I've met that young man today, as for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. Hey, I hope Linger won't regret her decision for the rest of her life." After Su Wenyu finished speaking, he leaned on his wife's shoulder and closed his eyes. Linger has been stubborn since she was a child, but she is a good child. We can only trust him. Yang Lingyu patted Su Wenyu on the shoulder and comforted him. Just as Su Wenyu was about to practice with his wife, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, his brows furrowed. "Lu Failong, what message did that old bastard send me?" When he clicked on it, Su Wenyu almost exploded with anger on the spot. When he saw the photo of his daughter with that kid Lu Sui, he was so angry that he smashed the phone on the spot. "Oh, this is Linger and Taiyu. I can't believe she and the Lu family kid have developed to this extent." Yan Lingyu looked at the photos on her phone and felt a little amused. Her daughter really was. Su Wenyu took a few deep breaths, but he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Chapter 67 Ambiguity 3. "Wenyu, don't worry about this matter for now. Linger will get married sooner or later anyway. It's better for her to have someone she likes now than to marry some messy men in the future. And I believe in the kid from the Lu family. After all, he is the child of Big Brother Lu and he can't be any worse." Yang Lingyu advised. "It's precisely because he is Lu Failong's child that I'm worried." The moment Lu Failong was mentioned, Su Wenyu nearly exploded in anger. This damned old fox actually let his son deceive his daughter. He must have planned this all along. He's absolutely despicable. You should know Linger's character well. Since she has made up her mind, she must have chosen that boy. Ah! Su Wenyu sighed, slumping in his chair like a deflated ball, his face exhausted. "Forget it, I'll just leave this matter alone for now. Let them take their own course. But Lu Failong, just wait and see. You dare to kidnap my daughter? We'll settle this score slowly." At the same time, at the Zhu family in Shangbei, Zhu Tianjue also received the photos sent by Lu Failong. Seeing his precious daughter being held in the man's arms, and the two of them looking so intimate, he was so angry that he almost slammed the table. "Humph! This Lu Failong, I must kill him." Zhu Tianjue was furious and picked up the phone to call. "Lu Failong, your son actually dared to touch my daughter. I tell you, just wait and see." However, the response to him was still blocked. At this time, Lu Sui was also wrapped in a bath towel, shirtless, and walked out swaggeringly. As soon as he walked out, the eyes of the two beauties, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, turned to him almost at the same time. At this time, Lu Sui was only wearing a bath towel wrapped around his waist, while his upper body was naked, revealing his strong muscles and muscular chest. Although it was only a side profile, it was full of infinite charm. Especially those eyes, clear black and white, bright and lively. Seeing this scene, both Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They had long known that Lu Sui had a great figure and 8-pack abs. "Don't look at me like that, I'll be shy," Lu Sui said with a smile, with a playful arc on the corner of his mouth. "This bad boy attitude is really irresistible." "TSK. You're still shy. How dare you say that?" Su Ling curled her lips. Obviously, she didn't appreciate Lu Sui's teasing, but she couldn't help but take a few sneak glances at him. "Hee hee, I just like your arrogant expression." Lu Sui smiled mischievously, suddenly leaned close to Su Ling's ear and blew a breath of hot air gently. "Ah! Hooligan!" Su Ling pouted, her cheeks turned red immediately, and she quickly dodged Lu Sui's harassment. Seeing Su Ling's shy look, Lu Sui laughed out loud. "You two should stop teasing each other, change your clothes and get ready to rest." "I know, master." Su Ling giggled and went into the house to change clothes. When Lu Sui heard this title, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt a little overwhelmed. He turned and looked at Zhu Taiyu. "Ahem, I can't scream." Zhu Taiyu said embarrassedly, "How did this woman Su Ling come up with such a shameful title?" "Okay, let's talk business first." After saying that, Lu casually pulled Qin Shangyue out of the room. "What do you want from me?" Qin Shangyue asked coldly. Lu Sui touched his nose. "Well, I just want to improve the compatibility between us. We are now a trinity, and none of us can be missing. So I need to improve your tacit understanding." However, Qin Shangyue sat on the edge of the bed, like a sculpture, unmoved at all. There is a hint of playfulness in those beautiful eyes. It was as if all his thoughts were seen through, which made Lu Sui's heart jump. He quickly said, "I promise, I will never hurt you or touch you." "Oh?" Qin Shangyue raised his eyebrows slightly. "If you want to force me, what should I do?" Lu Sui was suddenly speechless. "I might not mind too much." Zhu Taiyu suddenly interrupted. Qin Shangyue glanced at him coldly. This guy is really redundant. This sound frightened Zhu Taiyu so much that he shrank his neck and dared not say another word. He retreated to the corner obediently. The sense of suppression coming from his bloodline makes Qin Shangyue's majesty unquestionable. Moreover, Qin Shangyue's desire for control is even stronger than that for Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. "I'll consider your proposal. After all, I don't hate you." After a long time, Qin Shangyue slowly said this sentence, which made Lu Sui breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Su Ling changed her clothes and came out. Lu Sui looked over and his eyes suddenly lit up. Su Ling stood about 5 feet 4 inches tall, with a stunning figure, delicate and curvaceous. She wore a simple set of pajamas that perfectly outlined her figure. Her shoulder-length hair was black and smooth, emitting a delicate fragrance. Su Ling seemed to notice Lu Sui's gaze. Her pretty face slightly blushed as she lowered her head and bit her cherry lips slightly. Lu Sui's throat rolled and he secretly praised, "It's so beautiful." "Humph. I'm glad to know." Su Ling looked up and saw Lu Sui's expression, and a smile immediately broke out on her face. However, Zhu Taiyu was a little unhappy at this time. He glared at Su Ling and said, "You are dressed like this on purpose." "I don't have any." Su Ling argued cunningly, but Zhu Taiyu said, "Your pajamas may look simple, but the neckline is very low, and the 2 snow-capped peaks on your chest are faintly visible. Aren't you trying to seduce Lu Sui?" Upon hearing this, Su Ling's pretty face froze. She didn't expect that Zhu Taiyu would even notice this. "This bitch." Su Ling cursed in her heart, but she didn't intend to pay attention to him. Instead, she looked at Lu Sui and blinked her big eyes. "Master, do I look good?" Seeing such a charming Su Ling, Lu Sui's heart couldn't help but be moved. This time he didn't say anything, but just looked at Qin Shangyue silently, meaning, "What do you think?" Qin Shangyue glanced at Lu Sui and said lightly, "It's okay." Su Ling stomped her feet in anger, then ran into the bathroom to change into another set of clothes. "Humph. You look like a dead person." Zhu Taiyu glared at Lu Sui fiercely. "You should go change your clothes too." Lu Sui clapped his hands, signaling Zhu Taiyu to go quickly. Snort. Although he was unwilling, Zhu Taiyu still walked towards the bathroom unwillingly. Qin Shangyue stood quietly by the window, looking out. Xian Yue. Lu Sui walked to Qin Shangyue and said softly. Qin Shangyue turned her head and looked at him, her eyes full of inquiry. Are you happy, with so many girls surrounding you? Being the harem king? Forehead. Lu Sui looked embarrassed, and then he heard the quarrel between Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling coming from the bathroom. Lu Sui hurried to check what was going on. As soon as he opened the door, Zhu Taiyu rushed up and bumped into him head-on. Lu Sui was knocked to the ground, and Zhu Taiyu pounced on him. Chapter 68 Ambiguity 4. You hooligan. Su Ling's face flushed with shame. She quickly pushed Lu Sui away and stood up, but her foot slipped and her whole body fell backwards. Su Ling's wife. Lu Sui was startled and hurried forward to hold her shoulders. Ah! Su Ling closed her eyes in fear, but the expected pain did not come. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked to find that Lu Sui was holding her hips steadily and slowly putting her back on the edge of the bed. Thank you, Su Ling said with a red face, but she didn't dare to look up at Lu Sui. You're my wife, why bother being polite to me? Lu Sui laughed, besides, I won't suffer any loss. After saying that, Lu Sui pinched Su Ling's butt a few times, causing Su Ling to cry out again. This guy is really shameless. Zhu Taiyu snorted coldly, what a shameless thing. Her words were obviously directed at Su Ling, but Su Ling seemed not to hear them. He just lowered his head, his face flushed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Sui glanced at her, a wicked smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Zhu Taiyu suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. You know, she usually sleeps very soundly. This bastard would not come directly to her bed in the middle of the night while she is asleep. Thinking of this, she immediately became alert. If there was a night attack, she would have nowhere to run. Lu Sui, what do you want to do? Zhu Taiyu said a little nervously. She was already prepared. As long as Lu Sui approached, she would run away immediately. Lu Sui frowned slightly. Taiyu, why haven't you slept yet? Aren't you sleepy? Ah. Zhu Taiyu was stunned. This guy actually cared about her. She couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, I'm not tired yet. Is that so? Lu Sui sighed, looking very melancholy. Alas, it seems I will have to stay alone in the empty room again tonight. Zhu Taiyu's pretty face turned red, and she could only curse Lu Sui inwardly. This guy knew she liked him, but he still pretended to flirt with her. What a jerk! At this time, Su Ling looked out the window and saw the noisy downstairs. She glanced at the dormitory facing the teaching building. The damaged room was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a question. Lu Sui, you were the one who reported the killer's location to the other security, right? But how did you know the killer's location? Su Ling was a little surprised. After glancing at the distance between the teaching building and the dormitory, he added, besides, at this distance, even if you become a third-level beastmaster, your source power cannot sense such a wide range. So, how did you know there was a killer and where he was exactly? Hearing this, Lu Sui smiled, guess. Don't tell me. Su Ling curled her lips, her eyes a little displeased. Lu Sui laughed and said, this is a secret. How can I tell others so easily? Zhu Taiyu listened to their conversation and felt a little strange. Yeah, Lao Lu, how did you know? Looking at the two women's gazes, Lu Sui said with a grin, well, this is confidential. All you need to know is that my abilities are definitely beyond your imagination. After saying that, Lu Suibian stretched out his left arm and hugged Su Ling's slender waist, and hugged Zhu Taiyu with his right hand, then held the two plump and full breasts in his hands and kneaded them. Su Ling's body trembled suddenly, and she instinctively wanted to retreat, but because Zhu Taiyu was present, she still resisted the urge to slap Lu Sui to death. Zhu Taiyu stared at Lu Sui with gritted teeth, wishing he could rush up and tear his handsome face apart. But reason forced her to suppress the restlessness in her heart. No matter what, she could not lose her image in front of Su Ling. After all, Su Ling was her only competitor now. Lu Sui seemed unaware of it and continued to tease the beauty in his arms. He even put his lips close to her snow-white and attractive neck and sniffed it gently, causing Zhu Taiyu to shudder again. Lu Sui. You bastard. Let me go. Zhu Taiyu used all her strength to push Lu Sui away, but she was no match for Lu Sui at all. Instead, the more she struggled, the deeper she got into Lu Sui's arms. After all, Lu Sui is now a third-level beastmaster, and he can still suppress her, a second-level spirit beast. Unless she transforms into a half-beast, or completely into a beast, she will not be able to suppress Lu Sui at all. You are my wife, we should be more affectionate with each other. Lu Sui said with a wicked smile, and his hands became more unscrupulous. Seeing this, Su Ling inexplicably felt a sense of danger in his heart. This guy, is he trying to play one dragon and two phoenixes? Thinking of this, Su Ling couldn't help but purse her lips tightly, looking ready to die. Anyway, she had already decided to devote herself to Lu Sui. Even if Lu Sui performed in front of her roommates, it didn't matter. Lu Sui! Su Ling shouted fiercely, don't do anything stupid. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile, I'm not doing anything stupid, I just want to get close to you. Don't get me wrong. Who misunderstood? What you did just now is not nonsense. You beast. Shu Taiyu cursed angrily. Although she had a rather fierce personality, she was still a virgin after all. How could she tolerate Lu Sui's teasing? Taiyu, don't be angry. Lu Sui quickly explained, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. You're kidding. Zhu Taiyu glared at Lu Sui, I'm telling you, if you touch my breasts again, I'll castrate you. Hearing Zhu Taiyu's fierce declaration, Lu Sui shuddered and quickly moved his claws away from her chest. This girl has quite a hot temper. Seeing Zhu Taiyu getting angry, Su Ling also smiled secretly. She had long been accustomed to Zhu Taiyu's cruel attitude. After all, Zhu Taiyu was a notorious violent person in their dormitory. Every time she fought, it was Zhu Taiyu who started it first, and she was always ruthless when she attacked. Even Su Ling didn't dare to push her to the limit. Looking at Zhu Taiyu's fiery eyes, Lu Sui swallowed his saliva guiltily and smiled awkwardly. Okay, since you were so angry, forget it, the three of you should go to bed quickly. At this time, Lu Sui also gave up the idea of taking advantage, because she knew that if she continued, it would really make the two of them anxious. And it was impossible for him to really kill the two of them. After all, if Qin Shangyue woke up from his retreat and found out that he had signed Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, he would definitely want to kill him. If he gets ahead of her and gets rid of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu now, he will probably have to spend the rest of his life on his knees. Lu Sui also withdrew his hand with a dry laugh, and subconsciously took a step away from the two of them. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling's gazes slowly moved downwards from staring at his hateful face. Chapter 69 I Will Fight Back. Lu Sui has a slender and well-proportioned figure, even and strong muscles, and clear and beautiful lines. This figure is simply a standard male model. I never get tired of it no matter how many times I see it. They rarely saw Lu Sui working out, and the talented beastmasters rarely went to the gym either, as they were all practicing their own beast source techniques. But we have to admit that Lu Sui's physical fitness far surpasses those of the beastmasters. He is indeed the man they like. Apart from being a little annoying, he is impeccable in other aspects. The two women admired silently in their hearts. Lu Sui felt frightened by their stares, so he quickly went to bed, wrapped himself in the quilt and fell asleep. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other, then climbed up as well. At night, the dormitory was quiet. Su Ling lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The scene of Lu Sui grabbing her just now and his evil eyes kept appearing in her mind. This feeling made her feel ashamed, and she tried hard not to think about those dirty things. But the more she tried to ignore those things, the more those memories lingered around her like a nightmare, lingering for a long time. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and opened her eyes, then sat up, lifted the quilt and jumped to the bed, picked up the pillow and threw it hard at Lu Sui. Damn! What are you doing? Lu Sui was awakened and shouted in a daze. It's all your fault. You just messed around and kept me awake. Lu Sui, you're a bastard. Damn bastard. Su Ling said angrily. Lu Sui was about to retort, but he saw Su Ling wearing a suspender nightgown, revealing a large area of her snow-white shoulders. Seeing Lu Sui's eyes, Su Ling screamed and quickly hugged her chest, then glared at Lu Sui. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig out your dog eyes. Lu Sui chuckled and was about to continue sleeping when another pillow hit him. Damn! Lu Sui quickly dodged sideways, then turned to look at Su Ling and said provocatively, You're still coming. Su Ling looked at him angrily, glanced at the side of her bed, and found that there was nothing to throw away. At this moment, Zhu Taiyu also suddenly opened his eyes, and without saying a word, he threw the pillow on the bed towards Lu Sui. You bastard, what are you making such a fuss about? Hey, can you blame me for this? Lu Sui said that he was innocent. He was hiding in the quilt just now, happily checking the emotional points on the ancient mirror, but Su Ling suddenly threw a pillow at him. How could it be that he was making a noise? At this time, Zhu Taiyu's face was also slightly red. She had just fallen asleep for a while, but as soon as she fell asleep, Lu Suwei appeared directly in her dream. He began to take off his clothes in a serious manner and even wanted to do some strange things to her. This frightened Zhu Taiyu so much that he immediately opened his eyes and threw a pillow at Lu Suwei without thinking. Lu Suwei claimed that he was innocent. Looking at the pillow in his hand that still exuded a faint fragrance, Lu Suwei had no intention of returning it. Since you don't want it, I'll use it. After saying that, he fell asleep directly, still hugging the pillows thrown by the two men. This shameless attitude made Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu very angry. The two girls didn't know where the tacit understanding came from, but they rushed towards Lu Suwei almost at the same time. They were determined to skin Lu Suwei alive today. Hey, what are you doing? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Lu Suwei exclaimed. What? Of course I'm going to fuck you. Zhu Taiyu said with gritted teeth. She can't sleep, and you, Lu Suwei, don't think it will be easy. What's the saying about intimate contact between men and women? Why didn't you say anything when you took advantage of her just now? I'm warning you, don't go too far. Lu Suwei roared. Do you know that you are breaking the law? Lu Suwei continued to roar. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling ignored his words and attacked him from the left and right. Lu Suwei dodged the two men's attacks, then quickly distanced himself from them and pointed at the two women, saying, Don't go too far. If you attack me again, I will fight back. Zhu Taiyu was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Okay, we'll wait and see. Lu Suwei took a deep breath, then pounced on the two women. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were not to be outdone and went forward to meet them. The three of them soon started fighting together, and the sounds of fists and feet colliding and screams echoed in the dormitory. They were fighting fiercely here, but their friends in the dormitory next door were having a terrible time. Listening to the fights between Lu Suwei and the two girls, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They all want to replace it. What is the reason for this Lu Suwei? How can he contract two spirit beasts? How could he win the favor of two girls? They also want to have such treatment. Besides, it's late at night, can't you guys be a little quieter? At the same time, in a restaurant somewhere in Rongqing, Wang Mingliang, the eldest son of the Wang family, had a gloomy expression on his face. What, failed? Old Shi, didn't you say it was foolproof? Killing a level 2 beast tamer is a piece of cake. To think they would fail, are all the assassins of Qisha good for nothings? Shi Lao also frowned and said, I didn't expect this situation to happen. Then what do you mean? Wang Mingliang's tone suddenly became higher. Don't be angry, young Master Wang. Listen to my explanation. Old Shi said quickly, although the assassin failed and some strange things happened. I don't care what's strange about it. He's just a killer. If he wants to take my Wang family's money, he should be prepared to die for my Wang family. Wang Mingliang snorted coldly, then softened his tone a little. Old Shi, that killer won't bring me into this, will he? Shi Lao shook his head. Master, the killer beastmaster pair are dead, and the woman has been taken away by Ying, but they don't know our information, so you don't have to worry. That's good. Wang Mingliang nodded with satisfaction, then became a little confused. By the way, Master Shi, you just said that the beastmaster who went to assassinate him is dead. Master Shi, did you do it? Old Shi shook his head. No, Master, if we have such a powerful person in Rongqing, why would we go to Qisha to find an assassin? Not one of ours? Not one of Ying's either. Which force are they from? Why do they want to deal with the killer we sent out? Wang Mingliang was suddenly confused. Old Shi sighed. Master, I don't know the reason, but the things behind it are probably not that simple. After all, the forces behind the scenes had absolutely no reason to attack the assassins they sent out. Wang Mingliang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. It's just a small Rongqing, what can be so difficult about it? Young Master, that Lu Suwei? Asked Old Shi. A cruel arc curved Wang Mingliang's lips. Of course, we'll keep killing them. Increase the source crystals from 50,000 to 60,000. I understand, young master. Please rest assured, I will arrange everything. Although Mr. Shi was a little surprised, he nodded. Chapter 70. Are you doing exercise too? The next morning, Lu Suwei got up from bed with dark circles under her eyes. At this time, their entire dormitory was in a mess, with clothes, pants, and quilts flying all over the place. But the three of them were very tactful and did not touch Qin Shangyue's bed. Lu Suwei also had to pee urgently, so he walked into the bathroom in a daze. He was so tired last night that he didn't even get a good night's sleep. At this time, Su Ling was sitting on the toilet, also a little dazed. She didn't sleep well last night. Lu Sui walked in so arrogantly. Su Ling was stunned for a moment, and then her pretty face instantly turned red with shame. Lu Sui, you bastard, don't you know how to knock on the door before coming in? However, Lu Sui ignored her completely. While brushing his teeth, he said vaguely, we are already legally married, why are you still shy? You bastard. Su Ling widened her eyes, and her admiration for Lu Sui's shamelessness reached a new high. I'm just telling the truth. Lu Sui shrugged and continued to wash. You are so shameless. Su Ling said angrily. Yeah. Lu Sui nodded seriously, I have always been shameless. Su Ling. Puchi ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Zhu Taiyu on the side looked at Su Ling's aggrieved look and couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing out loud. Lu Sui looked up, only to see her unable to hold back her laughter. She wiped her mouth and looked at him mockingly. Lu Sui, I swear I've never seen anyone as shameless as you in my life. But he was angry at Su Ling, which made her very happy. Oh? Really? Then you have seen it before? Lu Sui said calmly. He didn't feel ashamed at all because of Zhu Taiyu's words, and even wanted to argue with her. Zhu Taiyu was speechless for a moment. When did you become so mean? You have to be so mean to anyone. The day I awakened my talent. Lu Sui smiled, then thought for a moment and added, and I think it would be impolite if I didn't reply to others. Zhu Taiyu was even more irritated by his words. Damn it, you haven't awakened some infuriating talent, have you? Hey! You two, if you want a quarrel, go outside. I'm still in the bathroom. Su Ling looked at the two people who had no intention of leaving and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Sorry, dear, we forgot. Lu Sui smiled and ran out. When he passed by Zhu Taiyu, he pinched her big bun. After a brief moment of shock, Zhu Taiyu immediately rushed towards Lu Sui. Lu Sui, you dare to take advantage of me, I will kill you. Lu Sui dodged immediately, then said with a smile, come on, I don't mind. Zhu Taiyu stomped his feet in anger, then glared at Lu Sui fiercely. Alright, are you two done yet? Su Ling stood at the bathroom door, looking at the two with some disdain. Hurry up and pack your things, you still have classes today. Why go to class? Anyway, Lu Sui entered Tiandu, and we got in with him. Zhu Taiyu snorted. Although he was tough in his words, he still packed up his things obediently and took good care of himself. Lu Sui sat down on his bed and rubbed his aching waist. The intensity of the battle last night was far beyond his expectations. Although he had a good physique, he still couldn't bear it. Hey, why don't you go out? Zhu Taiyu frowned when he saw Lu Sui still staying in the dormitory stupidly. Lu Sui's face was full of suspicion. All right? Why would I go out? I need to change my clothes. Zhu Taiyu rolled his eyes. Are you just going to watch me like this? Hearing this, Lu Sui suddenly realized what was going on. He hurried to the dormitory door, locked it, and then said seriously, okay, I'm ready. You can start. Zhu Taiyu. Emotional points plus 600. Get out of here too. Su Ling was speechless. Why did this guy act like a pervert? I say, please don't be so impure, okay? I'm helping you keep an eye on things, what if you make any mistakes? Lu Sui said righteously. Su Lingqi was confused, you help me? Are you sure? How could there be such a big mistake when changing clothes? Lu Sui nodded solemnly, of course, otherwise why would I be here? You guys change, I'll help you take a look, if some daring guy peeks, I'll beat him to death for you. Roll. The two girls cursed in unison, and then directly kicked Lu Sui out. At this time, Lu Sui was touching his old waist, his face full of fatigue. At this moment, people from the dormitory next door also came out. Almost all of the grown men had dark circles under their eyes, and looking at Lu directly provided him with a wave of emotional points at any time. Emotional points plus 200. Emotional points plus 150. Emotional points plus 220. Lu Sui was a little confused. He didn't do anything to provoke them, so why were they so angry with him? Brothers, did you not sleep well last night? Lu Sui asked. When they heard Lu Sui's words, several people immediately looked at them strangely. How could they sleep? Last night, the noise of the man and woman playing around directly disturbed them. But the four of them nodded in tacit understanding, and looked at Lu Sui with a hint of envy. If I can have one of the beauties like Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, I will have no regrets in my life. However, this bastard Lu Sui actually managed to embrace two beauties at the same time, which made others envious. At this time, they also noticed the dark circles under Lu Sui's eyes and the way Lu Sui was holding his waist, and their expressions suddenly became complicated. Damn, this bastard, could it really have happened last night? Then. Lu Sui, why do you look so listless? Someone couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Lu Sui sighed, alas, I exercised too much last night and I can't handle it. Everyone. Damn, you are a beast. Lu Sui was also feeling miserable at this time. Yesterday, these two women couldn't beat him, so they pinched and bit him, especially Zhu Taiyu, whose strength was really great. Fortunately, the emotional gains were quite rich. At this time, Lu Sui saw these four guys out of the corner of his eye. They looked very energetic and asked, "Eh? I don't think you guys are very energetic either. What's going on? Did you exercise last night?" As soon as the words fell, the four of them were instantly filled with black lines on their heads. What kind of sports can these four grown men do? Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 600. Emotional points plus 800. Lu Sui was stunned for a long time when he looked at so many emotional points. Did he know some incredible secret? Fuck, you guys weren't really exercising last night. Lu Sui suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 71 Playing Hooligan. 4 people. Sister, can you clear your mind a little? Looking at the gloomy faces of the 4 men, Lu Sui finally understood what the truth was. He said with a gloating look, I understand. Don't worry, I will keep this secret to myself. No one will know. 4 grown men. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Ahem, you guys go first. My 2 wives haven't gotten up yet. I'll take a rest outside. Lu casually waved at the 4 people and said nothing more. The 4 people looked at each other and then left immediately. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be angered to death by Lu Sui. Lu Sui stayed outside the door for about 5 minutes, then suddenly smiled evilly and prepared to push the door open and enter the dormitory. Give them both a little surprise. However, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were just about to open the door. When they walked behind the door, they saw Lu Sui opening the door stealthily. Old Lu, what are you doing? Zhu Taiyu asked with a forced smile. Su Ling, who was standing aside, also had a frosty expression on her face as she looked at Lu Sui coldly. Lu Sui suddenly felt that the temperature of the air around him had dropped a lot. He smiled awkwardly and then said, I'm waiting for you. Zhu Taiyu sneered, you can wait for us outside, why are you sneaking around like this? Lu Sui. Well, by the way, the door lock is broken, let me fix it. Lu Sui's explanation seemed pale and powerless. Su Ling sneered, Ha, Lu Sui, do you think we are 3-year-old children? I think you just want a peek. After hearing this, Lu Sui's face suddenly fell, don't go too far. What's wrong with me looking at my wife's body? Who is your wife? Zhu Taiyu asked angrily. I have a life and death contract with you, so I am your husband, right? Lu Sui retorted. Su Ling. Forget it, I never thought of arguing with you, just go away. Seeing that the 2 women did not pursue the matter, Lu Sui immediately regained his smug expression. At the same time, he carefully looked at the 2 women's outfits today. She was wearing a white shirt, with a towering chest and a slender waist that could be held in one hand. She was wearing a dark blue denim skirt, straight and long legs, and white canvas shoes. She looked young, beautiful, lively, and refreshing. However, her delicate and charming face was always seducing people. Zhu Taiyu is as heroic as usual. Although she is dressed in a tomboyish style, her figure is extremely hot, with a protruding chest and a curved back. Moreover, she is a martial artist, and her body curves are so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. Lu Sui looked at the 2 women's attire and was a little dazed for a moment. He had to admit that the 2 women were indeed very beautiful, especially Zhu Taiyu's boldness, which was something other girls did not have. Lu Sui did not hide the admiration in his eyes, but at the same time he felt a little regretful. Hey, if you let me help, it will definitely be faster. Shut up. The 2 women said in unison. If you help, it will probably take a whole day to change everything. Lu Sui chuckled and said, okay, I'll be leaving first. After saying that, he was about to leave. However, just as Lu Sui turned around, 2 women pounced on him at the same time and pinned him down. Lu Sui was caught off guard and was suppressed repeatedly, unable to move at all. She immediately shouted, Hey, are you trying to murder my husband? Zhu Taiyu glared at him fiercely, murdering your own husband? How dare you say that? Have you forgotten what you did to me last night? That. Don't you think it's too late to play dumb now? Zhu Taiyu said, gently lifting her collar to reveal a glimpse of spring scenery. Her chest was covered with kiss marks. Su Ling also pointed at herself, there is a mark on my neck too. Yesterday, the two of them had planned to teach Lu Sui a lesson, but this guy. He actually bullied them both. Well, the situation was quite intense yesterday, you know. Lu Sui looked embarrassed. He couldn't really do anything to these two. If he couldn't eat the meat, he had to drink some soup. The situation is intense? I think you want to act like a hooligan. Su Ling cursed angrily. Zhu Taiyu also nodded, that's right. You just want to act like a gangster, and you're taking advantage of us. No, I should say you're taking advantage of us. Lu Sui. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have really gone too far. These two daughters were really angry. I really didn't mean it. How about I let you take it back? Lu Sui replied weakly. As soon as the words fell, the two women's faces darkened instantly. Take it back? If they leave kisses on you, won't they be the ones who suffer in the end? Lu Sui saw the expressions of the two women and knew what they were thinking, so he continued shamelessly, actually, if you are willing, I can still consider letting you take it back. After all, we are an old married couple, and it's okay to take advantage of each other, and... Stop. Don't act like an old married couple. We just signed the contract and are newlyweds. Zhu Taiyu suddenly stopped Lu Sui. Lu Sui stared at her seriously, looking her up and down without any hesitation. Zhu Taiyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. Don't you think you are a little vulgar? Obscene? Lu Sui blinked and asked in confusion, how am I vulgar? I just want to exchange some benefits with you guys. Zhu Taiyu. Su Ling. The two women looked at each other and stretched out their fists at the same time, but Lu Sui, who was prepared, dodged them easily. I'm telling you, if you keep on daydreaming, I'll beat you to death. Zhu Taiyu said, gritting his teeth. Lu Sui curled his lips and said, how could I be so careless? I am very pure. Zhu Taiyu rolled his eyes and said, just pretend. Lu Sui chuckled, I am very pure, I never lie to anyone. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling. Lu Sui, by the way, since you don't agree to me, then I will find someone else. Find someone else? Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling said in unison. Of course. Lu Sui said as if it was a matter of course. You dare to look for someone else? The two women immediately got angry. Of course I dare. Lu Sui said calmly. Lu Sui, you are looking for death, the two women said in unison. Zhu Taiyu immediately said angrily, Lu Sui, you bastard, if you find another woman again, I will never let you go. It was already hard enough to have Su Ling and Qin Shangyue, and with another woman coming along, would she still want to live? Chapter 72. You know. Su Ling even pinched Lu Sui's arm directly, and said with a frosty face, Old Lu, if you dare to find someone else, Zhu Taiyu and I, not to mention Qin Shangyue, will we let you go? If I say I want to castrate you, it may just be talk, but Qin Shangyue may really mean it. If you behave yourself, when Qin Shangyue gets angry, we too can protect you and say some nice things to you. But, if someone doesn't appreciate the favor, then the three of us will just end up being widows. When Lu Sui heard the name Qin Shangyue, he suddenly panicked. From yesterday until now, he had been having so much fun that he almost forgot that Qin Shangyue was still living in his spiritual space. Thinking of this, Lu Sui also restrained himself a little. Okay, I'm just teasing you. With wives like you two, why would I need to find other women? When Lu Sui said this, both women were stunned for a moment, and then Su Ling's cheeks turned red first. Zhu Taiyu was a little angry and said, get lost. Who is your wife? However, although she said this, a hint of sweetness was faintly rising in her heart. The three of them stumbled downstairs and were successfully locked in the dormitory. You three, notify your class teachers to come and pick you up. It's already so late and you're still dawdling in the dormitory. The dormitory manager didn't give them any face at all. Lu Sui shrugged and spread his hands. Auntie, we're about to graduate, and you're still locking us up, that's not a good idea. The dorm manager snorted coldly, humph, stop it, call someone. However, as soon as the aunt finished speaking, Lu Sui took the two women directly over the iron gate and slipped away while the aunt was not able to react. By the time the aunt finally reacted and chased after them, Lu Sui and the others had already disappeared around the corner. Oh, why are you running so fast? The aunt muttered helplessly. The three of them strolled around the college, bought some snacks and then went back to class. Along the way, Zhu Taiyu still had a stern face, and it was obvious that she was still angry. Are you still angry about what happened yesterday? Lu Sui couldn't help but ask. Zhu Taiyu ignored him. Lu Sui turned around to look for Su Ling again, but Su Ling just turned her head away and pretended not to see him. What's wrong with you? I feel aggrieved about what happened yesterday, okay? Besides, we are husband and wife, and it is normal for husband and wife to do that kind of thing, okay? Lu Sui explained patiently. Su Ling's face flushed slightly when she heard this, but she still snorted coldly, normal, your sister. Lu Sui touched his nose, my sister will be very happy if she knows. Bah! You shameless bastard! Su Ling said with his eyes wide open. Lu Sui chuckled and leaned over to kiss her. Su Ling immediately blushed and pushed him away, then said viciously, you dare to take advantage of me and try it. Lu Sui laughed, then hugged Su Ling and took a few more bites. I just kissed my wife, what's wrong with that? Looking at Lu Sui's robed look, Su Ling wanted to press him against the wall and beat him up. Zhu Taiyu was watching from the side, and couldn't contain his jealousy, so he kicked Lu Sui in the butt. Lu Sui cried out, covering his buttocks and wailing, wife, you are murdering your husband. Su Ling glared at him with a snort, then changed the subject and said, alright, let's go back to our respective classrooms. The three of them are the most eye-catching wherever they go. Su Ling's charm with a hint of pure temperament and Zhu Taiyu's hot and plump figure are enough to kill most men in seconds. When Lu Sui walked with the two of them, he naturally attracted the admiration or envy of the people around him. Especially when he saw the symbol of the life and death contract between the three people's eyebrows, he understood the relationship between them and couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions. It turns out that there is really someone in this world who can form a pair with these two beauties. When Lu Sui returned to the class, everyone looked at him differently in an instant. He clearly has such a rubbish talent, yet he was able to sign a life and death contract with two extremely beautiful women, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. This was something they had never even thought about, yet Lu Sui actually succeeded, and it was two extremely beautiful women who took the initiative to sign the contract. I don't know if Lu Sui saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Lu Suikai didn't care whether they were envious or jealous. He walked into the classroom yawning and looking tired. Seeing the various looks from everyone, he laughed out loud, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm too tired. You know. After saying that, he lay down on his desk and fell asleep. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. We understand? What do we understand? However, Lu Sui's words aroused the gossip in everyone's minds, and they began to discuss in whispers. You said Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, whether it's background, family background, appearance, or even talent, they are all top-notch. Why do they like Lu Sui? Is there something shining in him that I can't see? I don't know. But I guess it's because Lu Sui is handsome. What's the point of being handsome? Can it be eaten? While everyone was discussing, the head teacher Lin Fei walked into the classroom wearing a black professional dress and high heels. She is 30 years old this year. She is very charming in her dress and appearance. Her black and shiny hair is draped over her shoulders. Although her facial features are not stunningly beautiful, they are quite distinctive. Ahem. After a light cough, Lin Fei glanced at the whole audience and said indifferently, classmates, the Beast Taming Corps assessment will be held in a month. At that time, all the top colleges in the Beast Taming Corps will send representatives to recruit students. This is the time for you to show your strengths. This is your only chance to change your life. It's up to you whether you seize it or not. Hearing this, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent. Every graduation examination is the most tense and exciting moment for students. It is an opportunity to make a name for oneself and go down in history. After the assessment, the weak will be eliminated, while the strong may be recruited by top colleges like Tiandu College, but promotion colleges like Tiandu College rarely pay attention to small places like them. Therefore, they can only hope to be noticed by the 5-star beast taming team, so that they can make the leap and be reborn. This is what every one of their students dreams of. However, when Lin Fei was saying this, Lu Sui was seen lying leisurely on the table with his eyes closed, as if he had not heard what Lin Fei said at all, let alone thinking about it seriously. Hey, Lu Sui, did you hear that? The Beast Taming Group's enrollment exam will be held in a month. Wang Fei specifically reminded him. After all, Lu Sui was the only one in their class who was admitted to Tiandu in advance. Lu Sui opened his sleepy eyes and said, oh, since I've already been accepted in advance, what's the point of participating? Fei Wang was choked when she heard this, but she couldn't refute it. Chapter 73 Tang Xuanquan. Indeed, Lu Sui has passed the test of Tiandu College and received the college's admission letter in advance, so within this month, he only needs to practice well. Moreover, since Lu Sui has contracts with two SS-level talented women at the same time, even if he does not take part in the graduation examination, it will not affect his future path at all. Wang Fei didn't want to delve into this issue any further, so she asked, Lu Sui, since you already have a plan, I won't ask you any more questions. But do you know where young Master Qin went? Lu Sui shook his head. I don't know where he went. He told me that he went to a very far place and we may never meet again in this life. When Lu Sui said this, his face was full of bitterness, which made people laugh. Fei Wang was stunned. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up after class. After saying that, Lu Sui lay down on the table and fell asleep. Seeing him immersed in his dream, Fei Wang shook her head helplessly and continued her lecture. After the class ended, when Lu Sui woke up in a daze, he found that a new teacher had been appointed to the podium. Although the mainstream teaching now was about taming beasts and spiritual beasts, knowledge education was still essential. At this time, Lu Sui took a look around the classroom and found that most of the classroom was empty. Where are they? At this time, a thin boy wearing glasses stood up and answered, Lu Sui, don't you know? They have all contracted spirit beasts or beast masters and are already training for the graduation exam in a month. Upon hearing this, Lu Sui slumped down on the table and said unhappily, combat experience can only be accumulated through actual combat. This is different from learning culture. There is no point in cramming at the last minute. The thin boy scratched his head. He had just learned about this matter, and he also wanted to practice more, but he couldn't do it without a spirit beast. At this time, Lu Sui glanced at the thin boy in front of him and instantly remembered his name, Tang Xuanquan. Whether in appearance or temperament, he was almost an ordinary passerby in their class. But he is surprisingly good at memory and culture, almost the best in the grade. Even Lu Sui sometimes has to admire him. But almost no one pays attention to the cultural aspects. Everyone will pay attention to what beast skills the beast masters have learned today and how they are practicing. Or maybe the girl has completed half beast transformation or full beast transformation. No one pays attention to cultural aspects, let alone pays attention to them. The existence of cultural courses is more like their rest time. Why don't you go? Lu Sui asked curiously. Tang Xuanquan didn't have many friends on weekdays, but he seemed to have good talent. He remembered that they had posted it in the group, and it seemed to be a B-level talent. Tang Xuanquan pushed his glasses and said awkwardly, my talent can't provide direct support, and in the past 3 years, I haven't learned any beast source skills. Lu Suiwen was a little shocked. You haven't learned anything yet? What about the simplest 1-star beast source technique, sprint? I haven't mastered it yet. Tang Xuanquan said with a wry smile. Lu Sui frowned, is this difficult? Just gather the energy in the Beastmaster's body at your feet as a driving force to speed up your own speed. It's very simple. Tang Xuanquan smiled bitterly and said, I tried, but it's no use. My control over my source power is like shit, like mud cannot be supported on a wall. This is what my teacher who taught me source power said the most. Lu Sui didn't know how to persuade him for a moment. After all, when God opens a door for you, he will definitely close a window. By the way, what's your talent? I think it's B-level, so it can't be that bad. Tang Xuanquan smiled bitterly and said, improve the source technique. Increase all the beast source techniques you have learned by 1 star. What an amazing talent. Lu Sui immediately wanted to recruit Tang Xuanquan when he saw him. You should know that beast source techniques are also divided into star levels, from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the star level, the greater the power, and the more obvious the improvement effect. Of course, there is also a rule to follow. For example, the 2-star beast source technique can only be learned by the 2nd-level beastmaster, the 3-star beast source technique can only be learned by the 3rd-level beastmaster, and so on. But nothing is absolute. Some talented beastmasters will break this rule and learn at a higher level. As long as you have enough source power in your body, you can learn and use it, but the higher the star level of the source technique, the more source power it consumes. This is also the fundamental reason why low-level beastmasters cannot learn high-star beast source techniques. After all, when you use the beast source technique, the enemy doesn't die but you get disabled first, so what's the point of fighting? Tang Xuanquan's talent is also incredible. As long as he learns a 1-star beast source technique, with the bonus of his talent, he can use a 2-star beast source technique. But classmate Lu, I can't learn the beast source technique. Tang Xuanquan said with a wry smile. When he first awakened his B-level talent, many girls did approach him, but when they heard that he had not learned any source skills in 3 years, they gave up on him without hesitation. Lu Sui. The loop is closed. My talent has been upgraded to the star level of the source technique, but I haven't learned any source technique. As a result, I have become a waste. No wonder despite his B-level beast taming talent, no girls wanted to make a contract with him. This situation is so rare that it is even unique in the entire Rongqing. Brother, don't be discouraged. Let's learn slowly. You will master it one day. Lu Sui comforted him. Tang Xuanquan nodded, then suddenly remembered something and whispered, Student Lu, isn't your talent E-level? How can you contract 2 spirit beasts? Lu Sui shrugged and said, I don't know either. Maybe I'm just lucky. And don't call me classmate Lu. It sounds weird. Just call me by my name. Tang Xuanquan nodded to show his understanding. He didn't have much talent, so he didn't need any classmates. Lu Sui's words made him feel a little closer. Lu Sui was about to ask about Tang Xuanquan's situation and then leave, but was stopped by someone. You are Lu Sui, right? The other person was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He looked gentle and handsome, but his expression was a little frivolous and his tone was also nonchalant. Lu Sui glanced at him and didn't recognize him. The other party came up to him with a smile and said, Lu Sui, it doesn't matter if you don't know me, but I think you should know Zhou Tianhui. Lu Sui involuntarily took a step back, looking at the smiling guy in front of him with a wary look on his face. A gloomy look flashed across the other man's face when he saw this. He stared at Lu Sui with a gradually colder gaze and said, I'm his brother, Zhou Tianyu. Lu Sui was speechless. He thought of Zhou Tianhui. That guy was a complete playboy. He relied on his family's influence to do some bad things in the academy. If he hadn't had some attainments in formation, he would have been kicked out of the academy long ago. Chapter 74 Zhou Tianyu's recruitment. Although Lu Sui didn't like this dandy guy, since he was Zhou Tianhui's brother, even if he was a fool, he was not someone he could afford to offend. However, Lu Sui never expected that he would have anything to do with this playboy. He couldn't help but think to himself that he had to be more careful when going out in the future. Lu Sui looked him up and down and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Tianyu smiled and said, If nothing happens, can't I come to you? Lu Sui said calmly, I'm not familiar with Zhou Tianhui, nor do I know you. You must have some purpose in looking for me. Zhou Tianyu chuckled and said, Student Lu, you are really smart. Do you know why I came to see you? Lu Sui shook his head, if possible, I hope you can get straight to the point. I don't want to waste time with you. Student Lu is a straightforward person, so I'll just say it straight. Zhou Tianyu smiled playfully, put his hand on Lu Sui's shoulder, patted him a few times, and said with a smile, This time, I am here on behalf of my father to invite you to join our Zhou family's beast taming group. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then asked doubtfully, You want me to join your beast taming group? Are you serious? Of course, Zhou Tianyu assured solemnly, I'm the young master of the Zhou beast taming group, Zhou Tianyu. I'm inviting you with all my heart. Lu Sui frowned. He knew that the Zhou family beast taming group was one of the top beast taming organizations in Rong City, and one of the few 4-star beast taming groups in Rong City. It has hundreds of combat-ready beast masters and spirit beasts under its command, and it is said that it has also cultivated a peak level 4 spirit beast with extremely powerful strength. Why are you looking for me? Lu Sui looked at him strangely. Don't worry about it. Do you agree or not? Seeing that Lu Sui didn't reply, Zhou Tianyu couldn't help but urge him, if you are willing to join us, then from now on, you can enjoy all the benefits brought by the Zhou family's beast control group, and I can also give you better beast source skills. What do you think? Lu Sui was silent for a moment and said, Thank you for your kindness, but I am not interested in your beast taming group. I'm sorry that I can't join you. Student Lu. Zhou Tianyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his face immediately fell. Student Lu, I advise you to think carefully about it. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, don't regret it. You may have misunderstood something. I have never thought about joining your beast taming group. Lu Sui said. Zhou Tianyu sneered upon hearing this. Student Lu, don't speak too soon. The Tianlang beast taming group is already dead in name only. Changing jobs is your best option. Besides, you also know my brother in the academy, so you should be very clear about the strength of my Zhou family. No matter what he does, our Zhou family has the ability to clean up his mess. And with your F-level talent, I don't think there will be any beast taming group needing you in the future. We, Zhou Tianyu, are extending an olive branch to you now. This is your last chance. However, as soon as these words came out, Lu Sui looked at him with a strange look, and even Tang Xuanquan beside him looked surprised. This made Zhou Tianyu a little confused. Did he say something wrong? I'm serious. Zhou Tianyu added, and at the same time began to recall if he had done anything wrong. After thinking about it carefully, he found that there seemed to be no problem. Young Master Zhou, I want to ask you, did you just come back from vacation? Lu Sui asked. Zhou Tianyu blinked blankly. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Lu Sui, nothing, it's just some news you may not know. On the day my talent came out, your brother expelled me from the formation club. Zhou Tianyu. Hearing this, I was a little confused. Fired? What method? Although he wanted to train Zhou Tianhui to be a waste, he didn't expect that this guy would not only become a waste, but even a little stupid. Why did he remove you? This is the question that Zhou Tianyu is most curious about. He knows very well who is actually behind the scenes in the entire formation society. Although that idiot Zhou Tianhui has some talent in formation, he is far from having the ability to support the entire formation club. Where did he get the courage to expel Lu Sui? Zhou Tianhui felt very headache at this time. Lu Sui was someone he had his eyes on for a long time. Even if his talent was a piece of shit, he would recruit him into the Zhou family's beast taming group. You have to know how rare it is to find a beast master who can set up formations and forge equipment. Moreover, Lu Sui's attainments in these two areas are not low. He may grow into a master in this field in the future, and then the logistics of his Zhou family will be guaranteed. But he never expected that Lu Sui would be fired by his stupid brother. Moreover, he was not told the whole thing at all, which caused him to lose face. While Zhou Tianyu pondered the reason, he said tentatively, Lu Sui, I can only say sorry about my brother. I didn't expect him to be such a loser. But as for joining our Zhou family beast taming group, I still hope you will consider it. After all, there won't be anyone else who can offer us the same conditions as us. No need, I already have a beast taming team. Lu Sui refused again. The corners of Zhou Tianyu's mouth twitched a few times. Is there a beast taming group? He couldn't help but wonder if this was just an excuse Lu Sui made up to fool him. After all, with Lu Sui's talent, it was impossible for him to find a decent beast taming group. If he didn't know Lu Sui's attainments in formation and forging, he wouldn't even pay attention to him. Zhou Tianyu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Student Lu, there's no need to lie to me. I know you're angry with my brother, but don't let your temper ruin your bright future. Lu Sui couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, a breeze blew by, blowing up the hair in front of Lu Sui's forehead, revealing the mark of the life and death contract in front of Zhou Tianyu. When Zhou Tianyu saw the mark of the life and death contract, he was suddenly a little surprised, with disbelief written all over his face. Life and death contract? There is actually a woman who made a life and death contract with you. You have to know that Lu Sui's talent is F level, even a dog would dislike him, and yet there is actually a contract with him. Lu Sui shrugged and was about to say something when Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu kicked the door open almost at the same time. Lu Sui, where have you been? If you don't come to see us, are you going out with another girl? Lu Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly explained, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm in the classroom. Hearing Lu Sui's words, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling looked at each other and walked in. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui suspiciously, then saw the gentle-looking man standing in front of Lu Sui and frowned slightly. Who is he? Chapter 75 I Don't Want Face? This is Zhou Tianyu, Zhou Tianhui's brother. Lu Sui introduced. Hearing this, Su Ling immediately frowned and said with disdain, Humph. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be Zhou Tianhui's brother. No wonder he looks so high and mighty, what a mean person. Pa! She hated Zhou Tianhui to the core. Every time she saw him, she was annoyed and wanted to punch his head off. Now that she met this guy's relatives, she naturally didn't have a good attitude. Zhou Tianyu's face twitched. He thought he had not offended this woman in any way, but he didn't expect her to call him a villain right away. However, Zhou Tianyu was also a little surprised when he saw Su Ling's appearance. He had seen many beautiful girls, but a girl as beautiful and charming as Su Ling was extremely rare. He even had some thoughts that he shouldn't have, but when he saw the life and death contract between Su Ling's eyebrows, he was stunned for a moment, and then gave up his thoughts. I just want to invite him to join our Zhou family's beast taming group. Zhou Tianyu still said patiently. However, before he could finish his words, Zhu Taiyu crossed his arms and snorted coldly, why should my Lu Sui join your Zhou family? What qualifications do you have to recruit him? Lu Sui sighed inwardly when he heard this. Mrs. Xu still had such a bad temper, but he had no intention of stopping her. After all, Zhu Taiyu is his wife, so it's a good thing that she is willing to vent his anger. After all, Zhou Tianhui expelled him from the Formation Society, which caused quite a stir. But when Zhou Tianyu heard what Zhu Taiyu said, he was completely furious. As the second young master of the Zhou family, when had he ever been insulted like this? What's more, this person is just a freshman in an ordinary class. Haha, you said we are not qualified? Little girl, do you know who you are talking to? Zhou Tianyu glanced at Zhu Taiyu coldly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes again. This woman's appearance was not inferior to Su Ling beside her. When did this small Ronqing have so many stunning beauties? How come I have never seen them before? But he said in a mocking tone, since you are unwilling to join our Zhou family beast taming group, then just wait and see. Even if you beg me in the future, I won't bother to care about you anymore. You threaten me. Zhu Taiyu said coldly, looking like he could rush over and beat him up at any time. Ha, you're wrong. This is just some kind advice. Zhou Tianyu sneered. Besides, not just anybody can join the Zhou family's beast taming group. I recruited Lu Sui because of his talent, but I'm not stupid enough to recruit two pretty faces. As soon as he said this, Zhu Taiyu immediately got furious and rolled up her sleeves to beat someone up. It was the first time that she, Zhu Taiyu, was called a vase. Su Ling also glared at Zhou Tianyu angrily, as if she could pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any time. Seeing this, Lu Sui quickly stepped forward to stop the two men. Calm down, there's no need to argue with him. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tianyu suddenly laughed out loud from his anger. Lu Sui, you actually said you don't want to argue with me? That's really funny. Let me remind you again, I recruited you because of your talent. Lu Sui looked at him calmly. Master Zhou, are you really impressed by my talent? Zhou Tianyu was stunned, not quite sure what Lu Sui meant. How many people have been tricked into joining the beast taming group by your Zhou family under such pretexts, and then, after being squeezed dry of every last bit of value, were carelessly abandoned in the wilderness? They may be spirit beasts with special bloodlines, or beast tamers with special talents. They believed that your Zhou family would give them the best benefits, but in the end, they only ended up bleeding to the last drop of their blood. As soon as Lu Sui finished speaking, Zhou Tianyu laughed. You actually believe such rumors? It may be a rumor that appears temporarily, but if this rumor is updated every year, then it is not groundless. Lu Sui replied calmly. Lu Sui, so, you are determined not to join our Zhou family's beast taming group? Zhou Tianyu said sinisterly. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lu Sui's answer was also very direct. Such an attitude without respect made Zhou Tianyu laugh. Well, since you don't want to join our Zhou family beast taming group, then I won't be polite. Lu Sui, you have to know that you have no power or influence, and being recruited by me is already a great blessing. And it's so easy for me to make a powerless person disappear from my world. You dare! Su Ling shouted angrily. Zhou Tianyu glanced at her with disdain. Why shouldn't I dare? Okay, then go ahead and try it. Zhu Taiyu suddenly interrupted, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Tianyu. After being repeatedly insulted by the two women, Zhou Tianyu also became angry. Huh? Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at me? Get out of here before I lose my temper. Zhu Taiyu sneered. Let me go? You really dare to say that, Zhou Tianyu? I only told you one thing, my last name is Xu, and I live in Shangbei. You, wait a minute, what did you say? Zhou Tianyu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Taiyu in shock. My surname is Xu and I live in Shangbei. Zhu Taiyu repeated it again with a look of contempt and arrogance. You are. Zhou Tianyu swallowed and spoke tremblingly. My surname is Xu, my name is Taiyu, and I am a direct descendant of the Xu family. If you want to cause trouble, I will accompany you to the end. Zhu Taiyu said fearlessly with his head held high and chest puffed out. Zhou Tianyu took a deep breath. He never expected that the spoiled and willful girl in front of him, who was like a shrew, would actually be a direct descendant of the Zhu family. He really didn't dare to provoke her. Although the Zhou family is quite powerful, it is no match for the Shangbei Zhu family. It's Miss Xu. It was Tianyu who offended me just now. Please don't take it to heart. Zhou Tianyu immediately put on a smiling face and apologized respectfully. You'd better remember what I just said. If you dare to deal with Lu Sui, I promise to trample your entire Zhou family under my feet. Zhu Taiyu snorted coldly. Zhou Tianyu nodded quickly, but in his heart he had already greeted all 18 generations of Zhu Taiyu's ancestors. Lu Sui glanced at Zhu Taiyu. He knew that what Zhu Taiyu said was purely to protect her. He looked at her gratefully, and his heart was also warm. Lu Sui, ignore this idiot, let's go. Zhu Taiyu pulled Lu Sui up and turned to walk outside. At the end, he waved his fist at Zhou Tianyu and made a provocative gesture. Su Ling followed closely behind, and at the same time said to Zhou Tianyu, if your eyes are good, go and read the news of the college. Oh, and tell me, my last name is Su Ling. Zhou Tianyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do but watch the three people leave. Chapter 76 Because It's You. After the three of them walked away, Zhu Taiyu immediately let go of Lu Sui's hand, her pretty face full of anger. Who the hell is that Zhou guy? Does he really think he's a big shot? Lu Sui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Taiyu, I told you a long time ago that Zhou Tianyu is a dandy boy, we don't need to pay attention to him. Then I can't just watch you being bullied by him. Zhu Taiyu muttered. Lu Sui patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm fine, I know my limits. Humph. That Zhou guy actually dared to threaten you in front of me. He must be tired of living. I will ask my father to send someone to break his legs. Zhu Taiyu said angrily. Lu Sui shook his head. This girl was still so impulsive. Don't be angry. There's no need to be angry. They are them and we are us. As long as he doesn't come to provoke us, we will just pretend he doesn't exist. As Lu Suibu said this, he stretched out his hand to soothe Zhu Taiyu's plump breasts, but before his hand touched them, Zhu Taiyu slapped it away. You stinky rascal, you were so cruel as usual. I remember your ex-girlfriend was some beast tamer, but something happened that made us very unhappy, and you beat her up without saying a word. Now that guy Zhou is threatening you, why don't you go up and beat him up? Lu Sui smiled and said, that's because Zhang Feng looked at you unkindly, so I took action. If Zhou Tianyu had dared to say any dirty words to you, believe me, I would have beaten the shit out of him. Stop bragging, Zhu Taiyu said this, but he was still very happy in his heart. The same goes for Su Ling. It feels really good that Lu Sui cares about them. Let's go walk around the academy and have something to eat. Zhu Taiyu grabbed Lu Sui and ran out, muttering as he ran. However, Zhou Tianyu won't let this go. But don't worry, I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen. However, just as she grabbed his hand and before she could pull it away, Lu Sui's other hand was grabbed by Su Ling's delicate hand. Eat, you only know how to eat, why don't I eat you to death? Su Ling, let go of your hand, or I will be rude. Zhu Taiyu yelled at Su Ling. Su Ling curled her lips and said, no, unless Lu Sui tells me to, I won't let go. Zhu Taiyu frowned. Lu Sui, did you hear that? Let her let go quickly. Lu Sui shrugged helplessly. Okay, Taiyu, I know you and Su Ling care about me. Humph, who cares about you? Su Ling gave Lu Sui a cold look, then turned around and continued arguing with Zhu Taiyu. Lu Sui was helpless, but couldn't help but smile. He found that this feeling was really good. Lu Sui, why are you still smiling foolishly? Su Ling asked puzzledly as he looked at Lu Sui. Lu Sui raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. Nothing, just feeling a little warm. Su Ling blinked her beautiful eyes. Warmth? Lu Sui, are you crazy? We have known each other for so long, how can there be any warmth? Zhu Taiyu was also very puzzled. She and Su Ling were almost becoming sworn enemies. They used to be rivals in love. She originally thought that they would be the winner after the contract, but she didn't expect that she would sign a contract with Lu Sui at the same time. Now she not only has Lu Sui as her enemy, but also Qin Shangyue as her big boss. She and Su Ling are both SS-level spirit beasts, and Qin Shangyue can absolutely suppress them. There is no doubt that the other party is definitely an SSS-level spirit beast. This suppression is not good. Are you going home with me today? Lu remembered that tomorrow was Saturday and he wanted to go back to see his mother. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu exchanged a glance, then shouted at each other almost at the same time, don't make trouble when the time comes. After all, Lu Xiang is a man who has a contract with them, and they don't want to end up in an unhappy situation with Lu Sui's parents because of their conflicts. TSK, I won't make trouble. As long as someone doesn't cause trouble when the time comes, I'll be thankful. Su Ling replied unhappily. Zhu Taiyu replied bluntly, needless to say, I definitely won't embarrass Lu Sui. Okay, both of you just say less. Lu Sui said helplessly. After Lu Sui spoke, the two girls immediately stopped bickering and put their arms around Lu Sui, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Sui, where are we going to play next? Just take a look around. Lu Sui's mind had already moved to the ancient mirror. Through the efforts of the past 2 days, his emotional points once again broke through the 50,000 mark. The first and second place on the list are naturally the two beauties beside him. You just need to tease them a little from time to time, and whether it is positive or negative emotions, they will come pouring in. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the god of wealth. In addition, he found that as long as he brought the two beauties, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, he could attract various emotional points wherever he went. In that case, why not walk around? At the same time, Yang Rongqing branch. This is a complex of buildings built on top of a mountain. Due to its remote location, there are basically no people coming and going here. Occasionally, you can even hear the roars of strange beasts in the mountains and forests. At this time, Zhang Ji, the head of the Rongqing Night Shadow branch, also rushed over as quickly as possible. I saw a two-person motorboat parked on top of a building. Zhang Ji and Xiao Qiu jumped off the motorcycle one after another, and the moment Zhang Ji landed, a man hurriedly walked towards him. "Captain, we found the bullets that attacked our Night Shadow members 20 years ago." "Well, Zhang Xin, stop talking nonsense and take me to see that guy's body." Zhang Ji also attached great importance to this news. After learning that the bullet that appeared 20 years ago appeared again, he rushed over without thinking. Xiao Qiu stood beside Zhang Ji and waited quietly. At the same time, when she heard the words 20 years ago, she suddenly thought of something. 20 years ago, Yiying was still under the command of Lu Feilong. But a conspiracy against Yiying unfolded without their knowledge. In that incident, the enemy used special weapons to snipe and kill nearly 30% of Yiying's beastmasters. This type of bullet is made in a very special way. Instead of attaching the source power to the surface of the bullet, the source power is wrapped inside the bullet. This also resulted in neither the beastmaster nor the spirit beast being prepared for the bullets when they struck. That attack was undoubtedly aimed at Yiying. You must know that the nature of Yiying's work is very special. Not only does he have to investigate the major beast taming groups, but he also has to investigate taxes, resources, and even the major families. Especially during the time when the former Captain Lu Feilong was in office, he made countless enemies, and the attack that happened remains a mystery to this day. The assassins who attacked the Night Shadow Squad at that time almost committed mass suicide when the Night Shadow Squad counterattacked. That incident happened on December 12, and is also known as the Double 12 incident. Chapter 77, Doubts. Later, Zhang Ji followed Zhang Xin to the morgue, where a recently deceased male corpse was placed in the center. At this time, Zhang Xin also introduced, "Captain, please see, when the bullet hit his brain, it did not penetrate completely and got stuck in his skull. Although he is a second-level beastmaster, he still has some defense. If his level is higher, the peak of level 3, or even level 4, bullets without source power attached to them will not be able to penetrate his skin. Unfortunately, he is only at the peak of level 2, so when the bullet hits his forehead, the source energy inside the bullet will begin to explode towards his skull." As he spoke, Zhang Xin opened the man's skull, and the brain inside had been shattered into tofu dregs. "Captain, this death is almost identical to the Double 12 incident." Zhang Xin was silent for a moment, then continued, "According to my speculation, the mastermind behind the Double 12 incident is very likely to be in Rongqing." "Well, I've already guessed that." Zhang Ji nodded. "We've been searching for clues lately, hoping to find the mastermind behind this as soon as possible. Now tell me the details." Zhang Xin nodded. "Based on our surveillance of various major forces over the years, this man seems to be trying to sneak into Rongqing's Beastmaster Academy and assassinate a student. According to the information I got from Qi Sha, the killer seemed to be targeting a student named Lu Sui. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the security guards shortly after he sneaked into the academy. But just as they were about to say something, the bullet took his life. The security guard didn't even see who killed him." Hearing Lu Sui's name, Zhang Ji frowned. "He's coming for Lu Sui? He wants to kill Lu Sui?" Zhang Xin nodded, then said, "I suspect that this killer was killed by Lu Sui, otherwise his death would be unreasonable." "Impossible, anyone can do it, except Lu Sui." Zhang Ji replied. "Why?" Zhang Xin was puzzled. Of course Zhang Ji couldn't say that he was the son of the former Night Shadow Captain, and Lu Suidu hadn't been born yet at that time, so how could it be him? But he still found an explanation. First of all, Lu Sui is just a student. How could he guess that there was an assassin coming to kill him? Even if he guessed it, what could he do? Fight back? You have to know that this killer is in the dark, and Lu Sui is in the open. How can you kill him back? Even if Lu Sui is hiding something, after knowing that there is an assassin trying to kill him, he will definitely use someone else's knife to kill him, such as attracting security or other teachers in the academy. At this point, Jiang Ji suddenly realized something and smiled helplessly. This kid is constantly giving people surprises. If he can come to our Yang in the future, forget it. After shaking his head with a wry smile, Jiang Ji also frowned. If the security was led over by Lu Sui, then the killer's death was beyond his expectations. I guess no one expected that someone would suddenly attack the killer. Why? The killer came to kill Lu Sui. If the person behind the scenes wanted to protect Lu Sui, there was no need for him to take action. The Academy's security is enough to deal with a level 2 Peak Beastmaster and a level 3 Spirit Beast. His sudden attack must be to silence him. Zhang Shen, did the killer say anything before he died? Zhang Shen thought for a moment and said, the security guard said that under his threat, the killer seemed ready to confess everything, but when he was about to confess, he was suddenly assassinated. What does the killer want to confess? It should be the purpose, and who is behind the killing of Lu Sui? Zhang Shen thought for a while and replied. Jiang Ji also said with a serious expression, it seems that the person behind the scenes doesn't want this killer to reveal the person who assassinated Lu Sui. Why? To silence him? But the killers of Qi Sha are paid to do their work, so they won't know too much information about their employers. Zhang Shen snorted coldly, Captain, don't forget, the assassins of the 7 killers have only one rule, and that is confidentiality. Even if they die, they cannot reveal their employer's information. And this assassin seems to know information about his employer. This is strange. How did he know it? This is really a headache. Jiang Ji patted his forehead and said, there is another possibility. The person behind this doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. If this killer reveals the name of his employer, what will happen then? Zhang Shen thought for a moment and said, this will probably lead to crazy revenge from the Zhu family of Shangbei and the Su family of Modu. This Lu Sui is quite a strange man. He actually signed life and death contracts with the daughters of these 2 families at the same time. In all my years, I've never seen such a thing. In other words, the person behind this is afraid of retaliation from the Zhu and Su families, so they silenced him? Jiang Ji raised an eyebrow, then pointed at the killer and asked, what's his name? What's his talent? His name is Zhao Hai, Peak Level 2, Beast Tamer talent. Moreover, his talent is very special. It is said that as long as you have contact with him, he can know the detailed information of the other party. It's said he awakened this talent at the age of 18 and was recruited by our Yang. However, he has a bad character and already has a long criminal record at only 18, including several murders. Zhang Shen said. Detecting information? Jiang Ji was stunned. This kind of talent is really rare. Zhang Shen also asked, Captain, what should we do now? Report the information. The Double 12 incident is not something we can solve alone. Maybe the person behind the scenes is hiding in our Rongqing. Jiang Ji said. But Zhang Shen wanted to say something. Jiang Ji interrupted Zhang Shen, no buts, just follow the order. Zhang Shen sighed and said, okay, I obey your command. After Zhang Shen left, Jiang Ji, who was inside the house, fell into deep thought. Does this matter really have anything to do with Lu Sui? Forget it, let Wei Tu worry about it. Oh, by the way, I still need to tell Captain Lu about this matter. Rongqing Beast Taming Academy. Lu Sui and the other 2 looked at the scene in front of them quietly. They saw that the branches and leaves of the trees in the distance were swaying, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them. He. Lu Sui smiled faintly, then turned around and sat on the chair. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu also sat leisurely beside him, slowly looking at the emotion points displayed on his ancient mirror with satisfaction. Oh my god, are these emotion points so easy to earn? Just in the short time he had been spinning for, he had already gained more than 8,000 emotional points. Most of the emotions are only over 100, some positive and some negative, and they are basically emotional points of envy and jealousy towards him. This method will work after 1 or 2 times. After all, when others get used to it, the emotional fluctuations caused by you will gradually decrease. Chapter 78. The moon is really round this morning. Hey, it's my first time wandering around the college as a girl. It's quite novel. But even so, Lu Sui was still quite satisfied. At this time, Zhu Taiyu looked indifferent, lying on the sofa like a salted fish. As for Qin Shangyue, she sat quietly aside reading a book. I say. Lu Sui reached out and knocked on the table, attracting the attention of several people. What do you 2 think? Lu Sui asked. Zhu Taiyu curled his lips and said, what insights do you have? Lu Sui looked at her and couldn't help but frowned. He said in a deep voice, "Your attitude is not good. You need to train hard and become stronger." Upon hearing this, Zhu Taiyu stood up and stretched his muscles, then sat down again and looked at Lu Sui lazily. The latter, however, stared at Zhu Taiyu's chest intently, which perfectly illustrates what it means to stare intently. Zhu Taiyu was very proud of this, and even looked at Su Ling provocatively. Su Ling glared at her fiercely, then turned her head away and continued reading her book, ignoring her. The other two were Zhu Yute, who was eating quietly on the side, and Su Ling, who was writing something with a pen. "It's so big." Chen Shi looked up and exclaimed, imagining his wonderful future life. This really pissed Su Ling off. But she couldn't help but say, "Lu Sui, apart from those dirty thoughts, is there nothing else on your mind?" Lu Sui shook his head, "No." "You." Su Ling was very angry at her words and was about to retort, but Lu Sui frowned. More than 800 negative emotion points had poured into the ancient mirror that the two girls could not see. Lu Sui also looked towards the source, but saw a boy wearing the same school uniform as them, sitting quietly not far from them. He didn't even glance in their direction, but his negative emotions towards Lu Sui were extremely clear. This made Lu Sui feel a little strange, and his emotional points were still increasing. Su Ling was about to scold him, but saw Lu Sui looking into the distance with a serious face. She couldn't help but follow his gaze and saw a boy in their school uniform sitting on a bench in a formal and orderly manner. "Lu Sui, why are you staring at him?" Su Ling was a little confused. Zhu Taiyu also glanced at the distance and then said, "He is someone you know." "I don't know him," Lu Sui replied indifferently, then used 100 emotion points to check the man's name. Emotional points plus 830 source, Wu Hanxiong. Just the name? It would be better if the information could be a little more detailed. Lu Sui pondered this, but he also knew that negative emotion points wouldn't just drop for no reason. Since this person hated him, there must be a reason. Furthermore, the more negative emotion points he had, the deeper his hatred for him must be. Lu Sui couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. He stood up and walked towards Wu Hanxiong. "Hey, Lu Sui, what are you doing?" Su Ling saw him suddenly walk to the side and hurriedly caught up with him. "Don't you think this guy is interesting?" Lu Sui looked at Su Ling with a smile. Su Ling was stunned, not understanding what Lu Sui meant. Lu Sui smiled and said, "In our school, there is no rule that requires wearing school uniforms during school hours. Look at him, he is dressed neatly, even sitting properly. He gives people the feeling that I am a student of the academy, there is really no problem." After hearing Lu Sui's explanation, Zhu Taiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Ha ha. That's right, this guy is pretending to be so cool, he really looks like a good kid. He. Su Ling also laughed, "How interesting, you actually disguised yourself and came to our academy. Lu Sui, what are you going to do? Let's take a look at the situation first. He seems to be waiting for someone." Lu Sui said, looking at the two of them again, and said seriously, "In order to prevent him from getting suspicious, I think we should find something to do." "Looking for trouble?" Su Ling was a little confused. "Why not just stay still? Why look for trouble?" Zhu Taiyu looked around and found that this area was originally used as a resting place and a gathering place for couples at night, but there was no place for entertainment. However, when she looked back, she happened to see Lu Sui with a smirk on his face and his restless hands. "Hey! What are you doing?" Su Ling growled with a blushing face. "Shoo! Don't move!" Lu Sui ignored her protest and pulled her to glance in the direction of Wu Hanxiong. Then he said seriously, "A man and two women sitting on the chairs will find it too strange if nothing happens. If people suspect that we are observing him, wouldn't that expose the whole thing?" Zhu Taiyu also thought it made sense, but Su Ling was filled with shame and indignation. "Lu Sui, when did you become so shameless? You took advantage of others, but you still have to come up with this lame excuse." As soon as Su Ling finished speaking, Lu Sui hugged her in his arms. "Ah!" Su Ling screamed, then glared at Lu Sui, "Let me go." Not only did Lu Sui not let go, but he put his hand into the clothes on her chest. Su Ling immediately groaned and glared at Lu Sui with her pretty face flushed. Lu Sui smiled and said, "Look, if we get a little closer, people over there will misunderstand us." "What do you think?" "You." Su Ling glared at Lu Sui with gritted teeth, and after a long while she managed to utter, "You are so shameless." "Thank you for the compliment," Lu Sui said and hugged the two of them around the waist. He brought them closer, then whispered in her ear, "Don't you think this is more exciting?" Su Ling's face flushed red when she heard this, and she glared at him fiercely, but did not struggle to break free from his arms. Lu Sui felt the warmth and sweetness emanating from Su Ling's body, and he couldn't help but feel distracted. He thought to himself that this girl had a hot body, and it seemed quite comfortable to touch her. Su Ling was indeed very beautiful, with delicate and charming features, and especially she had a mature charm that was unique to young women, which made Lu Sui very enjoyable. Especially the warmth from the two soft bodies in his arms made him feel a little itchy. Especially when he saw their blushing faces, Lu Sui suddenly had an idea in his mind. He wanted to kiss them. Thinking about it, Lu Sui really put it into action, lowered his head and kissed Su Ling on the lips, and the tip of his tongue probed into her mouth, and began to act recklessly. Su Ling's eyes widened instantly. Xu Taiyu, who was standing by, didn't expect Lu Sui to suddenly attack her. She was surprised but also a little jealous. Why wasn't she the first one to be kissed? Lu Sui and I. Before Xu Taiyu finished her words, she felt a big hand climbing to her peak. Chapter 79. It's your turn. Just as Lu Sui was about to take a step further, Xu Taiyu suddenly became alert. After sensing someone approaching, he came to his senses, glanced at Lu Sui and Su Ling who were immersed in kissing, and directly pinched Lu Sui's waist. Lu Sui grimaced in pain and finally stopped violating Su Ling. He raised his head and glared at Xu Taiyu. What are you doing? Someone is coming, just keep quiet. Xu Taiyu said as a matter of course. Lu Sui was speechless. He didn't have the time to argue with her at this moment. He turned to look at the person rushing over, Zhou Tianhui. Why did he come here? At this time, Zhou Tianhui also noticed Lu Sui and frowned slightly, but he didn't say much and walked straight towards Wu Hanxiong. Lu Sui's eyes turned playful upon seeing this. Really interesting. It seems Zhou Tianhui isn't as useless as I imagined. Old Lu, what should we do now? Should we just go up and subdue them? I heard that if you catch a spy, you will not only get money, but also a lot of rewards. Xu Taiyu's eyes were a little excited. Su Ling shook her head. Don't be reckless. What if Wu Hanxiong finds out? We must be cautious. That's right. Xu Taiyu also knew that Su Ling was right. After all, Wu Hanxiong's strength was still unclear. At this moment, Lu Sui made a quick decision after a brief thought. Taiyu and I will go talk to them. Su Ling, you must be ready to transform into a spirit beast at any time. If we start fighting, you must call for support immediately. Su Ling instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Lu Sui's serious look, she stopped being willful and just said, be careful and don't hurt yourself. When have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Lu Sui said as he stretched out his hands to hug Xu Taiyu's slender waist, and at the same time, he picked up Xu Taiyu in a princess hug. Xu Taiyu was startled at first, but then he felt the heat and burning from the big hand on his waist. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he quickly closed his eyes. Seeing Xu Taiyu shy, Lu Sui smiled secretly in his heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Soon, the two of them walked in front of Wu Hanxiong and others, and Xu Taiyu immediately opened his eyes and pushed Lu Sui, signaling him to put him down. Lu Sui? Zhou Tianhui looked at Su Ling for a few seconds, then his gaze fell on Lu Sui. What are you doing? President Zhou, why are you here? Are you here for a date too? Lu Sui said as he glanced at Wu Hanxiong and looked at Zhou Tianhui with a strange expression. I didn't expect you to be such a president. Your tastes are really unique. Emotional points plus 900. Emotional points plus 800. Emotional points plus 500. As soon as the words fell, the air seemed to be quiet. Zhou Tianhui reacted after a brief moment of daze, his face instantly turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. This Lu Sui actually dared to say that he was gay. Lu Sui, stop talking nonsense. Zhou Tianhui roared. Lu Sui seemed not to hear inside. No wonder we didn't get along before, it turns out we have completely different sexual tastes. Zhou Tianhui was so angry that he pointed at Lu Sui and said, Mr. Lu, I can tell you clearly that you have angered me today. Xu Taiyu couldn't help but look up to Lu Sui at this moment. When did this guy's ability to irritate people become so strong? Could it be that he accidentally awakened some extraordinary talent when awakening his talent? Just when she was surprised, Lu Sui suddenly hugged her in his arms. Then he kissed her without hesitation. Xu Taiyu widened his eyes, and the only sentence left in his mind was, this bastard. Lu Sui's tongue took the opportunity to pry open her teeth, drilled in, and entangled with her small tongue. Xu Taiyu struggled for a few times and then gave up resisting completely. After all, Lu Sui's tongue was so tempting, sweeter than the snacks she usually ate. One of Lu Sui's hands slid from her slender waist to her buttocks. After stroking it gently, he kneaded it hard twice. Zhu Taiyu suddenly gasped, his cheeks flushed, and he wished he could bite Lu Sui to death on the spot. When Lu Sui saw her like this, he became even more unscrupulous. Zhu Taiyu groaned, his face full of shame and anger. It would have been fine if he had been taken advantage of like this when no one was around, but now I, an outsider, was watching him. Feeling Lu Sui's tongue conquering his mouth, Zhu Taiyu wanted to bite Lu Sui's tongue hard to let him know how powerful he was. Just when she wanted to bite Lu Sui's tongue hard, she was stopped by Lu Sui. Lu Sui released her lips and whispered in her ear, "Good baby, don't make trouble, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen later." Upon hearing this, Zhu Taiyu fell silent, but he was still filled with resentment. This guy had just said he would teach this group of people a lesson, but now he was actually teasing him. However, Zhu Taiyu was thin-skinned. Although he was angry in his heart, he did not take any action and just endured it silently. Lu Sui didn't tease Zhu Taiyu anymore. At this moment, Zhou Tianhui and Su Ling were almost mad at the same time. The former was angry because of Lu Sui's words. And Su Ling sent herself away because of Lu Sui and Zhu Taiyu's intimate behavior, just so that they could be more affectionate with each other. "Damn Lu Sui, stinky Lu Sui, you are dead." Zhou Tianhui clenched his fist and was about to punch someone, but Wu Hanxiong suddenly grabbed him and shook his head at him. Zhou Tianhui snorted coldly, but did not move any further. Lu Sui did not continue to bully Zhu Taiyu, but turned to look at Wu Hanxiong and Zhou Wei. "Okay, it's your turn? Emotional points plus 900. Emotional points plus 900. For a moment, Zhou Tianhui and Wu Hanxiong were both puzzled. What did they mean by calling them? After you two kissed each other, they would come one time. Besides, they are not in that kind of relationship. Chapter 80. There is a big problem. Zhou Tianhui looked at Lu Sui with a sullen expression and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Lu Sui said calmly, "I want to witness President Zhou's love that transcends the mundane and challenges ethics." Zhou Tianhui took a deep breath and suppressed his inner anger. "Lu Sui, I don't want to argue with you, just leave now." Lu Sui looked at Zhou Tianhui with great interest, and suddenly found a very obvious slap mark on his face. He suddenly became curious. "Were you beaten? In our academy, there are people who dare to slap you." Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu, whose face was still a little flushed. The latter shook his head. "I haven't even met him." "Could it be that you were beaten by your good brother?" Lu Sui said with interest. "You?" Zhu Taiyu was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he realized that what Lu Sui said was indeed right, so he fell silent. Lu Sui. Zhou Tianhui was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and wished he could eat Lu Sui alive on the spot. At this time, Wu Hanxiong winked at Zhou Tianhui, who quickly calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "Lu Sui, if you came here to mock me, then you have done it, and you can leave now." But Lu Sui had no intention of leaving. Instead, he stood there, looking at Wu Hanxiong, and said with a smile, "President, who is this person? Why haven't you seen him at the academy?" Wu Hanxiong frowned when he heard this. "He is my friend," Zhou Tianhui said quickly. "Oh, really? Since you are my friend, I won't introduce you to him," Lu Sui said with a smile, then turned to look at Wu Hanxiong. However, after a brief hesitation, Zhou Tianhui introduced him. "His name is Zhang Wei, a freshman who enrolled last year." Zhang Wei. Lu Suibian looked Wu Hanxiong up and down. "You look quite old. Logically, you should be 2 years younger than me, but you look several years older than me. So why are you two meeting here? It can't be that, right? If so, I'm sorry to bother you guys." As soon as these words were spoken, the air around them suddenly froze, and everyone looked at Lu Sui in surprise. "Brother, aren't you just looking for trouble when you say this?" Wu Hanxiong was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but he quickly realized that the young man was testing him. He then smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou and I are friends. It's common to meet in this place. Indeed, it's rare. Then I won't bother you two with your lovey-dovey talk. I'll leave first." Lu Sui glanced at Zhou Tianhui while speaking, then put his arm around Zhu Taiyu's waist and walked back slowly. This made Zhu Taiyu a little confused. "Old Lu, weren't we here to cause trouble? Why did you suddenly take us away?" Seeing the two of them walking back, Su Ling trotted over to them and asked, "What's the situation now? Is that person okay?" Lu Sui sighed and said, "No, on the contrary, there is a big problem." This time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were completely confused. "What's going on?" Lu Sui pointed at Wu Hanxiong and said, "He used a pseudonym, and just when I was mocking them, I felt like I was being stared at by a wild beast. If I'm guessing correctly, there's a woman hiding nearby. She must be that guy's contracted spirit beast. Ah? Why didn't I feel it? Zhu Taiyu was a little confused. As a spirit beast herself, she was very sensitive to spirit beasts that exuded murderous intent. Lu Sui didn't know how to explain what it was. Just when he was mocking the two of them, the ancient mirror that collected emotional points was suspended beside him. When the murderous intent was constantly emanating from the ancient mirror, he knew that if he pressed the issue any further, he would probably get into big trouble. Of course you didn't realize that she was targeting me. Lu Sui sighed, then took out his mobile phone and logged into Yang's bounty website. The search started with Wu Hanxiong's name. Su Lingyi and Zhu Taiyu also noticed Lu Sui's hand movements, and Lu Sui had no intention of hiding it from them. Wu Hanxiong. Who is this? Zhu Taiyu was still a little confused at this time. The real name of the man next to Zhou Tianhui just now. Lu Sui spoke, and the search also produced results. What shocked Lu Sui even more was that this guy was actually a guy wanted by Ying. Not only that, his bounty is as high as 50,000 source crystals, which is almost the same as his net worth. Of course, his net worth is high because some rich people have put a bounty on him. However, the Wu Hanxiong in front of him had fought his way to the top through his own brutality. Moreover, the bounty amount is not determined according to his level. A 4th level Beastmaster is indeed worth the price. Moreover, the cooperation between Wu Hanxiong and his spirit beast is absolutely perfect. However, although he knew that Wu Hanxiong had such terrifying fighting ability, Lu Sui no longer planned to investigate it himself. What a joke! Is it his turn as a student who hasn't even graduated yet to take care of such a dangerous matter? So he reported the news to Ying without thinking. Okay, let's not worry about what happens next. I'm going back today. You come back with me. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law anyway. Lu Sui looked at the two of them and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, the two of them lowered their heads in shyness. At the same time, Wu Hanxiong also questioned Zhou Tianhui, who is that kid? Did he see anything? It's nothing. He and I have some grudges and he was unhappy with me. Now that he's feeling proud, he's looking for a chance to make fun of me. It's normal. Zhou Tianhui replied calmly. Wu Hanxiong frowned. What festival? He used to be in our formation club. When his talent test score was low, I expelled him. After listening to Zhou Minghui's explanation, Wu Hanxiong instantly understood, he is the famous genius in your club. I have seen many people like him. They all think they are geniuses and are arrogant. But before they grow up, they are nothing. You are about to graduate anyway, why bother with him? Zhou Tianhui explained, I have long known that I, Zhou Tianyu, want to recruit him into the Zhou family and make him an important assistant in the future. I can't let him do that. As he spoke, Zhou Tianhui rubbed the red marks on his face, a glint flashing in his eyes. Do you really have a way to make me the next generation leader of the Zhou family? Of course, as long as you feel at ease to cooperate with us. Wu Tianshan laughed. At this time, Lu Sui was also taking Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, preparing to go back to his home to take a look. However, when he walked to the school gate, he saw a girl in red clothes with a charming. A real woman stood before them. The woman smiled when she saw Lu, then stretched out her right hand. Little captain, you were so cruel. You didn't contact me for such a long time. Chapter 81. This is my wife. Yu Hong saw Lu then walking towards him step by step with an enchanting pace. Ahem, there's nothing I can do. Lu Sui scratched his head awkwardly. Aren't you busy? It's true that I'm busy, but no matter how busy I am, I have to accompany you. Yu Hong looked coquettish and seemed to stick out her tongue in a particularly naughty way. Lu Sui was startled and quickly took a few steps back. He heaved a sigh of relief after he had distanced himself from her. My elder sister, please stop teasing me. I'm afraid I can't stand it. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Yu Hong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Obviously, Lu Sui's words pleased her. However, at this moment, two cold gazes fell directly on her. At the same time, Lu Sui also felt that his kidneys on both sides were being pinched by the two women. Old Lu, aren't you going to explain? Zhu Taiyu said with a forced smile. Su Ling was also full of jealousy. She glared at Lu Sui and said, Brother Lu Sui, you can do it. Lu Sui. Ahem, actually, I have a pretty good relationship with this, sister Yu Hong. Lu Sui quickly changed the subject and pointed at Yu Hong. Well, hello, my name is Yu Hong, and I'm Lu Sui's friend. Yu Hong nodded politely, and at the same time looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. Even though she had seen beautiful women before, she was still a little surprised. The two girls' looks were no worse than hers. The long-haired girl's fresh and refined temperament, like an orchid in a valley, made her want to protect her. Another girl with a wolf-tail hairstyle has an extremely hot body, with the right curves and curvatures, especially her full breasts, which make Yu Hong envious. In addition, her straight and seductive long legs are simply amazing. Although the two of them were not wearing any brand name items, the aura they exuded was truly extraordinary. Humph. Zhu Taiyu snorted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Su Ling also stared at Yu Hong unkindly. Let me tell you too, there's really nothing between me and sister Yu Hong. We're just ordinary friends. Lu Sui said with a wry smile. Real? Well, really, if you don't believe me, I can swear. Okay, I'll trust you for now, but if you dare to lie to us in the future, you should know what the consequences will be, right? Su Ling threatened. I know. Lu Sui answered perfunctorily. Then he said to Hong, why are you here? Yu Hong gave him a charming look and said, I'm here to pick you up. Have you forgotten what you promised me that night? What? Lu Sui was confused. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were immediately furious. They originally thought that this was just an ordinary friend of Lu Sui. She didn't expect that she was actually a vixen who came to seduce her man. The two women immediately wanted to beat her up. Oh, don't misunderstand me, sisters. There's really nothing going on between him and me. Yu Hong said with a smile, not afraid of the two women at all. Nothing? I don't think so. The way you look at him is like a fox that has never eaten meat. Su Ling said angrily. Zhu Taiyu pinched the soft flesh on Lu Sui's waist even harder. Tell me, what did you promise her? I really didn't promise her anything. Lu Sui's face was full of innocence. He felt so wronged, so wronged. You are being so unreasonable. I'm not a bad woman. Yu Hong said aggrievedly. Lu Sui rolled his eyes. Why did he feel that this woman was a bad woman? Okay, stop messing around. She and I are just ordinary friends. Lu Sui patted their shoulders and then said to Hong, speak now. If you don't tell me the truth, I will turn around and leave. Yu Hong nodded, then looked at Lu Sui helplessly and said, little leader, 2 more of our group have left. Now, including you, we only have 5 people left. If no new members join, we won't even be able to meet the most basic requirements to form a group. You should know that the minimum standard for the beast taming group is 8 people, 3 pairs of contracted beast tamers and spirit beasts, and now they only have 1 pair of contractors left besides Lu Sui. It seems that we need to recruit another person. Lu Sui instantly thought of Tang Xuanquan. He has great talent and can be of great use with a little training. Damn it, besides you, who are the other 3 people left? Sayu, there are also Fang Bixing and Ming Zhu, these 2 gamblers. Yu Hong replied. Lu Sui was also a little surprised at this time, so it's these 2 people. Fang Bixing is an A-level talent beastmaster. Although his talent depends a bit on luck, if he uses it properly, he will not lose to any S-level talent. They seem to have similar interests, but with a life and death contract, there are big beast tamers recruiting them wherever they are, so why would they be willing to stay? Yu Hong smiled and said, they said they wanted to bet on your future. They thought it wouldn't be wrong to follow you. Fang Bixing's talent depends entirely on luck, and his ability is determined by rolling dice. If he's lucky, his ability is comparable to an S-level talent. They themselves were also very fond of gamblers, and they had not even known each other for more than half a day before they made the life and death contract. In their own words, the life and death contract is a gamble. They are just putting their own lives on the line and betting that the other party will not let them lose. That's their style. Lu Sui nodded, then looked at Yu Hong. So, you came here just for this? Of course not. Have you thought about the team training? If you really want to participate in the Beast Taming Course summer assessment, you'd better prepare now. Yu Hong said while glancing at Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling. She remembered that Lu Sui had contracted 3 women, so where was the other one? At this time, Lu Sui was a little embarrassed. Of course, Qin Shangyue had agreed to the training. What else could he do? However, the next second, he felt that his spiritual space was opened, and a shadow walked out from it. Her appearance made the world dim, and even made Yu Hong and others stop breathing. You, who are you? Yu Hong swallowed with some difficulty and stuttered. It doesn't matter who I am. I am his spirit beast now. Qin Shangyue said lightly, then glanced at Lu Sui. The frosty eyes made Lu Sui's legs tremble and he almost knelt down. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were also stunned by the fairy-like figure in front of them. How could Lu Sui have contracted such a beautiful spirit beast? Her otherworldly aura and her peerless beauty made it impossible to harbor even a hint of disrespect. Ahem, Sister Yu Hong, this is my wife, Qin Shangyue. Lu Sui said awkwardly, but sighed in his heart. Qin Shangyue didn't even find a suitable identity for herself. Now, he is almost becoming the focus of the entire college. I know, it's the spirit beast that attached itself to you last time. Yu Hongyan said with some envy. Chapter 82 Bloodline Suppression. At this moment, Lu Sui couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he watched Qin Shangyue's black hair turn into silver. He suddenly felt how correct his previous decision was. If he shared a bed with Qin Shangyue, that scene. Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and threw away the dirty thoughts in his mind. Qin Shangyue also noticed the vulgarity in Lu Sui's eyes and said coldly, I'll settle the score with you later. Lu Sui touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu obviously recognized Qin Shangyue. Although this was the first time they saw Qin Shangyue's true face, they still couldn't help but be amazed. Especially Su Ling, when she saw Qin Shangyue, she seemed to see a queen who despised everything noble and beautiful. Zhu Taiyu stared at Qin Shangyue infatuatedly, sighing in her heart. Although she had expected that Qin Shangyue would have a look that was no less beautiful than hers under her disguise, she didn't expect that even she felt a little ashamed of herself. At this moment, Qin Shangyue suddenly revealed a murderous look, which scared Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling so much that they suddenly woke up. They hid directly behind Lu Sui and then secretly stuck half of their heads out. Seeing this, Qin Shangyue's eyes flashed with helplessness, and then he set his sights on Yu Hong and said in a cold tone, Are you here? Yu Hong also felt the fierce aura emanating from Qin Shangyue. She took a deep breath to calm her inner shock before returning to normal and saying, Well, I came here to discuss the training plan and personnel recruitment with Lu Sui. Qin Shangyue glanced at them coldly, then reached into Lu Sui's spiritual space and took out 2 source power training manuals, one thick and one thin. The thick one is for beast masters, and the thin one is for spirit beasts. Go back and take a look for yourselves. Yu Hong took the 2 manuals and carefully examined them. After a moment, she looked up at Lu Sui and said, Little Captain, you've really found a treasure this time. However, these 2 source power training manuals are extremely precious. We beast masters and spirit beasts are not qualified to possess them. Qin Shangyue said calmly, I'll give it to you. You can keep it and spread it around. I just wrote it casually, so just treat it as something for you to play with. This. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment. She knew that Qin Shangyue might have some background, but she never expected that this priceless source power training manual was actually written by her casually. In that case, on behalf of our Spark Beast Taming Group, I would like to thank you in advance. I will notify them immediately after I return. Yu Hong said solemnly. Qin Shangyue nodded gently, helping you is also helping me. Yu Hong was stunned. Feeling Qin Shangyue's gaze, she suddenly felt that the training manual in her hand was a little hot. She chatted with Lu Sui about some training and arrangements, and then said goodbye and left with the 2 manuals. After Da Hong left, Lu Sui looked at Qin Shangyue, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Qin Shangyue rolled her eyes at him and turned to walk towards the door. Hey, Qin Shangyue, wait a minute. Lu Sui hurriedly chased after him. Why did you suddenly appear, and why were you so fierce just now? Humph, you still dare to question me. Qin Shangyue glared at him angrily. Don't forget what you promised me. But this is not something I can control. Besides, I haven't suffered any loss, right? Lu Sui said innocently. Humph. You didn't suffer any loss? You picked up 2 beauties to warm your bed for free, what did you lose? Qin Shangyue snorted coldly, his eyes swept towards Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, who immediately trembled all over. Lu Sui also reacted at this time, and immediately said with a sad face, This is an accident. Accident? Humph, I don't care whether it's an accident or not. Qin Shangyue snorted coldly, then continued walking forward. Hey. Aren't we going back? Lu Sui shouted. Back. But I need some interest first. Qin Shangyue said as he kicked Lu Sui hard. A scream rang out in front of the school gate, attracting the attention of many students. Lu Sui covered his but that was kicked and hurt, looking at Qin Shangyue's back getting farther and farther away, his eyes full of grievance. Is this my biological daughter-in-law? Why are you so cruel? Lu Sui looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu with a wronged look on his face. Didn't you agree to stop it? Wei. The two of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Sui at all. They were also scared, okay? Who would have thought that Mr. Qin, who is usually as gentle as water, would have such a fierce aura? And Qin Shangyue suppressed the bloodline of both of them. Forget it, forget it. I have thick skin anyway. Lu Sui said indifferently. Qin Shangyue immediately turned around and looked at the three of them coldly. Why don't you leave? After hearing Qin Shangyue's words, the three of them immediately ran away as if they had been pardoned. Qin Shangyue curled the corners of his mouth slightly, then turned and left. Lu Sui looked at Qin Shangyue's back and suddenly became distracted. Although Qin Shangyue did not release any pressure, the three of them were like mice encountering a cat and did not dare to disobey. Since they were standing at the entrance of the college, many students passing by saw the whole process and were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They looked at Lu Sui's back as he chased after Qin Shangyue, and suddenly felt a little dazed. What's going on? Where did that silver-haired beauty who made people dare not even fantasize about come from? Moreover, her words and actions are so close to Lu Suibian, their relationship must be unusual. More importantly, they vaguely saw a symbol of a life and death contract between the silver-haired beauty's eyebrows. Could it be that this is Lu Sui's contracted spirit beast, and that the silver-haired beauty has a life and death contract with Lu Sui? When thinking of this possibility, all male compatriots' hearts suddenly collapsed. Why? They are obviously much more handsome than Lu Sui. Why does he have such a beautiful female spirit beast, while they have to be single dogs? On the other side, Yu Hong quickly came to their destination with 2 manuals, ready to hand the training manuals to the 3 people. The temporary base they had set up at this time was more like the ruins left behind by the previous beast taming groups than a base. And on the branches of this wasteland, there was a young girl hiding. The girl had a beautiful face, was dressed in black, had a graceful figure, and her skin was crystal clear and tender, just like white jade. She sat quietly on a tree trunk, holding a dagger in her hand and stroking it gently. The girl was none other than Feng Xiyu, the girl who had passed the message to Lu Sui that day. At this moment, Feng Xiyu raised her head and glanced at a man and a woman who were gambling with each other in the ruins. The man was wearing a black windbreaker and looked very free and easy. The girl was dressed in white, with long hair draped over her shoulders. Although she was still young, she already had a stunning appearance, but her clear and bright eyes revealed a strong sense of world weariness. Perhaps the only thing the two have in common is the symbol of the life and death contract between their eyebrows. Chapter 83. The little leader is a bit awesome. Feng Xiyu looked at the two of them, not knowing whether they would leave like the others, but it seemed that they had no intention of leaving. At this moment, a fiery red bird swooped down from the sky and landed steadily in the ruins. The firebird flapped its wings and then turned into a beautiful queen. Feng Xiyu ran directly towards Yu Hong. Sister Yu Hong. Stao Yu. Yu Hong excitedly hugged Feng Xiyu, then let go. She pulled Feng Xiyu over to the couple and said, Mingzhu, Feng Bixing, look what I brought back. Feng Bixing's eyes lit up when he saw what Yu Hong took out. This is the source power cultivation technique. Where did you get these 2 source power cultivation manuals? Mingzhu asked puzzledly. Take a look first. Yu Hong handed 2 source power training manuals to Feng Bixing, and Mingzhu opened them and took a look. Feng Bixing only took a look at it, and the two of them immediately showed joy. This is the real thing. Feng Xiyu also carefully examined it, confirmed that it was authentic, and then excitedly stuffed it into her arms. Sister Yu Hong, where did you get it from? Where did our young team leader get it? Yu Hong said with a smile. After hearing this, Sanchi was stunned for a moment. Where did Lu Sui get it? How is this possible? They have come into contact with Lu Sui. Lu Sui's attainments in forging informations were indeed extraordinary, but this cultivation technique was not something that could be self-taught like forging in formations. Many source power cultivation techniques are treasures of major forces and are basically not passed on to outsiders. Normally, they can only rely on the most old-fashioned method, even the method that everyone knows, to increase their source power. Sit in meditation on the spot, absorb the source power of this world into your body and transform it into source power, but this method is extremely slow and cannot be compared with professional cultivation techniques. Feng Bixing was the first to ask, where did Lu Sui's source power cultivation technique come from? I don't know either. I got it by chance. Yu Hong concealed the process of getting it from Qin Shangyue. What a joke. If the news that Qin Shangyue could write the source power cultivation technique got out, that would put them in big trouble later. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just say that it was obtained by chance. Brother Lu is really generous. Fong Xiyu exclaimed. That's right. Fong Bishing couldn't help but nodded. Now that the origin of Lu Sui's source power cultivation technique is clear, I won't keep it secret. Yu Hong said, I came here today mainly to tell you one thing. What's the matter? Fong Bishing asked. Our training plan has changed. Yu Hong said, from today on, we will not only learn the techniques of using source power, but also prepare for the summer beast taming team assessment. Beast taming group assessment? The three of them exchanged glances, but didn't take it seriously. Fong Bishing said confidently, this is almost a sure win. There's absolutely no suspense. Yes, Sister Yu Hong, with this training manual, there will be no problem in protecting our beast taming group. Fong Xiyu glanced at the source power training of the spirit beast and immediately became confident. As long as she is given enough time, she can advance from the early stage of level 3 to the peak of level 3 in a month. By then, the guild will not have the right to forcibly disband them. Yu Hong smiled wryly and shook her head. What do you mean by guaranteed victory? Our team leader wants us to get certified as a 5-star beast tamer during the beast tamer summer assessment. When these words were spoken, the three of them were stunned for a moment. Did they just hallucinate? Sister Yu Hong said that they are going to get a 5-star beast taming certification? Is their little leader crazy? Sister Yu Hong, this isn't good, is it? We're only level 3 right now, and you're the highest among us, but you're only level 4. How can we possibly get a 5-star certification with our abilities? Yes, and even if Sister Yu Hong is promoted to a level 5 spirit beast before the summer assessment, she may not be able to obtain a 5-star certification. You know, to get the 5-star certification, you must kill a level 5 Lord level monster in front of the guild. This isn't something you can do just by reaching a certain level. Fong Bishing frowned. This was almost an impossible task. He didn't understand Lu Sui's decision at all. If it were any other hot-blooded young man, he would have thought it was just a young man acting on impulse. But he has lived with Lu Sui, and Lu Sui is not such a person. Why, you don't have confidence in our young leader? Yu Hongda looked at the three of them. Fong Xiyu smiled bitterly and said, Sister Yu Hong, it's not that I don't have confidence in Brother Lu, it's that I don't have confidence in myself. Yeah, Sister Yu Hong, I also think we can't win. This is simply impossible to accomplish. Fong Bishing also said. Yu Hong smiled faintly, how will you know if you don't try? Sister Yu Hong, what you mean is? Fong Bishing suddenly showed a surprised expression on his face, could it be that Lu Sui ha? If they really have a way to do it, then the key to victory must be Lu Sui. Yu Hong nodded calmly, then continued, you should also know that our young leader is not ordinary. He can contract multiple spirit beasts at the same time. Fong Xiyu and the other two widened their eyes in shock. They had long guessed that Lu Sui was extraordinary, but they never expected that Lu Sui would be so extraordinary. Contracting a spirit beast can be said to be the dream of every beast master. Although they dare not expect the woman they contract to be very strong, it is still a very happy thing if they are lucky enough to have a contract with her. However, being able to contract multiple spirit beasts is something that can only be achieved in dreams. Some people have tried it before, but no one can contract multiple women at the same time because it is almost impossible. Yu Hong looked at the three people's shocked expressions, a smile curling her lips as she said, and do you know who he is contracted with? Who is it? The three immediately asked curiously. Su Ling, the only daughter of the Su family in Magic City. Yu Hong said this in a heavy tone. Hiss. Fong Bishing took a breath and said, the Su family, is this true? They are a well-known wealthy family in China. Moreover, her mother Yang Lingyu's bloodline is also the top phoenix bloodline among spirit beasts, and she is rated as an S-level talent spirit beast. Today's combat effectiveness is probably very terrifying. It is said that when she was at the peak of level 6, she once killed a level 7 Lord-level alien beast with a single breath. Her daughter 1T be much worse. How could such a powerful person be contracted? Yu Hong smiled bitterly, but the truth is happening right before our eyes. These past few days, we've been hiding from the internet and haven't had much access to it. You can check online. Now Lu Sui has made the whole world know about this. Fong Xiyu, Fong Bishing, and Ming Zhu were all stunned. They never expected that Lu Sui would be so fierce. Chapter 84 I'm an experienced person. This was far beyond their expectations. After all, who would pay attention to this kind of gossip? No matter what, Lu Sui is now the leader of our small team, and our goal is to obtain the certification of the 5-star beast taming group, Yu Hong said. After a brief moment of surprise, Fong Xiu asked again, by the way, Sister Yu Hong, who are the other 2 women that Brother Lu has contracted? Fong Xiu was very concerned about this issue. After all, she respected Lu Sui very much and even admired him. Moreover, before Lu Sui's talent test came out, Fong Xiu was the spirit beast reserved for him by the group. Yu Hong continued, even if you don't know one of the other 2 women, you've definitely heard of her. She's Zhu Taiyu, the daughter of the Shangbei Zhu family. She's said to be the most favored youngest daughter of the Zhu family's grandfather. I don't need to explain her talent and bloodline, do I? Hiss. The 3 of them gasped again. They thought Su Ling was already from a prominent background, but they didn't expect that there was another one who was no less capable than her. At this moment, the 3 people's faces were filled with shock. Zhu Taiyu is the eldest daughter of the Zhu family. She has excellent talents and qualifications and is known as an S-level spiritual beast that appears once in 100 years. Zhu Taiyu's father, Zhu Tianjue, is a 9th-level master who was stationed in Shangbei and is extremely powerful. As for the other one, I don't know her identity, but these 2 training manuals came from her hands. Yu Hong added. Hiss. Fong Xiu and others couldn't help but take another deep breath, and even Fong Bixing couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This. Fong Xiu stuttered for a long time and couldn't say anything. For someone who could casually take out a training manual for such a thing, could the background be simple? Come to think of it, our young captain is really amazing? Fong Bixing couldn't help but sigh. Yu Hong smiled slightly and said nothing. Since our young leader is so powerful, then what do we have to worry about? Let's just do as Sister Yu Hong says. Fong Xiu said firmly, with a gleam in her eyes. It seems that I won the bet this time. Fong Bixing glanced at Mingzhu and smiled. The latter snorted coldly, but was also completely convinced. It seems that you have won this time. You are the boss tonight. The moment she finished speaking, Mingzhu blushed and glared at Fong Bixing fiercely. After Sister Yu Hong decided to let Lu Sui, a kid who had not yet graduated, take over the position of team leader, she intended to leave. However, Fong Bixing had a different opinion on this, so the 2 decided to take a gamble. Because it didn't matter, the 2 of them just picked a random number. Whoever wins in bet is the boss, and the other party must cooperate unconditionally. Fong Bixing chuckled and looked Mingzhu up and down. The white tights wrapped around her figure, making it look curvy. Her breasts were tall and firm, and her curves were beautiful, especially her long legs. When she walked, she exuded a charming and seductive luster. Looking at this beautiful girl, Fong Bixing's throat suddenly rolled and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Feeling Fong Bixing's fiery gaze, Mingzhu couldn't help but blush and glared at Fong Bixing fiercely. Where are you looking at? Fong Bixing chuckled, reached out his hand and frivolously pinched Mingzhu's pretty face, then lowered his head and chuckled in her ear. Don't forget you promised me. Mingzhu gritted her teeth and said bitterly, all right, get ready quickly. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. Fong Bixing smiled, revealing a wicked expression, and whispered, don't worry, I'm sure you'll have a blast tonight. Mingzhu trembled when she heard this, and her face turned even redder. She glared at Fong Bixing, then turned and walked towards the ruins. Yu Hong and Fong Xiu looked at each other and chose to leave immediately. After all, this was the couple's business, so they shouldn't get involved. Sister Yu Hong, do you think Sister Mingzhu will be unable to get up tomorrow? Fong Xiu said with anticipation. Yu Hong shook her head. How should I know? Ah, you don't know? Should I know? But Sister Yu Hong, don't you always say you've been through it? Yu Hong looked at Fong Xiu, who looked bewildered. After 2 seconds of silence, she replied, I'm just someone who only has theoretical experience, not practical combat experience. Upon hearing this, Fong Xiu's eyes widened immediately. Ah, Sister Yu Hong, you and Lu Lang haven't had sex before? We have an equal contract, how could I possibly have a relationship with him? Yu Hong glared at her unhappily, then calmed down and pressed Fong Xiu's shoulders, saying, Xiu, as someone who has been through this, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. No matter which man you contract with in the future, as long as it's not a life and death contract, you should never give yourself to him. Otherwise, when you look back on the past, you will only feel disgusted. Oh. Fong Xiu nodded, not quite understanding, but suddenly something occurred to her. But Sister Yu Hong, didn't you just say that you have theoretical experience in this area? Yu Hong coughed twice. In short, you just listen to me. If there is a man who wants to make a contract with you and do something like that with you in the future, just say it directly, it's a life and death contract. If you dare, give it to me. If you don't dare, get out. If the other party is willing to share life and death with you, how bad can it be? After all, we all prosper together and we all suffer together. I see. Thank you, Sister Yu Hong. Fong Xiu nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, Lu Sui originally wanted to buy a ticket back, but Su Ling generously bought him a hover airship with full payment. With this airship, they could get back in 2 hours at most. At this time, Lu Sui was driving the hover airship, and Qin Shangyue was sitting beside him with his eyes closed, looking as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who were sitting in the back seat, didn't dare to breathe. They looked respectful and well-behaved, fearing that Qin Shangyue would suddenly cause trouble for them. Lu Sui glanced at Qin Shangyue, who looked indifferent in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he began to tease her. Hey, Shangyue wife, what's wrong with you? Don't be angry, don't be angry. I feel bad if you get sick. Hearing Lu Sui's words, Qin Shangyue opened his eyes, stared at Lu Sui with a cold gaze, and said coldly, Are you distressed? Don't you already have 2 beautiful women? Hugging them left and right, will you still care about me? Forehead. Lu Sui was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who were sitting in the back seat, lowered their heads. What did they mean by speaking for Lu Sui? If it really came to that, they would have to be timid. Seeing Lu Sui's reaction, Qin Shangyue's expression turned even colder. Why aren't you talking? Are you feeling guilty? I didn't. Lu Sui said weakly, I'm really sad. You know, last night I dreamed that you were bullied and you cried so hard that I woke up on the spot. Chapter 85, Phi? One is enough. Lu Sui was halfway through his words when he saw Qin Shangyue's cold eyes sweeping towards him again. He quickly stopped talking and looked serious. Seeing this, a strange light flashed in Qin Shangyue's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She took a deep breath and said coldly, Don't flirt with other women in the future. Yeah. Lu Sui nodded seriously, but he felt relieved in his heart. His attitude finally softened. Stop ahead. Qin Shangyue continued, his tone still cold. Lu Sui couldn't help but feel strange after hearing this. Is she still angry with him? So Lu Sui didn't dare to stop the car and said directly, Shangyue, don't be angry. I made the contract with Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu because I didn't want them to suffer. And I didn't touch them at all during this period. God is my witness. As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell silent. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling looked at Lu Sui. Didn't he touch them? In the past 2 days, Lu Sui touched their entire bodies. Is this not touching? Humph. Do you believe what you said? Come with me. Qin Shangyue snorted coldly and said no more. Seeing that Qin Shangyue didn't seem to care anymore, Lu Sui immediately stuck out his tongue and said no more. Soon, the airship landed on an open lawn outside a market. Qin Shangyue jumped off the airship first, followed by Lu Sui, Su Ling, and Zhu Taiyu. The 4 of them stood in the middle of the lawn. Lu Sui looked around and found that although this place was near the market, the number of people was much larger than in other areas, at least 4 or 5 times that of other areas. In addition to the crowd, Lu Sui also noticed that the shops and restaurants next to the market had all closed, but this place was extremely lively. Obviously, this was the main street of the market. The market was filled with stalls selling a wide variety of goods. However, since it was so early, most of the stalls were still closed, and only a few had customers. Looking at the bustling scene around him, Lu Sui couldn't help but ask, Shangyue, why are you here? Are you missing anything? Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were equally puzzled, but since Qin Shangyue didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask more questions. Although they knew that Qin Shangyue had tacitly approved of their existence, they were still somewhat angry. Qin Shangyue glanced at him speechlessly. This is my first time visiting your house, am I going to leave empty-handed? Lu Sui patted his head in sudden realization, then turned and ran off. You 3 are being too conspicuous here, stay in the airship, I'll be back soon. Looking at Lu Sui's hurried back, Qin Shangyue couldn't help but sigh helplessly. She had no choice, because this guy was her nominal husband. No matter what he does, she can't just ignore it. After Lu Sui left, the whole scene instantly became quiet. At this moment, Su Lingyu and Zhu Taiyu only hated Lu Sui for not taking them away as well. If they stayed now, wouldn't they become sitting ducks? Just when the 2 women were feeling uneasy, a soft and pleasant voice rang out, just carry on as usual, I won't do anything to you. Hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu suddenly looked up and saw Qin Shangyue looking at them calmly, as if waiting for their answer. Seeing the two hesitate, Qin Shangyue raised his eyebrows and then explained, "After I connected with Lu Suiyuan's power, I knew his talent. At the same time, when his talent appeared, I knew that he couldn't have only me as his spirit beast in this life." At this point, Qin Shangyue looked at the two women with a serious face and said solemnly, "But, I hope you two can remember that the contract you made with him, the life and death contract, is not just a simple spirit beast partnership. From now on, we are his family, the people closest to him. He regards you as his family, so he allows you to enter his world. Otherwise, with his personality, it would be impossible for him to let any human being enter his world, because he does not need anyone to exist, he only needs himself. He won't hurt you. I can feel that he treats you very well. So I also hope that you can protect him diligently and responsibly." Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were a little overwhelmed by this sudden seriousness. After being stunned for a long while, they finally came to their senses. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu exchanged a glance, each seeing surprise and excitement in the other's eyes. They had never expected Qin Shangyue to say this to them, which meant that their relationship with Lu Sui was even more solid. The two of them excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Qin Shangyue's arms. Su Ling said excitedly, "Of course, I will try my best to help him. Sister Shangyue, don't worry, we will take good care of brother Lu Sui." Zhu Taiyu promised seriously. Hearing this, Qin Shangyue smiled faintly and gently rubbed Su Ling's long hair. This action made Su Ling blush. On Lu Sui's side, Lu Sui found a small shop and bought a bunch of bags, perfumes and jewelry for his mother. He walked towards Qin Shangyue with his arms full of things. Seeing Lu Sui's behavior, Qin Shangyue frowned. She originally thought that Lu Sui would know what to buy, but why were all the things she bought women's? Perfume, women's shoulder bag, earrings, necklace, where is your father's? Qin Shangyue asked with narrowed eyes. Lu Sui didn't care at all. He sat down on the sofa and lazily took out an IOU. He will definitely like this gift. This action immediately confused the three women. At this moment, Qin Shangyue wanted to covet what was going on in this guy's mind. Su Ling sorted out the gifts Lu Sui had bought, her face full of suspicion. "Old Lu, you only bought things for your sister and mother, but didn't bring anything for your father. Isn't that a bit too unkind? Besides, your sister can't use this perfume, shoulder bag, and necklace." Zhu Taiyu was also puzzled. Although she had no experience in giving gifts, she had seen many people come to her house to give gifts when she was in Shangbei. Lu Sui waved his hands repeatedly when he heard this. "You misunderstood, these are all given to my mother by me, and my sister can get them with 3 cups of milk tea. 3 people. We are here to give gifts, this is not a good idea." Su Ling didn't want to leave a bad impression on Lu Sui's family. "What does it matter? Just go there." Lu Sui added, "Besides, I've almost offended my family, my sister, and my father. I'd be lucky if they don't kill me when I get home." After these words were spoken, the three women were confused again, and Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu also remembered that a few days ago, Lu Feier called Lu Suisher and looked so furious. They were suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Old Lu was really something. Why would he make his sister angry for no reason? Ahem. Lu Sui coughed dryly twice, then said, "So, in our family, it's enough for you to please my mom alone. As for the other two, they won't make any waves." Chapter 86 Your Two Sisters-in-Law. The three of them were speechless again. Your family's situation is really special. You can't possibly not bring them anything at all. Su Ling reminded. Lu Sui curled his lips. "What's the point of bringing it? My sister can bring her 3 cups of milk tea. She usually likes to drink this. The papaya flavor is the best." Qin Shangyue and the other two looked at Lu Sui speechlessly. Of course they know what papaya with milk means, but if you really do that, won't you be beaten to death by your own sister? Although the three of them had never met Lu Sui's parents, Lu Feier had. Among them, Su Ling and Lu Feier have a very good relationship, and Su Ling is very proud of this. However, Zhu Taiyu looked at her strangely. Su Ling herself might not know that Lu Feier's feelings for her were not those of a brother and sister. It's not even friendship. Qin Shangyue also glanced at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lu Sui didn't notice anything unusual and continued, "Okay, let's go." After he finished speaking, Lu Suibian got into the car directly. However, when leaving the city, he also bought some food for the three of them, fearing that they would have nothing to do on the road. Of course, the flavors are based on their usual preferences. For example, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu both have desserts. However, Jin Shangyue prefers to drink things like tea and coffee with others. I don't know if she is pretending to be cool or if she really likes to drink these things. At the same time, Rongqing Night Shadow Branch. Jiang Ji also frowned after receiving the anonymous report. What? Wu Hanxiong, he actually sneaked into the Beast Taming Academy. And he's in contact with Zhou Tianhui of the Zhou family. You have to know that Wu Hanxiong is a real desperado. There has been no news about him for 2 or 3 years. Now he suddenly shows up. He must be causing trouble. How come there have been more things happening in the last few days than in the past year combined? Jiang Ji cursed inwardly, then ordered his men find out the identity of this anonymous informant. In Yang's view, there are no anonymous whistleblowers, and all reports can be traced. When Jiang Ji saw the message from his subordinate, he felt uneasy. Lu Sui, why is it that guy again? How did he run into Wu Hanxiong? This. Everyone looked at each other, completely unaware of what their captain was talking about. That's not right. How did that guy recognize Wu Hanxiong? Fake? Impossible. There are so many wanted criminals on the wanted list, why didn't he choose someone else but Wu Hanxiong? Could it be that he has a photographic memory? After Jiang Ji finished speaking, he lost his composure. Captain Lu's son was too amazing. Yi Ying's memory is also very good, but he can't remember the appearance of all the criminals. He wanted more and more to recruit this guy into the Night Shadow team, but unfortunately. Immediately notify all major branches to pay attention to this Wu Hanxiong. Also, send someone to check his current location immediately. Jiang Ji said immediately after he calmed down. Understood. The men took the order and retreated. Jiang Ji took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress his excitement, and then called his superiors directly. At this time, at Yang headquarters, a slender middle-aged man in casual clothes was leisurely lying on a chair in the office reading a book. When he heard the phone ringing, he put down the book and picked up the mobile phone on the table. Seeing that the person on the screen was Jiang Ji, his brows immediately frowned. And this man is none other than Yang's current captain, Wei Tu. When Wei Tu saw Jiang Ji's call, he suddenly felt that this guy was so annoying. Why the hell have you been so troublesome during this period of time? But he still picked up the phone, and after listening to Jiang Ji's report, he frowned. Jiang Ji, don't let your guard down recently. If you need anything, we can just ask for help from the headquarters, right? Jiang Ji has already learned to answer quickly. However, Wei Tu ruthlessly told him, just go and beg my predecessor. Besides, many capable people from Rongqing have gone there this time. The Xu family and the Su family, even if they have any conspiracy, it won't make any waves. But, Captain, the Wang family is not a good family. Jiang Ji said worriedly. Humph. The Wang family, I actually hope they have some ability. What if they don't make trouble this time and instead stay calm? Then we'll have less worries. Wei Tu said lightly, as if he didn't take the Wang family seriously. Jiang Ji nodded when he heard this. After all, Yang was not a pushover. If the Wang family dared to make trouble, they would definitely be in big trouble. After hanging up the phone, Wei Tu sat down again and continued reading. At the same time, at the Lu family, Lu Fei had returned home with a gloomy face, holding a cup of unfinished milk tea in her hand. Lu Feilong yawned and looked at his gloomy daughter with a puzzled look. Girl, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so dark? Usually, you would be happy for a long time just drinking milk tea. This is what my brother ordered for me. Lu Fei gritted her teeth in hatred when she mentioned Lu Sui. Lu Feilong was stunned. What was wrong with this kid? Your brother is showing weakness to you and coaxing you. What are you trying to coax me for? He ordered papaya milk tea for me and told me to grow up well. Lu Fei was so angry that she almost exploded. Her face was puffed up and she looked very cute. She had never met such a disgusting brother before, and he spoke to her with such a righteous expression and tone. Also, her breasts are underdeveloped. Although it is not large in scale now, it is still in its growth stage and has great room for appreciation. Lu Fei turned around angrily and rushed back to the room, bang, slamming the door heavily, leaving Lu Feilong in the living room with a confused look on his face. Lu Feilong looked at his daughter's back, stunned for a moment, and then shouted, Hey, little girl, cook 2 more meals later, your brother brought you 2 sisters-in-law. After 2 seconds of silence, Lu Fei rushed out and looked at her father in disbelief. What did you just say? My brother is coming back? And he brought me 2 sisters-in-law? At this moment, Lu Fei felt that his brain was not enough. Being able to directly call her sister-in-law means it must be a life and death contract. My goodness, what kind of woman would actually make a life and death contract with her own brother? Could it be that woman Wu Shui? He felt a little reluctant to call that selfish woman his sister-in-law. Well, wait, that's not right, Dad. What do you mean by the two sisters-in-law you mentioned just now? Lu Feier asked again. Only then did Lu Feilong remember that he had forgotten about this matter because he was so happy. Oh, those two women your brother brought back. He has a special talent that allows him to contract multiple women at the same time. He just contracted two. So he brought them back this weekend. Lu Tianlong replied indifferently. When he thought of his two old brothers' furious expressions, he felt inexplicably happy. Chapter 87, Overwhelming. Hearing this, Lu Feier was shocked and her mouth opened into an O shape. She didn't expect that her brother was so powerful and could contract so many women at the same time. Although she doesn't like Wu Shui, at least she won't be her brother's only one. It would be nice to see her furious, but regarding this life and death contract, I hope that woman won't make their family a mess. Dad, I need to remind you that Wu Shui is not easy to get along with. She is selfish and I don't like her very much, and one time when she was strolling with her sisters in Ronqing, she seemed to see Wu Shui and another man together, behaving intimately. I was busy at the time and didn't go forward to confirm. I just hope I was seeing things. Without. Just as Lu Feilong was about to speak, a pleasant and clever voice rang out, "Don't worry, that woman broke up with your brother on the day your brother's talent test came out." As the voice fell, the two of them looked in the direction where the voice came from at the same time, only to see Lu Qingyin walking slowly towards them with elegant steps. Lu Qingyin is still wearing a white long dress today, which matches her exquisite and charming appearance and looks particularly pleasing to the eye. Especially her pair of ink-black eyes, which seem to be twinkling with stars. "Mom, why are you dressed so formally?" Lu Feier asked in confusion. Lu Qingyin patted her head directly. "Hurry up and dress up, someone is coming to our house, dress nicely and leave a good impression on your two sisters-in-law." Second sister-in-law? Lu Feier looked at Lu Qingyin in confusion again. Of course, she is the girl from your father's brother's family. She is a few years older than you and not much different from your brother. She is coming to play tonight. Remember to greet her for me. Lu Qingyin reminded. Lu Feier blinked and asked in confusion, "Mom, do you know those two sisters-in-law? How are they?" "Nonsense, of course I don't know them, but I know their parents, your mom, so they can't be that bad?" Lu Qingyin glared at her, then turned and left. Lu Feier touched his head and muttered, "It's so mysterious, and it's so grand. Could it be that those two sisters-in-law are of great importance?" The moment Lu Feier finished speaking, Lu Feilong glanced outside through the window and said, "Here they come." "Ha? Who's here?" Lu Feier quickly followed Lu Feilong's gaze. In the distance, a hovercraft landed in the yard. This is a typical suspension, which looks very cool and is probably worth about 3,000 to 4,000 source crystals. Wow, this airship is pretty cool. Lu Feier muttered to herself. At this time, Lu Sui jumped out of the cab. When Lu Feier saw Lu Sui, she remembered Yuan Jing who had said goodbye to her. She became furious and even had the urge to beat him up. However, the next second, after Lu Sui opened the passenger seat, a fairy-like beauty with a cold face and silver hair came down. The aura she exuded was very sharp, and even if she did not deliberately release her aura, it was still impossible to ignore her. This. Lu Feier was completely dumbfounded. She had never seen such a beautiful woman, so beautiful that she felt a little inferior to her. She considered herself a beauty, but compared to this woman, she was much inferior. Lu Feier couldn't help but think of the rumors she heard yesterday. Could this beautiful woman be her future sister-in-law? At this moment, Lu Feilong also noticed the silver-haired beauty being helped down from the passenger seat by his son. He was slightly stunned. Who is she? When Lu Yingqing saw Qin Shangyue, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What a stunningly beautiful woman! You have to know that she was known as the most beautiful woman in China back then. Even she called her a stunning woman. How stunning was she? I remember Swayer said that he had 3 contracts. This might be his third woman. And I can't even see through her. As Lu Qingyin spoke, her beautiful eyes met Qin Shangyue's, and the latter lowered his head slightly to express his attitude. This attitude surprised Lu Qingyin. You know, the stronger the spirit beast bloodline of a woman, the higher her spirit will be. But the daughter-in-law in front of her seemed to be a little interesting. Then Qin Shangyue got out of the car, and the two girls sitting in the back seat also got out one after another. Lu Feilong and Lu Qingyin have both seen these two girls in photos. Both their looks and figures are impeccable. "Mom, I'm back!" Lu Sui shouted to Lu Qingyin. "You're back?" Lu Qingyin's eyebrows relaxed, her eyes filled with joy. "Yeah, I'm back." Lu answered casually, but he suddenly stopped the next second because he had already sensed the hostility from his father and sister. At this time, Lu Feier's gaze left Qin Shangyue and fell on the other two women. She suddenly felt that she had become the ugliest woman in the family. After all, she was named the school belle, but why is it that at home, she is at the bottom in terms of appearance and figure? Originally, her mother was already enough to overshadow her, and now there are three more, especially the sister-in-law with silver hair and a shawl. Why don't we let other women live? They are so beautiful. No matter how good they look, they will just be supporting roles. Where did this stinky old man find so many beauties? Are they all blind? If it weren't for the identical contract mark between their eyebrows, she would have thought that her brother was their full-time driver. "Mom, let me introduce you, this is Qin Shangyue, my wife." While introducing her, Lu Sui wanted to put his arm around her waist, but when he felt her cold gaze, he retracted his outstretched hand. Then Lu Sui looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, and the two women also looked at Lu Sui with anticipation, to see who he would introduce first. Lu Sui also noticed this keenly. He took a step forward, pulled the two women into his arms, and looked at them affectionately. "They are both my wives too," Lu Sui said gently, and then was about to kiss the two women on the lips. The two women did not avoid him and let him kiss them. However, Lu Feier couldn't stand it any longer. Before the three of them could really kiss, she shouted angrily, "Brother! What are you doing? Stop it, okay?" When she yelled, Lu Sui came back to his senses and glanced at Qin Shangyue. Seeing that the latter had no reaction, he felt relieved. He awkwardly let go of the two women in his arms, then looked at Lu Feier and introduced them. There's no need to elaborate on their identities. After all, you know all three of them and have met them before. Ah? Lu Feier felt that her brain was not enough. Had she seen it? Once she has seen such a beauty, she will never forget her in her life, okay? But when she looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, she just felt a little familiar. Have I really seen it? Chapter 88. The person I like becomes my sister-in-law. She tried hard to recall. Finally, she suddenly remembered, why were the temperament and eyes of these two women so similar to those of her brother Su Ling and brother Taiyu? Seeing Lu Feier still in a daze, Su Ling stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm your brother Su Ling." Lu Feier suddenly stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. "No, that's impossible. Brother Su Ling is obviously a man, and he's so handsome." Zhu Taiyu also waved to her. "I am your brother Taiyu." Lu Feier's eyes fell on Qin Shangyue at this moment. Seeing his attitude and temperament, she asked in disbelief, You are not that brother Qin." Although their appearances were very different, the person who gave her the feeling of oppression all the time was undoubtedly Master Qin. Qin Shangyue nodded slightly, and Lu Feier felt a little unwell. "Dad, Mom, brother, please tell me quickly, this is not true." Feier, they are indeed your three sisters-in-law," Lu Sui said with two dry coughs. Lu Feier was completely confused. "The person I like becomes my sister-in-law, how can this be possible?" Ahem. At this time, Lu Qingyin coughed. Lu Feier immediately shut up, then walked forward obediently, stood in front of the two women, bowed, and called out sweetly, "Hello, sister-in-law." At this moment, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's hearts were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Lu Sui was grinning happily. Although his girlfriends have different personalities, each of them is very perfect, especially Qin Shangyue, who is simply the best. He feels like he has found a treasure. Lu Qingyin looked at the three women indifferently, and she realized that her beloved son seemed to have particularly good luck in love. These three women are more perfect and outstanding than each other. If it were any other day, she would definitely be extremely pleased, but today she is a little worried. Because she saw that her beloved son was staring at the silver-haired beauty. What's going on? Could it be that my son is afraid of his wife? The look in his eyes was extremely similar to the one Lu Feilong gave him. They were truly father and son. "Okay, come in, everyone." Lu Qingyin greeted everyone with a smile, and Qin Shangyue greeted Lu Qingyin very politely. As Lu Sui walked into the house, he looked at the three women with a happy smile on his face. This time when he returned home, he felt very satisfied. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu seemed quite reserved when Lu Qingyin greeted them, but fortunately, Lu Qingyin was quite enthusiastic. She took the initiative to invite the three of them to dinner, and they happily went. At the dining table, several people were eating dinner around the table. Lu Qingyin treated them equally. After all, the three of them were Lu Sui's women. Hey, Su Ling, how are your parents doing lately? Are they coming to Rongcheng? I haven't seen them for a long time. Taiyu, how are your father and mother? I heard your father just recovered from a serious injury, and he can already jump up and fight? That proves he's almost fully recovered. Lu Qingyin looked at the two children who answered very cautiously and smiled helplessly. Then she looked at Qin Shangyue, who looked calm and said, Shangyue, where are you from? Qin Shangyue paused, her beautiful eyes full of hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Sui suddenly hugged her slender waist and said in a low and hoarse voice, Mom, it's a family dinner now. Don't check the household registration. We have a life and death contract. She won't harm your son or me. As Lu Sui finished speaking, Lu Qingyin frowned, becoming even more curious about Qin Shangyue's origins. This temperament and appearance clearly showed that she was not an ordinary person. When Qin Shangyue felt that Lu Sui's hands were starting to act dishonestly, she raised her head and gave him a cold look, signaling him to stop. But Lu Sui was surprisingly thick-skinned. Just kidding, he finally had the chance to take advantage of others openly, so why wouldn't he take advantage of it? Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu saw Lu Sui's old face, and then looked at Qin Shangyue's somewhat displeased face. Then the two women looked at each other and understood. What this guy does has never changed. But old Lu took advantage of Qin Shangyue and is really not afraid of death. Sure enough, the next second, Qin Shangyue pinched Lu Sui so hard that he almost cried out in pain. Qin Shangyue glared at him coldly, as if to say, if you dare to touch me again, try it. Lu Sui quickly withdrew his hand. If he didn't, he was afraid that he would not see the sun tomorrow morning. Lu Feier looked at Lu Sui being bullied and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, but at the same time she looked at Su Ling bitterly. Su Ling also looked at her, his attitude still as gentle as that of the big brother next door. Feier, what's wrong? Lu Feier shook her head, then silently picked up her phone and began to ask for help in her group of close friends. Sisters, I have a friend who likes someone who suddenly becomes her sister-in-law. What should she do? As soon as she said this, her group of close friends went wild, and the eyes of her three sisters who saw the message lit up instantly. Everyone is swiping 666 like crazy. Man, this is so exciting. Fei Er, our brother is really cool. This is true love, you have to support it. Yeah, do you have any pictures of my sister-in-law and brother? Send me a beautiful picture, and I'll take care of your milk tea next week, Sister May. When Lu Feier saw the previous words, she always felt that her little sister seemed to have misunderstood something, but after seeing Sister May's words, her eyes instantly brightened up. However, when she looked up and glanced at the three beauties in front of her, she suddenly felt melancholy. Which one do you want? My brother brought back 3. As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent for an instant, and the screen was almost flooded with fuck. Feier, your brother, is really having fun. Awesome. Aren't your parents mad? If it were my brother, he would probably have the shit beaten out of him. Lu Feier was full of questions at this time, and had no idea what her sisters were thinking. At the same time, Lu Sui was shocked when he saw the emotional points constantly refreshing on the ancient mirror. Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 650. Emotional points plus 680. White. Positive emotions. Damn, what good thing did I do that so many people have so many positive emotions towards me? Then Lu randomly clicked on one of their names, Niu Dongmei? Xiao Yuan? Song Baoling, who are these? I've never heard of them. After a while of not understanding, Lu Sui didn't ask any more questions and continued to eat his meal. At this time, Lu Feilong looked at the happy family, then looked at his own boy, his face a little melancholy. Boy, when you came back this time, didn't you bring anything for your father? Chapter 89A Family. Lu Sui glanced at him and said unhappily, of course. Then Lu casually took out the gift he had prepared for his mother and said, Here, Mom, this is a gift from your daughter-in-law. It's not very expensive, please accept it. Lu Qingyin looked at the exquisitely packaged box in front of her, and her heart warmed slightly. She then took it with a smile. Thank you, Xiangyue, Su Ling, and Taiyu, you are so thoughtful. Auntie, you're welcome. Auntie, this is as it should be, as it should be. This, that. Wow, these things are quite expensive in total, at least hundreds of source crystals. Where did you get so much money? Lu Filong looked at Lu Sui in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid would be so generous and spend a bag worth hundreds of source crystals. Ah, that's nothing, old man. If I hadn't had to pay your mortgage, I would have bought more things for Mom today. Lu Sui said and rolled his eyes at his father. Upon hearing Lu Sui's words, Lu Filong coughed awkwardly a few times and looked at his wife. Qingyin, come and try the fish I made, it's delicious. However, Lu Qingyin frowned and glanced at him coldly. Then, she looked at her son and said, Mortgage? What mortgage? Where does our family get the mortgage? After hearing this, Lu Sui put down his chopsticks and looked at his father. Didn't you say that I can work, earn money, and be independent, so I can just pay it to you? Hearing this, Lu Filong blushed, especially when he felt his wife's murderous gaze. Then he said firmly, This has a reason. When Lu Sui heard this, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He took a deep breath to calm down. Then he reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a stack of documents. Old man, isn't it time to return the source crystal you borrowed from me last month? Lu Sui pointed at the document and said in a serious tone. When Lu Filong saw the IOU, he was dumbfounded. Fuck, you little bastard, why are you writing an IOU? Hearing this, Lu Sui rolled his eyes and said, Nonsense, you're running away without writing an IOU. After being confronted by Lu Sui, Lu Filong slammed the table and stood up. Why am I running away? As soon as Lu Filong finished speaking, Lu Qingyin slammed the table with her palm. There was a loud bang, and Lu Filong was startled by the huge noise, but seeing his wife's gloomy face, he sat down awkwardly and dared not say a word. Filong, what do you want to do with so many source crystals? Lu Qingyin looked at him with a forced smile. If her daughter-in-law was not still here, she would have beaten Lu Filong. However, at this moment, Lu Sui suddenly thought of something. Mom, are you still sending me my pocket money? Yes. I call every month. Lu Qingyin paused, as if realizing something, and looked at Lu Filong with a dark face. You even cheated my son of his pocket money, Lu Filong. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will not let you go. Hearing his wife's words, Lu Filong completely wilted. He sighed helplessly and then said, Alas. Qingyin, I didn't spend any of this money on myself. Then Lu Filong told Lu Qingyin in detail what had happened during this period. It turned out that the reason why Lu Filong took these source crystals was because of the accident 20 years ago. He killed a group of his brothers. He felt that he was not cautious enough and was largely responsible. Therefore, he basically only kept some of these source crystals for himself to spend on alcohol, and gave the rest to the children of that group of brothers. Lu Qingyin was helpless after hearing this. I don't know what to say to you. You do a lot of things every day. Even if you feel guilty, you can't touch your son's money. Don't I give you source crystals every month? It's fine if you give them to the descendants of those old brothers, but I don't know what you're thinking when you touch your son's money. After he finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at Lu Filong in confusion, completely unaware of what this old guy was doing. Lu Filong wanted to explain, but when he looked at Qin Shangyue, Su Ling, and Zhu Taiyu, he didn't know how to start. The three women also felt Lu Filong's gaze. Qin Shangyue was about to take the lead and stand up, but Lu Sui pushed her back. Old man, if you have something to say, just say it in front of us. We are all family. They are all my wives, not outsiders. The words not a stranger made Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu smile immediately. Qin Shangyue's eyes also became softer, but when she felt Lu Sui's dishonest hands, she still glared at him fiercely. This bastard, he would do bad things as soon as he got the chance. Seeing that his son and wife had no objection, Lu Filong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took a sip of tea and slowly said, I want to say that in fact, the old money was not spent on me. Also, don't be angry when I tell you about this. It was all a verbal promise back then, just a joke, so what, can you break it? A verbal promise? What's going on? Lu Qingyin suddenly felt something was wrong. Lu Filong seemed to be a calm person, but he attached great importance to friendship. As for promises, he would basically fulfill them as long as he promised. Lu Filong sighed and looked at his son apologetically. Actually, I arranged a marriage for our unborn son 20 years ago. Yes. Lu Qingyin looked at her husband in shock, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although she had been prepared, she did not expect that her husband would take away all of their son's pocket money for this. When Lu Sui heard what Lu Filong was saying, he was stunned. Old man, what do you mean? You arranged a marriage for me. I already have 3 wives, and you actually told me that I have another marriage. Old man, are you afraid that your son won't die? Lu Filong smiled bitterly. It was just a joke, don't take it seriously. But that girl's parents are war gods, and her father once saved my life. It's only right that I should take care of her. A while ago, I saw that our son was acting like that and was afraid that he would be lonely for the rest of his life, so I talked to the girl about it, and she didn't object. Who knew you would quietly bring 3 back to me? Aren't you afraid of working yourself to death? Lu Sui was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Lu Filon looked so worried after knowing that he had a wife. It turned out that he had secretly found a wife for him. Not to mention, if it weren't for Qin Shang Yue and the other 3, I might have actually agreed. Chapter 90 Song Chung-hon. At this time, Lu Sui glanced at the 3 of them. Qin Shang Yue still had that cold look, as if nothing had changed. But Lu Sui could feel that she was holding back her anger. Su Ling drank water silently, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Zhu Taiyu's expression control was a little obvious, and his anger was about to explode. Seeing that Lu Sui remained silent, Lu Filon continued, "Don't be unwilling, boy. That girl is pretty, but don't even think about getting these source crystals back. I, your father, gave them away and never thought of taking them back. You." Lu Sui was so angry that he almost vomited blood after hearing this. "Dad! It's not fair of you to do this." Lu Sui couldn't help but shout, feeling heartbroken. Those source crystals were all money. Lu Filong waved his hand and said sternly, "Boy, you can't blame me, your father. I didn't expect you to suddenly bring back the 3rd one." Qin Shang Yue also spoke directly at this time. "Dad, what kind of marriage did you arrange for Lu Sui? What is the girl's surname and name?" The pleasant sound of "Dad" made Lu Filong unable to react. He stared at Qin Shang Yue blankly. This daughter-in-law called him so much that he felt embarrassed to continue. With Qin Shang Yue taking the lead, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu followed closely behind. Zhu Taiyu said bluntly, "Dad, hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense, or you'll get beaten." Looking at Zhu Taiyu's playful appearance, Lu Filong was immediately happy. This daughter-in-law is really good. Shu Tenjue is really lucky to have such a good daughter. "Dad, we just want to know what kind of fiancé you found for Lu Sui. After all, we, his legal wife, would like to see it." Su Ling also smiled. Lu Filong was in a bit of a dilemma at this time, as it seemed like his group of daughters-in-law were looking for trouble. "You little brat, your wife." Lu Filong was just about to let Lu Sui attract some attention, but who knew that this guy would just start eating? "You stinky old man, you still know that they are my wives. You are looking for a fiancé for me in front of my wife. Isn't this just pushing him into the fire pit?" He guaranteed that if these 3 made a fuss, she would probably have to sleep under the bed tonight. Lu Filong had the urge to curse. Couldn't this little bastard just cooperate with him? But even though he cursed, he was helpless. Lu Filong sighed, "Well, don't get excited, it's all a joke. If it doesn't work, I'll go back. Let's just pretend this never happened. Besides, that girl seems to have been admitted to Tiandu College in advance, so you guys probably won't run into each other." As soon as these words were spoken, the dinner table instantly became quiet. Lu Sui quietly took out the admission letter from Tiandu College and placed it on the table. When Lu Filong saw the admission notice, he was completely stunned. "Lu Sui, you were admitted to Tiandu College in advance?" Lu Filong swallowed his saliva, somewhat unbelievable. "You should know that Tiandu College's admission quota is very strict. Every time they recruit students, they almost need the top talents in the country, and they even select top figures from various military regions." Lu Sui smiled faintly. "Yes, so, from now on, I guess I will meet the person you mentioned often." Lu Sui couldn't be happy at this moment. No matter what he did, things would only get more and more troublesome. Lu Filong smiled bitterly, but Lu Qingyin was beaming with joy as she picked up the admission letter. After examining it carefully, she revealed a look of surprise. "Oh my! Son! You were actually accepted into Tiandu College." She had also been admitted to Tiandu College in advance, so she naturally knew the value of it. "Yeah." Lu Sui nodded slightly. Being praised by his mother, Lu Sui actually felt a little embarrassed. Lu Qingyin looked at Lu Sui with pride, her eyes full of doting, as if saying, "Look, how outstanding my son is." As she looked at the notice, she casually said, "Old Lu, what's that girl's name? Talk to Lu Sui and have him settle this matter. Otherwise, if it continues like this, it will delay others." Seeing that his wife had already spoken, Lu Filong did not say much. Her name is Song Changhong, and she is about the same age as Lu Sui, but her family background is extraordinary. Although her father died in the war, her sister Song Qinghua is the current dean of Tiandu College. Lu Sui's mouth twitched after hearing this. He was about to enter Tiandu College. If he broke off the engagement, would his life be easy in the future? But at this moment Lu Sui suddenly realized something and looked at his parents again. After coming back this time, he always felt that his parents were hiding something from him. "Mom, are you hiding something from me?" The moment the words fell, Lu Suibian mobilized the source power in his body to sense the strength of his parents, but he could not feel anything. As expected, my father and mother are unfathomable. He had doubts before, but he thought it was impossible. Although my mother is very beautiful, my father doesn't look like a master at all. However, Lu Feilong and his mother Lu Qingyin were both startled. They looked at each other, and Lu Feilong quickly explained, "I'm not hiding anything from you. Don't let your imagination run wild. Eat quickly, and then go to bed early." Lu Sui stared at Lu Feilong suspiciously. He knew that Lu Feilong must be hiding something. What were the identities of these two people? They actually had an engagement with the sister of the dean of Tiandu College, and it hadn't been cancelled yet. What's more, they are actually very familiar with Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's parents. How can such people be simple? Moreover, he is already a third-level beast master, but he cannot see through the two of them, which is enough to show that their strength is at least above level 5. "Old Lu, don't worry about this matter. Didn't you promise me not to interfere? Now that your son has been accepted, we don't have to worry about it." Lu Qingyin glanced at her son, then looked at her daughter who was playing with her mobile phone, and immediately tapped Lu Feier on the forehead. The latter cried out in pain, raised his head aggrievely, and muttered, "Mom, you bully me again." "Humph." Looking at her daughter acting coquettishly, Lu Qingyin couldn't help but shook her head. This child has been spoiled by her since she was a child. Even if there are boys pursuing her, she doesn't even look at them. Look at your brother. Can't you try harder? I don't ask you to be like your brother, but at least don't make a contract with some questionable man. Lu Feier looked at her brother and said with a pout, "Brother, can you please not be so outstanding in the future? Otherwise, I will look like a loser." Lu Sui rolled his eyes and ignored him. Could this be blamed on him? Lu Feier pouted, seeming a little unconvinced. Her brother was so amazing that he could even get into Tiandu College and was admitted. Now the pressure was on her. Chapter 91. Let's all stay. This pitiful look also eased the atmosphere at the dinner table. Su Ling looked at Feier's aggrieved look and went forward to hug her. Okay, stop teasing Feier. Feier, I've always wanted to hug you because you were so cute. But at that time, my sister was disguised as a man and didn't dare to hug you. Now I'm fine. At this moment, Lu Feier felt even more melancholy. She once dreamed that Su Ling was holding her in her arms and that she became her girlfriend, but she never imagined that one day she would be held in the arms of her sister-in-law. This is my future sister-in-law. Obviously I like her so much, I have already made many preparations to confess my feelings. But how could she be a woman? Lu Sui looked at his sister's resentful expression and suddenly laughed. Hey, Feier, what's wrong with your expression? Ha ha. Lu Sui's words made Feier start to stare again, looking like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Su Ling glared at Lu Sui fiercely. This bastard, why does he only know how to bully Feier? Seeing this, Lu Sui quickly waved his hand. After dinner, Lu Qingyin saw that it was getting late, so she said, "Oh, it's so late, you guys shouldn't leave, just stay here." When Lu Sui heard this, the look in his eyes when he looked at his mother changed. There is only one good mother in the world. Ah. Lu Feier was the first to be confused. She looked at her wooden house, which was so long she could see the end of it. Mom, we only have 4 rooms in our house. I'm afraid this isn't enough. Their wooden house wasn't big to begin with 4 rooms, one for Lu's parents, one for her, one for Lu Sui, and one for the guest room, which was used to store miscellaneous items. Now that 3 more people had arrived, where would they even have room to sleep? Lu Qingyin disagreed. What's not enough? Can't the 4 of them just have 2 rooms? Zhu Taiyu was stunned for a moment, then seemed to react. Her face flushed red. Mom, this is not good, right? If she and Lu Sui slept in the same room, who knows what this bastard would do? Besides, this is a wooden house and it doesn't seem to be very soundproof. Can I really restrain myself from making any noise when the time comes? The same was true for Su Ling. Although Su Ling was a gentle girl, she was still just a girl after all. When she heard what Lu Qingyin said, her face blushed. Only Lu Sui didn't mind at all. He shrugged his shoulders and said, Mom, you are right. We are husband and wife now. We should cultivate our relationship together even if we sleep in the guest room. Don't worry, I will definitely control myself and won't overstep the line. You can rest assured about this. If you don't believe me, you can let them try it. As soon as Lu Sui finished speaking, everyone looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. Lu Filong looked at his son's shameless appearance and found it was so similar to his past self. Lu Qingyin looked at Lu Filong, then at his son. He actually saw the shadow of Lu Filong when he was young in his son. Sometimes blood does not necessarily inherit good things. Lu Feier seemed to be re-examining her brother. Her brother had changed and become even more shameless. Lu Sui's hair stood on end when he was looked at. Why are you looking at me? Am I serious? He. I'm not interested. Zhu Taiyu said. Although she was indeed a little looking forward to it, she was only 17 years old. How could she do such a thing? I'm not interested either. Su Ling said. She knew very well what kind of person Lu Suibian was. If he really did anything to her, she would probably give in to him. I'm even less interested. Qin Shangyue said in a low voice with his eyes slightly lowered. After the dinner, Lu Sui returned to his room, and Qin Shangyue and the other two girls followed him in as expected. Lu Sui looked at the three women speechlessly. What are you doing here? Are you planning to do anything bad to me? Bah! Who wants to do something bad to you? Who do you think you are? Zhu Taiyu said angrily, but there was a hint of expectation in the depths of her eyes. Lu Sui was indeed a treasure. Such a handsome face, such an interesting family, and such perfect cultivation talent. Isn't such a man exactly what she wanted? Su Ling also crossed her arms and said arrogantly, I'm just here to supervise. What if you really do something with them behind my back? Then I'll be left behind, right? As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Qin Shangyue, and suddenly she was full of confidence. With Qin Shangyue here, she didn't believe that Lu Sui would dare to do anything to them. Lu Sui looked at his three wives and felt like crying. They were pushing him to death. If you don't give it to her, and make him angry, if you can collect his emotional points, then his anger will be at least 999 plus. You. Lu Sui was about to say something when suddenly a huge force came from the door and kicked Lu Sui directly onto the bed. Lu Sui screamed and looked at Zhu Taiyu standing in front of him. He was immediately furious. You crazy girl, what are you doing? Zhu Taiyu stood there with her hands on her hips, acting like a big sister. Who told you to make me angry? I'm telling you, if you don't behave, just wait and see how I deal with you. Looking at the ferocious appearance of his own Taiyu, Lu Sui could only smile bitterly. Just as Zhu Taiyu was about to deal with Lu Sui, he saw Qin Shangyue yawning. I'm going to sleep first. It immediately turned into a stream of light and sank into Lu Sui's body. In an instant, the situation on the scene reversed. Zhu Taiyu subconsciously took a step back, and Su Ling also wanted to open the door and escape. Who would have thought that Lu Sui was so fast that almost at the moment Su Ling touched the door handle, he put his hand on her tender little white hand, turned over and pressed her against the wall. You. Su Ling looked at the handsome face in front of her and forgot to breathe for a moment. Lu Sui raised a devilish smile and slowly leaned close to her ear and blew a breath of hot air. What, are you scared? He. Su Ling only felt a tingling sensation, and her whole heart trembled. At this moment, Lu Sui suddenly raised his head and reached out to stroke her hair. Dare to enter my room, I guess you were mentally prepared, right? I didn't. Su Ling suddenly pushed Lu Sui away and quickly distanced herself from him, with a faint blush on her face. Lu Sui looked at her shy appearance and felt secretly happy in his heart. I'm tired too. I'll take a shower and go to bed first. Su Ling said. Just as she was about to turn the doorknob, Lu Sui's big hand rested on her slender waist unscrupulously. What are you doing? Su Ling widened her eyes. She was still angry. Lu Sui held her slender waist with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. Since we are already here, why rush it? Su Ling was held tightly by him and couldn't break free. Her pretty face flushed red, and she could only grit her teeth and threaten, if you dare to mess around, I will scream for help. Chapter 92, One Dragon Plays with Two Phoenixes. Well, then just shout and see who will believe it. Lu Sui said without hesitation. As soon as he finished saying this, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Zhu Taiyu, who was about to escape, suddenly had a ball of dark shadow gathered in his hand, like a black hole, which directly generated a powerful suction force and sucked Zhu Taiyu over. At this time, Lu Sui once again hugged Su Ling into his arms and kissed her on the forehead. You guys play first, we'll continue after I finish my shower. After saying that, Lu Sui threw the two of them onto the bed. Su Ling was shocked, and Zhu Taiyu was also dumbfounded. After Lu Sui walked into the bathroom, Zhu Taiyu immediately sat up. What should I do? Su Ling looked at Zhu Taiyu, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. I don't know either. The two looked at each other and saw the panic in each other's eyes. At this time in the bathroom, Lu Sui took out an ancient mirror while washing his body. Looking at the emotions constantly emerging between the two, he was secretly happy. Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 600. This works too. So Lu Sui took an extra long bath this time, just to gain more emotional points from the two of them. When the emotions between the two gradually subsided, Lu Sui came out of the bathroom and saw the two people on the bed. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He slowly walked to Zhu Taiyu's side and said, "Now, it's your turn. You, don't come over here, or I'll scream molest." Zhu Taiyu waved his hands in panic, rubbing the quilt with his toes, trying to stay away from Lu Sui. Emotional points plus 700. Lu Sui narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Taiyu's appearance, secretly delighted in his heart. It is indeed like this. When he gets close, she will jump away like a frightened rabbit. At this moment, Lu Sui suddenly grabbed her ankle, pulled it hard, and pulled her directly into his arms. No. Before Zhu Taiyu could finish her words, Lu Sui leaned down and sealed her delicate lips. His tongue domineeringly pried open her tightly closed teeth, and probed into them to entangle with hers. Emotional points plus 800. After Lu Sui noticed the emotional point for so long, he became even more unscrupulous. Su Ling opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Lu Sui's beastly behavior, and for a moment she forgot to react. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Sui looked at the little wild cat in his arms, breathing heavily. Its pink little mouth turned a moist bright red due to the intense exercise, which was very tempting. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, he felt a burst of fire bursting out, his Adam's apple moved, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Emotional points plus 700. Zhu Taiyu was also extremely embarrassed at this time. Why did this bastard only bully him? Why don't you bully Su Ling? Although that girl is not a real fox, her charm is very tempting. Seeing that Lu Sui's attention was all on Zhu Taiyu, Su Ling was about to get up from the bed. Although she didn't mind that matter, it would be a good idea to let Zhu Taiyu test Lu Sui's strength first. But just as Su Ling was about to get up, Lu Sui's big hands had already covered her plump and soft buttocks. Emotional points plus 880. Su Ling paused for a moment. Knowing she couldn't run away, she slowly lay back on the bed, glaring at Lu Sui fiercely. This bastard, does he want to have a 2-for-1 show today? Looking at her like this, Lu Sui couldn't help but snort. His voice was very soft, but Su Ling heard it clearly and became even more depressed. Lu Sui lowered his body, looked at Zhu Taiyu's delicate eyebrows, opened his lips slightly, and spoke in a gentle voice. Tonight, let us enjoy the joy of husband and wife. Lu Sui, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. Even though Sister Xiang Yue is resting, she's still watching over you and me. However, before she could finish her words, his big hand moved up along the curve of Su Ling's slender legs. When it touched her slender legs, Su Ling's body stiffened noticeably. Asshole, if you dare to go any further, I will kill you. Emotional points plus 600. Lu Sui completely ignored her threats and was secretly delighted. Oh my god, it's too easy to earn emotional points. Should I improve my talent, which is to have more wives, more leaks? At this moment, Su Ling felt nothing but shame and anger towards Lu Sui for taking advantage of her. After all, her body only became so sensitive when she was with him. Lu Sui's hand gradually moved upwards and finally reached that mysterious place. Su Ling couldn't help but let out a moan. She couldn't help but hug Lu Sui's neck, her beautiful eyes were misty, as if she was in love, making people addicted. Feeling Su Ling's cooperation, a satisfied smile appeared in Lu Sui's eyes. He gently fiddled with the gauze, lifting it open bit by bit. Su Ling felt Lu Sui's actions and her face flushed. She bit her lower lip tightly and tried to restrain herself from making any sound. Lu Sui, you bastard, you are not going to do this for real. Lu Sui, I'm warning you, Sister Xiang Yue hasn't said anything yet. If you really do something to us, and Sister Xiang Yue blames you, we won't speak for you. Zhu Taiyu also pinched himself secretly to make himself come back to his senses quickly. But you can indulge in Lu Sui's gentle embrace. Seeing Su Ling like this, Lu Sui's heart began to beat wildly. He lowered his head, held Zhu Taiyu's earlobe in his mouth, and licked it gently. That's none of your business. Even if we can't proceed to that final step, you should at least let me take advantage of it. Otherwise, I'll marry 3 wives and not be able to touch any of them. How miserable that would be. Lu Sui's hands were not idle either. His big hand slowly moved down Zhu Taiyu's flat back to her buttocks. Feeling Lu Sui's hand moving lower and lower, Zhu Taiyu trembled all over. Emotional points plus 800. Emotional points plus 700. Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu's reaction and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. These 2 girls are really innocent. When I recommended them to watch some things that men should watch, they kept refusing. Are you okay now? Without experience, you deserve to be bullied by yourself. He found the spot easily, and then kneaded it gently a few times, causing her skin to turn a pink color, which was very tempting. Zhu Taiyu felt a burning pain on his butt from Lu Sui's hand, but he still gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Sui with eyes full of anger. Asshole, do you really think I dare not fight back? Fight back? Okay, you be on top. Lu Sui's fingers gently stroked Zhu Taiyu's skin, bringing a strange and wonderful feeling that made Zhu Taiyu tremble involuntarily. Emotional points plus 770. This made Lu Sui even more certain that this was Zhu Taiyu's sensitive spot, so he began to wander his hands over her body, teasing her nerves. Chapter 93, Perverted in order to become stronger. Zhu Taiyu felt her whole body burning, especially after Lu Sui's big hand touched the sensitive part of her chest, which made her feel ashamed and angry. Take the pulse, then you should take the pulse of my hand. Why don't you take the pulse of my chest? Lu Sui said seriously, this is closer to your heart, so it's more accurate. Emotional points plus 910. Emotional points plus 880. Such shameless words made Zhu Taiyu so angry that he almost lost his temper on the spot. Damn it! What do you mean by close to the heart? Does taking the pulse have anything to do with that? And when did you, a jerk, ever learn how to take a pulse? However, when Lu Sui was speaking, his hands did not stop moving at all. He placed his hands on Zhu Taiyu's waist, turned her over, and let her sit astride him. Lu Sui was also busy with the big hand that was wandering on Su Ling's body. Asshole, don't tell me you are taking my pulse? Su Ling looked at Lu Sui with a forced smile. She was also shocked by Lu Sui's shameless words just now, and at the same time she wanted to see how Lu Sui would explain. Lu Sui still said with a serious face, I'm not taking your pulse, I'm feeling your bones. I feel that your bones are extraordinary. You are a martial arts genius. Su Ling looked down at the 2 peaks of her body that were held in Lu Sui's hands and were being gently played with by him. She almost laughed out of anger. Lu Sui, you want to feel bones? Then let me ask, are there bones here? Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 720. As Lu Sui continued to tease them, the 2 women felt their legs going weak and their bodies collapsed on Lu Sui, unable to support themselves. Looking at the 2 women in his arms who looked like they were waiting for him to take advantage of them, Lu Sui couldn't help but smile gently and lean down to kiss their red lips. He took off all their clothes while savoring their sweet taste. 2 fair and attractive bodies were presented to Lu Sui without reservation. Su Ling has a very good body proportion, with curves in every shape. Her snow-white skin sparkles brightly under the light, making people want to possess her immediately. She is such a rare and stunning beauty. Upon closer inspection, you can see that her facial features are very 3-dimensional, her skin is fair, her eyelashes are long, her nose is high, and her lips are so tender that it seems as if you can squeeze water out of them. Zhu Taiyu is the exact opposite of Su Ling. Although her appearance is not inferior to Su Ling, her figure is fuller and her height is not inferior to Lu Sui. She is not at all delicate like a little woman. Instead, she is more majestic and heroic. Lu Sui put one arm around Su Ling's slender waist and the other hand on Zhu Taiyu's chest, patting it gently twice. Zhu Taiyu hummed softly, and her legs couldn't help but tighten a little, as if she realized that Lu Sui was teasing her. She glared at Lu Sui in shame and anger. Emotional points plus 700. When Lu Sui saw her shy look, he felt that he was about to get into trouble, so he quickly let go of her hand and stepped back a little to avoid really getting unable to sleep. Seeing him suddenly let go of her, Su Ling felt disappointed. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Sui with some resentment, then lowered his head and ignored him. Seeing her like this, Lu Sui felt itchy in his heart. He coughed lightly and said, "How about we continue?" Zhu Taiyu originally thought Lu Sui was just teasing her, but who knew he would really continue? This time, she simply pretended to be dead. Seeing that Zhu Taiyu did not respond, Lu Sui's mouth corners curled up slightly. He leaned over, pressed Zhu Taiyu's body down, and poked her lower abdomen with his fingers. Zhu Taiyu felt as if her belly button was pricked by a needle. She couldn't help but frown, opened her eyes and looked at Lu Sui, and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Emotional points plus 300. Lu Sui chuckled and said, "Guess?" Then he reached out and patted her round little butt. Zhu Taiyu glared at him angrily, wanting to curse but unable to. She could only close her eyes and ignore him. Emotional points plus 100. Seeing Zhu Taiyu like this, Lu Sui frowned and said, "Fuck, why do I have so few emotional points?" Then he turned his gaze to Su Ling. Who would have thought that Su Ling was also pretending to be dead like Zhu Taiyu? Anyway, he had almost taken advantage of him, so it was time for this guy to stop. Emotional points plus 100. Seeing this, Lu Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly stood up, looked down at Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling lying on the bed, and showed an evil smile. He threw off his nightgown, exposing his naked body to the air. He just didn't believe that these guys only provided these emotional points. Neither Zhu Taiyu nor Su Ling expected Lu Sui to suddenly take off his clothes. They were startled and opened their eyes in horror to look at him. "Old Lu, what are you doing? I advise you to calm down. Haven't you taken advantage of enough tonight? Be content." Lu Sui's arms went around their sides and held them in his arms. Lu Sui has a very strong body and a broad and thick chest. He pressed against their backs, and through the thin cloth, the two delicate bodies were squeezed against his chest, which made Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling unable to help but feel moved. Lu Sui felt his blood boiling when he saw the two of them. He took a deep breath, then put his arm around one of them and held them in his arms. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were both stunned. They couldn't understand why Lu Sui had become like this. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling just felt dizzy after being teased by Lu Sui all night. After making the two men unconscious, Lu Sui checked his ancient mirror and saw that the emotion points he had gained from the two men alone exceeded 20,000 points. He immediately sighed, "You are really my blessing. You are really becoming more and more perverted for the sake of emotional points." Qin Shangyue suddenly appeared, looking at Lu Sui and the two women who were already sleeping, his face full of frost. When Lu Sui saw Qin Shangyue appear, he was completely dumbfounded. "Fuck, when did you show up? I've always been here." Qin Shangyue said coldly, "You just didn't notice. Damn, why didn't you come out earlier?" Lu Sui said unhappily, "Do you know that I was almost bullied by them tonight?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shangyue looked at Lu Sui with extremely complicated eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she and Lu Sui had a life and death contract and had already known that this guy had not awakened any strange talents, she would have really thought that Lu Sui had awakened some annoying talent. Seeing Qin Shangyue's expression, Lu Sui felt a little uneasy. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something wrong with me?" "Ha ha." Qin Shangyue sneered and said, "Why didn't I realize before that you are so irritating? Because of that ancient mirror, you really are capable of all kinds of evil." Chapter 94 Your Dad's Greatest Achievement. Hearing this, Lu Sui was immediately displeased. "You are a perpetrator of all kinds of evil." "How could I be a perpetrator of all kinds of evil? Be careful or I will sue you for defamation." "You still dare to talk back? Have you forgotten what I just told you?" Qin Shangyue said sternly, "If you continue like this, I will destroy you." Lu Sui immediately became timid. Damn it, he hasn't recovered yet, so he can't mess with the queen. Lu Sui had no choice but to admit his mistake and apologize. "Okay, I admit that I did go a little too far. I shouldn't have bullied both of them, and even bullied such an ugly girl to the point of turning over. But I don't know what that thing is. It's like. He scratched his head, unable to explain clearly. Qin Shangyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Like what?" "It's just like every time I see you, my heart beats so fast that I can't control myself," Lu Sui said with a bitter face. Qin Shangyue's face suddenly turned dark when he heard Lu Sui's words. This guy really deserves a beating. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lu Sui tentatively took her hand and said, "Don't be angry. You know, I have always cherished my girlfriend. I will definitely not do anything to hurt you." His tone was so gentle, as if the sound of dripping water gave Qin Shangyue goosebumps. She fiercely pulled her hand back and said, "Stop it. These methods may only work on those two little girls." Emotional points plus 10. Lu Sui curled his lips and said, "Shit, is this the extent of his emotional fluctuation?" Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling with some depression. They had not slept enough yet, and he had to wait for them to wake up. Alas, finding two beautiful girls these days is such a hassle. "I don't believe it." Lu Sui reached out to Qin Shangyue again. He had received so much emotion last time, but this time it was only this little. It didn't make sense at all. Qin Shangyue was speechless when she saw Lu Sui's face full of anger. If you want to stir up some emotions, do you have to use this method? Lu Sui was silent for a few breaths and then said, "It hurts me to let you guys down. Emotional points plus 500. Wow, seeing 500 emotional points coming from Qin Shangyue, Lu Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this possible? You should know that Qin Shangyue's emotions usually don't fluctuate much. The only time his emotions exploded was when he made a life and death contract with him, but that was only the case that time. Although Qin Shangyue wasn't particularly interested in romance, and didn't even have the desire to fall in love, she was a girl after all, and this emotional aspect was probably more important to them. Lu Sui thought about this and approached Qin Shangyue again, flashing a wicked smile like a gangster, and said frivolously, "You're so alluring like this, I really can't bear to let you go." Qin Shangyue's pupils suddenly shrank, her expression instantly became gloomy, and her whole body exuded a cold and terrifying murderous intent. However, Lu Sui was not afraid at all. He still said with a playful smile, "Don't be angry, you know how much I like you, otherwise how could I bear to be so mean to you? I love you very much." Qin Shangyue's eyes became even colder, and a strong murderous aura emanated from her body. "If you speak to me in such a disgusting tone again, I will make you die an ugly death." Lu Sui immediately said flatteringly, "Nothing." Lu Sui didn't want to be timid, but Qin Shangyue's aura forced him to be timid. Qin Shangyue looked at Lu Sui for a long time before he said slowly, "That's all for today. Instead of wasting time, you might as well improve your own strength. You still have a long way to go." "Am I not just improving my strength?" Lu Sui's face was full of innocence. This was the plugin he had obtained by sacrificing his own talent. If he didn't use it, who would use it? Qin Shangyue glanced at him, too lazy to pay attention to this despicable bastard, and turned directly to walk out the door. "I'm leaving first." At this moment, Qin Shangyue's figure flashed and disappeared in the room. Lu Sui looked at the disappeared Qin Shangyue, then looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu who were sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but sighed and silently took the quilt to cover them. "You two look pretty good when you're asleep." Lu Sui was about to leave, but when he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. "Fuck, why would I leave? This is my room." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sui crawled into the bed again and hugged the two women. At the same time, Qin Shangyue had also walked out of the yard. The moonlight shone on her long silver hair, contrasting with her snow-white skin. She was so beautiful that she looked like an exquisite sculpture, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Just as she was about to leave the school, a figure quietly appeared beside her. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" A deep voice sounded. Qin Shangyue turned his head and asked in surprise, "Dad?" Lu Failong stood beside her, also looking up at the starry sky, and said, "Did that kid bully you? He wanted to win the beauty and kicked you out." Qin Shangyue shook her head slightly. It was okay for her to bully Lu Sui, but did he have the guts to drive her out? "Were you kicked out by your mother?" Qin Shangyue glanced at him indifferently. "Ahem." Lu Failong coughed awkwardly twice. Let's get down to business. At this point, Lu Failong suddenly looked startled. "Girl, who are you? Can you tell me about it?" He couldn't actually feel the aura of this woman just now. You know, he was practicing in the 9th level sect. Unless he met a master who was beyond his realm, there was no way he would not notice anything unusual. But he didn't feel anything just now, so this person's realm is either higher than his, or his bloodline is extremely terrifying. Qin Shangyue took a deep breath. "Dad, you don't need to worry about so much. Just remember that I will never betray Lu Sui. We have a life and death contract between us. I will never hurt him. That's enough." Hearing this, Lu Failong looked serious. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "I understand what you mean. You won't hurt him. It's precisely because you have a life and death contract that I'm very curious about you. Your bloodline talent is definitely top-notch in the world. As for you, with enough time, you can easily break through to the 9th level Grandmaster, and then you will no longer be restricted by the Beastmaster. But why did you contract my kid? I know you wouldn't do anything to hurt Lu Sui, but I still don't understand." Qin Shangyue said calmly, "Dad, how did you make the contract with Mom? Daughter-in-law, I'm not bragging to you. I spent a lot of effort to pursue your mother." Lu Failong felt a sense of pride when he said this. The greatest achievement in his life was not being the captain of Yang, nor was it reaching the sect, nor was it because he had killed countless evildoers in his life. He had only one greatest achievement, he said as he looked towards the wooden house. His greatest achievement was marrying Lu Qingyin, the woman he had loved all his life. Chapter 95. Let us play something exciting. Xin Shangyue didn't say anything, just listened quietly to Lu Feilong's bragging. Back then, Xingyin and I almost reached the top. Alas, fate plays tricks on us. That sudden change has made it so difficult for me to regain the ambition I once had. At this time, Lu Feilong blew for a long time before coming back to his senses and asked, "Girl, how did you meet that kid Lu Sui, and how did you make a contract with him? Looking at you, he didn't force you, did he?" "I forced him to do it." Qin Shangyue's answer was very direct, which made Lu Feilong choke. He looked at Qin Shangyue and smiled bitterly after a while. "Are you serious?" "Yeah." Qin Shangyue nodded seriously. Lu Feilong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Qin Shangyue and suddenly seemed to think of something. His expression was complicated. "After a long while," he said, "since you both have a contract, I won't say much. But that boy not only has a life and death contract with you, but also with 2 girls. Do you really not mind?" Qin Shangyue pursed her lips and smiled, with a hint of helplessness between her brows. "So what if you mind? Once the life and death contract is signed, it cannot be changed. This is the rule." At this point, Qin Shangyue frowned slightly. "Actually, I feel a little sorry for those 2 girls. I dragged them into my troubles." Lu Feilong disagreed. "Silly child, what's there to be sorry about? Are you planning to keep this a secret for the rest of your life? They will know about it sooner or later, so it's better to tell them as soon as possible to avoid worrying about it later. Besides, their family has a lot of troubles. If you take care of them now, they will take care of you later. This is how the world is, you reap what you sow." At this point, Lu Feilong looked at Qin Shangyue deeply and sighed. "I don't know what kind of shit luck that kid had, to actually have a fruit like you." Qin Shangyue was slightly startled, then smiled faintly. "It is my good fortune to have a contract with him. Why should we be polite to each other?" Lu Feilong laughed loudly, and then said, "Okay, I won't disturb you anymore, have a good rest. By the way, if that guy bullies you, you beat him up, and if he dares to resist, you come to me and I will help you hold him down." "Thank you, Dad," Qin Shangyue said and disappeared from the spot. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Feilong's eyes. Space jumping? Is this the innate ability of a spirit beast? And this speed is at least S level or above. Forget it, why bother with so much? Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. If you can't subdue this kid, you will be a younger brother for the rest of your life. Lu Feilong laughed heartily, and then a gust of cold wind blew on him. Even though it was summer, he couldn't help shivering in the mountains and forests. What troubled him even more was the buzzing mosquitoes, which seemed to him like a moving buffet, and he missed the first second of his wife's embrace. Lu Feilong quickly wrapped his clothes tightly around him, found a sleeping bag outside, and skillfully got himself in. These bugs in the mountains are too powerful. It had only been out for a while and it had already bitten his flesh. He couldn't guarantee that he could sleep well. In the room, Qin Shangyue sat on a chair, but what emerged in her mind was Lu Feilong's previous words. Then she looked at Lu Sui, who was sleeping soundly, her cheeks slightly red, and murmured to herself, "I hope I can spend some time in peace." The next day, Qin Shangyue woke up early. She opened her eyes and saw the familiar figure on the bed. The corners of her mouth curved into an arc. She leaned down gently and kissed him on the forehead. Then she stood up and sat in front of the chair with an elegant look on her face. Although Lu Sui had been taught a lesson by Qin Shangyue last night, he was still sleepy. At this time, Lu Sui was still immersed in the gentle fragrance, holding Su Ling in his left hand and Zhu Taiyu in his right hand. Who doesn't like to have such a beautiful dream? Lu Sui is no exception. Moreover, his hands seemed to have magical power. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu only felt warm all over, as if they were surrounded by the warm sunshine of spring. "Lu Sui, where are you touching?" Zhu Taiyu pushed Lu Sui away in shame and anger, her pretty face flushed with an alluring blush. Lu Sui was stunned, looking at his own unruly claws, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Zhu Taiyu glared at Lu Sui in anger, then buried her head in his chest. Seeing this, Lu Sui chuckled, stretched out his other hand, went around her slender waist from her back, and slowly climbed up to Zhu Taiyu's delicate buttocks. Zhu Taiyu did not struggle and let Lu Sui do as he pleased. Lu Sui did the same to Su Ling, who just snorted and let the bastard do whatever he wanted. Lu Sui gently patted Zhu Taiyu's buttocks and teased her, "You have nothing to do so early in the morning, why don't we do something exciting?" "What's exciting?" The two women were stunned, and then almost at the same time they thought of something dirty, and their faces turned red instantly. Especially after Lu Sui teased them last night, their dreams became a little abnormal. And every time they think of this, they always think of some beautiful fragments from last night. Something really exciting, like the big bad wolf wants to eat the little white sheep. Want to? As Lu Sui spoke, he pulled the two women over with a lewd look on his face. The two women looked at each other, and then seeing that Qin Shangyue was not there, the two women became much bolder. They shouted and pounced towards Lu Sui. Lu Sui laughed and picked one up. The three of them rolled under the bed while playing. Old Lu, what is this exciting thing you are talking about? Zhu Taiyu said excitedly. Lu Sui took out his phone and handed it to the two of them. Take a look, your content is super exciting. There was a hint of disappointment in the two women's eyes, but they still opened the video to watch it. Only the familiar children's song sounded, pleasant goat, beautiful goat. Emotional points plus 600. Emotional points plus 700. After receiving the emotional points, Lu Sui was satisfied, but at the same time, he said seriously, this is something very exciting I discovered yesterday. It's called Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Which wolf is so awesome that he caught the goat in the last episode? Su Ling resisted the urge to slap Lu Sui to death, and took deep breaths continuously to calm his mood, which was about to go out of control at any time. Zhu Taiyu on the side went berserk and swung his fist towards Lu Sui's forehead, cursing, asshole, I'm going to provoke you. She was ready to sacrifice herself, and you, a jerk, just did this? Just this? Su Ling also silently cast her gaze on Lu Sui with a cold look, as if waiting for him to explain. Lu Sui said with a serious face, what are you still doing on the ground? Hurry up and have breakfast. Chapter 96 I exercise for her. Upon hearing this, Su Ling immediately jumped off Lu Sui and ran quickly towards the bathroom. Zhu Taiyu stared at Lu Sui angrily, I'm going to fight you. As she said that, she rushed directly towards Lu Sui, but just as she took a step, a sharp pain attacked her chest. Zhu Taiyu couldn't help but groan, and her face was distorted as she looked at Lu Sui's hands clinging to her breasts. She dared to guarantee that the force just now definitely left her with 2 clear finger marks. Emotional points plus 900. Lu Sui. Zhu Taiyu was ashamed and angry at this moment. This man is simply a gangster. Well, Taiyu, why aren't you wearing any underwear? Lu Sui said innocently. Hearing this, Zhu Taiyu became even more furious and wanted to kill Lu Sui on the spot. Who took off her underwear last night? Doesn't he have any idea? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lu Sui's eyes swept over Zhu Taiyu's chest and exclaimed in amazement, Brother Zhu, your chest muscles are very developed. You bastard. Zhu Taiyu stomped his feet in anger. This guy clearly knew everything, yet he still insisted on teasing him. Emotional points plus 910. Looking at Zhu Taiyu's expression of wanting to cry but having no tears, Lu Sui felt so happy. But he remained serious and said, Taiyu, why are you so angry? We are brothers. I'm helping you exercise, it's a good thing. Damn it, you are clearly taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. Zhu Taiyu was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he wanted to pin Lu Sui to the ground and beat him up. Exercise? How can you help me exercise? This sentence almost popped out from between Zhu Taiyu's teeth. While he was speaking, Lu Sui's hands never left her breasts. Lu Sui coughed dryly and said, it is said that repeated kneading and twisting exercises like this can increase chest muscle size. I think we can give it a try. At this moment, no matter how wild Zhu Taiyu was, she was almost bullied to tears by Lu Sui. Seeing Zhu Taiyu's aggrieved expression, Lu Sui also saw what she was thinking. He said seriously, Taiyu, you must believe that I would never bully a girl. Bah! You're kidding. Zhu Taiyu looked at him with contempt. She was completely convinced. But she had no way out. She had to live with the man she chose even if she had to kneel down. And at this moment, Qin Shangyue suddenly pushed open the door. Seeing this, Lu Sui quickly put away his mischievous hands and sat up straight. But Zhu Taiyu glared at Lu Sui fiercely, as if warning him, you're finished. Lu Sui scratched his head awkwardly, then pretended to be dumbfounded and said, Shangyue, my wife, you're here. Qin Shangyue narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lu Sui and Zhu Taiyu, then said indifferently, breakfast is ready, let's eat quickly. Then he walked out the door and closed it. Seeing her leave the door, Lu Sui breathed a sigh of relief and secretly sighed. Fortunately his wife was reasonable enough. Then he gave Zhu Taiyu a look, indicating that she should get up and put on her clothes first. Zhu Taiyu gritted his teeth and glared at him fiercely. Although he was extremely reluctant, he still did as he was told. Want to continue training tomorrow? When Zhu Taiyu put on her clothes, Lu Sui's eyes couldn't help but fall on her huge breasts, and he marveled at them. When Zhu Taiyu saw Lu Sui staring at her chest with his squinting eyes again, she immediately became annoyed. She rushed over, grabbed Lu Sui's ear, and threatened him viciously, "Asshole. I let you exercise, let you and I exercise." Lu Sui immediately begged for mercy, "My dear wife, my dear Taiyu, please be gentle. I was wrong, isn't that enough? I won't dare to do it again." "You're sensible." Zhu Taiyu snorted, let go of Lu Sui's ear, turned and walked towards the bathroom. Lu Sui covered his red ears and wailed in his heart. Damn, that's so brutal. When Zhu Taiyu entered the bathroom, Su Ling just came out. She had also noticed the commotion outside. She stole a glance at Zhu Taiyu and noticed that his cheeks were red. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Sui. "You bastard, you're always acting out of character. What did you do to that Zhu guy just now? Want to know? Come here, I'll tell you in secret." Su Ling looked at him suspiciously, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and took small steps towards him. However, just as he approached, Lu Sui suddenly reached out and put his arm around his waist, whispering in his ear, "Guess, was it her that I touched just now, or the two soft lumps on her chest?" "You!" Su Ling glared at him. She obviously didn't expect this guy to be so shameless and act like a hooligan in front of her. "Just kidding, I was just helping her exercise." "Exercise?" Su Ling looked at Lu Sui suspiciously. "How do you exercise?" "Just practice like this." The moment the words fell, Lu Sui's hands had already climbed to the top of the mountain at the fastest speed. Although it was not as majestic as Taiyu, the scale was still not to be underestimated. Feeling her breasts being covered by two large hands, Su Ling froze in place, her mind going blank. She stared at Lu Sui in disbelief. This guy was actually such a beast. Seeing Su Ling standing there in a daze, not reacting for a long time, Lu Sui smirked. "That's how I helped her exercise just now. You should also exercise well. I'll sacrifice my rest time tomorrow, no need to thank me." After being shocked, Su Ling's anger rose rapidly, but when she heard Lu Sui shamelessly say, "No need to thank me," she was so angry that she laughed. He really dares to say that. Emotional points plus 950. Seeing that the emotions were about to reach their peak, Lu Sui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Was he going too far? But what's so excessive about this? Is there anything wrong with molesting your legal wife? Take those hands away from me. Oh? Why? Lu Sui raised his eyebrows. Don't you like exercising? I like shit. Su Ling couldn't help but swear, "If you dare to touch me again, I will fight you to the death." Okay then, I promise you, I won't touch it. Lu Sui shrugged helplessly, but his hands still had no intention of leaving. He just changed from touching to kneading the dough. After her breasts were taken, Su Ling was too shy to bear the thought. She raised her hands and slapped Lu Sui's hands away. "Get out of my way. I need to put on my clothes." "I'll help you," Lu Sui said kindly, while his hands were dishonestly wandering on Su Ling's round and firm buttocks. "Get away from me." Su Ling kicked Lu Sui angrily, but was caught by the other party on the calf. Lu Sui chuckled and said, "If I die far away, who will help you exercise?" Chapter 97. Let me go. Roll. The sound was quite loud and could be heard clearly throughout the entire cabin. Lu Fei woke up in a daze. When she heard the voice, she thought of her brother Su, who had become her sister-in-law. She immediately lay in bed and started crying again. In order to commemorate my Lu Fei's deceased first love, I decided to order 2 cups of milk tea. So, when Lu Fei knocked on the door of her brother and sister-in-law happily with milk tea in her hand, she saw her 2 sisters-in-law chasing her brother and beating him. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei was immediately furious. He beat my brother without even calling me? These 2 sisters-in-law are too mean. Fei, you're here. Look at your 2 sisters-in-law. They're so fierce, just like tigresses. Lu Sui said as he saw Lu Fei rushing towards him. He immediately picked up the pillow and hid in the corner. How can I be a tigress? I'm obviously very gentle. Su Ling retorted. You are so gentle. I think you are just a she-devil, and you are so gentle. Lu Sui had an expression that said you are an idiot. Su Ling was immediately furious. I knew you, a stinky man, had bad intentions. Zhu Taiyu also rarely agreed. That's right, you damn bastard, you were trying to take advantage of me just now. Looking at the three people bickering, Lu Fei frowned immediately. Are you guys still going to fight or not? Hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui at the same time, their eyes filled with vigilance and precaution. Hey, don't try to take advantage of me and take advantage of me. Do I look like that kind of person? Lu Sui said with an innocent look on his face. It's not like him, it's you. Su Ling snorted and continued to stare at Lu Sui. Lu Sui, I am innocent. Lu Fei's face was full of regret. It was a pity that she didn't have the chance to kick her brother a few times herself. Since you don't want to fight, then I'll leave. Lu Fei was about to turn around when she bumped into Qin Shangyue. The cold face made her shrink her neck immediately. She didn't dare to say anything and ran into her room obediently. Among these three sisters-in-law, she was most afraid of Qin Shangyue. The aura derived from the spirit beast alone was enough to suppress her fundamentally. Did you two have a fight? Qin Shangyue glanced at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. No. Zhu Taiyu denied it flatly. I was just joking. Are you kidding? Qin Shangyue glanced at a certain part of her husband, sighed slightly, and shook her head. I warned you a long time ago to restrain yourself. I also want to restrain myself, but I can't control it. Lu Sui said distressfully. Forget it, hurry up and get up. We still have things to do after dinner. We have to go to the beast taming group today to finalize the future policies. Qin Shangyue waved his hand and looked at Lu Sui, who was being beaten on the ground with contempt. Lu Sui felt a little guilty when being stared at, and then he looked at the unfriendly eyes of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, immediately swallowed his saliva, ran up and hugged Qin Shangyue's slender waist. That feeling. It was just like an octopus, entangling Qin Shangyue so that he couldn't breathe. Lu Sui, what are you doing? Let go. I won't, unless you kiss me. Lu Sui said proudly. Dream. Qin Shangyue glared at him fiercely, then struggled a few times, but found that she couldn't get free at all, so she simply let him hold her and ignored him. Will you let me go? No, let go. As Lu Sui spoke, those two dirty hands began to grope Qin Shangyue even more unscrupulously. Seeing this scene, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu immediately took a step back and gave Lu Sui a thumbs up at the same time. Wow, brother, you are awesome. It's okay to take advantage of them normally, but you dare to take advantage of Qin Shangyue as well. You really don't know how to live or die. Lu Sui, you are looking for death. Qin Shangyue finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped on Lu Sui's instep. Lu Sui gasped in pain, but she had no intention of letting go of Qin Shangyue. She still hugged her and kept touching her. Lu Sui. Qin Shangyue gritted his teeth and was about to reach out to strangle him, but he saw Lu Sui's face suddenly come closer and his mouth suddenly pressed against his. This sudden attack made Qin Shangyue stunned, and then Lu Sui's tongue took advantage of the opportunity to enter. For a moment, the four lips touched each other, exchanging saliva. Qin Shangyue was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Sui would flirt with her. Qin Shangyue pushed Lu Sui hard, trying to push this bastard away. But Lu Sui held her tightly, unable to move at all, and was forced to accept this domineering and passionate kiss. While when Lu Fei saw this scene, she immediately covered her mouth in surprise, although she also knew that her sister-in-law and brother had been in a relationship for a long time. But she never expected that Lu Sui would act so quickly. And it was in front of him. Lu Sui looked at Qin Shangyue's red lips and showed a smug smirk. How about my skills? Qin Shangyue looked at Lu Sui viciously, as if he was looking at a dead man. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu had no resentment at all. They looked at Lu Sui as if they were looking at a warrior going to die. At this moment, Lu Sui was still savoring the kiss just now. The wonderful feeling made him intoxicated, just like nectar. Qin Shangyue said coldly at this time, Lu Sui, do you really think I can't cure you? Hearing this, Lu Sui trembled all over, and then quickly let go of Qin Shangyue in his arms, and said with a flattering smile, Wife, I was wrong, I promise I will never do this again, spare my life. As he spoke, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, this kiss is worth it. Old Lu, have you forgotten one of my skills? I can hear everything you're thinking. Qin Shangyue grabbed Lu Sui's collar and looked at Lu Fei. Fei, go out for a moment. I have something to discuss with your brother. Lu Fei stuck out her tongue playfully, walked out directly, and closed the door very politely. Seeing this, Lu Sui's face turned pale instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, crying and begging, Shangyue, this is not good, I just got up, and I really can't sleep anymore. Wait, don't use your hands, I prefer you to use your mouth. Ah, not that kind of mouth. I really know I was wrong, I won't do this again, I won't tease you again. Xin Shangyue ignored all this, his eyes cold and gloomy. It's too late. Ah. Wife, please be gentle, I can't take it anymore. Xin Shangyue didn't stop at all. She kicked him in the leg, causing him to kneel down in pain. Then she raised her right leg and hit him hard in the crotch. Lu Sui immediately took action to stop him, his eyes widening at the same time. Shangyue, this won't do. If you break it, your happiness for the rest of your life will be gone. Get out. Who cares about your happiness? Xin Shangyue shouted angrily, and slapped away Lu Sui's hand that was grabbing her chest. At the same time, she bent her knees and pressed hard on Lu Sui's belly, causing Lu Sui to cry out in pain. Chapter 98. Who do you like more? You hooligans are playing tricks on me. Xin Shangyue cursed, and punched Lu Sui in the face again, and kicked him a few more times, beating Lu Sui so hard that he covered his head and ran away. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he fell to the ground and curled up into a ball pretending to be dead. Humph, still pretending. Do you believe that I will castrate you? Xin Shangyue kicked Lu Sui a few times in anger. Seeing that he was indeed pretending to be dead, she suddenly laughed in anger and pounced on him. Lu Feier felt relieved when she heard the howling in the house. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. How dare you bully me? Come on, sister-in-law, I'm rooting for you. But her sister-in-law's trick was quite mean. She clearly wanted to teach Lu Sui a lesson, but it ended up being flirting. No, she absolutely cannot stay here any longer. She must evacuate quickly to avoid being affected. After thinking about it, Lu Feier ran away in a hurry. In the room, Xin Shangyue rode on Lu Sui, punching and kicking him, while Lu Sui curled up into a ball, crying out in pain. But Xin Shangyue was obviously not going to let him go and continued to beat him. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, Lu Sui suddenly looked desperate and lay down. When the hell are you going to let me go? Lu Sui finally couldn't help but swear. Xin Shangyue stopped, looked down at Lu Sui from above, and sneered, Ha, you guy, you dare to pretend with me? Lu Sui was stunned. What the hell? It felt very comfortable when you rubbed against me just now, right? Xin Shangyue said angrily. Lu Sui was startled, then smiled awkwardly. No way, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? It seems that I, Xin Shangyue, am not worthy of you? No. It's nothing, I deserve it. Well, tell me, who do you like more, me, Su Ling, or Taiyu? When Xin Shangyue asked the life-threatening question, Lu Sui was completely dumbfounded. Damn, you can't play it like this. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who had been watching the show, pricked up their ears. So, Lu Sui said nothing and just lay down on the ground. Alright, you three can just beat me up, I will never run away. Do you really think I can't bear to hit you? Xin Shangyue said angrily. I will never run away. Xin Shangyue gave him a cold look. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you. But listen carefully, from now on, the three of us will have to do the same as before in the academy. You have to take care of me as you should, and you are not allowed to complain. Hearing this, Lu Sui was stunned. Why? Look at our current status, husband and wife. This is not the father-son relationship we used to be. Before Xin Shangyue could speak, Su Ling raised her head arrogantly and said proudly, I like it, I'm happy, I just like to torture you, so what? Lu Sui immediately said bitterly, Okay, I admit defeat. That's more like it. Xin Shangyue sat up with satisfaction, then looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. Taiyu, Su Ling, I apologize to you. This kind of thing will never happen again. Su Ling was slightly stunned, then immediately regained her composure and said calmly, Oh. There must be something fishy going on. Zhu Taiyu muttered softly. She didn't believe that Lu Sui would change his mind. When Xin Shangyue saw Su Ling's expression, his eyebrows raised and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Then the three women left the room after one of them kicked Lu Sui. Lu Sui also walked out with a bitter face. At this moment, when Lu Feilong saw his handsome appearance, the boredom he had felt after sleeping outside for a whole night was instantly swept away, and was replaced by surprise. Hey, kid, you look like you're picking up trash. Did someone beat you up last night? Lu Feilong mocked, while glancing at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. As expected of Lao Zhu and Lao Sua's child, he has a really unusual temper. With them taking care of Lu Sui, he, as a father, felt much better. Lu Sui rolled his eyes and ignored him. Hey, you little brat, your dad is talking to you. Lu Feilong became angry when he saw Lu Sui ignoring him. I don't want to listen. Lu Sui said perfunctorily. Oh my, your wings are getting hard. After Lu Feilong said that, he slapped Lu Sui on the head and stared at him with disdain. Lu Sui covered his head. Damn, Dad, what are you doing? Dad fucked you, so what? You still want to bite me? Lu Feilong snorted coldly, then glanced at Lu Qingyin standing by the door and immediately showed a flattering smile. Hey, honey, did you sleep well last night? Seeing Lu Feilong's flattering attitude, Lu Qingyin's face showed an unhappy expression. It's okay, you don't have to pretend in front of me. You are taking advantage of me to bully my son, right? Lu Feilong, you are really shameless, aren't you? Ahem, this is the normal way of communication between father and son. Lu Feilong said embarrassedly that although this kind of thing did not need to be concealed, it would be troublesome if his wife insisted on pursuing it. Stop talking nonsense. Okay, don't be angry. It's not worth it to ruin your health. I'm telling you, if you dare to bully Swayer again, I'll beat you to death. Lu Qingyin warned. I know. I won't do it again. I absolutely won't do it again. Please forgive me this time. Lu Feilong begged, but he was speechless in his heart. Damn, my dear wife, you really control your man so strictly. At this time, Lu Sui suddenly said, Mom, you guys chat first. The three of them and I are going back to the beast taming group. Then he walked out. Hey, come back here. Lu Feilong quickly pulled him back. Beast taming group? You're still in that rubbish beast taming group? Old man, we are not staying in the original beast taming group. When I came back from the talent test, I had already been expelled from the beast taming group. Lu Sui explained. After listening to Lu Sui's explanation, Lu Feilong's frown finally relaxed a little. After his son joined the beast taming corps, he specially took time to investigate the serious beast taming corps. It turns out that the leader of the beast taming group is not a good person. But he was not in a hurry to tell Lu Sui. After all, he had experienced it in his youth. There were some things you told him, but he would not listen. He had to experience it himself before he would understand the dangers of this world. No matter how much you say, it will not be as good as letting him experience failure. Even if this kid suffers any loss at that time, as long as he lets him go, nothing can't be solved. Since you've been expelled, why are you returning to the beast taming group? Dragon Lord Lu Fei frowned slightly and said in confusion, besides, you have already signed a contract with this third girl. You should go to a higher level battlefield to gain experience and show your strength on a broader stage. Why are you staying in that shabby beast taming group? Chapter 99 How did you become the leader? Lu Sui sighed, but... Lu Feilong said impatiently, no buts. Even if you agree, this third girl won't agree. Lu Sui was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, after all, I founded the beast taming group. It would be awkward for me, as the group leader, to quit. What? Wait, what did you say? Are you the team leader? Lu Feilong was about to refute, but suddenly realized something and looked at Lu Sui in surprise. Lu Sui nodded and said calmly, yeah. Lu Feilong was a little confused. How did you become the leader? That Lu Lang would abdicate. This is impossible. Your father is good at judging people. That guy doesn't look like that kind of person. This is a long story. Lu Sui waved his hand and said, since it's a long story, let's not talk about it. He led the way and headed straight for his door. But Lu Feilong would never let him leave so easily. He grabbed his hand and said, boy, tell me what happened. How did you become the leader? This son of mine might be the youngest leader of a beast taming group in Chinese history. This is simply a fantasy, he just graduated. Yeah, what's wrong? Is it not possible? Lu said casually. The corners of Lu Feilong's mouth trembled violently, and he didn't know what to say for a while. His son is indeed very outstanding, but he is only a freshman. How could he be the head of the group? This made him feel absurd for a moment. But looking at Lu Sui's calm expression, it seemed to be true and not a joke. Did that bastard Lu Lang really agree to it? Lu Feilong asked. He knew Lu Lang's character. He was the selfish type. How could he hand over the beast taming group that he had built with his own hands to others? Lu Sui shook his head and said, he didn't say yes. Lu Feilong was stunned. How did you become the team leader without agreeing? But he didn't refuse. Lu Sui added. When Lu Feilong heard this, his face turned black and he said, are you kidding me? He patted Lu Sui's shoulder fiercely and said, what are you doing, you little brat? What do you mean by agreed and not agreed? Lu Sui was also helpless. He's dead, what can I do? Dead? How did he die? Lu Filong was a little surprised. He remembered that Lu Lang was a 3rd-level peak beast master and had contracted a 4th-level spirit beast. Such strength was top-notch in Rongcheng. As long as you don't try to commit suicide by entering the lair of strange beasts, basically nothing will happen. How can he die just like that? This made him feel a little strange. Besides, even if Lu Lang really died, it would not be the turn of a kid like you who has not yet graduated to inherit. I don't know the details. Lu Sui said, but they said he died due to some special reasons. As for why, they didn't reveal it. I guess he committed suicide because he couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Filong. Emotional points plus 300. After hearing Lu Sui's explanation, Lu Filong was dumbfounded. This is too much of a coincidence. However, Lu Sui's words aroused another guess deep in his heart. He suspected that Lu Sui was responsible for Lu Lang's death. But he denied his own inference. He believed that Lu Sui could not do it at all. Even if he had the courage, he did not have the strength. Besides, he knew his son well, so he thought he wouldn't do such a thing, but that wasn't certain. So, you are the leader of the serious beast taming group now? Lu Filong looked his son up and down with some doubt. This kid might be able to fight alone, but can he really manage the beast taming group? I changed his name. From now on, he will be called Xingho, the Xingho Beast Taming Group. Lu Sui shrugged and said proudly, from now on, his name will be like a spark that sets the field ablaze, burning all over the world. At this moment, Lu Sui exuded the aura of a strong man, and his kingly demeanor was impressive. Lu Filong couldn't help but secretly praise, as expected of my offspring, this aura is comparable to your father's back then. Although Lu Sui usually acts carefree, Lu Filong has always known that his son is very capable, but he just doesn't want to show it. At this time, Lu Qingyin stepped forward and slapped Lu Filong on the back of the head. Then, looking at her son with a proud face, she said, "See, I told you my son is amazing." Lu Filong touched the back of his head, which was a little painful, and said with a depressed look on his face, "Qingyin, let's stop making trouble, okay?" Lu Qingyin's beautiful eyes widened as she said, "Who made trouble with you?" Then she turned to Lu Sui and said, "Son, eat something. Mommy got up early this morning to make this." "Did you do it yourself?" Lu Sui shuddered instantly and looked at Lu Filong, who smiled bitterly. "Mom, we're in a hurry, so give my share to my sister." Lu Sui pointed at Lu Feier who was watching the show. The little girl was suddenly blamed and exploded instantly. "You damn brother, you stinky brother. I'm telling you, don't think I don't dare to beat you." Lu Feier rolled up his sleeves and walked over. Lu Filong hurriedly hugged his daughter around the waist and said with a look of pleading, "Feier, stop messing around. This guy is the leader today and has 3 wives. Forget it, be careful if they beat you up." Lu Feier was startled, then curled her lips and said, "Isn't it just a group leader?" "Humph, Dad, just wait and see. One day I will be the group leader, and then we'll see who is more amazing." Okay, dear baby, go eat first, and I'll go take care of him." Lu Filong winked at Lu Sui as he spoke, and the latter instantly understood and ran away without any hesitation. "You still dare to run? Stop right there. If you dare to bully your sister, I'll beat you to death." Lu Filong also rushed out. The women in the room were left looking at each other in bewilderment. When Lu Feier saw her father making the decision for her, her eyes were filled with emotion. But gradually, she suddenly felt something was wrong. "Damn it, if you two run away, who will eat the dark food our mom makes?" Emotional points plus 700. Lu Qingyin looked at the father and son, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then her gaze turned to her 3 daughters-in-law. "You 3 should eat something too, you must be tired after making a fuss all night." Ah. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were a little dumbfounded. "Mom, what did you mean by that just now?" Su Ling widened her eyes and suddenly understood something. Zhu Taiyu's face also turned red in an instant. Lu Qingyin looked at the 2 of them with a playful expression. "This is a wooden house, the sound insulation effect is not very ideal." In an instant, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu lowered their heads, their faces full of shyness. They knew very well how embarrassing the noises they made yesterday were, but now their mother had heard them. Chapter 100. Are you serious? They just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. When Lu Qingyin saw the 2 of them like this, she felt amused. Actually, it was no wonder that she was like that. The 2 daughters-in-law were really crazy last night. Moreover, the figures of these two girls are very exquisite and curvy. I don't know where his son got such great fortune. But she was the elder after all, so it was not convenient for her to say anything. She could only pretend that she saw nothing and asked the three women to sit down. Lu Sui ran outside, sprinting all the way. Lu Feilong chased after him, shouting things like, "You little bastard, don't run if you dare." Lu Sui stopped and looked at his father, with a wicked smile on his face, and said, "Okay, stop chasing me. Have you run far enough?" Lu Feilong glared at him, then said, "Stinky boy, don't act so arrogantly with your father. When will you be back next time?" Lu Sui was not in the mood to joke. He straightened his face and said, "After the beast taming group's summer assessment." Lu Feilong nodded and said, "That's fine. Since you've chosen this path, just go for it. Whether it succeeds or not, you won't know until you try." After all, he is also an experienced person and has seen too many people wanting to form their own beast taming group. However, a beast taming group is not so easy to form. The arrangement of beast masters and spirit beasts, the adjustment of team formation, and how to deploy strategies when hunting exotic beasts are all important factors in testing whether the beast taming team is qualified. Hearing this, Lu Sui nodded heavily, and suddenly thought of something. What if I fail? If I fail, I fail. It's not my failure anyway. Lu Feilong said nonchalantly. Lu Sui's face suddenly darkened. "Aren't you afraid that I will discredit you?" Lu Feilong was silent for 2 seconds and stared at Lu Sui. The latter suddenly came to his senses. "I almost forgot, your face is never clean. Emotional points plus 500. Depend on." As soon as he said this, Lu Feilong angrily swung his fist at him, and Lu Sui quickly dodged. After some frolicking, Lu Sui suddenly asked, "Old man, if you dare to hit me again, I'll go back and complain to my mother." When Lu Feilong heard this, he immediately said, "Boy, you only know how to threaten me with your mother. What can you do at home besides making your mother happy?" Lu Sui said disdainfully, "Why would you hug two of our thighs when you can just hug one? Especially since the other two can't get hard." Lu Feilong, he was almost named. Then the two of them argued for a while, until Lu Sui saw his three wives coming out of his wooden house, and then he sneaked towards the airship. As soon as they got on the airship, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who were sitting in the back seat, grabbed Lu Sui's neck. "You bastard, why didn't you tell me that our mom's cooking was so terrible? Yeah, we had a delicious meal last night. I thought it was made by our mom." The two girls just ate all the dark dishes under the expectant gaze of their mother-in-law. How could they dare not eat them? That's the future. No, it's the present mother-in-law. There's no malice in her eyes, just expectation. It's really hard for you to refuse. Of course Lu Sui knew something about their situation at home. After all, when she was arguing with her father just now, apart from Lu Feilong's emotional points, the two of them provided the most emotional points. Lu Sui just glanced at Qin Shangyue with some curiosity, and saw that Qin Shangyue still had silver hair draped over her shoulders, looking elegant and noble everywhere. Her cold expression seemed as if nothing in the world could catch her eye. Lu Sui looked at her, feeling a little strange. "Then Shangyue, did you eat our mother's food?" "Yeah," Qin Shangyue responded. Lu Sui was stunned, then scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed that Qin Shangyue was still as arrogant as ever. Only she could have such a cold attitude. He was a little puzzled. He knew how bad his mother's cooking was, but why did Qin Shangyue act like nothing happened? Was she used to it? Although Lu Sui was confused, it was not his turn to worry about this matter. The most urgent thing was to rush to his beast taming group and meet up with them. Although Lu Sui was able to suppress his curiosity, Zhu Taiyu couldn't. "Sister Shangyue, our mother-in-law's cooking is hard to describe. How did you manage to eat it without changing your expression?" After a few moments of silence, Qin Shangyue replied, "The moment the food entered my mouth, I used the spirit beast skills to move them away." Upon hearing this, the airship fell silent for a moment. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at Qin Shangyue with a hint of envy in their eyes. This was a space-type spirit beast skill. The worst is a level, and judging from the frequency of Qin Shangyue's skills just now, this space-related skill is at least S level. Just as the two were envious, Lu Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. "What do you think would happen if we transferred the shit on the roadside into someone else's mouth?" As soon as these words were spoken, the airship fell silent. The three women looked at Lu Sui with strange eyes. What could this guy come up with? Emotional points plus 800. Emotional points plus 700. Emotional points plus 200. Silence for a long time. The three women all had extremely complicated expressions, and they looked at Lu Sui as if to say, "Is this guy serious?" Oh, no, anyone who has such thoughts is not a human being. At this moment, Lu Sui looked at the emotional points displayed on the ancient mirror, especially the Qin Shangyue, who was always calm in the face of adversity, who provided him with a full 200 emotional points. The lethality of his words just now could be imagined. Are you serious? Su Ling couldn't help but curse. Lu Suiman was silent for a few breaths, then said with a serious face, "If you want, I can be serious too." Everyone fell silent again. Seeing this, Lu Sui immediately said, okay, just kidding. I swear on my noble character that I will never transfer shit to other people's mouths. Pa, your noble character, you didn't even bring this thing from your mother's womb. If you had a noble character, you wouldn't act like a hooligan all day long. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu both complained. Even Qin Shangyue glanced at him coldly, the contempt and helplessness in her eyes difficult to conceal. A few minutes later, the airship landed on the top of a giant mountain. This area is surrounded by cliffs, and this is their Xingho's temporary base. Since there are no living people nearby, they chose this place as their base. Ha finally found it. Standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the vast sea of clouds below, Lu Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 101, Didn't He provoke them? And where the airship docked, there was a combat spaceship that was more than 10 times larger than the airship Lu Sui and the others were riding, waiting quietly. Outside the spaceship, there were many dense, colorful lights floating, which were all the weapons of the airship. Looking at the spaceship in front of him, Lu Sui was a little surprised. Sister Yu Hong said that she emptied the family fortune left by Lu Lang to buy a spaceship that can be landed at any time. Then he sighed again, what a pity, it cost a lot of money. Little captain, this isn't your money, why are you in such a hurry? As soon as Lu Sui turned around, a delicate scolding voice came from behind him. Turning around, I happened to see Yu Hong's charming and pretty face. Lu Sui chuckled and said, Sister Yu Hong, this spaceship is pretty good. Yu Hong rolled her eyes at him and said, of course. I carefully selected these, but they're a bit pricey. Most people can't afford them. After hearing Yu Hong's words, Lu Sui sighed, so expensive. Then Sister Yu Hong, what level is your airship? When Yu Hong heard this, a smug expression appeared on her face. A 4-star spaceship is worth 50,000 source crystals. This is already the cheapest 4-star spaceship. This is almost emptying all the savings of the Tianlang Beast Taming Group. Hearing this, Lu Sui became curious, huh? Those who left the Beast Taming Group didn't get any share? You have to know that anyone who joins the Beast Taming Corps is putting his head on the line. After all, they fight against runaway beasts every day. Who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents? Once an accident happens, it means death and there is no room for rescue. But even so, these people didn't get a single source stone after paying for the source crystals they had worked so hard to earn. This is really unbelievable. No. Yu Hong shook her head and said, I told them that most of the remaining source crystals in the group were lost in the attack of the Four-Eyed Wolf King. They also returned to the original battlefield to check and found nothing, but he still took the equipment you forged for them. At this point, Yu Hong showed disdain on her face, despising Lu Sui and even using the equipment forged by Lu Sui, which simply took the word shameless to the extreme. Lu Sui didn't mind and said calmly, it's okay. They took my equipment and maintained it anyway, which would cost a lot of money. If they have the money, they can keep it. Anyway, now he relies on his talent to improve his success rate, and the success rate of making equipment can be increased by 10% in the future. And this is only an E-level talent. After it is upgraded to D-level, the success rate can be further improved. Did I buy the level 4 one according to your request? Yu Hong looked at Lu Sui and said. Lu Sui nodded and said, this level 4 spaceship is fast and has strong attack power, making it easier to escape at critical moments. At this point, Lu Sui touched his chin and said, this 4-star spaceship should be worth more than this price. This 4-star spaceship has problems. The source power core inside has some issues. It sometimes works well and sometimes doesn't. That's why it's only worth 50,000 source crystals. Looking at his expression, Yu Hong couldn't help but remind him. Cough. Lu Sui coughed lightly and said, as long as it's 4-star, there's no problem. If there's any problem, I can fix it. The moment Lu Sui finished speaking, a young girl walked out of the spaceship. When she saw Lu Sui, her eyes lit up, brother Lu Sui. Seeing the girl, Lu Sui was slightly stunned, then asked, is it Sayu? Fang Sayu smiled sweetly at Lu Sui and said, I heard from Sister Yu Hong that you were coming to visit Xingho's landing place today. I didn't expect you to actually come. This 4-star spaceship is really huge inside. The 4-star spaceship in front of him was indeed majestic, covering a very large area, and it was divided into many rooms. There was even a special training room and training equipment inside. It looked like a military base. Come in first, I will arrange accommodation for you. Yu Hong called a few people to walk into the airship, but when they came to a door, they were told that this was a private room and no outsiders were allowed to enter. Fang Xiyu also smiled sweetly at Lu Sui. Brother Lu Sui, we have reserved the best room for you. Let me take you to see it. Lu Sui looked at Fang Xiyu's smiling face. Although he didn't quite understand what she wanted to do, he didn't refuse. While Fang Xiyu was leading the way, Lu Sui looked at Qin Shangyue, Su Ling, and Zhu Taiyu, who were not far away. Let's go and take a look. This is where we will live from now on. However, when he finished speaking, he found that the three people were looking at him with cold faces. Qin Shangyue, needless to say, had a cold face from beginning to end, while Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were a little strange. You, what's wrong with you? Lu Sui looked at the gloomy faces of the three of them, and the emotional points that continuously flowed into the ancient mirror, and was suddenly confused. I didn't provoke them. How come you are still so brave? Why do you provide yourself with so many emotional points? Old Lu, can you explain to me what's going on with that girl who was smiling sweetly just now? Zhu Taiyu said with a forced smile. She. Just as Lu Sui was about to speak, Yu Hong covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, Fang Xiyu was originally the spirit beast we prepared for Lu Sui. As long as she completes her awakening, even if her talent is only B level, we will let her contract with Lu Sui. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Sui broke out in a sweat, and Qin Shangyue and the other two girls also cast murderous glances at Lu Sui. Zhu Taiyu walked forward and pinched Lu Sui's waist without saying a word. I was wondering why you always stayed in the beast taming group before. It turns out there is such a cute sweet girl. After saying that, he walked straight into the spaceship. Emotional points plus 700. There's nothing going on between her and me. How could you do this to me just because of this? It hurts. Lu Sui covered his waist with his hands, his face full of melancholy. At this time, Su Ling walked up to her with his arms folded across his chest and said in a sarcastic tone, Brother Lu Sui, I will prepare the best room for you. After saying that, he walked straight to the spaceship. Emotional points plus 680. Lu Sui was stunned when he saw it. No, why is this happening? He was just talking to a little girl, why was there such a big emotional fluctuation? Are you jealous? Shouldn't it be like this? There is nothing innocent between them, what could go wrong? Qin Shangyue said nothing and did nothing. She just glanced at Lu Sui lightly, but it was enough to make him feel scared. Oh shit. This woman is a bit scary. Seeing that the three women had left, Yu Hong stood aside and looked at Lu Sui with a playful expression and said, You'd better hurry up and catch up. By the way, sometimes having too many women is not a good thing. Just dealing with the relationships between them is enough to give you a headache. Chapter 102 Repairing the Spaceship. After Yu Hong finished speaking, she walked inside, and Lu Sui could only hurry over. After entering the spaceship, Lu looked around casually. The overall style was consistent with other spaceships. The only difference was that the interior of the spaceship seemed to have been renovated, appearing more spacious and with very complete facilities. At this moment, a man and a woman hugging each other walked out of the room, and they looked at each other. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's eyes first fell on the woman. She had a good figure and good looks, and there was a mark of life and death contract between her eyebrows. Well, not bad, a good woman. Mingzhu still looked exhausted at this time, leaning heavily on Fang Bisheng. He just glared at Lu Sui fiercely. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Fang Bisheng saw Lu Sui as if he were a brother. Good morning, Captain Lu. Bisheng, you are quite fast. I thought it would take you at least half an hour to come out. Lu Sui replied with a smile. Fang Bisheng. Shit, I say hello to you and you drive for me? After taking a deep breath, Fang Bisheng put his arm around Mingzhu's waist and leaned against the aisle, looking at Lu Sui meaningfully. Captain Lu, why did you buy this broken spaceship? 50,000 source crystals. If you buy a spaceship that malfunctions from time to time, you will become the laughingstock of the entire Rongqing. Moreover, our former team members also found out about Sister Yu Hong's secret purchase of the spaceship yesterday. After knowing that we secretly hid such a large sum of money, they will definitely come to cause trouble for us. How will the leader respond then? Lu Sui smiled and said, I'm not afraid of them coming, I'm just afraid of them not coming. This is a good opportunity to use them to establish my authority. Besides, I also need to prepare to repair this spaceship in the coming time. Repair the spacecraft? After he said this, everyone looked at him in surprise. Old Lu, when will you be able to repair spaceships? Zhu Taiyu looked at him in surprise. He remembered that Lu Sui could only forge equipment, but he had never heard that he could repair spaceships. After all, in order to repair a spacecraft, the blacksmith needs to master a lot of skills. Lu Sui smiled and said, I learned a little bit because I was bored a few years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to buy it. Don't worry, I promised to repair it perfectly this time. Learned a little? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with black lines. Damn, brother, are you serious? You're crazy to take this job after learning just a little. Okay, enough talking. I'm going to go repair the spaceship now. Who of you wants to come with me? I'll teach you how to operate it and tell you some precautions. Lu Sui did not waste time with them at this time, and took the lead to walk outside. Little Captain, it's unlikely that you can repair this spaceship by yourself. Yu Hong sighed and explained, there's a serious problem with the power source of this spaceship. It could be that there's something wrong with the crystal core extracted from the alien beast, which is why the power is intermittent. Furthermore, this spaceship was originally built for military use. As a result, they were attacked shortly after being put into the battlefield and were almost scrapped. Later, the military found that the cost of repair was too high, so they handed them over to the guild for disposal. In addition, the power provided by the source core was not stable, so the guild sold it at a very low price. When this spaceship was first launched, many people came to inquire about it, but after they carefully learned about the maintenance cost of the spaceship, they basically shook their heads. You can imagine how difficult it is to repair it. I'm afraid only a master blacksmith can do it. However, master-level forgers are few and far between, and the cost of repairing a spaceship is extremely high, especially when it comes to repairing a spaceship, which can easily cost tens of thousands of source crystals. With this spare money, it would be better to just buy a better spaceship. After listening to Yu Hong's explanation, everyone understood how difficult it was to repair the spacecraft. Only master-level blacksmiths are qualified to repair such high-level equipment. Doesn't that mean they spent 50,000 source crystals to buy a mobile house that has no combat power and can only fly in the sky? I will fix it within a month. As soon as Lu Sui finished speaking, the aisle of the spaceship fell silent, and everyone looked at Lu Sui with strange eyes. There was even a hint of looking at a fool in his eyes. Yu Hong frowned and said hesitantly, Little Captain, I'm not trying to throw cold water on you, but are you sure you can repair this spaceship? You can see that although there are no marks on the surface of the spacecraft, it is actually riddled with holes. Moreover, its power core is broken and is basically garbage. Even if you want to repair it, it will take more than 1 or 2 months to complete. This kind of thing can't be repaired just by saying it can be fixed. Lu Sui smiled knowingly upon hearing this, his eyes full of confidence. He said, It's okay, I can fix it slowly. Even if it takes a little longer, it's okay. A month will be enough. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. It was unclear whether they were speechless at Lu Sui's arrogance or lamenting his ignorance. At this time, even Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who had always trusted him, felt a little unsure. Although they did not understand the structure of the spacecraft, they could tell from the appearance that it definitely required a master-level blacksmith. Could Lu Sui really repair it? Just as everyone fell silent, Fang Bixing suddenly spoke up, Captain Lu, I support you. If you can fix this spaceship, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Seeing Fang Bixing was so optimistic about Lu Sui, Ming Zhu, who was holding his arm, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, with a sly glint in her eyes, I don't think he can recover within a month. Hearing this, Fang Bixing narrowed his eyes slightly, oh, that's interesting. How about a bet? Ming Zhu said with a smile. Okay. What's the bet? Fang Bixing agreed without any hesitation. Same as last time. Pressed. Lu Sui was speechless when he saw that the two of them were actually betting on him, but he suddenly thought of something and smiled evilly. Hey, you two, you can consider bribing me. I'll see to it. I can do it in a month and a day. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd who had been enthusiastically discussing whether Lu Sui could repair the spaceship within a month suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked up at Lu Sui. Brother, others are making bets here, and you are openly getting inside information. Is that really okay? However, Lu Sui acted as if he was very frank, which made everyone's mouths twitch and they secretly complained in their hearts. Is Lu Sui really the team leader? Why does he look like a rogue? Everyone couldn't help but wonder, is it really good for this guy to be the team leader? Chapter 103: A Small Discount. Lu Sui didn't care what they thought in their hearts. Since he had said it out loud, he wanted to see if they dared to gamble. Sure enough, Mingzhu and Fang Bixing were both stunned after hearing Lu Sui's words. Mingzhu couldn't help but blurt out, "Little guy, are you sure you can repair this spaceship within a month?" Lu Sui nodded and said affirmatively, "Well, I can do it, because the core of this spacecraft is just unstable, not destroyed, so it is very simple to repair." Mingzhu and Fang Bixing looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. "In that case, let's make a bet. If you can repair this spaceship within a month, Fang Bixing and I will obey your command from now on. If you lose..." Mingzhu looked at Lu Sui provocatively. Lu Sui glanced at her with a half smile and said calmly, "If I lose, then it's because you're awesome." Everyone was speechless for a moment, and then looked at Lu Sui with strange eyes. This guy was really trying to get something for nothing. "Then let's make a bet. If you can't repair this spaceship within a month, Fang Bixing and I will quit. Anyway, there are more than one group leader in this world, and you will need to pay us half a year's salary when the time comes." Mingzhu curled his lips and said with a playful look. Lu Sui was silent for a while, then said, "Okay, but I have to add one thing. If you lose, I will reduce your salary." He then revealed a wicked smile. "You all used to earn 100 source crystals a month in the Beast Taming Core, right? I'll give you a small discount. How about 10 source crystals?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with a frown on their faces. "Why the hell do you care about this little fracture? This is a broken bone. Emotional points plus 420. Emotional points plus 400. Emotional points plus 300. Mingzhu almost couldn't breathe. "You are so cruel. Everyone. How could he possibly repair this shabby spaceship within a month unless he was a master blacksmith?" However, Mingzhu was just saying this. After all, they had no other way to go. Instead of living off the savings, they might as well give it a try. So, after deciding the bet, Lu Sui took Mingzhu and the others into the spaceship. The interior decoration of the spacecraft is exquisite and elegant, and the facilities are very comprehensive. Of course, Lu Sui didn't intend to chop so hard, he just wanted to stimulate the two of them. There was no reason not to take these free emotional points. Afterwards, Lu casually entered the interior of the spacecraft and began to check the structure of the spacecraft. The spacecraft had signs of crashing, and the parts inside also had varying degrees of damage, but these were not a problem for him at all. First of all, there is the issue of materials. His forging skills have long reached the master level. Although he has no certificate, he is confident that he will never lose to a master blacksmith. That's why he insisted that Yu Hong buy a 4-star spaceship. Repairing a 4-star spacecraft was not a difficult task in his hands. The only trouble now was how much materials he should use to successfully repair the spacecraft. Thinking of this, Lu Sui found paper and pen and started writing. Not long after, a list was handed to Su Ling. Su Ling looked at the series of materials listed on the list and looked at Lu Sui with great respect again. He could even make such a detailed list for repairing a spaceship. This guy must be a natural weapon refiner. Fang Bixing also stared at the list with wide eyes. He swore that in his 20-something years of life, he had never seen such a detailed repair plan. Fang Bixing looked at the dense and terrifying list of materials, and his mouth twitched slightly. He now finally understood why Lu Sui was so arrogant just now. It turned out that this guy was not afraid of losing at all. He was obviously trying to trick them to death. But how capable is this guy? He can make a list in just 2 minutes. Fang Bixing said that if he were to make it, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to come up with such a detailed list of materials. "Lu Sui, are you sure you can repair the spaceship within a month?" Mingzhu was a little hesitant at this time. Lu Sui glanced at Mingzhu calmly and said, "If you simply want to win the bet between you and Fang Bixing, I can also fix it in a month and a day." Mingzhu. As soon as these words came out, Mingzhu looked at Lu Sui with a strange look in her eyes. Why didn't she realize it before? "You are a guy who only cares about money." The others, including Fang Bixing, looked at Lu Sui with a different look. This guy is so cunning, even more cunning than a fox. But this is in line with Lu Sui's personality. Everyone suddenly felt that following Lu Sui seemed to be quite cool. Just when everyone was about to continue watching Lu Sui repair the spaceship, Lu Sui sent Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu to buy the materials needed to repair the spaceship. The two women were still a little reluctant at first. After all, they usually wanted to fight each other whenever they met. How could they possibly go with each other to buy the materials needed to repair the spacecraft? Old Lu, are you serious? Let me go buy it with him. Are you sure we won't fight? Lu Sui glanced at the two of them, then looked at Qin Shangyue silently. I'm just worried that something might happen to you two on the way. Besides, he also wanted Qin Shangyue to go, but he couldn't give orders. I'll just go buy it. I have plenty of money anyway, and I'm a flying spirit beast, so I don't have to waste time going back and forth. After Su Ling finished speaking, he took the list of materials and planned to go to Rongcheng. She was not worried that the man surnamed Zhu would cause trouble while she was away. After all, Qin Shangyue was still awake. Do you know what you need to buy? Zhu Taiyu stopped her and raised his hand to grab the list from her hand, saying, I used to be in the military. I know exactly how much materials a 4-star spacecraft requires. But Su Ling didn't want to give it. Although it was not an easy job, it was still not easy for the other party to snatch things from him. The two women had been holding a grudge against each other for a long time, and the source power in their bodies exploded directly, and the source power of the third-level spirit beast was also clearly revealed. The strength of these two girls is not ordinary, and their fighting ability is even more fierce. Ordinary people can't get close to them at all. Stop, stop. Lu Suibian shouted hurriedly when he saw that the two were about to fight. Hearing Lu Bian's call, the two women stopped immediately, then looked at him at the same time and said in unison, Who do you want to let go? One of these two women has the bloodline of the ancient white tiger, and the other has the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. These two bloodlines are top-notch even in the entire world. Moreover, the special effects of these two bloodlines make it so rare for these two women to be their opponents if they are of the same level. Chapter 104 Fire Phoenix vs. White Tiger. Otherwise, with these two people's violent tempers, they would have been killed many times over. Originally, when the two were in the academy, they were both the type who thought they were the best in the world. Whoever dared to mess with them would be killed by them. Therefore, the relationship between the two girls is extremely bad. They basically quarrel whenever they meet. However, because of Lu Sui, they have never had any major conflicts. This time, the two women were fighting to buy materials because they wanted to use this opportunity to resolve their grievances. Lu Sui sighed. If these two women met, they would fight until they got together. If he didn't help them, they would probably stand here until dawn. In that case, let Sister Yu Hong and Kai Yu go. If they leave, won't it delay your repair of the spaceship? Who will help you then? Fang Bixing asked doubtfully, Captain, let me be clear, I'm good at gambling, but I know nothing about spaceships. Lu Sui glanced at him helplessly, I never counted on you, and I didn't dare ask you and Ming Zhu to run errands for me. If you two take the money and try to gamble, and lose it all, I won't even have a place to cry. Fang Bixing was immediately annoyed, Captain, has anyone ever told you that you're such a good judge of character? Lu Sui ignored him and looked directly at Yu Hong and Fang Xiyu, you two, follow Yu Hong. Remember to buy some food when you go. Don't go hungry. Don't worry. Yu Hong patted her chest and assured, I'm familiar with this. I'll definitely buy the most expensive and best. Lu Sui nodded with satisfaction. After the two men left, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were still angry. Instead, they looked at each other with dissatisfaction. Because they had been teased by Lu Sui these days, neither of them had time to cause trouble for each other. Now that I finally have some free time, how could I let the other person go so easily? The golden source of power on Su Ling's body covered him like flames, and his aura was rising steadily. With a cry, golden flames erupted, and Su Ling instantly turned into a golden fire phoenix. Su Ling flapped his wings of gold and fire and flew away at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he rushed towards Zhu Taiyu. When the two met, there was a loud boom in the air and the entire mountain seemed to explode. Zhu Taiyu was no less powerful, he let out a thunderous tiger roar, and the white source of energy instantly enveloped his entire body. Then a white tiger appeared out of thin air, leaped into the air, and entangled with the golden fire phoenix. Looking at the aura emitted by the two spirit beasts, Ming Zhu was so surprised that he couldn't help but click his tongue. Although she had anticipated the strength of these two people, she did not expect that their bloodlines would be so strong. Although they were only level 3, their source power and aura were not inferior to those of level 4 spirit beasts. Lu Sui couldn't help but sigh. When Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu entered the source power cultivator, they didn't practice much, after all, they didn't have a spirit beast master. Although Zhu Taiyu is still far from reaching his peak state, his power is enough to scare ordinary people. This is the importance of high bloodline. Even though she is only a level 3 spirit beast now, she still has the ability to challenge a level 4 spirit beast. At this moment, the golden fire phoenix broke through layers of obstacles and collided violently with the white tiger. The aftermath of its source force impact shook the surrounding trees and even the ground was turned over. Roar! Zhu Taiyu roared angrily and then opened his claws to bite Su Ling's body. Su Ling did not show any weakness and relied on the advantage of flying spirit beasts to fly directly into the sky and avoid this terrifying attack. The two of them were evenly matched in their exchanges. The fighting power of these two women is abnormal. Fang Bishing wiped his cold sweat. These two guys were really crazy. They could actually fight so brutally, it was really shocking. Su Ling's is a typical flying spirit beast, while Taiyu is an extremely ferocious attacking spirit beast. There is not much restraint between the two, and no one will gain the upper hand. Lu Sui said with a smile, as if he had anticipated the result and was not surprised. The types of spiritual beasts are roughly divided into 5 categories: attack, defense, flying, speed, and control. These 5 types restrain each other. Of course, there is also the most special type, the possessed type. This type of spirit beast is extremely rare. At this time, Lu Sui was watching the two spirit beasts fighting happily, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he comforted the two through the spiritual space. He was unable to comfort them before, after all, his spiritual space was occupied by Qin Shangyue, but now it is different. Qin Shangyue has come out, and he can naturally comfort the two women through his spiritual space. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, who were in a rage, finally calmed down under Lu Sui's comfort. They gasped and glared at each other. Zhu Taiyu has perfect body proportions, smooth muscle lines, and is full of explosive power. Her figure is not inferior to that of boys, and her eyebrows are sharp and domineering. Su Ling has a graceful and charming figure, fair and delicate skin, a slim body, black hair draped over her shoulders, and delicate facial features combined with her pure temperament, making her look like a beautiful painting. But even though these two beautiful people are not convinced by each other, they always like to quarrel. Seeing the two of them like this, Lu Sui couldn't help but hold his forehead. These two women are really. Fang Bishing smiled gleefully. Captain, your future life may be very interesting. Lu Sui glanced at Fang Bishing and said calmly, I just hope your future life won't be more interesting than theirs. Fang Bishing said with a playful look on his face, I only have one, unlike you, the captain, who can do 3 people at once, and this life and death contract is probably to protect us men. After all, a woman who awakens into a spirit beast is like a wolf or a tiger. You can't handle one, yet you still deal with 3, and each one is prettier than the last. You're truly fearless. Lu Sui looked at him and wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. Damn it, he had to fight 3 people at once every day, and even if he had 4 kidneys, he couldn't handle it. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling glared at each other, but did not continue fighting. After all, they both knew that this was a military base, not a place for noise, and if something was broken, they would suffer heavy losses. So the two women hummed in tacit understanding, and after changing back into human form, they walked towards Lu Sui with their remaining energy still lingering. Looking at the two people who wanted to fight again, Lu Sui was helpless. If you make trouble again, I will be angry. Then spanking will be a small matter. After hearing what Lu Sui said, Su Ling snorted coldly, Get out of my way. I must teach Zhu Taiyu a lesson today. Chapter 105 needs cleaning up. Zhu Taiyu refused to give in. I will definitely not let you off easily. That's up to you too. If you want to fight, go fight far away. Lu Sui rolled his eyes speechlessly, turned around, and walked towards the spaceship. Arriving at the core of the spaceship, Lu Sui began to examine it carefully. After a careful inspection, he discovered something. Fuck, this is actually a 5-star crystal core. 4-star spacecraft generally use 4-star crystal cores produced in the bodies of 4th-level alien beasts. Lu Sui always thought that the spaceship he bought used a 4-star crystal core, but the crystal core might have some defects, which led to the unstable energy supply of the spaceship. He had thought of many situations, but he had never thought that the unstable energy of the spacecraft was actually due to the high level of the crystal core. After repeated checks, when he confirmed that it was a 5-star crystal core, Lu Sui almost jumped up. This was definitely winning the jackpot. You know, a 4-star crystal core is already very expensive, and a 5-star crystal core is even more priceless. Now this spaceship can actually use a 5-star crystal core as its driving force, which is simply a huge profit. Not only that, if he is lucky, can he transform the spacecraft from a 4-star to a 5-star? The more Lu Sui thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, if it can be converted into a 5-star spaceship, then the strength of my beast taming group will increase significantly. Can you fix it? Qin Shangyue's indifferent voice came from behind Lu Sui. Lu Sui was startled, then turned to look at Qin Shangyue. Why, are you worried that I will sell you for money? Don't worry, with your stunning beauty, I won't be willing to part with you. But, I can give it a try, he. Qin Shangyue narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that, and kicked Lu Sui's raised butt. Lu Sui immediately covered his butt in pain and looked at Qin Shangyue with resentment. What are you doing? Who gave you the courage to tease me? Qin Shangyue said with a frosty face. Given by Fish Liang. Lu Sui replied unhappily that after all, they had a life and death contract, so it would be no problem for him to kill Qin Shangyue on the spot. You want to kill me? Qin Shangyue narrowed his eyes slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Sui, damn, I almost forgot this woman could read minds. She could hear my thoughts within 3 steps. Thinking of this, Lu Sui couldn't help but take a step back and looked at her warily. Don't think you can seduce me just because you are good looking. I tell you, I am a very upright person, not a beast. If you want to seduce me, it is impossible. When Lu Sui said this, his expression was very serious, but every time he took a step back, Qin Shangyue took a step forward, forcing Lu Sui to keep retreating. Finally, Lu Sui was pushed to the limit and couldn't help but yell, "Don't move. If you move again, I won't be polite." Qin Shangyue stopped, tilted his head and asked, "How do you want to be rude to me?" Lu Sui swallowed his saliva and pointed at the tip of Qin Shangyue's nose. Put your hand out first, I want to discuss something with you. Qin Shangyue raised an eyebrow and slowly stretched out his left hand. Seeing this, Lu Sui quickly breathed a sigh of relief and admitted his mistake on the spot. Oh, I was just joking with you, look how nervous you are. Okay, I was wrong, I shouldn't have teased you. Qin Shangyue glanced at Lu Sui and ignored him. Lu Sui chuckled and said, I need to check inside the spaceship again. Well, why don't you go play in the restroom first? My restroom is right here. The moment Qin Shangyue finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Then Lu Sui only felt that his mental space was occupied again. Lu Sui was bewildered. Damn, my dear wife, why are you so tough? No matter what, Qin Shangyue didn't deal with him, so Lu Sui had no choice but to stay in the spaceship and struggle. On the other hand, the war between Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu is still going on. Zhu Taiyu, get out of my way, or I'll beat you up too. Su Ling rushed over after saying this. Zhu Taiyu shouted coldly, come on, who's afraid of who? After saying that, he rushed forward to attack, and the two of them fought fiercely, which made Lu Sui tremble with fear. He had just thought the spaceship was big enough to accommodate many people, but after seeing the two women fighting, he realized how cramped the space was. One of them attacked while the other defended, and they fought evenly matched. Even if neither of them had transformed into spirit beasts, they could still fight hard with just their fists and feet. Looking at the fighting moves of the two men, although they looked extremely ferocious, they were actually not fatal, and both of them even had some strength left. Obviously, both of them are protecting each other. Lu Sui also stepped forward quickly and stood between the two of them. Looking at the two people who were fighting, the corners of his mouth raised slightly in an evil arc. Stop fighting, are you all tired? Why don't we take a break, eat something, and talk about life? After hearing Lu Sui's words, the two of them were stunned. Then they looked at Lu Sui and said in unison, what do you want to do? Lu Sui shrugged and said, I've thought about it. Since you are my spirit beast gang, I naturally don't want you to fight each other. So, how about you just get along peacefully for a while? Su Ling frowned and said, I refuse. Zhu Taiyu also shook his head, I don't agree either. Lu Sui spread his hands, you really don't agree? If I punish you, don't scream. Both of them snorted coldly, not taking Lu Sui seriously at all. After all, with Lao Lu's current strength, he can at most take advantage of them. As for cleaning them up, that's too much to think about. Tisk. Lu Sui curled his lips. It seems you guys are not willing to accept my toast. After saying that, Lu Sui's hair color instantly turned silver white, and his pupils turned golden in an instant. Then, Lu Sui raised his hand and waved. 2 rays of light shot out, directly trapping the two people. Let's go find a place to have a good talk about life. Su Ling. Zhu Taiyu. The two struggled for a long time, but they could not escape Lu Sui's restraints. In the end, they could only glare at Lu Sui angrily. Seeing this, Lu Sui laughed and walked into the room with his arms around Su Ling in one hand and Zhu Taiyu in the other. At this time, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling still wanted to rely on brute force to break free from Lu Sui's light restraints, but the two beams of light seemed to be welded to their bodies, and no matter how they struggled, they could not get rid of them. They knew very well that this must be Qin Shangyue's ability as a spirit beast. No matter what skills this kind of possessed spirit beast had, they were all extremely abnormal. After struggling in vain, the two of them simply gave in and let Lu Sui take them into a room. Then the door was locked, cutting off contact with the outside world. Chapter 106. Can you pat your chest? In the room. Lu Sui closed the door and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he patted the two women's chests and said, "Luckily, no one saw us." Su Ling. Zhu Taiyu. Can you pat your chest? Old Lu, you almost let me go. This beam of light is really hurting me. Zhu Taiyu simply surrendered. After all, Lu Sui was there. It was okay for her and Su Ling to play around sometimes, but if they really encountered danger, Lu Sui would definitely stand on their side. Lu Sui touched his chin and said with a smile, "You are quite sensible, little girl. You know it hurts, so why didn't you do it earlier?" Su Ling said angrily, "Don't change the subject. What on earth do you want to do?" At the same time, she looked down at her tied-up position, her cheeks flushed red, and she said shyly, You untie me." Lu Sui pretended not to hear. "What can I do to you? I am a pure and kind person." Zhu Taiyu rolled his eyes and said, "Stop trying to fool me. What you did to us has nothing to do with the word pure and kind." Su Ling was even more disdainful. "Are you sure you have no regrets when you say this?" Lu Sui was silent. He swore that he had no intention of doing anything bad today. Really? I don't know if it was because Lu Sui didn't answer or because Lu Sui was unwilling to let them go, but this time, Su Ling learned her lesson and just shut up. Lu Sui sighed, "Alas. Zhu Taiyu, why are you sighing? Sighing is useless. I tell you, old Lu, even if we are your spirit beasts, if you dare to touch us." Hearing this, Lu Sui leaned close to Zhu Taiyu's ear and said, "Don't worry, even if I wanted to do something to you, do you think I would have waited until now? I never put myself in a difficult position." Zhu Taiyu was stunned. She wanted to refute, but when she opened her mouth, she found that Lu Sui didn't give her a chance to speak. He suddenly stretched out his hands to her side and directly wrapped them around her slender waist. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Taiyu felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she was already sitting on the edge of the bed, and Lu Sui was lying behind her. "Hey! Lu Sui, what are you doing?" Zhu Taiyu hurriedly pushed Lu Sui. But Lu Sui held her down tightly and didn't give her any chance. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui, who was pressing on Zhu Taiyu, her face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lu Sui, what are you going to do to this crazy woman? Can't you come to me for what you want?" If she wasn't tied up now, she would definitely pull Lu away from Zhu Taiyu. "If I can't be his first spirit beast, can't I be his first woman?" Lu Sui chuckled, "Are you sure?" Su Ling was furious, but did not dare to move, fearing that Lu Sui would do something beastly. Seeing Su Ling's cowardly look, Lu Sui nodded in satisfaction, then looked down at Zhu Taiyu. "What do you think?" Zhu Taiyu bit his lip, his face flushed. "Come if you want to, don't take off your pants without farting." Upon hearing this, Lu Sui burst into laughter and then kissed Zhu Taiyu's neck lightly. Zhu Taiyu trembled all over and froze as if she had been electrocuted. Her body seemed to have lost control and she couldn't move at all. Lu Sui gently kissed Zhu Taiyu's neck, chest, and buttocks, finally stopping on her buttocks. Zhu Taiyu trembled all over, and just as he was about to fight back, his face suddenly froze, and his face flushed red. He turned his head and looked at Lu Sui in disbelief. All right, just kidding." Hearing Lu Sui's teasing tone, Zhu Taiyu finally couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over to bite Lu Sui's arm. "Bastard Lu Sui, how dare you play tricks on me?" Lu Sui took a breath and hurriedly hugged Zhu Taiyu's head to avoid being bitten by her. "Ouch, let go." Zhu Taiyu bit Lu Sui desperately and refused to let go. I'm wrong, isn't that okay?" "Wow, you can't believe what you said." Lu Sui, okay, I'm wrong, okay? Just let go first." Zhu Taiyu shook his head unwillingly. "Promise yourself that you won't lie to me next time, and promise not to bully me." Lu Sui, okay. Yeah. After getting Lu Sui's affirmative answer, Zhu Taiyu finally relaxed, but still stared at Lu Sui vigilantly. Lu Sui rubbed the mark on his arm and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll let you go this time." Seeing that Lu Sui was so easy to talk to, Zhu Taiyu finally showed a satisfied expression, but just when she was about to say something, Lu Sui didn't say anything and just walked out. Now it was Zhu Taiyu's turn to be dumbfounded. Why did he leave? Su Ling looked at her silly look and smiled. "It seems that you have hurt her feelings. Lu Sui must be very angry now. She was clearly my contracted wife, and I wanted to do something, but was bitten. TSK, if I were Lu Sui, I would feel uncomfortable too. After hearing Su Ling's words, Zhu Taiyu's face turned slightly red, but he didn't know what to say. Although Lu Sui did that just to retaliate for what she had just said, Lu Sui was really angry anyway. If this goes on, will Lu Sui ignore her? And did I bite it very hard just now? Yes, I definitely did. It 1T bleed, right? Ah. What should I do? If I had known that Lu Sui would react just now, I would have just gone with the flow. Why should I resist? Now it's all right. Zhu Taiyu was very upset, but it was too late to regret it now. She could only hope that Lu Sui was okay. Lu Sui sped all the way. He didn't know why he was in this situation, but there was a rage in his heart that he had to vent. He just wanted to gain some emotional points and upgrade his talent, but he didn't expect to make such a big fool of himself. Looking at the teeth marks on his hand, Lu Sui smiled bitterly, hoping that this girl was not angry. What he did before was just hooliganism, but what he did just now can be considered as sexual harassment. Forget it, let's untie her restraints first. When she calms down a little, then apologize to him. During this time, upgrade your talent. Lu Sui said helplessly. Under such circumstances, Lu Sui could not continue teasing Zhu Taiyu. After all, the two people have signed a contract. Even if Lu Sui and Zhu Taiyu have no emotional basis now, at least in front of outsiders they share the same fate. Zhu Taiyu has helped him a lot in the past few years, and he doesn't want his relationship with Zhu Taiyu to be affected by some of his small actions. Lu Sui always thought that Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were both his spirit beasts. Since they were spirit beasts, they would naturally make progress together. Chapter 107, Upgrading Talent. Hey, Captain Lu, why did you come out so soon? At this time, Fang Bixing was sitting on the doorstep smoking, and was a little surprised to see Lu Sui come out so quickly. Lu Sui looked at Fang Bixing's evil smile and immediately understood what Fang Bixing was thinking. Actually, compared to you, I'm still a little slow. Fang Bixing. Lu Sui patted Fang Bixing's shoulder and said, don't worry. After all, you two have a life and death contract. No matter how fast you are, your wife will at most say you are not capable, but she will never leave you no matter what. Fang Bixing. Damn it, why did he have the urge to kill the leader in front of him? Ahem. Captain Lu Sui, are you trying to comfort me? Fang Bixing coughed awkwardly. You think too much. I never comfort people. I always say whatever I think. Lu Sui said seriously. Fang Bixing didn't want to talk too much with him on this topic, so he asked, Captain Lu, what are you doing? Are you going to start repairing now? Lu Sui shrugged and said, actually, I have a secret to tell you. I feel like my talent is about to be upgraded. Ah? Fang Bixing was completely confused. This talent upgrade is a 1 in a million chance, so how come it's like cabbage in your mouth? However, looking at Lu Sui's serious and determined expression, Fang Bixing believed that Lu Sui was not joking. However, the luck of upgrading talents is no different from buying lottery tickets. Why is it so easy to upgrade talents for their leader? This is simply refreshing Fang Bixing's worldview. But Captain Lu Sui is becoming more and more amazing. Lu Sui ignored Fang Bixing's shock. After seeing that the emotion points in the ancient mirror had reached 100,000, he directly upgraded his talent luck from E level to D level. D level talent lucky effect, luck and success rate increased by 20%. Only a 10% increase? Lu Sui was a little dissatisfied, but it was still acceptable. Fang Bixing, who witnessed the entire process of Lu Sui's talent upgrade, was stunned at this moment. Damn it, bro. What the hell is your talent? Can you upgrade just by saying upgrade? This is too exaggerated. Others upgrade their talents through various opportunities and hard work, but you, on the other hand, upgrade directly by teasing your wife? Is this fair? Is there any law here? Lu Sui didn't know how much shock his talent brought to Fang Bixing. When he came to his senses, he found Fang Bixing looking him up and down, and asked, then Captain Lu, no, Brother Lu, Father Lu, can you tell me how you did it? Lu Sui glanced at Fang Bixing calmly and said, this is a man's secret, so I can't tell you. Fang Bixing, brother, am I not a man? But this is a talent upgrade, how can it be a trivial matter? If Lu Sui could tell him the method, he would kneel down on the spot and acknowledge him as his godfather. That Brother Lu. Fang Bixing said as he stuffed a source crystal into Lu Sui's hand. Lu Sui frowned after taking it and said, isn't this a matter of money? Fang Bixing gritted his teeth and handed over another source crystal, Brother Lu, I really have no money on me. Lu Sui. Fang Bishing, this is the only source crystal I have left. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Lu Sui said. Brother Lu, you misunderstood me. You know, we are friends, right? This is the only source crystal I have left. Tell me how to upgrade your talent. Lu Sui hesitated for a moment, and finally said, listen carefully, I'll only say this once, remember, and don't spread it. Fang Bishing immediately assured, don't worry, Brother Lu. Lu Sui glanced towards his room, then looked at Fang Bishing. Fang Bishing was a little confused by this look. But as smart as he was, he quickly realized, could it be that your talent upgrade is related to the spirit beast in your life and death contract? Lu Sui nodded. Of course it was related. Most of his emotional points were provided by Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. How could it have nothing to do with them? Are you two going to do something? Fang Bishing looked at Lu Sui, who gave him a meaningful look, then raised his hands to grab the air and added. Don't do that. If you keep doing this, you'll have a chance to upgrade your talent. Of course, this is a gamble, and your chances of winning are slim. I have many wives, I have many spirit beasts, so I'm lucky. As for you, Brother Lu, I understand. At this time, Fang Bishing didn't dare to ask more questions, and quickly put on an attitude of I understand. Lu Sui nodded in satisfaction, and then the other party hooked his finger, motioning him to come closer. Fang Bishing quickly leaned over to Lu Sui's ear and said, Brother Lu, tell me, I will keep it a secret. Lu Sui whispered something to him, and then Fang Bishing opened his eyes wide instantly. As long as I do these things but don't take the last step, there's a chance I'll be able to advance my talent? Lu Sui did not deny this. You swear? Okay, I swear, if I didn't have this kind of talent for advancement, my brother would never get an erection in his life. Fang Bishing was a little bit unbelievable, but seeing Lu Sui's confident look, he had to believe it. Okay, brother, I have explained everything I need to explain. The rest is up to you. I'm leaving first. Lu Sui was ready to leave after he finished speaking. This was indeed how he improved his talent. But he didn't know whether others could do it or not. Although the ancient mirror gave him a super fast upgrade speed, it was quite difficult for him to accumulate emotional points on a normal basis. Looking at Lu Sui's back, Fang Bishing hesitated for a moment and then walked towards his room. At this time, Lu Sui came to the cockpit of the spacecraft and looked around. On the surface, there was not much damage, but it was unknown whether the circuits inside were damaged. At this moment, Lu Sui saw through the screen in the cab that there was a woman in the mountains, staggering forward. Lu Sui frowned slightly. What was going on? Did this woman have a fight with a strange beast in the danger zone? Without any hesitation, Lu Sui directly started the spacecraft in an emergency mode. As the crystal core was awakened, movement could be heard throughout the spacecraft. In Lu Sui's room, Su Ling was about to make fun of Zhu Taiyu, but when he sensed that the spaceship was started, he frowned. What's going on? Didn't old Lu say there was a problem with the spaceship and it hadn't been repaired yet? Why did he suddenly start the spaceship? Is there any danger? As soon as this thought came to mind, the light restraints on him were released. At the same time, Lu Sui's voice was transmitted to their consciousness through the spiritual space. Su Ling, Taiyu, get ready for battle, I found something. Chapter 108, It's a bit immoral. At this time, Zhu Taiyu was still confused after receiving the voice transmission. Old Lu, what are you doing? Then Su Ling suddenly grabbed her arm and said, hurry, go to the cab and take a look. Oh. Zhu Taiyu nodded blankly, but before she could stand up, Su Ling had already dragged her to the door. With a click, the two men pushed open the door and ran out. When they rushed out, the entire spacecraft had been started and could take off at any time. When the two rushed out, they found that Fang Bishing and Ming Zhu had also rushed over from outside the cockpit at almost the same time. What's going on? Su Ling asked in confusion. Lu Sui pointed at the screen projected on the spacecraft. Did you see her? Although we are in the buffer zone, it is a bit strange to see a woman covered in wounds. Fang Bishing nodded. It's quite strange. Should we save him? In this world where humans and alien beasts are constantly fighting, humans have divided the areas into 4 categories: safe zones, cities built by humans themselves, which have powerful spirit beasts and beastmasters as barriers and are basically not disturbed by alien beasts. This is the safe zone. The buffer zone is the periphery of the human safety zone. Strange beasts may appear here, but the danger level is average. The last part is the danger zone, where strange beasts are rampant. Unless you are a senior beast tamer, ordinary people who dare to go deep into it are simply seeking death. The last area is the unknown area, an area that has not been explored by humans. No one knows what is there, but the danger level is the highest among the 4 areas. Lu Sui shook his head. Let's wait and see. I always feel that this woman is not simple. If she is attacked by a strange beast, she should maintain the form of a spirit beast and try her best to escape from danger by relying on the speed of the spirit beast. But she actually maintained her human form? She's a spirit beast, so where's her beast master? Is he dead? If the beast master died, without his comfort, how would she have recovered from her frenzy? Fang Bishing nodded when he heard this. Lu Sui's suspicion was somewhat reasonable. At this time, outside the spaceship, the woman covered in blood also noticed them. She crawled on the ground, looking at them with a fierce look on her face, but also looked at them warily. After confirming that they were not pursuers, she fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone looked at Lu Sui. Captain, what should we do? Either we ignore it, or we use the energy cannon on the spaceship to blast it. This energy cannon can even kill a level 4 alien beast. I haven't even tried it yet. If you pay me for the source power shells, I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Lu Sui stretched out his hand to him. Damn it, 1 level 4 source power shell costs 100 source crystals, are you going to pay for this? Fang Bishing, Captain, why are you so stingy? Lu Sui looked at the mysterious woman lying on the ground covered in wounds and said, does anyone have a throwing weapon? Try throwing it at her. Maybe she's just pretending. Everyone was speechless, but they also felt that what Lu Sui said made some sense. At this moment, Lu Sui suddenly thought of something and smiled evilly. By the way, where is the bathroom on our spaceship? After these words were spoken, Fang Bishing and Ming Zhu, the couple, were a little confused. Why did they suddenly mention the toilet again? Could it be that Lu Sui wanted to use the toilet as an excuse to slip away? However, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's expressions became extremely complicated. They suddenly thought of the joke Lu Sui said to them when they came out of Lu Sui's house. Now it seems, this guy is not joking. In an instant, the 2 women looked at Lu Sui with extremely complicated expressions. Is this their man? When did he become so mean? So, the 2 women looked at each other tacitly, and cast contemptuous eyes on Lu Sui. Lu Sui. Damn it! Why are you 2 looking at me like that? You don't let me deal with people, and you don't allow me to disgust people. Lu Sui couldn't help but swear. It's nothing, I just feel that this world is very dangerous. Zhu Taiyu said and patted Lu Sui's shoulder. Su Ling was even more exaggerated. She actually hugged Lu Sui's neck with her arms, looking like a little bird. It's nothing special. I just feel that if you use this shady trick, that woman will at least not be attracted to you. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then reacted and was a little speechless. Although I am loved by everyone and flowers bloom when I see them, it is not to the point where every woman can be attracted to me. That's not certain. What if someone really likes you and is willing to follow you? Hee, that's not happening. Lu Sui waved his hands and pushed away the 2 women's hands. Of course he knew that in this world, women who could be both human and beast, or even half-beast, were very attractive, especially those female spirit beasts who were stunningly beautiful. At this time, Fang Bishing and Ming Zhu were also confused by the 3 people's incoherent words. What's going on? What is an unethical trick? Besides, on the battlefield, as long as it works, it is a good tactic, and there is no such thing as being unethical. Lu Sui only saw that he directly used Qin Shangyue's space skills through the source power connection. In just a moment, a space crack appeared above the head of the mysterious woman, and a piece of mosaic-covered object fell out of it and landed directly on the woman. For a moment, everyone on the spacecraft fell silent. What is that thing? Fang Bishing asked dully, pointing in the direction of the mysterious woman. It looks like shit. Ming Zhu is a spiritual beast, so his eyesight is naturally impeccable. He can see clearly even from a distance of half a mile. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu also looked at Lu Sui with complicated expressions. They didn't expect that Lu Sui was a man of action and would do what he said. Lu Sui looked at the mosaic and his mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is that? It's clearly a pile of shit. He just randomly transferred something over to see if it would cause any emotions in the woman, but he didn't expect it to be shit. Lu Sui also stared at the woman's direction. At this time, Fang Bishing on the side swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty, Captain, isn't this move a bit too unethical? Well, it's okay. Can you improve it in the future? Lu Sui turned his head and looked at Fang Bisheng. Fang Bisheng's eyes widened immediately, and he said with a look of disgust, Improve? Captain, are you serious? I think it's better to throw it away. This is not something a human would do. Even if this person is fine, he can still make trouble for you. Just when Lu Sui thought that the woman was really fainted, the emotional points suddenly came from the direction of the mysterious woman. Emotional points plus 950. When he saw the emotional point appear, Lu Sui narrowed his eyes instantly. There was indeed a problem. Chapter 109 Zhang Liyun. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly opened her eyes, then raised her head and looked in the direction of Lu Sui. There was no concealment of the murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Sui also quickly used 100 emotion points to check the identity information of this woman. Emotional points plus 950 source, Zhang Liyun. Zhang Liyun? After getting the name, Lu Sui looked at the four people around him and asked, Have you heard of her? Everyone shook their heads. Fang Bisheng frowned and said, Captain, who is this person? Is he very powerful? I don't know either. Lu Sui shook his head. Everyone was speechless. If you don't know, why did you suddenly say this name? Old Lu, Zhang Liyun sounds like a woman's name, so who is she? Su Ling asked with his arms crossed, a forced smile. Lu Sui glanced at her and snorted coldly, You look quite imposing like this, but it's a pity that your breasts are really not that good. You? Su Ling gritted her teeth, wishing she could pounce on him and tear his mouth apart. Even at this time, he still hadn't forgotten to tease her? Moreover, her breasts were the best among her peers in both shape and size. Although they were slightly smaller than those of a certain cow, they were definitely not small. No, this guy is changing the subject. Old Lu, stop talking about other things. Tell me, who is Zhang Liyun? Su Ling was relentless and insisted on forcing Lu Sui to explain what had just happened. Okay, let me tell you, Lu Sui said helplessly, pointing at the mysterious woman who had just fallen, she is. If you don't believe me, tie her up and interrogate her. The four of them looked at each other, and no one wanted Yun. Damn, Yun tied up a woman covered in shit, and they wouldn't believe it unless it got on them. Especially since 3 of the 4 were women, they were even more afraid to take action. Old Lu, are you sure you didn't lie to us? Fang Bisheng frowned. They didn't know what Lu Sui was up to. No, her name is indeed Zhang Liyun. Lu Sui answered affirmatively. The 4 of them fell into an eerie silence again. What do you two think? Fang Bisheng looked at Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling, asking for their opinions. Zhu Taiyu hesitated for a moment before saying, Let's see first. But Su Ling looked at Lu Sui in surprise. How did you know her name was Zhang Liyun? I've seen her online before. She should be a celebrity. You can check out Yang's wanted poster. You might find something unexpected. Lu said casually. Oh, so that's it. Zhu Taiyu suddenly realized. However, Su Ling directly looked for Zhang Liyun's name on the wanted poster, but did not find it. How could there not be? Su Ling frowned. She clearly felt that Lu Sui had not lied. Maybe you don't have enough authority. Fang Bisheng explained. At this time, Lu Sui received emotional points from Zhang Liyun, and of course, without exception, they were all negative. Emotional points plus 850. Emotional points plus 750. When Lu Sui saw this endless stream of emotions, he suddenly thought, oh shit, why not just stay like this? It won't be a loss for me. Just when Su Ling was about to quit Yi Ying's bounty website, a mysterious phone call came to her. When she picked up the phone, the voice from the mysterious phone made her eyes widen instantly. Are you looking for Zhang Liyun? Have you seen her? The male voice on the other end of the phone asked with some excitement, and Su Ling nodded blankly. Tell me quickly, where is Zhang Liyun now? She? Su Ling looked at Zhang Liyun, who was hit by shit by Lao Lu, and her expression became complicated. How should she say this? The Zhang Liyun you are looking for had shit thrown in her face by my man? I. Su Ling hesitated, not knowing how to answer the other party's question. Then she handed the phone to Lu Sui and said, I can't tell you who Zhang Liyun knows. You are so shameless, so you should tell me. Lu Sui. How can I be shameless? You are slandering me. Although he was not convinced, Lu Sui still answered the phone. Hello, who are you? What's up? Let's make it clear first. If you're selling something, please hang up first. I don't want to hang up first. It will seem very rude to me. You are not. At first, the few of them didn't take the call seriously, until Lu Sui kept chattering for nearly 10 minutes, not giving the other party a chance to speak. Fang Bixing looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. Why does he talk so much in private? The two women shook their heads. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew that since old Lu awakened that day, in addition to his dual talents, he seemed to have awakened some incredible hidden talents. He wasn't like this before. Su Ling said with a wry smile. In the past, the 4 words old Lu Pianpian young master were the most appropriate description of him. But now, it's completely the opposite. What gentleman! What good man! He has nothing to do with them. At this time, Lu Suizue was still chatting with the person on the other end of the phone, while looking at the emotional points that kept appearing in the ancient mirror. Emotional points plus 920. Emotional points plus 720. Emotional points plus 700. Finally, after gaining more than 15,000 emotional points, Lu Sui stopped talking nonsense, just because the mysterious man finally couldn't help but explode. Shut up, an angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Sui raised his eyebrows. The voice sounded familiar. Who are you? What do you want? What about Zhang Liyun? Do you have good news? Lu Sui remembered, wasn't he this the man who talked to him that day? Who I am is none of your business. Lu Sui curled his lips. Asshole! How dare you scold me? Do you know who I am? The man over there was furious. He really wanted to strangle this bastard to death. Damn, he's too talkative. And the whole thing is just nonsense. Damn, can he even speak properly? You are Yang's man, right? I have reported many people to you these days. After Lu Sui finished speaking, the other party became even angrier. Okay, so it's you, you bastard. You're so freaking happy to report us. We've almost run our legs off. Zhang Xin was so angry that he started cursing. Lu Sui shrugged, saying he felt very wronged. Wasn't he just raising the issue out of fear of trouble? Besides, if he hadn't reported it, how would you have had such an opportunity to make a contribution? Zhang Xin took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and asked, Tell me, what's happening with Zhang Liyun now? Did you just search her name? Is she from your night shadow? Lu Sui was responded to by silence from the other end of the phone. They did not deny it, which meant they agreed. Chapter 110 Do you have any shame? But Lu Sui didn't play by the rules. No, then why are you paying so much attention to her? Are you attracted to her? I don't want to talk to you. You just need to tell me how Zhang Liyun is doing. Zhang Xin said, gritting his teeth. He wished he could kill this bastard immediately. Oh, she's fine, just unconscious. Lu Sui said lightly. Zhang Xin didn't know how to react when he heard Lu Sui's words. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Lu Sui laughed heartily, and without waiting for the other party to get angry, he spoke directly, the situation is very bad. In order to avoid being hunted down, she even pretended to be in a pile of shit. Such a spirit is worth learning from. Zhang Xin couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. This is what it's like to be in their line of work. After hearing Lu Sui's words, everyone in the cab had a new understanding of his shamelessness. Damn it, do you still have any shame? It was clearly you who put that shit on her head. Where are you now? Zhang Xin asked after calming down. Ronqing, buffer zone, are you going to send me to pick them up? Lu Sui said without reservation. He knew that the other party would definitely send someone over. You are in the buffer zone now? Zhang Xin asked in surprise. Well, yes. Lu Sui nodded. Okay then. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xin finally decided to transfer people to the buffer zone. Go quickly, I think that man is about to die. Lu Sui said with a concerned tone. Zhang Xin frowned and said to Zhang Li, if possible, you can watch and rescue him. That's not good. What if she blackmails me? Zhang Xin was completely speechless after hearing these words. Damn it, we are Yang. Only a fool would try to blackmail you. Emotional points plus 750. And with Zhang Liyun's personality, it's simply impossible. Forget it, you guys help take a look. Liyun has returned from an unknown area. She has information about the recent unrest caused by strange beasts, and also about. In short, you just need to protect her. Lu Sui glanced at Zhang Liyun and frowned. I feel like her condition isn't looking good. How about you guys hurry up, or give me some incentives so I can move faster? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the cab looked at him with strange eyes. Don't you have any idea why she's in such a bad condition? Anyone who has a pile of shit thrown on their head probably won't feel good. Seeing this, Lu Sui touched the tip of his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhang Shen on the other end of the phone was also frowning. Damn, this guy must be obsessed with money. You will not be short of benefits. Okay, it's settled. 1,000 source crystals. This is recorded. Don't try to deny it. You should try to resolve her issue as soon as possible. I'm hanging up now. Lu Sui said, and ended the call without waiting for the other party's reply. Zhang Shen on the other end of the phone was choking with anger. What the hell is this person? When did I promise to give you 1,000 source crystals? After Lu Sui put down his phone, he looked up at everyone and found that they were staring at him with strange eyes. Ahem. Lu Sui cleared his throat. What's wrong with you? Captain, aren't you afraid that Yi Ying will cause trouble for you later if you do this? Su Ling covered her mouth and giggled, and the others also laughed, but the meaning in their eyes was a little different. Lu Sui. How could he not understand what these guys were thinking? What are you laughing at? Lu Sui glared at them in feigned anger, then changed the subject and said, Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get down to business first. Zhang Liyun isn't dead yet. Su Ling and I will go check it out. You guys wait here. Fang Bixing and Ming Zhu had no objection to this. They didn't like Yi Ying very much. After all, they used to gamble in shady places, and had been detained by Yi Ying for that reason. But Zhu Taiyu's expression was not very good. Why didn't old Lu let her follow? Compared with Su Ling, she was better at attacking. But why didn't Lu Sui let him follow? Was it because of what happened just now that a rift arose between the two of them? She regretted it now. She could have just rejected him casually at that time. Why did she bite him? Now, Lu Sui ignored him. She also wanted to go with him to protect Lu Sui's safety, but the current situation made it impossible for her to speak. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly glance at the place where she had just bitten. It should be fine. No, I have to find a chance to apologize to Lao Lu, otherwise if Su Ling, that stinky woman, takes advantage of me, I won't even have a place to cry. Seeing Zhu Taiyu's negative emotions coming at a speed visible to the naked eye, Lu Sui frowned slightly. Turning around and looking at the depressed look on the girl's face, he immediately understood everything. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Lu Sui directly reached out his dirty hands towards Zhu Taiyu's chest. Ah! The sudden attack made Zhu Taiyu couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Lu Sui held the majestic mountain in one hand, held his chin with the other and said thoughtfully, Well, the pulse is good. Everyone frowned. God damn, the pulse is good. If you want to take advantage of someone, just take advantage of him. Why do you have to come up with some ridiculous excuse? And this excuse is so fucking outrageous. After a brief moment of shock, Zhu Taiyu came back to his senses and growled with a blushing face, Lu Sui, what are you doing? Lu Sui shrugged and said innocently, I noticed you didn't look very well just now, and I thought you had a health problem, so I wanted to check you out? After saying that, Lu Sui deliberately pinched her chest. Zhu Taiyu was so ashamed and angry that she really wanted to kill the other person with a knife. Check, who is checking, where did you touch right away? The most important thing is that she is in front of outsiders, doesn't she have any face? Where did you touch? Lu Sui blinked his eyes, looking innocent. You hooligan. Zhu Taiyu said coquettishly. Hearing this, Lu Sui smiled. This girl is quite cute. Okay, I won't take you with me because Su Ling is a flying spirit beast. If something unexpected happens, he can take me away faster. Lu Sui said as he patted the dust off Zhu Taiyu's butt. Then you should be careful too. When Zhu Taiyu heard this, her previous depression was immediately swept away. She thought he was unwilling to take her with him, but it turned out that he was concerned about her safety. Although this guy was a bit of a rogue just now, no matter what, there will be no barriers between Lu Sui and her. Zhu Taiyu thought so in her heart, completely forgetting Lu Sui's big hands wandering on her body, or rather, she knew it but didn't care. Until Lu Sui's actions became more and more excessive, even Fang Bixing and Ming Zhu turned away consciously. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui with a gloomy face and said in a very unhappy tone, Do you want me to give you some time to finish the job? Chapter 111 I want to add a 0 at the end. Don't worry. Lu Sui immediately stopped what he was doing, and then said with a wry smile, She doesn't look very good, so why don't I take a look at her? Su Ling rolled her eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to the man anymore. Okay, let's go. Lu Sui called out and took the lead to walk forward. Su Ling snorted coldly and followed behind him. After exiting the spaceship, Lu Sui walked very slowly, so slowly that Su Ling was a little confused. Old Lu, at this speed, you won't be able to cover half a mile before dark. I know. Lu Sui sighed, that woman is not one of us, why rush? Besides, her life is not in any danger now. Hearing this, Su Ling raised an eyebrow. Ah? How do you know? Lu Sui glanced at him and said lightly, guess? Su Ling. If you don't want to save it, then don't save it. Why bother with all this crap? This cannot be blamed on Lu Sui. It's just that Zhang Liyun gave so many emotional points, so many that he couldn't pretend not to see them. Emotional points plus 780. Emotional points plus 820. Emotional points plus 790. And it's obvious that there's nothing wrong with these ups and downs of emotions. If I go to rescue him so early, how can he harvest emotional points? Anyway, the other party is fine, so it shouldn't matter if I delay it a little longer. Old Lu, if you don't want to get involved in their affairs, why don't you just leave? Su Ling continued to ask. My conscience cannot let me go? Lu Sui said this lightly, and then walked away. Upon hearing this, Su Ling was stunned for a moment. Conscience? When you say you have a conscience, doesn't your conscience hurt? Inside the cockpit of the spaceship, everyone's expressions became complicated when they saw Lu Sui's speed, which was one step at a time. Didn't you just agree to it? Why is the speed? It's too fast to watch. Fang Bishing looked at the distant sky with a wry expression. What does this captain mean? Mingzhu also looked confused and said, I don't know, but I'm worried that if something happens to us in the future, will he come to rescue us at this speed? Xu Taiyu couldn't help but persuade him, that shouldn't be the case. Old Lu is a very good person. He will definitely come to rescue us as soon as possible. Mingzhu rolled his eyes upon hearing this. You and him have a life and death contract. If you were in danger, he would of course risk his life to save you. If there wasn't this contract, do you think he would still come to save you? Xu Taiyu shook his head. Yes, he has never changed. In the past, she took a big risk to save me. He was much more naive back then. The two looked at each other and didn't know how to persuade each other anymore. At this time, Lu Sui had already reached the other side of the forest. He raised his eyes and looked at the surrounding environment, then a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Ling. Lu Sui raised his voice and shouted. Su Ling's figure slowly emerged and landed beside Lu Sui, then looked at him puzzledly. What's wrong? Wait a minute, go explore the surroundings and then come back to inform me. Lu Sui said. Oh. Su Ling responded, and then disappeared beside Lu Sui. Lu Sui stood there for a moment, then slowly walked towards where Zhang Liyun was crawling. As soon as his figure disappeared into the jungle, Zhang Liyun, who was crawling on the ground, stared at her with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Lu Sui walked towards where she was, only to see Zhang Liyun lying weakly on the ground, and just a finger's distance from her pretty face was that mosaic-like thing. When Zhang Liyun saw Lu Sui, she hated him so much that she wanted to tear the culprit who had made her look like this into pieces, but unfortunately she couldn't muster any strength at all. Lu Sui's behavior towards that girl in the spaceship flashed through her mind. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she opened her eyes wide with an expression of horror and disbelief. What do you want to do? Emotional points plus 900. When Lu Sui saw the emotional point, he lowered his head slightly, as if he was looking at Zhang Liyun, but also as if not. There was only a strange smile at the corner of his lips. Zhang Liyun's eyes widened, her whole body trembling. I'm warning you not to mess around. As she spoke, Zhang Liyun saw the mark of the life and death contract between Lu Sui's eyebrows and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid that he had a wife, but she was afraid that he didn't have a wife. If there was a woman restricting him, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Then she calmed down and said calmly, take me back to Rongqing, and you will get a lot of benefits. However, Lu Sui seemed not to see her and walked right past her. Now Zhang Liyun couldn't sit still anymore. She struggled to climb up several times, but she still couldn't get up. Hey! Did you hear that? She roared angrily. However, Lu Sui remained indifferent. When he passed by Zhang Liyun, he didn't even glance at her, as if she didn't exist. Zhang Liyun was almost mad with anger, but she could do nothing to Lu Sui, so she can only curse Lu Sui with gritted teeth. At this time, Lu Sui was also a little disappointed. The shit didn't fall on her, but it provided her with so many emotional points. If it fell on her, wouldn't it take off directly? Boy, don't play dumb. Zhang Liyan gritted her teeth and said coldly, as long as you take me back to Ronqing, you will get a lot of benefits. Oh. Lu Sui remained unmoved and just uttered a word lightly. Zhang Liyun rolled her eyes after hearing the other party's perfunctory words, 500 source crystals, this is an ordinary person's income for 20 years. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Sui came up to her and asked about her well-being, which left Zhang Liyun speechless. You are so realistic. Zhang Liyun was almost mad with anger. She originally wanted to call this guy shameless, but when she thought about the fact that she still needed help from others, she swallowed the words back. Lu Sui said with a smile, I'll send you back for 500 source crystals. Can you increase the price a bit? Zhang Liyun sneered, how much do you want to add? Lu Sui thought for a moment and said, I want to add a 0 at the end. Zhang Liyun. Emotional points plus 800. 5,000 source crystals, an ordinary person would have to work for 200 years without food or water. You just sent me back, and you took 5,000 source crystals from me. Why don't you just rob me? Zhang Liyun was so angry that she was shaking all over. This man didn't treat money as money. Lu Sui raised his eyebrows, I think it's a good deal. You. Zhang Liyun was furious. How could she possibly come up with 5,000 source crystals? She didn't even have half of that, and this guy was asking for 5,000. Seeing this, Lu Sui sighed and said, alas, you can't even come up with 5,000 source crystals. You people from Yang are too poor. Forget it. I am a good person who hates to see others suffer. Anyway, you won't live long if you stay here, so I will kindly take you away. Zhang Liyun. She really wanted to kill this bastard now. Chapter 112 You are Lu Feilong's son. However, Zhang Liyan didn't know that the angrier she was, the more efficient Lu Sui would be in obtaining emotional points. Emotional points plus 700. Because Lu Sui knew that being angry to death was something that only happened in books. In real life, people were rarely angry to death. Besides, Zhang Liyun hadn't been angry to death yet. Lu Suibian walked up to Zhang Liyun and asked quietly, by the way, can you tell me what you went to the unknown area for? He was actually a little curious. After all, who wouldn't want to know the inside information? It would be great if we could learn about the situation in that unknown area from others. Poof. Zhang Liyun snorted coldly and was unwilling to pay attention to Lu Sui. Lu Sui didn't care. He just shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm not a bad person. I won't force you to say it. After saying that, Lu Sui turned around and left the bushes, walking towards the spaceship in the distance. Seeing this, Zhang Liyan couldn't help but be stunned, feeling inexplicably strange in her heart. Although she didn't know Lu Sui, she could feel that the temperament Lu Sui exuded was very different from that of ordinary men, especially that lazy and casual aura, which always reminded her of a legendary figure Lu Feilong. Yi Ying was once the strongest beast master, possessing unfathomable strength at a young age. After joining the Yi Ying group, he rose through the ranks, reaching the 9th level of Grandmaster in just over a decade. At the age of 40, he became the youngest Grandmaster in Chinese history. Zhang Liyan looked at the figure walking away, and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in her heart. But she didn't think much about it and just thought she was dazzled. Boy, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but knowing too much is not good for you. Zhang Liyun's voice came. Lu Sui paused slightly, turned around, and a bright smile appeared on his face, then it's not something you can worry about. Zhang Liyun was stunned by his smile. This face matched the damned old man's appearance in her memory. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly looked away and said coldly, since you want to know, tell me your name first. Lu Sui. Lu Sui. Lu Sui? Zhang Liyun frowned. Last name Lu? He looks like the former captain. Suddenly, Zhang Liyun's pupils shrank sharply, and she blurted out, are you Lu Feilong's son? Lu Sui was also shocked when he heard this. Could it be that this woman knew about his father? However, Zhang Liyan shook her head and muttered, impossible, that bastard Lu Feilong died a long time ago. Lu Sui also agreed with this, that old guy is always so irritating. You are Lu Feilong's son. What's your mother's name? Zhang Liyan couldn't help but ask. Guess? Lu Sui said with a smile. Zhang Liyun was immediately furious. No matter whether this brat was Lu Feilong's son or not, he was definitely not a good person since he dared to talk to her like that. She would definitely teach this guy a lesson when she returned. Zhang Liyun thought viciously. Seeing her face flush with anger, Lu Sui laughed, clapped his hands and said, "You should know my mother, her name is Lu Qingyin." Zhang Liyun didn't say anything else. If having the same name as her father was a coincidence, then having the same name as her mother couldn't be a coincidence. But the former captain and his wife have been dead for almost 20 years. But, haven't your father and mother been dead for almost 20 years? How could they? And I haven't heard that they had a son this old? Zhang Liyan asked puzzledly. I don't know whether they are dead or not, but they are in Rongqing, not far from here. If you are an old friend of theirs, you can go and take a look. Lu Sui said with a smile, as for why they are still alive, I don't know. As their son, how could you not know? Zhang Liyun was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Wasn't it obvious that he was playing a trick on her? It was the same with Lu Feilong in the past, and it is the same with her son now. She has never met such a scoundrel before. This is simply a legacy. I really don't know. Lu Sui really didn't lie this time. Before this, he really didn't know that his parents were so awesome. By the way, what did my cheap dad do before? How come you people from Yiying still know him? He's Yiying's former captain. Zhang Liyun said unhappily, how could we not know each other? Oh, it turns out my cheap dad used to be the captain of Night Shadow. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Sui's eyes, and then he said with a smile, his tone was very happy, and he was obviously not angry, then won't I be able to walk sideways in the future? You're dreaming. If your identity as his son is exposed, there will be a lot of people who want to kill you. Zhang Liyun rolled her eyes at him and said with contempt. Hearing this, Lu Sui felt a little uneasy. He had heard of some people leaving inheritance, some leaving strong relationships, and at the very least, some leaving a wife. How come this enemy was left to him? Can such a dad be sold? Thinking of this, Lu Sui took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Liyun solemnly. By the way, what was the first sentence you asked me at the beginning? Zhang Liyun thought for a moment and asked, are you Lu Feilong's son? No, I have never seen such a shameless person. Lu Sui said this with an unprecedented firm tone. Zhang Liyun's mouth twitched as she said coldly, when you first said you were Lu Feilong's son, I was a little skeptical, but with your performance just now, I'm almost certain that you are his son. Lu Sui frowned immediately. Hey, what do you mean? How could a young man like me, a good young man with a bright future, be involved with that old and disrespectful guy? Your style of speaking and doing things is exactly the same as his, or even worse. Zhang Liyun said seriously. Now it was Lu Sui's turn to be speechless. Woman, you'd better think clearly before you speak, otherwise I will push you into the shitpot. You still ask if you are Lu Feilong's son? He used to say that a lot. Lu Sui. Damn, this old guy, he suddenly had the urge to go home right now and push that old guy into the shitpot. Zhang Liyun took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner excitement before saying, by the way, didn't I want to ask you just now what I discovered in the unknown area? Huh? Lu Sui was stunned, frowning slightly. This can't be a trick, right? Just now you were refusing to say anything, why are you so honest now? Chapter 113 Someone is creating strange beasts. Zhang Liyun replied calmly, after all, you're Lu Feilong's son. It won't matter if you know about it. At most, you'll get into some trouble. It's not a big deal. If you don't handle it well, you might lose your life. Lu Sui's eyes widened immediately. This is a matter of life and death, and you call this a trivial matter? Zhang Liyun rolled her eyes and said, you're Lu Feilong's son, so others don't dare to kill you. But that doesn't mean your father's sworn enemies won't give you trouble. Even if they can't get rid of your father, can't they deal with you, his son? Hearing this, Lu Sui suddenly fell silent. He was not stupid, and what Zhang Liyun said was indeed true. Yiying's existence is not allowed to be seen in public. They are investigating the illegal activities of the beast taming group and some families. In other words, Yiying is a knife hanging over their heads, and as long as they take any action that goes beyond the limit, the knife will fall at any time. The headquarters is equivalent to their boss, and is regarded as a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh by these lawless elements. If the son of Captain Night Shadow falls into their hands, these people will definitely use all kinds of methods to torture him, making him unable to live or die. Thinking of this, a feeling of sadness welled up in Lu Sui's heart. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, the fact was that Lu Feilong had left him with only a bunch of enemies. Since you've already recognized the facts, I'll tell you the truth. Between the dangerous area and the unknown area, someone is creating strange beasts. When Zhang Liyun said this, Lu Sui was shocked. Creating strange beasts? Zhang Liyun nodded and said, yes, there is a terrifying force that calls itself the Pilgrimage Temple. They have set up a base outside the dangerous area, where many strange beasts gather. Although there are no buildings blocking that open space, it has an extraordinary formation for defense. We were unable to break through the open space and could only gaze at it from afar. We were unable to enter the area of the Pilgrimage Temple. But we witnessed their experiments, transforming our human girls from spirit beasts into alien beasts. Every once in a while, they would transform new strange beasts from that empty land. Having said this, Zhang Liyun stared at him with burning eyes and continued, we, the Night Shadow Organization, were ordered to investigate the missing girl. Just when we were about to report the matter, we were suddenly discovered. Out of our entire team of 5, I was the only one who escaped and made it here. Even so, I was seriously injured during the escape. After listening to Zhang Liyun's narration, Lu Sui finally understood. No wonder this woman looked at him with a wary expression just now. If this were to get out, it would probably cause quite a bit of panic. So you're saying there's an organization called the Pilgrimage Temple that's established a base in a dangerous area? And they're transforming girls into monsters inside. This means that this group of people are most likely hiding in the dark and watching us. Lu Sui frowned. Zhang Liyun nodded. Yes, your guess is very likely correct, but don't worry about my escape skills. Besides, we are already in the buffer zone. Even if they are brave enough, they won't dare to run into the buffer zone and kill us Yang. Having said that, Zhang Liyun paused for a moment and continued, however, I still hope that you can join us, Yang, because only in this way can you gain a lot of rights. And with your father's character, if you really get into trouble, he will definitely come to help you. Forget it, I won't go to Yang. It's really not a place for someone like me to stay. Lu Sui shrugged, not caring at all. Zhang Liyun sighed softly when she heard this. She had long guessed that Lu Sui would refuse. After all, anyone who could enter Yang was either determined to die or had a yearning for Yang itself. But she really likes this boy. He is not only handsome, but also very smart. As for talent, how bad can Lu Feilong's son be? If he could join Yang, his future achievements would definitely not be lower than his father's. Okay, come with me, okay? Lu Sui didn't want to say anything more to her here. Zhang Liyun was still lying on the ground. I've used up all the energy in my body. Walking this far is my limit. If I hadn't met you, I would have been the beast's dinner tonight. Lu Sui looked around, then looked at Zhang Liyun, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, then follow me first, your Yang people will pick you up later. As he spoke, he reached out to help Zhang Liyun up while also looking at her. Zhang Liyun was tall, with well-proportioned and smooth legs, especially her majestic chest, which almost occupied half of a spherical area. Although Lu Sui has no special fetish, he can still feel the temptation of this woman when he occasionally glances at her. Her flowing black hair was let down because of her escape, and her black clothes outlined her graceful and fiery figure. Although her face was not as delicate and beautiful as Su Ling's, she had more charm than her age. Lu Sui couldn't help but sigh secretly, the women in the Yang organization are indeed all beauties. Ha! Lu Sui let out a long sigh, glanced at the woman lying on the ground, and smiled bitterly. Ha, what's wrong with you? You don't dare. If you can't do it, let someone else's woman come? Zhang Liyun seemed to see his hesitation and couldn't help laughing. Lu Sui waved his hands awkwardly, no, that's not necessary. Just leave this kind of trivial matter to me. It's just that you are wearing this tight leather jacket, which really sets off your figure a little. Zhang Liyun was slightly stunned, then chuckled, you are quite good at appreciating things, but this tight leather jacket is only prepared for the convenience of carrying out missions. I usually wear skirts or trousers, which are not too revealing. Lu Sui coughed dryly, that's true. If the women of your Yang organization all dress so sexy, won't they attract some bad guys? Zhang Liyun disagreed, we women can transform into spirit beasts at any time. As long as we don't want to, no one will bully us. That's true. When Lu Sui said this, he reached out to help Zhang Liyun up. Then, as soon as Zhang Liyun stood up, she lost her strength and fell onto Lu Sui. Lu Sui was so scared that he hurriedly hugged Zhang Liyun, fearing that she would fall. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, Lu Sui only felt a faint fragrance coming from his nose, which made him lose his mind for a moment. Zhang Liyun leaned in Lu Sui's arms, feeling the heat of his body, and her heart was filled with ripples. Lu Sui felt the warmth and softness of her body, and subconsciously hugged her tighter. At this moment, the only thing in his mind was the other person's delicate body and the moving fragrance. Chapter 114, Quality of Potion. Lu Sui's heart trembled, and he quickly hugged the other person tightly, explaining repeatedly, "No need to say sorry, I know you didn't mean it." Zhang Liyun's mouth twitched with anger after hearing these words. This shamelessness was simply even worse than her teacher's. "You took advantage of me, and you still want me to apologize to you? You hit me with 2 black balls the size of pineapples and almost hurt me. Shouldn't you just say sorry?" Lu Sui looked at her innocently. After hearing this, Zhang Liyun was so angry that she laughed. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you are afraid of being hit, then you can dodge it." Lu Sui retorted confidently, "You overestimate me. Besides, your attack range is so large, it's very difficult to dodge." Zhang Liyun took a deep breath. She really wanted to slap this guy hard, but now she was so weak that she couldn't even lift her arms. And although Lu Sui is a bit irritating, the confidence and badness that this guy exudes will unconsciously attract women. At the same time, inside the spaceship, the 3 people saw this scene and their faces were quite interesting. Is he always like this? Mingju was also surprised when he saw the intimacy between Lu Sui and Zhang Liyun. Xu Taiyu didn't know how to answer at this moment. Her mind was filled with anger. This bastard always took advantage of them. Now they even dare to pick wildflowers on the street. Do you really think they have no temper? Where's that damn Su Ling? Didn't she go with old Lu? Where did she go? Just as Lu Sui was watching the emotional points flowing into his account, he suddenly shuddered. "Old Lu, while I was out on patrol, you were flirting with this, auntie. That's great, it's really great." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from a distance. The 2 turned around and saw Su Ling with his arms crossed, looking at them angrily. Seeing Su Ling's angry expression, Lu Sui was shocked. Damn, he was a little too proud of himself and forgot that Su Ling, the jealous person, was watching him right next to him. After all, she is one of his wives. Thinking of this, he hurriedly pushed Zhang Liyun away from his arms and kept a safe distance. However, as soon as Lu Sui pushed her away, Zhang Liyun didn't even have the strength to stand. As soon as she was pushed away by Lu Sui, she fell towards Lu Sui again. So Lu Sui was hit hard on the chest by 2 black balls again. Seeing this scene, Su Lingqi's back teeth were almost broken. "Asshole, what are you doing?" Zhang Liyun was a little surprised. She didn't know what the relationship between Su Ling and Lu Sui was, but when she saw Su Ling's murderous eyes looking at her, she instantly understood that it was the man's legal wife who came to visit. Lu Sui quickly raised his hands and said righteously, "Don't get me wrong, she didn't have the strength to walk, I just picked her up, really." However, Su Ling didn't believe his nonsense at all and approached the 2 of them step by step. "You, don't do anything rash." Lu Sui looked at Su Ling, who was gradually approaching, and suddenly became scared, shouting while retreating. Zhang Liyun quickly seized the opportunity to explain, "Little girl, don't be impulsive. We are just ordinary friends." "Ordinary friends?" Su Ling glanced at Zhang Liyun, her eyes still icy cold. "Are you sure?" Zhang Liyun really didn't know how to explain it at this moment. She didn't have any strength in her body. The way the 2 of them look now is indeed a bit ambiguous. Lu Sui quickly made amends. "It's a misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding, she didn't mean it, no, it was intentional, anyway, it was an accident." "Oh, I see." Su Ling still didn't believe it. "If that's the case, then you should have moved away when she bumped into you." "Let me try." Lu Sui said and pushed Zhang Liyun away again, but this time it seemed that he pushed a little harder and the other party fell backwards directly. Coincidentally, the place where she fell was exactly where the mosaic was. Lu Sui was stunned. He never thought that such a thing would happen. "Ah!" Zhang Liyan let out a shrill scream. Su Ling was also a little confused, his eyes widened. "Oh my god, your action is so earth-shattering that it makes the gods and ghosts cry." "Damn it! I didn't mean it." Lu Sui finally couldn't help but swear. "Isn't this too unlucky?" At this moment, Zhang Liyun also felt what was sitting under her butt, and her whole body was petrified on the spot. Lu Sui coughed twice, then looked at Su Ling. "Su Ling, this is your fault, why don't you get some water and wash this sister?" Su Ling was stunned for a long time before finally coming to her senses. She quickly ran to get the bucket of water, but when she brought the water over, Lu Sui had already slipped away while she wasn't paying attention. Seeing the disappearing figure, Su Ling gritted her teeth. She was going to skin this bastard alive today. Su Ling looked at Zhang Liyun, who was already petrified, and placed a bucket next to her, and then placed a bottle of pale purple potion, which was used to restore energy and physical strength. "This is a purple recovery potion. It's not cheap on the market. Zhang Liyun saw the purple recovery potion and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The cheapest purple potion on the market starts at least 100 source crystals. You really are willing to spend so much? The quality of any potion is divided into 4 categories. The most common one is the ungraded white potion, which has extremely low efficacy. At most, it can only heal the pain of ordinary people and has no effect on restoring source power. It is usually made and sold by pharmacist apprentices, but the price is not cheap at all. The worst price starts at 1 source crystal. This is half a month's salary for an ordinary person. Next is the blue potion, which is a common item, worth about 25 source crystals, relatively easy to obtain, and is the most common potion on the market. The next thing is the purple potion that Su Ling took out, but because of its scarcity, the price is not low, usually more than 100 source crystals. Then there are the red grade potions, which cost 500 source crystals at most, with no upper limit. Especially some special potions, which are simply in short supply. It's just a small amount of money. I don't lack source crystals. Su Ling said lightly, and then turned his back and said, hurry up and recover. I don't want you to fall on old Lu again. Don't worry, it was really an accident. Zhang Liyan looked at Su Ling curiously, glancing at the contract mark half hidden by her bangs. As her spirit beast, aren't you afraid that I'll cause trouble for you after I recover? Don't be afraid, you are no match for us. Su Ling's tone was calm, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 115. There are 2 tails behind you. Ha, that may not be the case. Zhang Liyun smiled. Although her strength has been reduced to level 3, she should have no problem dealing with these little brats. At this moment, the source power of the SS level spirit beast in Su Ling suddenly erupted, and he warned her, with me here, no one can hurt a hair on his head. SS level spirit beast? Zhang Liyun was shocked. This girl turned out to be an SS level spirit beast? No wonder he is so arrogant. But even an SS level spirit beast is definitely a weakling before it grows up. Humph. Su Ling snorted lightly, and then there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. It was obvious that she didn't want to bother with Zhang Liyun. Zhang Liyun also smiled bitterly. There are only a handful of SS level spirit beasts in the whole of China. If she could have such talent, her current achievements might be even higher. Just when she was about to say something, Lu Sui ran over anxiously. What's wrong? Why are you fighting? In fact, when he saw the pressure emanating from Su Ling, he guessed that Su Ling and Zhang Liyan must have been fighting, so he quickly sneaked over. Who would have thought that the 2 women would start fighting over a disagreement? This really scared him. Su Ling glanced at him and snorted coldly, mind your own business. Oh. Okay, this matter is over. Lu Sui chuckled, then turned to look at Zhang Liyun. Well, you clean up first, I'll take Su Ling to calm down. Lu Sui's servile look made Zhang Liyun laugh and cry. However, as she watched the 2 people walking away, Zhang Liyun seemed to be thinking about something. Who exactly is this Su Ling? She had never heard of any wealthy family raising a daughter to come to a small place like Rongcheng. Why are you pulling me? So what if that woman is a 3rd level spirit beast? It's not like I can't beat her. And it seems that she is not a beast tamer. Without the talent bonus of a beast tamer, her combat power will be much less. Su Ling said angrily. But Lu Sui suddenly blocked her mouth. This ambiguous action made Su Ling blush shyly. What are you doing? Shoo. Lu Sui made a gesture to silence the crowd. That woman with the shit on her but is followed by 2 tails. You, me, and Taiyu, the 3 of us need to work together to take care of them. What? Su Ling was startled and looked around immediately, but she didn't find anything unusual. Old Lu, are you mistaken? My intuition can't be wrong. Lu Sui said firmly. He had no confidence in his intuition. He had no doubt about the ability of his ancient mirror to collect emotional points. Just when she pushed Zhang Liyun onto the pile of shit, the 2 emotional points in the dark were clearly transmitted to his ancient mirror, even including their location. At 7 o'clock, about 15 meters away. Lu Sui accurately stated the specific location. This confused Su Ling, and then he glanced at where Lu Sui was. There was nothing unusual at first glance, but after careful observation, he found something wrong. There really was someone there, but she looked around the area and found nothing. You have to know that the 5 senses of these spirit beasts are many times more sensitive than those of the beastmasters, especially these flying spirit beasts, whose eyesight is top-notch. But she didn't even catch a single clue. How did you find out? Su Ling couldn't help but ask. Intuition. Lu Sui answered with a smile. Su Ling sighed helplessly. This guy seemed to have no other advantages except his intuition. Last time in the academy, he also discovered the sniper based on his intuition. When did men's intuition become stronger than women's? How strong is the opponent? Is he strong? Su Ling said. Level 3 Peak of Spirit Beast, Level 3 Beastmaster. Lu Sui said lightly, his eyes flashing with excitement. He couldn't wait any longer. Do you have any plans? Su Ling nodded, not unacceptable. Lu Sui then told Su Ling about his plan. To put it simply, the spirit beasts would deal with the spirit beasts and the beastmasters would deal with the beastmasters. Why don't you let me or Zhu Taiyu help you deal with that beastmaster? Su Ling couldn't help but ask. Lu Sui replied without thinking, I can't possibly leave all the danger to you. Su Ling looked at Lu Sui, and was silent for a while, with a hint of sweetness in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Sui immediately reached out and ruffled her soft black hair. Be good, believe in your brother's strength. Su Ling slapped his claws away. I don't believe you. You idiot. Hey, why are you so irritable, girl? Lu Sui frowned. Su Ling was too lazy to pay attention to him. She turned into a spirit and flew into the sky. Lu Sui disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. The Beastmaster and Spirit Beast who were hiding at this time were still considering whether to take advantage of this opportunity to capture Yi Ying's men. Do you want to take action? The lizard-like Spirit Beast crawled on the ground, her skin blending perfectly with the surrounding scenery, even obscuring her own breath. And the Beastmaster was hiding in her belly. The two of them hid perfectly, and if they hadn't met Lu Sui, it would have been difficult to discover them. Wait. The Beastmaster growled, then closed his eyes. Although he was not afraid of the beast taming group that suddenly appeared, he was only a third-level beast tamer after all. Moreover, the other side has many people and is not that easy to deal with. So she chose to continue waiting because they had enough patience and ample opportunities. However, Lu Sui had come behind him without anyone noticing, and used his S-level skill, Power of Light, to condense a 3-foot-long lightsaber in his hand, stabbing it straight into the Beastmaster. They had already discussed the plan. It only takes a moment, and this blow will kill. It must be killed in one blow. And at this critical moment, the Beastmaster suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a metallic and cold feeling came over him, and he almost instantly understood the sharpness of this lightsaber. Damn it! He cursed with gritted teeth, while moving his feet to quickly avoid it. Bang! A deep trench was cut into the ground behind him. Ha! Lu Sui smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared again. The Beastmaster reacted extremely quickly, and he cast a protective shield almost instantly. Crack! Lu Sui's attack landed heavily on the Beastmaster's protective shield, and the shield suddenly began to tremble violently. But a ferocious smile appeared on the face of the Beastmaster. Because he found that the other party's strength seemed to be only a third-level Beastmaster, such strength posed no threat to him at all. Chapter 116, Instant Kill. But just as he was about to break the opponent's attack, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing from behind him. No! Laugh! Before he finished speaking, a blood mark appeared on his neck. He stared with his eyes wide open, his face full of unwillingness and disbelief. He couldn't figure out how the other party had sneak attacked him. Lu Sui's figure slowly walked out from the space crack. Emotional points plus 999. He looked at the Beastmaster's corpse, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was fooled by a secret clone. Is he so easy to be fooled? The whole process took place in just one breath, so fast that the soul-seeking beast had no time to react. When the spirit beast felt that its Beastmaster had severed the source of power connection with it, it went crazy in an instant. It roared to the sky, and its deafening roar resounded throughout the jungle. However, Lu Sui's figure flashed, and the spirit beast turned into a chameleon. The scales on its body were as sharp as blades, and a fishy smell emanated from it. Lu Sui looked at the other person's appearance and couldn't help but grin. This guy actually turned into his true form. This is going to be interesting. Lu Sui simply raised his hand and a space crack appeared on the ground. Zhu Taiyu transformed into a white tiger, like a hunter who had been dormant for a long time. The moment the space channel opened, it pounced forward without hesitation, opened its bloody mouth and went straight for the chameleon's throat. Roar, the chameleon roared. Although it couldn't speak, it knew how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. It instinctively sensed danger, so it turned around and planned to run away. How could Zhu Taiyu let it go? It immediately leaped again and rushed directly towards the spirit beast's head. It wanted to take down the spirit beast in one fell swoop. Boom! Zhu Taiyu's body hit the chameleon's head, and suddenly there was an explosion. The huge shock wave destroyed all the surrounding trees. Seeing this, Lu Sui did not step back, but stared at Zhu Taiyu. He was worried and afraid that Taiyu would be hurt because of his decision. Bang! Fortunately, in a second, a red light suddenly flashed in the air, and then the outline of a flaming phoenix appeared. Screech! As the fire phoenix appeared, it let out a loud cry and then rushed directly towards the chameleon. Su Ling, Taiyu, get rid of this chameleon as quickly as possible. As soon as Lu Sui finished speaking, a tiger and a phoenix attacked the chameleon from the air and the ground at the same time. Even though the chameleon was a peak level 3rd level spirit beast at this time, it was a defensive spirit beast, and its defensive ability was relatively weak among defensive spirit beasts. Therefore, facing the attacks of the two spirit beasts, he was quickly defeated. Boom! The chameleon's scales began to fail, and Zhu Taiyu tore it to pieces with his tiger claws without any hesitation. Ouch! On the other side, Su Ling finally seized the opportunity, exhaled a breath of fire, and burned the chameleon's chest. Suddenly, the chameleon let out a shrill howl, its huge body twitched, and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Taiyu and Su Ling were both fine, so he could finally rest assured. Alright, after we resolve this, we'll start cleaning up the battlefield. At the same time, notify Ying that these two people should be on their bounty website. Just as Lu Sui finished speaking, a voice with a hint of amusement sounded from behind him. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. You even discovered these people who were hiding so secretly. The person who came was none other than Zhang Liyun, who had already cleaned her butt. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu both released their spirit beast forms almost at the same time and looked at each other with vigilance. After all, such a mature woman has a great appeal to a guy like Lu Sui. Lu Sui glanced at Zhang Liyun and subconsciously took 2 steps back. The movement was not big, but the hint was very obvious. Emotional points plus 500. Zhang Liyun saw Lu Ho take a step back and wanted to strangle him on the spot, but luckily she held back. How did you know they were here with ill intentions? What if they were our Yang's people, and you killed them without hesitation just now? You will be sentenced. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were startled instantly. The two women believed in Lu Sui's words without a doubt, so they did not hesitate at all when Lu Sui asked them to kill someone. Now think about it, these two people neither attacked them actively nor revealed any intentions, but they were killed by them for no reason. If the other party is really Yang's man, then wouldn't they be in big trouble? They are not from your Yang. I can confirm this and be certain of this. Lu Sui glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Zhang Liyun raised her eyebrows when she heard that. She had a very plump figure and well-maintained skin. She exuded a mature and charming temperament. But she smiled and said, "Why are you so sure that they are not our Yang's people?" Lu Sui glanced at her coldly and said, "First of all, if they were from your Yang, they wouldn't hide after finding you, especially if they saw you might be in danger, because you carry important information, which may be more important than their lives. So, if they come, they should show up immediately and protect you." Zhang Liyun snorted softly, "That does make some sense. But how dare you kill them directly? Aren't you afraid they're just ordinary beast masters and spirit beasts? That's because they showed murderous intent towards me. If they want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. I won't be so stupid as to fight back when the other party shows their claws to me. Who knows how much I will lose? Besides, my spirit beasts are my precious treasures. Why should I let them gain the upper hand and then hurt my spirit beasts and my women?" Lu Sui's tone was nonchalant, but there was a hint of unspeakable hostility. Such hostility frightened Zhang Liyun. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked carefully at this seemingly weak young man. After a long moment, she slowly curled her lips and smiled. Interesting, you have great courage, this advantage is inherited from me." At this moment, Lu Sui was even more grateful for the ancient mirror that only he could see. If he had not received nearly 900 negative emotion points from these two places on the ancient mirror, he might not have been so decisive. With nearly 900 negative emotion points, it's almost the same as being a mortal enemy. After hearing Zhang Liyun's praise, Lu Sui's face did not show any extra expression and remained very indifferent. "What about you? When are you leaving? Do you want me to send you off? I'll give you a friendly price for the escort fee." He looked at Zhang Liyun and asked. Zhang Liyun shrugged and spread her hands. "That's not necessary, our Yang people should be here soon. Chapter 117 How about my sister be your spirit beast? Having said that, Zhang Liyan glanced at Lu Sui's brow, then looked at Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. Why are the contract marks the same? This made her curious. At this time, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were still completely immersed in Lu Sui's precious words. Sometimes what people say unintentionally may be their true thoughts. I am Lu Sui's darling. These words were like poison, making the two girls' hearts beat fast. But Zhang Liyan asked the question that was on her mind: which of these two is the spirit beast that signed the life and death contract with you? Both. Lu Sui's answer was also very simple. But when Zhang Liyun heard it, it gave her a great shock. Both? Is there anyone in this world who can contract two spirit beasts at the same time? This completely breaks common sense. Lu Sui nodded. Yes, both. Zhang Liyan looked at Lu Sui with a complicated expression. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Although she knew that many beastmasters had magical talents, compared to the skills of their awakened spirit beasts, the talents of beastmasters were sometimes truly incredible. But even so, she had never heard of a beastmaster who could contract two spirit beasts at the same time. This situation is unprecedented and will never happen again. Moreover, she also felt that the strength of these two girls was a little strange. The aura they exuded. Zhang Liyun turned her gaze to the two women, and suddenly her pupils widened in shock. You two are both SS level spirit beasts, and both are level 2 peak spirit beasts. Zhang Liyun's voice was filled with strong surprise. She had not expected that the two girls were so talented and powerful, and even their bloodlines were extraordinary. Such a spiritual beast, no matter which one it is the target that any force would fight to win over. However, since they can follow Lu Sui, they must belong to Lu Sui. Thinking of this, Zhang Liyun's mind became active. She moved closer to Lu Sui and said with a sweet smile, in that case, why don't you join us, Ying? Besides, it's like inheriting the family heritage. Your father was the captain back then. With your ability, becoming the next captain shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Liyun stated her purpose. It would be unjust not to recruit such a person into Ying. Moreover, the decisiveness Lu Sui showed just now was exactly what she wanted. Such a man is definitely suitable to be a leader. Moreover, Zhang Liyun must keep such a person by her side and watch him every day to prevent him from being seduced by others. Hearing Zhang Liyun's words, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's faces suddenly changed. They didn't expect that Zhang Liyun was so greedy that she even wanted to poach them. Zhang Liyun didn't have time to pay attention to their expressions. She continued, as long as you join Yang, you can do whatever you want. I will absolutely support you. Even letting my sister be your contracted spirit beast is no problem. These words were very tempting. Lu Sui curled the corners of his mouth, but did not speak. Instead, he looked at Zhang Liyun speechlessly. This kind of thing can only be discussed in private. Seeing that Lu Sui didn't say anything, Zhang Liyun continued, Sister is a spirit beast that uses drugs to maintain rationality. Why, aren't you tempted? When these words were spoken, not only Lu Sui, but even Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling were a little shocked. Over the course of thousands of years, some women who did not want to be controlled by beastmasters found another way out. This way was extremely dangerous, and they controlled the beast nature in their bodies by injecting drugs. But the pain from taking the drugs can almost make a person collapse. At the same time, they have to regularly enter the danger zone every year to carry out the most primitive hunting until the source of energy in their bodies is exhausted. Furthermore, the entire process cannot be assisted by any beastmaster, otherwise the pain during the drug injection and the madness will almost double. This type of spirit beast is called a mad beast, and the whole process continues until they become a 9th level master. Over the past 1,000 years, the number of spirit beasts that have persisted to the master level can be counted. There is only one woman in the world who has reached the position of Grandmaster as a wild beast, and that is Song Qinghua, the current president of Tiandu Academy. You want to follow the path of a wild beast? Lu Sui looked at Zhang Liyun in shock. It was hard to believe that this woman was actually such a ruthless person. Which woman who can take the path of a wild beast is not cruel and crazy? This woman in front of me who looks so charming is actually a crazy woman. Zhang Liyun smiled, her smile was charming and wanton, as if she didn't care about Lu Sui's words at all. She extended her tongue to lick her bright red lips, and said slowly, yes, my sister has already taken the path of a wild beast, but with my talent, I'm afraid I will never become a master in this lifetime, so I may give up halfway. After saying that, she looked at Lu Sui again, a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes, so, you need to think about it. Lu Sui raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and scanned the surroundings. He sighed, shook his head, and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested, and I don't want to join your night shadow. Besides, I'm the leader of a group now, and I don't want to waste time in night shadow. But I do admire those of you who join night shadow. The longer you stay in night shadow, the more people will hate you. I'm not my father, I have my own goals." Hearing Lu Sui's somewhat euphemistic refusal, Zhang Liyun was stunned. She stood there for a long time before shaking her head in disappointment. "Okay, I understand. Since you don't want to join, I won't force you." Zhang Liyun's attitude is frank and cute. Lu Sui smiled lightly and nodded. Yes, he really disliked Ji Ying for being too tiring, too troublesome, and having too many enemies. Then Lu Sui took Zhang Liyun back to the spaceship. As soon as they entered the spaceship, they saw Fang Bixing and Ning Zhuzhu surrounding them. "Captain, what happened just now? You guys were fighting just now? Who were you fighting with?" Seeing how excited the two were, Lu Sui pointed at Zhang Liyun and said, "This is Yi Ying's man. The one I just dealt with was the tail following her." Lu Sui's answer was also very direct and clear. Both of them were smart people and quickly understood Zhang Liyun's situation. They looked at each other and chose not to ask any further questions. At this time, Zhang Liyun took a look at the size and layout of the spaceship and said, "Boy, you are quite courageous. You dare to buy a 4-star spaceship. It must cost at least 50,000 source crystals. I didn't know you were quite rich." Zhang Liyun praised him generously. Lu Sui smiled and said nothing. "This spaceship has cost me all my money. So when will the bounty for Yi Ying arrive?" "Zhang Liyun. Can you guys have a good chat?" Of course, Zhang Liyun didn't say much to Lu Sui, because Yi Ying's people arrived very soon, and the leader was none other than Zhang Ji. Chapter 118, Going through the back door will be very strong. As soon as Zhang Ji saw Lu Sui, he smiled and waved at him. "Boy, you are really dark. I, Yang, am not as rich as you think." Although he was scolding with a smile, his tone was full of ridicule and relief. It was obvious that he had known about Lu Sui's affairs for a long time, but was just pretending not to know. Zhang Liyun was slightly startled when she heard Zhang Ji calling Lu Sui boy, and then looked at him with a strange look. "Do you know his identity?" "I went to his house a few days ago," Zhang Ji said, and looked up and down at Lu Sui Lai, as if he wanted to see the shadow of Lu Zongtuan 20 years ago in him. Lu Sui couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing? Are you planning to take advantage of me?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Ji laughed and patted Lu Sui on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I won't attack you. However, if you want to join Yang, I welcome you very much." "Oh, thank you." Lu Sui shrugged and said, "But I still don't want to join Yang. After all, I prefer a little freedom." Zhang Ji did not try to persuade him any further. He knew Lu Sui's ambition very well and he respected Lu Sui's choice. At this time, Zhang Liyun also interjected, "It really looks a bit like the Lu Corps back then." This scene made the others look strange. Especially Ming Zhu and Fang Bixing, they were completely confused. Why did the boss of Yang look so favorably upon their leader? Their beast-taming group and Yang have never been on good terms with each other. And from what these people from Yang said to Lu Sui, it was obvious that they had heard of Lu Sui a long time ago. But why? What do they want to do by paying so much attention to Lu Sui? If there was something wrong with Lu Sui, he would have been arrested long ago. Why would they be so polite to him? Could it be that? Thinking of a possibility, the two of them looked at Lu Sui in unison. Could it be that he had some deep background? But they have no idea that this background is not only deep, but also quite terrifying. At this time, Zhang Liyun also said, "Captain Zhang, did you see those two bodies outside?" Zhang Ji nodded, then looked at Zhang Liyun. "Did you do it? How is that possible?" "I recovered only after drinking that girl's purple source power recovery potion," Zhang Liyun said as she glanced at Su Ling. At the same time, she was a little curious about Su Ling's identity. She must investigate the origins of this girl when she returns. Su Ling crossed her arms over her chest with an arrogant look on her face. When she looked at Zhang Ji and the others, there was a hint of contempt in her eyes. Zhang Ji glanced at Su Ling and said with a smile, "This little girl is incredible. You have entered the danger zone these days and may not know what happened in Rongqing. This girl is Su Wenyu's daughter." "What?" Zhang Liyun was startled and turned to look at Su Ling. Seeing that she still looked aloof, she looked away. "I see. This girl is Su Wenyu's daughter. No wonder she has such financial resources. It is normal for her to be able to casually take out purple grade recovery potions. After figuring it out, Zhang Liyan looked at Su Ling with a playful expression. She smiled at Su Ling and said, I didn't expect you to be Su Wenyu's daughter. Su Ling glanced at Zhang Liyun and snorted, which was considered an admission. Zhang Liyun continued to laugh and said, Little princess of the Su family, your father is a well-known mining tycoon in China. Why did you come to this country? As soon as these words came out, the others couldn't help but look at Su Ling. Su Ling curled her lips and said, What's it to you? Zhang Liyun was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. You are so sharp-tongued, and your temperament is exactly like your father's. You are indeed father and daughter. Ahem, Zhang Liyun, please say something. It's time for us to go. Jiang Ji reminded at the right time. Okay, let's go now. Anyway, my mission this time is accomplished. Zhang Liyun stood up, stretched her muscles. She looked at Lu Sui and said, Little brother, my name is Zhang Liyun. I'm a spirit beast that no one has contracted with yet. If you figure it out in the future, you can contact me. This is simply telling others that I have not been enlightened yet. Coupled with Zhang Liyun's mature feminine charm, she is always capturing men's hearts. Just as Lu Sui was about to nod, he sensed the murderous gazes of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu, so he immediately changed his words, I don't have such an idea for the time being. Oh, you should think about it first. After all, you can contract multiple spirit beasts at the same time, so one sister won't be a big deal. Lu Sui. Sister, can we talk about these things in private? My two wives, those murderous looks, I almost scared to death, okay? Ha ha. Lu Sui laughed awkwardly, pulling the corners of his mouth. I don't need this one, I'll use it for now. Bah, 3 is enough, really enough, I can't stand anymore. Okay, if that's the case, I won't force you. Remember to look for me next time. Zhang Liyun winked at Lu Sui and said to Jiang Ji, Captain Jiang, let's go. Jiang Ji glanced at Lu Sui after hearing this, and then said, If you figure it out, come to our yang later. After Jiang Ji finished speaking, he followed Zhang Liyun out the door. However, when Jiang Ji walked to the door of the spaceship, he suddenly thought of something and looked back at Lu Sui. I thought you forgot. You can give the source crystal to me when you have time. Anyway, I have the recording, so I'm not afraid that you, Yang, will default on your debt. Lu Sui said calmly. Although he is now the leader of the beast tamers, his worth is definitely not low, so he is not worried about this matter. Instead, he is more curious about what else Jiang Ji wants to do. As expected, Jiang Ji was stunned for a moment after hearing this, somewhat speechless, then shook his head and said, That's not it. I want to ask, that Wu Hanxiong, how did you find out? His disguise is so good that even our Yang people couldn't see through him at first sight. That only means that there is something wrong with you, not me. Lu Sui spread his hands and said. Jiang Ji. Let's go. Emotional points plus 700. Watching Zhang Liyun and Jiang Ji disappear at the door, Lu Sui was about to say something when he heard Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu say at the same time, Old Lu, were you moved just now? Lu Sui, why do you have such an idea? Su Ling obviously didn't believe it. Don't you want to try that woman? After all, she is a great beauty. Lu Sui, I don't want to. Why? Lu Sui sighed, she's sitting on a pile of shit, and the smell will be very strong when she goes out the back door. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Fong Bixing and Mingzhu reacted first. The former gave Lu Sui a thumbs up, while the latter turned her blushing head away and cursed inwardly, shameless. But Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were stunned. They thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out why there was a strange smell when going through the back door. But no matter what, at least they have confirmed that Lu Sui is not interested in Zhang Liyun. This made them feel relieved. They didn't want another woman to snatch Lu Sui away. After all, it was already troublesome enough. Chapter 119. Did you really sit on it? Liyun, were you serious about what you did just now? Do you really want to be his contracted spirit beast? After walking out of the spaceship, Jiang Ji couldn't help but ask. What Zhang Liyun did just now was completely different from the one he knew before. In the past, Zhang Liyun was basically not interested in all men, otherwise she would not have chosen the path of a wild beast. But today's Zhang Liyun looks completely different, uninhibited, and naturally charming. Hearing this, Zhang Liyun turned her head to look at Jiang Ji, raised her eyebrows and smiled, and said charmingly, Of course I won't be his spirit beast. I was just taking revenge on him just now. Revenge? Jiang Ji was silent for a moment, then asked with a complicated expression, Are you really sitting on a pile of shit? Zhang Liyun was immediately filled with question marks, and that murderous look seemed to be asking, How the hell did you know that? Jiang Ji coughed dryly twice. Lu Sui told me. He said you sat on a pile of shit. That can't be true. Fake. Zhang Liyun said angrily. At this moment, she wanted to rush back into the spaceship and beat Lu Sui up. Is that bastard a master of time management? In just a short while, the matter was reported to Ying. How could she live her life in the future? Oh, so that's it. Jiang Ji showed an expression of understanding, as if to comfort Zhang Liyun. Don't be sad, there must be few people who know about this. At this moment, Xiao Qiu, who had been silent the whole time, said, Sister Liyun, I know this. Only those of us who came to support you heard the phone call just now. Hearing this, Zhang Liyun's face was filled with black lines. How could it be that few people knew about this? If there is a big mouth here, the whole world will know. Did Lu Sui know that she would take revenge, so he kept this trick in reserve? What a bastard, even more insidious and cunning than Lu Filong back then. Zhang Liyan came to her senses and could only glare at Jiang Ji. Let's go back to the base. Jiang Ji shrugged, okay. Xiao Qiu. Brother Jiang, did I make Sister Li angry? Xiao Qiu pulled Jiang Ji's sleeve and said coquettishly. Well, let's go to the base first. Besides, this has nothing to do with us. Jiang Ji touched his nose and thought of Lu Sui's appearance just now. In short, the whole of China is going to be lively in the future. On the other side, inside the spaceship, Lu Sui was pinched by one ear by Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling and taken back to the room. Hey, hey, hey! Let me go! Lu Sui struggled and shouted, let me go quickly, or I won't be polite. Humph, you felt good about taking advantage of that woman just now, didn't you? She's very mature and charming, isn't she? Su Ling said viciously, pinching Lu Sui's ear and twisting it hard. Ouch! Holy shit! Lu Sui cried out in pain and begged for mercy, it hurts. Let go, why do you two women like to pull other people's ears? Who is your woman? Don't try to make connections with random people. Su Ling continued to exert force. It hurts so much. Lu Sui begged for mercy again and again, but Su Ling still refused to let go, so he used the old rules, the monkey picking peaches, and suddenly pinched the two bodies of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's chest, and then suddenly exerted force. Ouch! Su Ling felt pain and immediately let go. Seeing that Zhu Taiyu was also covering her breasts, which still felt a little painful, she stared at Lu Sui fiercely. What are you looking at? Come and bite me if you don't agree. Lu Sui said with his eyes rolled, then sat down on the bed, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Although Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were a little frightened by Lu Sui's sudden attack on their bodies, they quickly calmed down. Humph, Lu Sui, just wait for us to beat you up. Su Ling said viciously. It's not like I haven't been beaten by you before. Come on, do it again if you dare. Lu Sui curled his lips in disdain and changed the subject. Okay, I don't have any more work for you. Go do what you need to do. I'm going to repair the spaceship. Do you want to help me? Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu looked at each other. They both knew nothing about maintenance. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they went? So they shook their heads and refused decisively. So Lu Sui started tinkering with the spaceship by himself. Fortunately, Hong and Fong Xiaoyu bought things quickly and bought everything Lu Sui needed before dark. Brother Lu Sui, I bought the things for you. Fong Xiaoyu called sweetly. However, Lu Sui waved his hand, indicating Fong Xiaoyu to put the things aside first. Then he took out a notebook and paper and wrote something on it. After a while, after finishing the plan, he started to work. Fong Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but Yu Hong gestured for her to leave first, as she had something to say to Lu Sui alone. Do you have anything to say? Lu Sui asked. We may be in trouble, so I came to discuss it with you, the team leader. Yu Hong said with a charming look on her face. She was extremely beautiful, especially now with such a seductive look, which was really tempting. What kind of trouble could we have? Lu Sui frowned, his eyes still fixed on the repair of the spacecraft's crystal core. Because, just now, when Iroha and I were going to get materials for you, we ran into our former team members. Teammate? Before, I lied to them and told them that the group's funds had long since disappeared. The people who left the beast taming group because of this, somehow or other, got the news that I spent 50,000 source crystals to buy a half-scrapped 4-star combat spaceship. After Yu Hong finished speaking, she looked at Lu Sui expectantly. So? Lu Sui reacted calmly, not shocked at all. So we must repair the spaceship as soon as possible, otherwise if they snatch it away, we will suffer huge losses. If there are casualties, even the beast taming group will be forced to disband. Yu Hong said urgently. I understand. Lu Sui nodded and continued to focus on his work. Yu Hong felt somewhat helpless about this. They could sense that Lu Sui didn't really care about this matter, or rather, he simply didn't take it to heart. This disregard made her feel a little annoyed. Hey, little captain, are you listening? Listening. So what are your plans? This requires planning. When they come, we will just defeat them with the force of thunder. Lu Sui said lightly. The calmness and confidence in his tone surprised Yu Hong. Could it be that this young leader really has some hidden card? If you rely on this spaceship, you won't be able to defeat them. After all, they have twice as many people as us, and... Yu Hong sighed and said, our spaceship might not even be repaired yet, and they'll already be here. Chapter 120 Xiaojiang, I want to report. Lu Sui raised his head slightly, then revealed a cold smile. Ha! I was just worried about not being able to find a chance to teach them a lesson. Since they took the initiative to come to our door, shouldn't we find a reason? But there are too many of them. Yu Hong said worriedly. The more people the better. I was worried that I couldn't find an opportunity. Lu Sui smiled faintly, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was worried that he couldn't find an opportunity to get rid of those guys, but he didn't expect them to jump out first. That was exactly what he wanted. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong frowned. Little captain, are you serious? With our current strength, we are no match for them. Lu Sui smiled contemptuously, of course I am serious. I don't care if you're really serious or just showing off, but I have to tell you that you're no longer the boss among us, you're the leader, so I hope you can make the right judgment. Yu Hong said to Lu Sui seriously, just now, I received news that the source power of Wu Xiaodong, the leader of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group, has reached the peak of level 4. Her spirit beast, Lang Xingxing, who has the blood of the flame tiger, also successfully advanced to level 4 yesterday. Most of the people who left our Tian Beast Taming Group joined the Huqi Beast Taming Group. Before, we were able to suppress them because of my level 4 spirit beast, but now that Lu Lang is dead, I don't think I can suppress them anymore. It doesn't matter. If they dare to come, I guarantee that when they go back they will not be more comfortable than when Lu Lang went back. Lu Sui said confidently. Are you sure? Yu Hong asked hesitantly. Lu Sui had good talent and had contracted 3 spirit beasts at the same time. However, she always felt that it was not enough to compete with a beast taming team that had already formed combat effectiveness. Lu Sui glanced at the power core of the spacecraft, his eyes full of confidence. With a level 5 source power spacecraft, what is he afraid of? Yu Hong saw that Lu Sui's calmness and confidence did not seem to be fake, but did they have any winning points now? Including the beastmasters and spirit beasts that left earlier, the total number has reached around 70 people. It is almost the largest beast taming group in Rongcheng. And we have only 8 people in the Spark Beast Taming Group. The number is totally disproportionate. How are you going to make up for the 10-fold gap? Yu Hong was a little discouraged. So, you are afraid? Lu Sui asked provocatively. Shouldn't I be afraid? Yu Hong glared at Lu Sui. Lu Sui shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, don't be afraid. I remember they are the 3-star beast control group. Yes, Wu Xiaodong is a level 4 beast tamer, but because his contracted spirit beast is only at the peak of level 3, he didn't successfully kill a level 4 beast during this year's spring beast taming team assessment, so he's still at level 3. Is there a problem with that? After Yu Hong finished speaking, she couldn't help but look at Lu Sui, a little confused as to why Lu Sui suddenly coughed so dryly. I remember that the maximum number of members in the 3-star beast taming group can only be 50. Lu Sui said. Yu Hong nodded. Indeed, there is such a rule. In the past, low-star beast taming groups were used. In order to kill exotic beasts, the lives of spirit beasts 1 or 2 levels lower were used. After this was exposed, the guild limited the number of low-star beast taming groups. At this point, Yu Hong suddenly understood something and looked at Lu Sui. My method is very simple. Lu Sui said as he picked up the phone. He was stunned and looked at Yu Hong. What's the reporting number for the Rongcheng Guild? Yu Hong thought about it, but couldn't remember it. Normally, conflicts between the beast taming groups were resolved by themselves. As long as the commotion was not too big, did not occur in the city, and was within the buffer zone, the guild would turn a blind eye. So this reporting call is usually made by ordinary people. Those of them in the beast taming group hardly remembered anything. Forget it, I'll just call Ying directly. I'm familiar with their reporting phone number. Lu Sui said as he dialed the number. Yu Hong rolled her eyes. How could she not be familiar with them? It's only been a few days, and you've called them to report them more than once. At the same time, after Jiang Ji settled Zhang Liyun reported the news directly to Wei Tu, the current commander of Ying. After receiving the news, Wei Tu also felt a little overwhelmed. How dare they transform the girl from a spirit beast into a strange beast? Zhang Liyun, you should have a good rest first. I will send Ying's armed team to Rongqing, the dangerous area, to wipe them out. Wei Tu said. Zhang Liyun hung up the phone immediately after hearing this. She knew how powerful Ying's armed team was. Those people were Ying's top combat force and could even kill level 6 monsters, let alone these small shrimps. Captain Jiang, I think it will be easier for you from now on. Zhang Liyan looked at Jiang Ji meaningfully. When Jiang Ji heard that Wei Tu was going to send an armed team, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's rare to hear such good news. Just when he was preparing to have a good meal tonight, his phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was Lu Sui calling. He frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. Boy, why did you call me suddenly? Have you thought it through? Do you want to join us, Ying? No, Lao Jiang, this is what's going on. I want to report it. Jiang Ji was speechless. Damn it, I knew you had no good intentions when you called me. Stop trying to get close to me. Our relationship isn't that close, and your address to me is wrong. Strictly speaking, he is of the same generation as Lu Sui, but this kid has to call him Brother Jiang no matter what. Lu Sui on the other end of the phone was silent for a while and then said, Do you want me to call you Xiao Jiang? That's not good. I don't have the nerve to do that. Jiang Ji, damn it, you still know that you are not that shameless, Xiao Jiang, how dare you call me that? Emotional points plus 700. When Lu Sui saw these emotional points, his eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck, he said, Xiao Jiang, are you giving me so many emotional points? Xiao Jiang, I've already said that much nonsense to you. The thing is, Jiang Ji originally wanted to speak, but was choked back by the call of Xiao Jiang. After all, I am 2 years older than you. It is not appropriate for you to call me Xiao Jiang. Then he suppressed his anger and listened carefully to Lu Sui's report. After hearing the content, he couldn't help but say, again, the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group's overstaffing is not our responsibility. If they commit any acts of arson, murder, and looting, we can take care of those. But you have to report the overstaffing to the Rongqing Guild. I forgot. No, I was afraid they wouldn't take it seriously. Lu Sui added, Xiao Jiang, you're familiar with them. Come on, I'm rooting for you. Jiang Ji took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to slap the guy to death. If you forgot, just say it. And don't call me Xiao Jiang all the time. That's not right. Chapter 121 If you need me, I will do it for the rest of my life. Ah. Then what should I call you? Lu Sui thought for 2.5 seconds before tentatively calling out, Jianger? Get out. Jiang Ji roared and hung up the phone. Lu Sui put down his phone in a daze. Why did Jiang Ji become so irritable? But there are a lot of emotional points to be given. It seems that my wife is really awesome. That night, Lu Sui also started working overtime, seizing the time to repair the spacecraft. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu originally thought that Lu Sui would launch a night attack, so they didn't dare to sleep too deeply. Even when Zhu Taiyu felt that he was sleeping too soundly, he would harden his heart and pinch himself. However, nothing happened as they expected. In the second half of the night, Zhu Taiyu was so sleepy that he fell asleep directly. Let old Lu attack him by surprise. Anyway, he would be woken up by then, while Su Ling would still be sleeping soundly. Wouldn't old Lu be hers alone then? Hey. Thinking of this, she became more and more excited, but in the end she could not resist the call of the god of sleep. The next day, Su Ling woke up and saw the bright sunshine outside, birds singing and flowers blooming, and her mood became much better. She walked out of the room, but was surprised to find that her husband had gotten up early and cooked. Su Ling walked over and hugged Lu Sui's neck from behind. Lu Sui felt the warmth coming from his back, and said with a low laugh, What's wrong? Did you sleepwalk last night? Su Ling hummed and blew into Lu Sui's ear, Yeah. I dreamed that you ran away. Lu Sui turned around and pressed Su Ling into his arms. Silly boy, how could that be? Yeah. Su Ling responded with satisfaction. At this moment, Zhu Taiyu also came over in a daze, accurately coming here by the smell of the fragrance. Meat, Lao Lu, I want to eat meat. Seeing this, Lu Sui couldn't help laughing and rubbed Zhu Taiyu's head. Okay, wait. Zhu Taiyu sat obediently on the chair, holding his chin with both hands. Old Lu, tell me, why do you men like Twin Peaks so much? Puff. Lu Sui just took the dish out of the pot and immediately spit out tears when he heard Zhu Taiyu's words. Then he coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and said, I'm also very curious, why do men like this thing? You don't know. As a man, why wouldn't you know? Zhu Taiyu muttered softly. Lu Sui raised his eyebrows, then said seriously, I'm thinking about the child. No matter how hard it is, I can't let the child suffer. As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them looked at Lu Sui with dark lines on their faces. This bastard was really talking nonsense in a serious manner. Lu Sui touched his nose and said, all right, hurry up and wash up and eat. The two women ignored him and went straight to the bathroom. Lu Sui happily placed the prepared ingredients on the table. Qin Shang Yue also appeared at the dining table on time. Her appearance made Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu feel almost breathless. Seeing this, Lu Sui looked at her and asked, do you still need to eat? He remembered clearly that Qin Shang Yue had an SSS level skill, immortality. With this skill, as long as she could absorb the source power in the air, she would be almost immortal. I just need to eat what you cook. Qin Shang Yue replied lightly, but it made Lu Sui a little at a loss. He always felt that Qin Shang Yue's words seemed to be a confession to him. But they are already tightly tied together, and doing these things again will really make people's heart beat. As long as you need me, I will do this for the rest of my life. Lu Sui said with a smile. It was the first time that Qin Shang Yue was so proactive, but that didn't mean he would be scared. After all, they have been together for so long, and they are only one step away from each other. It's just that the other party is still angry with him because of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang Yue's face turned slightly red. She glanced at him secretly, then lowered her head and continued eating. Emotional points plus 900. Lu Sui was shocked. This emotional point came from Qin Shang Yue. Damn, this woman was so emotionally excited, but it seemed like it was only a few times. And it seems that they are all related to him, with love words and the like. Old Lu, and me, you have to cook delicious food for me all my life. Zhu Taiyu suddenly interrupted, causing Lu Sui's emotions to surge again. Su Ling said nothing, but gave Lu Sui a look that said you understand me, and continued to eat her century egg and lean meat porridge. The porridge that Lao Lu made for her seemed to have some kind of magic, and she could never get tired of it no matter how much she ate. Okay. Lu Sui agreed quickly. Although these two people were his wives, he would never allow his wives to go hungry, so he immediately went to the kitchen to take out chicken wings, pig's feet, and shredded pork with green peppers. Wow! The two girls shouted in unison, then stared at each other, neither of them willing to admit defeat. Eat. Lu Sui smiled helplessly. Humph. The two women snorted coldly, then each filled a bowl of soup and started drinking. Unlike the two women who ate and drank without restraint, Qin Shang Yue turned eating into a performance, with every move seeming to carry a noble and elegant demeanor. Lu Sui suddenly felt that sometimes watching a beautiful woman eat was really a pleasure, especially since this beautiful woman was so pretty, it was really pleasing to the eye. Aren't you going to recover in the spiritual space today? Lu Sui asked. Qin Shang Yue shook his head, not for now. Why? Lu Sui asked. He was worried that he had used up all his skills and would no longer be able to help Qin Shang Yue practice. You are in trouble now. I have to help you train your team members. After all, this is the force I want you to build, Qin Shang Yue replied slowly. Lu Sui thought about it and nodded. Then I'll go back to my room to rest. Call me if you need anything. Also, don't forget to cook for me. After Qin Shang Yue said this, he stood up gracefully and walked towards the stairs. Watching Qin Shang Yue leave, Lu Sui sighed and thought, this woman is becoming more and more like a queen. She is really hard to serve. Zhu Taiyu approached Lu Sui and said, hey, old Lu, she's your spirit beast after all. Why don't you dare to fight her? Maintain your dignity as a beast master. Lu Sui glanced at him and said, do you think I don't want to? What do you mean? Zhu Taiyu was curious. Could it be that this guy really dared to attack Qin Shang Yue? I also want to fight with her, but she doesn't want to. Lu Sui curled his lips, looking helpless. After these words were spoken, the two women were stunned for half a second, then looked at Lu Sui with a complicated look in their eyes. What are you doing? Is this serious? The two women stared at Lu Sui with strange expressions, and their expressions clearly showed that they were doubting his character. Lu Sui. Lu Sui looked at them with a depressed look on his face. Ahem. Things are not what you think. If you want to fight with me, I won't fight back. Chapter 122. Because of Lu Sui. Get lost. Su Ling sneered. She would never believe his nonsense. Zhu Taiyu also rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "You beast, how could I marry a bastard like you? Hey, don't accuse a good person. You are my wife. How can you be a beast if you fight with your own wife?" Lu Sui retorted righteously. "Then can you explain why you have 3 wives?" Zhu Taiyu said unhappily, "But this result is good for all of them." If her contract with Lu Sui failed in the last contract, she would probably choose to follow the path of a wild beast. Even if she failed to persevere and died in the process, she would not make a contract with another man. Su Ling's thoughts in this regard are similar to Zhu Taiyu's. She doesn't know when it started, but Lu Sui's position in her heart has become unshakable. There's no other way. I have to give you a home. Lu Sui spread his hands and said helplessly. Such a scumbag speech also received the same cold stares from the two women. At this moment, Su Ling suddenly said coldly, "Old Lu, if I, Zhu Taiyu, and Qin Shangyue fell into the water at the same time, who would you choose to save?" Zhu Taiyu was shocked when he heard this. Damn, this woman Su Ling is giving me a fatal question right from the start. But she also wants to know this question. After hearing this, Lu Sui was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, "Haven't you ever thought about the fact that I can't swim? Besides, in this situation, I have no choice but to save you all. After all, I am very greedy, so I want you, Taiyu, and Shangyue all." Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were both stunned when they heard this. They had never thought of such a possibility. Seeing the two girls lost in thought, Lu Sui continued, "Alright, you two can go and take a look. I'm going to continue repairing the spaceship. Oh, and a new member will be arriving soon. Remember to tell Sister Yu Hong about it." New member? The two women looked at each other, and then a hint of vigilance suddenly appeared in their eyes. "Old Lu, you haven't been the team leader for long and you're already thinking about hiring a female secretary," Su Ling said unhappily. She really didn't want Lu Sui to get a bunch of rotten stuff together again, especially since there were already 3 of them. If there were any more, there wouldn't be enough meat to go around. Zhu Taiyu didn't argue with Su Ling on this matter. Instead, he stood in solidarity with her. "Old Lu, with the 3 of us, aren't you satisfied? Do you really have to think with your lower body?" Huh? Lu Sui was confused. What kind of logic is this? "I'm serious," Su Ling said word by word. Lu Sui was speechless and choked. "You misunderstood. The new member I'm looking for is my classmate. You met him last time, Tang Shuangquan. He's a man, not a woman." Oh, the two girls agreed in unison, obviously relieved. Lu Sui looked at the two of them helplessly, then went to the core of the spacecraft to continue repairs. Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling watched this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Old Lu, why don't you train with them to improve your coordination?" "No need. I know all their fighting styles. When I was in the Beast Taming Corps, although I was a reserve member, my workload was not comparable to that of ordinary reserve members." Lu Sui's words made the two girls sigh again. Sometimes, this guy is really a monster. At first, due to their respective family reasons, they did not join the Beast Taming Corps and do internships in advance, but they also trained secretly. And during these 3 years, Lu Sui has become a leader, and has gained considerable fame both in the academy and in the Beast Taming group. I receive the best awards and treatment from the college almost every year. But all this changed on the day of the talent test. "Don't you really need to contact the team members for coordination?" Zhu Taiyu asked. After all, she grew up in a Legion family and was naturally exposed to these things. The strength of the combination between the Beast Master and the Spirit Beast depends on the degree of compatibility between the two. The higher the degree of compatibility, the stronger the combination. As for the Beast Taming team, it depends on the mutual cooperation between each team and the lineup combination. The type of Spirit Beast, the choice of Beast Source technique by the Beast Master, how to attack, defend, and break through, all require time to hone. Therefore, whether the team members cooperate well or not means that the overall strength of the Beast Taming team will decline. Lu Sui, there is really no need for cooperative training. At this moment, Yu Hong suddenly walked in. Zhu Taiyu looked at Yu Hong and asked unhappily, "What do you mean by that?" Yu Hong looked at the somewhat displeased Zhu Taiyu and said with a smile, "You are still someone's spirit beast with a life and death contract, and you don't even know this guy's position in our beast taming group. This guy is simply omnipotent. In the beast taming group, except for being a frontline combatant, he can basically do everything. He is also familiar with the abilities and habits of all our beast masters and spirit beasts. Lu Sui is at least half responsible for the beast taming group's success today." After hearing Yu Hong's evaluation, the two women looked at Lu Sui with some pride in their eyes, as if to say, "You are worthy of being the man I chose." Lu Sui touched his nose, a little embarrassed. "Flatter me more, I like to hear it." Emotional points plus 200. Emotional points plus 150. Emotional points plus 220. The three women couldn't help but roll their eyes at Lu Sui at the same time, and the latter shamelessly pretended not to see it. "Sister Yu Hong, I remember you went into the city to investigate before dawn. You came back so early. Did something happen?" Lu Sui straightened his face and asked. Yu Hong sighed and said, "There is indeed some bad news. Within 7 days, the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group may cause trouble for us. Moreover, their people have even threatened to completely expel our Spark Beast Taming Group from Rongcheng." Hearing this, both Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu showed angry expressions on their faces. Does this Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group think they can live a long life? They dare to expel us. Believe it or not, I will ask my brother to send troops to destroy them. Zhu Taiyu's face was full of indignation. Su Ling remained calm. Letting the invincible Zhantian army, known as the Great Wall of China, to deal with these small fry is a bit of a loss, don't you think? Zhu Taiyu frowned slightly. What should we do? Should we just let them bully our newly established beast taming group? Su Ling didn't say anything and looked back at Lu Sui. At this time, Lu Sui was much calmer. 7 days, maybe we won't necessarily lose. After hearing these words, the three women couldn't help but frown at the same time and looked at Lu Sui with suspicion. Old Lu, are you serious? Zhu Taiyu was very reluctant to explain. There was such a huge disparity in strength, and there were only 7 days left, and they only had a single-digit beast taming group to fight against a beast taming group that was 10 times their size. It was a blessing to be able to survive, not to mention turning defeat into victory. Chapter 123. Which one do you like? Old Lu, although I admire you very much, I still hope you can calm down. Sometimes overconfidence is not a good thing. Yu Hong couldn't help but comfort him. Lu Sui looked at the three women and said calmly, "Do you think I would joke about something like this?" Old Lu, what are you going to do? Su Ling asked. Although Lu Sui looked confident, Su Ling was still worried. Lu Sui pointed to the location of the spacecraft's power core and said with a smile, "That's my confidence." You're going to repair the spaceship in 7 days? That's impossible. Yu Hong exclaimed in shock. We spent a huge amount of money to buy this combat spaceship. The consumables and technology involved simply can't be completed in such a short time. And among those of us left, you are the only blacksmith, we can't help you at all. It would be a miracle if you could repair the spacecraft within a month. Now it is almost impossible to shorten the original 1 month to 1 week. If you really do it. At this point, Yu Hong looked at Lu Sui with a strange look. I know. Lu Sui nodded. Of course he knew how long it would take to repair the spaceship. Even with the blessing of luck, it was not easy to repair a 5-star spaceship. It should be no problem to repair it to the point where it can deal with the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps. Lu Sui said confidently. Are you serious? The three women looked at Lu Sui at the same time, as if they were a little skeptical. Of course it's true. When have I, Lu Sui, ever lied to anyone? Lu Sui raised his eyebrows and said proudly, since I'm so sure, it proves that I will definitely do it. The three women were also infected by Lu Sui's confident look. Zhu Taiyu, in particular, has been following Lu Sui and watching him carry out the repairs. Although Lu Sui is not a professional spaceship forger, he has not participated in the production of spaceships, and has not even participated in the maintenance of spaceships. However, he always completes the restoration work according to his ideas. Zhu Taiyu even felt that those so-called professional repairmen might not be able to compare with Lu Sui. As for Su Ling, it was completely out of trust in Lu Sui. Although it was impossible to repair the spaceship within 7 days, if it was Lu Sui, maybe a miracle would happen. Little Captain, you're really interesting. Yu Hong also looked at Lu Sui and said with a chuckle, not only are you talented, but you're also calm and wise, and you're also a master forger. I'm kind of falling in love with you. Hearing this, Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Lu Sui. Lu Sui also smiled awkwardly, looking at Yu Hong's eyes with a hint of cunning, and suddenly understood that this woman was looking for trouble for him. But Lu Sui was not someone to be bullied. He straightened his face and said, "Since you've fallen in love with me, I'm not a tactless person either. I just happen to be in need of a maidservant and a blowjob maid. Which one do you like?" As soon as these words were spoken, a blush appeared on the faces of Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu. They also knew what these two identities meant. Once, when Lu Sui was driving in the dormitory, they were lucky enough to understand what he meant, and they almost beat him up for it. Even though they were dressed as men at the time, is it really okay for you to say such embarrassing things in front of girls? Yu Hong was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly, charming and seductive. "Little captain, if you want me to do that, then that's it, huh?" Lu Sui shook his head and laughed. He didn't expect that Yu Hong was quite good at teasing people. However, he, Lu Sui, would not fall for it. "I think both are fine," Lu Sui said bluntly. "You?" A blush appeared on Yu Hong's pretty face. Why didn't she realize before that this young leader was so shameless? Humph. Zhu Taiyu snorted coldly, obviously extremely dissatisfied. Lu Sui was too lazy to pay attention to her. He continued to look at Su Ling and said, "Su Ling, can you manage money and finances?" When it came to business, Su Ling nodded decisively, "Of course." Her family is in business, and she has been exposed to financial management and investment since she was a child. After all, she was trained as the successor to mining king Su Wenyu. "Then let's do this, Sister Yu Hong. From now on, the finances of the group will be handed over to Su Ling. This way you can have a lot more ease." Lu Sui looked at Yu Hong and said. Yu Hong nodded slightly in agreement. Although she was not the team leader, she still did not let go of the management of the Starfire Beast taming team. After all, she was half a team leader. Seeing this, Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu and said, "Taiyu, the team leader's training will be handed over to you from now on. Xiang Yue is not good at getting along with others, and communication is essential when in charge of training, so she is not suitable to be in charge. After she finishes teaching you how to cultivate your source power, the subsequent training will follow the template of your Heaven-Slaying Beast Taming Core." "Use the Heaven-Slaying mode? Are you sure?" Zhu Taiyu looked at Lu Sui with some suspicion. "You know, the Zhantian Beast Taming Legion can become a solid Great Wall in the upper northern region of China, so its strength is naturally unquestionable. The training is also extremely demanding, and the amount of training is almost life-threatening. Those who can stick to it are the elite among the elites. This is not something that ordinary people can persist in." So when she heard Lu Sui was going to use the method of Zhantian, she confirmed it again and again. "Well, feel free to go ahead and train." Lu Sui nodded to show his certainty. Zhu Taiyu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and agreed, "Okay." Since Lu Sui dared to say so, he must have been well prepared, and she would not be afraid. Moreover, she also hoped to improve her strength quickly. Lu Sui nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yu Hong and said, "Sister Yu Hong, I've recruited a new member named Tang Xuanxuan. He has a B-level talent, but only a level 1 source of strength. Between you and Saiyu, who will contract with him?" "Let me sign a contract with him," Yu Hong said after a moment of hesitation. There was nothing else he could do. She had a contract with a Beastmaster, 2 of them, so it was impossible for her to follow the path of a wild beast again. Even if she hadn't signed a contract with the Beastmaster, she still wouldn't have taken this path. She has seen too many girls who couldn't stick to this path, and some even died. And based on her understanding of Saiyu, Saiyu would definitely not make a contract with anyone other than Lu Sui. "Are you sure? Even though he's only level 1, his talent might have the same effect on your spirit beast's skills." Hearing this, Yu Hong looked at Lu Sui with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Are you sure? If Tang Xuanxuan's talent is really useful for the skills of spirit beasts, then he will not suffer any loss. After all, upgrading an A-level skill to an S-level is not just an improvement, but a leap." Chapter 124 Don't Regret Your Weakness. Lu Sui smiled faintly and said, "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Yu Hong thought for a moment and said, "Then you can arrange it. It's just a peace agreement, I won't refuse it." She was not worried that Lu Sui would harm her because she had a certain understanding of Lu Sui. Lu Sui was the kind of person who would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Otherwise, she would not have chosen him to be the leader. It is very rare to find someone who can clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment like this. So, after Yu Hong agreed, Lu Sui decided on this matter. Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu naturally had no objection. As long as it's not contract Lu Sui, she can contract anyone. In that case, then you go and take him over first, Taiyu. Their training will be left to you. Lu Sui looked at Zhu Taiyu and said. Yeah. Zhu Taiyu nodded. So, Yu Hong went straight to find Tang Xuanxuan, and Lu Sui glanced at her and planned to continue explaining some things to Taiyu. Old Lu, are you really determined to do this? I always feel that he is unreliable, and Tang Xuanxuan hasn't even learned the beast source technique. Do you really want to recruit him? Zhu Taiyu asked with a frown. Well, he lacks training now, and although his talent is only B level, he can directly upgrade the beast source technique he has learned by 1-star level. Lu Sui explained. It's up to you. I have no objection if you want to recruit new people. Zhu Taiyu said with a sneer. He is not only talented, but also has impeccable character and is trustworthy. Lu Sui said as he covered Zhu Taiyu with one hand. Zhu Taiyu looked down at his dirty hands, his face full of question marks. What are you doing? Didn't you tell me to be casual? Lu Sui looked innocent. Wasn't he being quite casual? Zhu Taiyu's mouth twitched slightly. You bastard, is that what I mean by casual? Don't listen to half of what I say. Oh, I understand. Lu Sui suddenly realized, then stretched out his other paw and patted Zhu Taiyu's chest, smoothing his temper and saying, getting angry over trivial matters is pointless when you think about it later. I won't get angry when others get angry, but if I get angry and become sick, no one can help me. Zhu Taiyu originally wanted to slap Lu Sui to reveal his true form, but when he thought of the lesson from last time, he took it back. He just ran out and said, I'm going to help you train people. After Zhu Taiyu left, Lu Sui turned to look at Su Ling standing beside him, and recalled the feeling just now. Xiao Lingling, let me check out your bills over the years. Su Ling was also furious. What a jerk. He flirted with her so early in the morning and then ran off, leaving her alone in the wind. Did he really think she was stupid? Humph carrot. Guys, when did you become a pervert? It seems like this guy has always been like this, but he didn't know they were women before, so he treated them like brothers. Zhu Taiyu also soon appeared outside the spaceship. At this moment, Ming Zhu and Fang Bixing saw Zhu Taiyu walk out of the spaceship with a somewhat embarrassed and angry look on his face. Ming Zhu also said with a smile, See, what did I say, little captain, you must have been dishonest this morning. I win this time, right? You men just can't control your lower body. Give me money, give me money. Fang Bixing directly handed Ming Zhu a source crystal. This captain is really something, can't he control himself? What are you trying to control? If you have the guts, try controlling yourself when you sleep at night. Ming Zhu rolled his eyes in annoyance, then slapped Fang Bixing on the back of the head, too. I know, what's so fierce about it? Fang Bixing. He muttered, but still took out 2 source crystals and threw them to Ming Zhu. Here, take it. Ming Zhu took the source crystal, looked at Fang Bixing with a smile, and then walked towards Zhu Taiyu. Zhu Taiyu looked at the two of them and rolled his eyes. He was obviously aware of their bet. Did you come early enough? It's getting late, little, big sister. Ming Zhu was halfway through her words when she glanced at Zhu Taiyu's majestic breasts. Even though she was a woman, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. How come girls nowadays are so well developed? Get lost. Who's the older sister? Zhu Taiyu was so angry that she laughed. However, she also cursed in her heart, damn Lu Sui. It's all because of that damn Lu Sui. How can she have any prestige among the members in the future? Ahem, well, let's have a discussion, Ming Zhu said with a wry smile. What's the matter? Zhu Taiyu asked coldly. Bixing and I have a good cooperation, and we have been very diligent in studying the source power training manual that Sister Qin gave us these days, so can I not participate in the training? Ming Zhu said. When Zhu Taiyu heard that they didn't want to train, she immediately raised her eyebrows and her expression suddenly became serious, completely different from the shy girl just now. That's impossible. If you really want to become stronger, then come. Of course, you can choose not to participate, and I won't force you. Just don't regret it in the future because of your weakness. As soon as these words were spoken, Ming Zhu immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Fang Bixing on the other side laughed heartily upon seeing this. Alright, I won the bet this time, the source crystal is back. Ming Zhu reluctantly handed the source crystal back, and Fang Bixing continued, I told you she wouldn't agree, but you just didn't believe me. Are you betting? Isn't it just that little bit of hope that you're betting on? Ming Zhu replied calmly. Xu Taiyu understood what was going on after listening to the conversation between the two. He was a little speechless. Stop betting here, you two. I don't care how you bet, just follow me and train. Xu Taiyu said seriously, a new member will be arriving soon. When that happens, I will explain to you for the training process of the Heaven-Slaying Beast Taming Corps. At this time, a red figure slowly descended from the sky. Xu Taiyu looked up at the figure descending from the sky. The person who came was a woman. Her appearance was not stunning, but extremely delicate. Her figure was well proportioned and curvy. She also threw the thin young man in her hand directly to the ground. And she is none other than Yu Hong. After Tang Xuanquan landed, because he was weak, he rolled on the ground for several times before stopping, and fumbled around for his fallen glasses. Ming Zhu and Fang Bixing were also a little surprised when they saw this scene. When did Sister Yu Hong become so tough? And this stupid guy is the new member? Tang Xuanquan finally found his glasses. Just as he put them on, he heard a familiar voice calling from his ear. Hey, young captain, the person has been brought to you. Don't you have anything you want to say? Yu Hong looked at Tang Xuanquan's thin appearance and was obviously disappointed. After Lu Sui walked out of the spaceship, he saw the scene and his mouth twitched. Yu Hong's dissatisfaction was almost written on his face. Chapter 125, 3 contracts were actually signed. Brother Tang, what's wrong with you? Lu Sui asked helplessly. Yu Hong also crossed her arms over her chest. Although her face showed that she was unhappy, she glanced at Tang Xuanquan from time to time, wanting to see how this skinny monkey would deal with it. After Tang Xuanquan put on his glasses, he dusted himself off and said with a smile, "It's nothing. My glasses just fell to the ground. I couldn't see the road clearly and fell accidentally." It was as if the embarrassing thing that Yu Hong had done to him had never happened. Yu Hong nodded when she heard this, and at the same time looked up to the sky. This Tang Xuanquan was quite sensible. As for Lu Sui, he was stunned after hearing his words, and then shook his head. Tang Xuanquan was a strong-minded person, and he would not take such things to heart at all. At this moment, Tang Xuanquan's gaze turned to Qin Shangyue, the silver-haired fairy who seemed to have fallen into the mortal world. He glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. He then looked at Lu Sui and said, "Lu Tong, no, Captain Lu, does it seem that the story of you contracting a third woman is true?" Lu Sui glanced at him and hummed softly, "Yes, I did sign the contract, what's wrong?" "You don't know, the college forum has been very noisy these days." Tang Xuanquan said with a smile. "Oh? What's the quarrel like?" Lu Sui asked with interest. "Hey, do you remember that day when you left the academy, your third contract partner showed up at the academy gate?" Tang Xuanquan continued to show off his gossip. There were quite a few people there at the time, especially those men. It was clearly just a glance, but they were so completely stunned that they looked like they had lost their souls. At this point, Tang Xuanquan couldn't help but glance at Qin Shangyue and said, "I thought they were just exaggerating." "Now that I think about it, Brother Lu, you are truly a man that all men envy." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Lu Sui pondered for a moment, then nodded to indicate that he still remembered that during that period, he had indeed caused a big disturbance in the academy and received a lot of emotional points. However, he did not examine these emotional points in detail, he only knew that they came from the academy. At first he thought it was Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu's former crazy female fans, but now it seems that it was Qin Shangyue's. What he didn't know was that these days, not only was he causing a sensation, but the entire academy was shocked. A Beastmaster actually contracted 3 women with extraordinary talents. You know, in the academy, except for those top talents, ordinary students are very lucky to have a woman with less talent. What's more, there are 3 of them. This made many people wonder whether these 3 gifted women were obtained by Lu Sui using special methods. After all, in their opinion, Lu Sui's talent is their E-level talent. Even if he can forge equipment and arrange formations, this cannot make up for his shortcomings in Beastmaster talent. In this world, your talent almost determines your destiny. Either become a Beastmaster, or live a life of mediocrity. This is also the reason why many talented people choose to join the academy. They want to prove themselves and tell everyone that no matter how talented they are, they still need to work hard to practice. But Lu Sui completely overturned their ideas in just a few days. Especially the spiritual power that can contract multiple spirit beasts at the same time, which makes them envious and jealous. What surprised them even more was that these 3 women were at least S-level talents. A spirit beast with S-level talent and bloodline, that is the woman they dream of getting. And this bastard Lu Sui only has an E-level talent. How can he contract 3S-level spirit beasts at the same time? Moreover, this bastard trained these 3 women to be so obedient in a short period of time, making them willing to give everything for him, even their lives. This made many people hate Lu Sui. After listening to Tang Xuanxuan's words, Lu Sui couldn't help but touch his nose and said, "Let them be jealous. Anyway, brother Tang, after joining my beast taming group, you have to work hard." Lu Sui pointed at Yu Hong and said, "She is your contracted spirit beast. As for the details of the contract, you two should discuss it separately." Tang Xuanxuan was also somewhat surprised when he heard this, and looked at Yu Hong in disbelief. Although he could not sense Yu Hong's strength with his current source power, but according to his intuition, the other party's strength was definitely above level 3. With such combat power, they are top-notch in the entire Rongqing. "Are you my contracted spirit beast?" Tang Xuanxuan asked tentatively. "My name is Yu Hong, you can call me Sister Yu Hong," Yu Hong said lightly. Tang Xuanxuan got a positive answer, and he had not yet recovered from his shock. At this moment, he felt as if he had won the lottery, and was shaking with excitement. This is a 3rd-level spirit beast, and it seems that its talent is also above his own, definitely a level. Such a woman is actually his contracted spirit beast? For a moment, Tang Xuanxuan felt something was unreal, and even slapped himself. "Captain Lu, am I dreaming?" Lu Sui rolled his eyes at him and said, "Look at what you've accomplished. Isn't it just someone who has contracted you? Is there any need to be so scared?" Tang Xuanxuan rubbed his face, then looked at Lu Sui and said seriously, "Captain Lu, are you really not lying to me? You forced the arrangement. Then you also need the other party to be willing, otherwise it will affect the compatibility between the two parties?" Lu Sui was a little helpless and was about to speak, but Yu Hong spoke first. "Little ghost, I think I need to remind you that we have a master-servant contract. I am the master and you are the servant. And most importantly, I killed the 2 beast masters I had a contract with before. Now I ask you, do you still think this is your luck?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Lu Sui looked at Yu Hong, then at Qin Shangyue, but the latter turned his eyes away, still looking at the scenery elsewhere, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Lu Sui was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and didn't say much. When Tang Xuanxuan heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "I was saying it, how could winning the lottery happen to me? This is the only way to make sense. Oh, it seems that you are unwilling?" Yu Hong raised her eyebrows, with a trace of contempt in her eyes. "This guy is really a waste." Then Tang Xuanxuan suddenly walked towards her. Yu Hong raised her eyebrows when she saw this. "Are you planning to go back on your word? If you don't want to die as my 3rd beast tamer, then you'll have no choice but to choose Gao Ming?" However, what Yu Hong didn't expect was that this guy actually agreed. "Are you crazy?" Tang Xuanxuan shook his head and replied seriously, "Sister Yu Hong, I have no other choice." Chapter 126 Xiao Yeye. Yu Hong was stunned. Seeing Tang Xuanxuan's determined expression, she felt a little complicated. After a long while, she sighed, "Oh, never mind. Since you've chosen this path, I'll just follow you." Lu Sui didn't expect this result, but it was also a good thing for him. Although Tang Xuanxuan has good talent, he is not outstanding in the entire Beast Taming Academy. Therefore, when Lu Sui chose him, he adopted the attitude of better to have nothing than to have someone of poor quality. Moreover, this talent is not very strong, but if it is used properly, the strength will naturally be beyond doubt. Yu Hong's combat power is already top-notch in Rongqing, not to mention that after signing a contract with Tang Xuanxuan, Yu Hong's A-level skills can be upgraded to S-level talents through his skills? Lu Sui dared to guarantee that if Yu Hong used all his fighting power, he would be able to fight even a powerful 5th-level spirit beast. After hearing Yu Hong's answer, Tang Xuanxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Yu Hong would refuse. "You two should prepare the contract by yourselves. I'm very busy." After saying that, Lu Sui turned around and went back to the power room to continue repairing his spaceship. Qin Shangyue also looked at Zhu Taiyu deeply, and his meaning was obvious. Then his figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already beside Lu Sui. Lu Sui looked up at Qin Shangyue, his eyes lit up, and then he reached out and grabbed Qin Shangyue's slender waist. Qin Shangyue frowned slightly and was about to struggle when suddenly something soft and wet fell on her lips. Qin Shangyue's eyes suddenly widened and looked at Lu Sui in disbelief. Lu Sui blinked, quickly moved away, and coughed softly. "Cough, Qin Shangyue, I kiss you to show that I like you." "You?" Qin Shangyue stood there in a daze, unable to believe it. This guy just kissed her? As Lu Sui spoke, he made another sneak attack on the corner of Qin Shangyue's mouth. Qin Shangyue's cold eyes rippled, and then a blush crept onto her delicate and pretty face. "This bastard," all he said was. However, the next second, Lu Sui's inner voice came over. "Oh, damn, 620 emotional points, I'm so awesome." As soon as these thoughts came out, Qin Shangyue, who was originally somewhat happy, felt like she was on a roller coaster and her mood dropped directly to freezing point. Fuck, 777's emotional point? It's negative. Lu Sui felt a little bad when he saw this negative emotional point. Why is it negative? So close, it seems, was it heard? Hee, my dear Shangyue, I said I was joking with you, do you believe me? Lu Sui immediately changed his expression to a smiling one, rubbed Qin Shangyue in a flattering manner, with a fawning face. Qin Shangyue looked at Lu Sui's smiling face, feeling a little amused and a little better. Lu Sui immediately hugged her slender waist and whispered in Qin Shangyue's ear, "Shangyue, little yaya, little darling, little cutie." Qin Shangyue pushed Lu Sui away and said, "Don't give me that. It's fine that you usually use Su Ling and Tai Yu to gain emotional points, but now you're using them on me?" Lu Sui laughed and hugged Qin Shangyue shamelessly. "Sha yeah, how about we do it tonight? After all, you are my first contract wife, so you have to go first, right? Roll. Xiao yeah, what I said is true. Roll. I'm serious." Lu Sui looked at Qin Shangyue seriously. "Look, in another 20 years, I'll be nearly 40 and still a virgin. So, can you bear to watch me die alone?" Qin Shangyue. "Xiao yeah. Lu Sui said seriously, "I know you're doing this for my own good, but I'm also doing this for your own good. Think about it, we've known each other for so many years, and I haven't even touched a finger. My heart is itching." Qin Shangyue glanced at him sideways, then looked at the dirty hands on her waist. Hee. Lu Sui immediately moved down a little, landing right on Qin Shangyue's buttocks, and one hand slid into her clothes. Qin Shangyue blushed and slapped Lu Sui's claws away fiercely. "How dare you?" Lu Sui shrugged innocently. "Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll be shy? So I'm taking the initiative." "You guy." Qin Shangyue glared at him. "Yeah." Lu Sui nodded. "If you think I'm too strong, I can also be a little weaker." The moment the words fell, she lay down on the ground, like a bullied and powerless girl, looking at Qin Shangyue aggrievely. "Come on, whatever you want." Seeing this grown man pretending to be so delicate and artificial, Qin Shangyue suddenly felt the urge to beat him to death. He stared at Lu Sui with gritted teeth for a long while, but did nothing. After all, he and I have a life and death contract, I can't really beat him to death. But looking at this bastard, who looked like he deserved a beating, no matter how good her temper was, she couldn't help but slap her. Lu Sui looked at Qin Shangyue's reaction, his eyes flashing, and he was secretly delighted. This trick really works. It seems that if I use it more in the future, it might really be useful. Lu Sui. Qin Shangyue suddenly spoke. Lu Sui immediately opened his eyes and looked frightened. What he just thought couldn't have been heard. Emotional points plus 500. Although it was negative, a lot of emotional points were added. It was more fulfilling to receive Qin Shangyue's emotional points. However, the next second, Lu Sui was kicked directly into the space crack by Qin Shangyue, and then high in the sky outside the spaceship. The sudden appearance of the space crack made Zhu Taiyu, who was speaking, instantly alert. He looked at the crack and the source power in his body fluctuated, and it was obvious that he entered a combat state in an instant. However, the space crack only opened for a moment, and Lu Sui's figure fell from there. "Fuck, Xiao Yaya, are you serious? I won't die from falling from this height, but it will hurt." Lu Sui exclaimed and turned his body in mid-air, trying to avoid the damage range of this force. However, the next second, he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. With a loud bang, Lu Sui fell directly to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. Zhu Taiyu was stunned for half a second when he saw that the person who fell was Lu Sui. Then he ran over and asked about Lu Sui's condition. "Old Lu, are you okay?" Hearing Zhu Taiyu's voice, Lu Suibian reached out and grabbed her. "Taiyu, help me up, I feel a little pain from the hit just now." This feeling is similar to when taking a pulse. The next second he opened his eyes and saw his own hand, touching the mountain that he shouldn't be touching, but was very familiar with. Believe me, this is really an accident." "I don't believe you." After Zhu Taiyu finished speaking, he pressed Lu Sui's head into the ground, leaving him with a mouth full of dust. Chapter 127's Level Skill Scarlet Lotus. Lu Sui covered his head and climbed up, staring at Zhu Taiyu with resentment. "Why did you still do that? Who lets you always take advantage of me?" Lu Sui was speechless and choked. You are so heartless. I was kind enough to help you feel your pulse, and you made me eat dirt. Humph, who told you to grab random things every time? Shu Taiyu snorted lightly, looking very righteous. Seeing Lu Sui's helpless expression, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alright, I'll forgive you this time. Hearing this, Lu Sui couldn't help but roll his eyes. How dare you say that? You clearly knew I was helping you just now, why did you hit me? Who made you so disgusting? Shu Taiyu mocked mercilessly. Lu Sui, how am I obscene? Shu Taiyu looked at him with disdain. What you did just now was worse than an animal. Then he glanced at the people watching the show and said helplessly, I was just practicing my skills, really, it's just that my control was a little off and my position was a little wrong. Ning Zhu and Fang Bixing looked at each other, then looked at Lu Sui, their eyes seemed to be saying, do you think I believe you? But Lu Sui was surprisingly thick-skinned. He dusted himself off and walked straight into the spaceship. He didn't dare to do such a thing often. Fortunately, Qin Shangyue didn't throw him directly into the cesspool, huh? This seems like a good idea. After a few days, those people came to my door. Let me try. I remember there seemed to be a stinking ditch near this buffer zone. Although it was not a septic tank, the smell was definitely bad enough. At this time, Tang Xuanquan had also made preparations for the worst. When he was about to sign a master-servant contract with Yu Hong signed an equal contract with him. This made Tang Xuanquan a little surprised. Sister Yu Hong, what are you doing? It's an equal contract, what's wrong? Yu Gong said coldly. No, don't you want to sign a master-servant contract with us? Oh, a master-servant contract? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Tang Xuanquan, If given a choice, no one would choose a master-servant contract, because the servant has no initiative at all. Even in today's society, the fate of becoming a servant is very miserable. Some time ago, he also saw a report that said that there were people who specialized in contracting abandoned or even stolen children, signing master-servant contracts with them and controlling their life and death. Then, when they grow up a little, they control them to sell their bodies and make money for themselves. And this has been reported. How many of the deep-rooted big families are doing these dirty things? He thought he had done it well, and in the following time when he was a servant, he looked like a begging servant. But he never expected that Yu Hong actually signed an equal contract with him. What? Don't you want to make a life and death contract with me? Yu Hong raised her eyebrows and looked at him, with a hint of charm on her delicate and charming face. Tang Xuanquan also heard Yu Hong teasing him. A life and death contract? Was he worthy of it? I haven't thought about it, and I dare not think about it. Hearing Tang Xuanquan's answer, Yu Hong curled her lips slightly, her eyes playful. In that case, let's sign an equal contract. Yu Hong then took out the contract, and the two signed it according to the contract rules. After the contract was successfully signed, Yu Hong's attributes were passed to him through Tang Xuanquan's spiritual space. A level skill, Scarlet Lotus, increases flight speed and attack power by 3 times. All attacks will absorb part of the opponent's source power. Tang Xuanquan looked at Yu Hong in surprise. With such skills, plus the ability of a flying spirit beast, you are already invincible. No, that's not the case. Yu Hong denied. Tang Xuanquan was even more puzzled. Why, your skill can absorb source power and increase the flying speed and attack power by 3 times, is this abnormal? Ha ha. Yu Hong laughed contemptuously, because if there is no good beastmaster to help me integrate the source power I absorbed, then this source power will be fed back to me, and eventually cause me to lose my mind and go berserk. This. Tang Xuanquan was suddenly a little scared. You know, it is very terrifying when a spirit beast goes berserk, especially a lord-level spirit beast above level 5. Once it goes berserk, it will basically bring only disaster and destruction to the entire area. However, if there is a powerful beastmaster, then this situation is not impossible to solve, but it will require an extremely tragic price to pay. It seems that my task is quite heavy. Tang Xuanquan sighed. He now missed the old days a little bit, but he knew clearly that this was impossible. If he gave up this opportunity, it would mean that he would only have 1 life left for himself, and everything else would be up to fate. Okay, try to use your talent to improve my skills. Yu Hong said with some anticipation in her eyes. Tang Xuanquan responded, then circulated the source power in his body and turned it to Yu Hong through the spiritual space. Soon, Yu Hong felt that she suddenly had a new energy. This energy was very warm, flowing through her blood throughout her limbs and bones, while also giving her explosive power. Tang Xuanquan also noticed through the spiritual space that Yu Hong's skills had transformed from a level to S level. S skill Crimson Lotus increases speed and attack power tenfold, and each attack will absorb a large amount of the opponent's source power. When Yu Hong found out that her talent had become S level, she almost woke up laughing. Ah, I'm finally S level. Ha ha ha. Yu Hong laughed wildly with her head raised, and her appearance scared the people around her. Yu Hong's bold move caught Zhu Taiyu's attention. She hurried over and saw Tang Xuanquan with a dazed face and Yu Hong laughing wildly. She couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Was she sick? Why are you yelling? Did I say anything about SS level? Zhu Taiyu shouted angrily. Yu Hong stopped bragging when she heard Zhu Taiyu's voice. She turned around and saw that it was Zhu Taiyu. She immediately calmed down a lot, but still couldn't help muttering, "How boring." But soon Yu Hong felt that the power in her body disappeared, and her skill level also returned to a level. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Tang Xuanquan said weakly. He had just used up all his source power. It seems that to improve your grade, you need to consume source power all the time, so when my source power is exhausted, you will return to your original state. Is that so? Yu Hong reached out and touched his forehead, and said with some disappointment, "Forget it, I'd better go practice first." After that, he left. Seeing this, Tang Xuanquan also followed behind him. Zhu Taiyu also invited the two to come for training. Chapter 128 The Plans of All Parties. But at the same time, less than 2 miles away from them, brother and sister Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying were standing on a mountain peak. Zhu Shuiying looked in the direction of the Starfire Beast Taming Group with her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, and she was very excited. "Brother, look at me. This method seems to be the training method of our Heaven-Slaying Legion. However, it is quite expensive. Do you have the money?" Zhu Feng looked at the spaceship hidden in the valley in the distance, a smile on his face, and said lightly, "This is not something we should worry about. Besides, isn't that guy's other wife a top-tier wealthy second generation? They will figure out the money issue themselves." Zhu Shuiying nodded. Although Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying both disliked Su Ling, they also knew that Su Ling's father was not an ordinary person. "Brother, regarding the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group, should we take action? If a fight really breaks out, I won't stand a chance of winning." Zhu Shuiying said with some concern that if her younger sister was really injured, she would definitely not let the Tiger Cavalry people off. Zhu Feng snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Humph. This depends on the ability of that brat Lu Sui. He has many wives, but the more wives, the greater the responsibility. Without extraordinary strength and means, what can he use to resist?" This. Zhu Shuiying didn't know how to answer. A ruthless glint flashed across Zhu Feng's eyes, and he continued, "Old man Zhu told me straight out that if Lu Sui can't even handle this little trouble, then he might as well not marry our sister and just marry into our Zhu family. We can still afford to support a loser." "Ah. Second brother, you are not kidding, right?" Zhu Shuiying was surprised. "Do you think I'm joking?" Zhu Feng glared at Zhu Shuiying. Zhu Shuiying lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, but she didn't know what to do. After all, this was an order from their father Zhu Tianjue. The words spoken by the head of their Zhu family had already determined the entire incident. "But second brother, I recently received news that Wang Mingliang is very close to the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group, and that they have the Wang family backing them." This. Wan Shuiying looked troubled, and obviously did not think that Lu Sui could withstand the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps. After all, the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps had the support of the Wang family, and their combat power would at least be raised to a higher level, and it was very likely to reach a 5-star Beast Taming Corps. "Humph, this depends on that kid's ability. When it really comes to a matter of life and death, we will take action and at the same time say hello to Captain Lu." At this point, Zhu Feng snorted coldly, "Anyway, we must take my little sister away. As for that kid, he's such a loser, do we really have to let him out there and let my little sister get into danger?" Zhu Feng and Zhu Shuiying were silent because in the Zhu family, apart from them and their siblings, their father loved their younger sister the most. If Zhu Taiyu was really in danger, they were afraid that their father would take action himself. They couldn't imagine how they would explain to their father if their little sister came to any harm. On the other side, in Rongqing. "Wenyu, are we just going to stand by and watch? The Wang family is going to take action against our daughter." Yang Lingyu was a little nervous, but also a little worried. Su Ling was her precious baby, and it hurt her as a mother just thinking about her being wronged and hurt. Su Wenyu shook his head. "No rush, let them fight for a while, and let the kid from the Lu family wake up. It's not easy to marry my daughter, and it's not easy to build a harem. As long as he is awakened and disabled by the beating, then we can use the excuse of protecting our daughter to take that guy away. I wonder what excuse that Lu can come up with. Oh. Okay. Yang Lingyu nodded, not quite understanding. They didn't know that at this time Lu Sui just wanted to become stronger, grow up, and protect the people he wanted to protect. At this time, Lu Filong was rubbing his wife's shoulders and stroking the hair on her tail. What are you thinking? Your son is in danger now. As a father, aren't you anxious at all? Lu Qingyin glanced at Lu Filong with her beautiful eyes and said angrily. Lu Filong smiled and said nonchalantly, "That brat has thick skin and tough flesh, how could he be dangerous? Besides, I know that guy's character best. He will never fight a battle without confidence. Since he dares to do this, he must have a plan. Don't worry." Hearing Lu Filong say this, Lu Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, that boy has been getting very close to the three girls recently, eating and sleeping together. Do you think we will be able to have a grandson next year? When Lu Qingyin said this, her face was full of longing. Lu Sui was sensible and cute when he was a child. She doesn't remember now that she was pregnant with Fair at that time. Lu Sui would come over and sleep next to them almost every night, saying that he wanted to protect his mother and sister. She still remembers the appearance of that little warrior clearly. But the years left her with only memories. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sui was almost able to stand on his own. Especially when the little guy was holding his tail and calling for his mother, it seemed like it was just yesterday. However, in the eyes of her mother, Lu Sui will always be her child who will never grow up. Seeing Lu Qingyin's expectant look, Lu Filong interrupted her with two dry coughs. "Wife, if you really like children, we can have one now, it's not too late." After he finished speaking, the room fell into silence, and then Lu Filong slept at the door again tonight. Inside the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps base, a man in his prime was sitting in a pavilion with his eyes closed, resting. Outside the pavilion, two members of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps were guarding, watching their surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. His pupils were white, as ferocious as a wolf, and his lips were black and purple, looking extremely weird. The man was none other than Wu Xiaodong, the leader of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group. He stood up suddenly, staring at a certain place, his eyes flashing with a faint green light, and the feeling was as frightening as a poisonous snake. Suddenly he broke into a ferocious grin, finally. After saying that, Wu Xiaodong moved and rushed forward. He was so fast that even the members of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps could not track his whereabouts. At the same time, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared. It was a woman with flames all over her body. She is exactly Wu Xiaodong's target, and this woman is also his contracted spirit beast, Leng Songqing. Wu Xiaodong directly grabbed Leng Songqing in his hand. Roar! Leng Songqing roared, and his whole body burst into scorching heat. Even the elements in the void seemed to be boiling. Leng Songqing is an attacking spirit beast with fire attribute. Its flames are so powerful that they can even burn everything. Chapter 129. What wind brings you here? Wu Xiaodong was not afraid at all. He walked straight through the flames and held Leng Songqing in his arms. Then Leng Songqing's body was burning with flames, but Wu Xiaodong still suffered no losses. And as Leng Songqing struggled, he hugged her tighter and tighter. Leng Songqing roared madly, the tiger's voice was earth-shaking, and a powerful breathwave burst out from its body, trying to break free. However, Wu Xiaodong just smiled slightly, and then used his spiritual power to soothe her. Leng Songqing soon calmed down and looked at Wu Xiaodong and said, "Master?" Wu Xiaodong smiled faintly and said, "Well, dear, you can retreat first and go and have a rest. Come back to me when my strength is stable." "As you command, Master." Leng Songqing's figure disappeared from the spot, but his voice still echoed in the area. Wu Xiaodong lowered his head to look at the place where Leng Songqing disappeared from his arms. A trace of haze flashed across his eyes, and then he showed a cold smile and muttered to himself. Yu Hong, although you are already excellent, you are still a little green after all. The balance of victory has begun to tilt towards me this time." As soon as he took a step, he disappeared as if teleporting. The next moment they arrived at the headquarters of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps. Their headquarters is located between the buffer zone and the danger zone. It is an ancient and majestic mountain. There is a wooden building on the top of the mountain, and next to this building is a wide river. The river water is blue, reflecting the sunlight, and occasionally fish jump, creating a peaceful scene. But if you look closely, you can find that there is a thin film covering the entire river in the depths of the river. This film exudes a strange source of power fluctuation. That's the array pattern. Runes drawn by source power are interwoven and densely covered on the surface of the film. Wu Xiaodong walked into the wooden building without any obstruction, and then went straight to a huge circular stone platform. This place was the key to his rapid breakthrough to the peak of level 4. As long as he sacrifices other beastmasters and spirit beasts, the altar will give him feedback. This time, he plans to trap the remnants of the serious beast taming group to further enhance his strength. If possible, he could even reach level 5 directly and become a master beastmaster. By then, he will possess even more terrifying strength, able to crush all beastmasters of the same level, and he won't be afraid even if he encounters a level 6 beastmaster. His ambition does not stop there. He wants to stand at the top of the world and trample all those geniuses under his feet. At this moment, a member of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps rushed over and said, "Captain, someone's breaking in." Wu Xiaodong's face darkened instantly, and he shouted angrily, "Who let you in? Get out!" "But Captain, that man is too powerful, Wu Xiaodong snorted coldly, "Waste." Then he waved his hand, and the altar instantly disappeared on the top of the mountain. At this time, a young man in green walked in from the door. He was tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was extremely handsome. Behind him was a young girl. Wu Xiaodong narrowed his eyes and stared at him, sneering, "What brings you here, Captain Jiang?" The people who came were Jiang Ji and his contracted spirit beast Xiao Qiu. Jiang Ji looked at the man, a devilish smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Captain Wu, do you know why I want to see you?" "Of course," Wu Xiaodong said sinisterly. "Oh, I see." Jiang Ji nodded, then pointed at Wu Xiaodong and said, "Since you don't know about this, let me remind you that your Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group is only a 3-star beast taming group, and 50 people are already the limit." 80 people, isn't that too many? So, you decide. Wu Xiaodong's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he said coldly, "Oh, Captain Jiang, you are too confident. It is only a matter of time before our Tiger Riding Beast Taming Group is promoted to a 4-star beast taming group in this assessment. Is there anything wrong with starting to develop players now?" Jiang Ji sneered and said, "I'm just following the rules." Wu Xiaodong's face turned pale. "So, Captain Jiang is going to interfere in our affairs?" "No, I'm not going to interfere." Jiang Ji said calmly, "I just want to tell you not to push your luck." After saying that, he turned around and left with Xiaoqiu. Wu Xiaodong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Wu Xiaodong slammed the ground hard, and the ground suddenly cracked and the surrounding trees rustled. "What's wrong? What happened?" There was a cry of surprise from afar. A group of members of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Corps ran over and saw the broken stones on the ground and Wu Xiaodong's extremely angry look. "So I didn't dare to breathe. What are you doing here? This is the forbidden area of the Tiger Cavalry Beast Taming Group. How can we let people in casually?" When everyone heard Wu Xiaodong scolding, they all lowered their heads and dared not speak, because they knew that this leader had a temper like a mad dog. If you made him unhappy, you would be beaten. And he would beat you mercilessly. Seeing everyone was silent, Wu Xiaodong snorted coldly and said, "Find out what happened tonight. Who let him in? Also, the remnants of the Tianlang Beast Taming Group. Oh, they changed their name now. What the hell is called Spark? Of course, I don't care what they are called, I want to see their bodies within 7 days." As he spoke, a strong murderous intent and evil spirit surged from his body. On the second day, Lu Sui was still repairing the spaceship, while Qin Shangyue was resting in her spiritual space. At this time, Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling ran towards Lu Sui angrily, looking like they wanted to hit him. Lu Sui looked at their posture and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Zhu Taiyu and Su Ling stood in front of Lu Sui, one on the left and one on the right, blocking her way forward. "Lu Sui, did you ask me to train according to the level of the Zhantian Beast Taming Legion yesterday?" Zhu Taiyu blared at Lu Sui and said, gritting his teeth. Lu Sui blinked, yes." Zhu Taiyu said angrily, "You're clearly trying to make things difficult for me. This mission is simply impossible to complete." Lu Sui touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "I think it's okay." "Not bad?" Su Ling said angrily, "What's good about it? Haven't you seen the operating funds of our beast taming group? We haven't been hunting exotic beasts these days. If we don't hunt exotic beasts, that means no income. Without income, your training plans are just fantasy. Aren't you in charge of the funds? Can't you consider other sources?" Zhu Taiyu blared at her unhappily. Do you think the source crystal was blown by the wind? Su Ling rolled his eyes. Lu Sui chuckled and said, Wait a minute, I'll go get something. Chapter 133 Star Spirit Beast Bracelet. Then he disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Lu Sui was floating in the air holding a blood-red bracelet emitting rich source power. Is this 3-star equipment? Zhu Taiyu was stunned. Su Ling also opened her mouth wide. 3-star equipment? You actually have 3-star equipment? Zhu Taiyu was surprised. Where did you get this? This 3-star Beastmaster equipment costs at least 3,000 source crystals. Old Lu, you're amazing. You forged a 3-star equipment without making any noise. Lu Sui replied calmly, It's not the Beastmasters, it's the Spirit Beasts. Spirit Beast? Su Ling was delighted and grabbed the bracelet and put it on her wrist. Suddenly, a radiance flowed. A layer of soft light on the bracelet slowly covered her entire wrist. Then, Su Ling felt a warm source of power flowing into her body. She felt as if she was baptized, and she couldn't help but moaning in comfort. This is really the equipment of a spirit beast. Su Ling was very excited. You know, the manufacturing process of spirit beast equipment is much more complicated than that of a beast tamer. The first is the structure of source power. Even 1-star equipment has requirements, that is, the equipment must be linked to the user's source power to allow it to fully amplify its own capabilities. This is just basic source power equipment, used by Beastmasters to increase their source power. But it is different for spiritual beasts. The price for the same performance will be twice as high, or even several times as high. There is a very rigid requirement for spirit beast equipment, that is, it must be usable in both human form and spirit beast form. After all, the complexity of converting equipment the size of a spirit beast into human form can be imagined. Therefore, the manufacturing process of twisting is extremely complicated, and ordinary blacksmiths dare not touch it. What is the effect of this equipment? Where did you get the template? What is the source power structure? Zhu Taiyu asked curiously. Oh, I haven't come up with a name for this thing yet, but it can withstand attacks from monsters below level 5, and it can also increase its speed. Lu Sui explained, As for the template, I just came up with it casually. I didn't expect it to actually work. It's quite strange. After these words were spoken, both Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were silent for a moment. After a long while, Zhu Taiyu finally sighed and said, You are such a monster. Ha? Lu Sui glanced at her and said, What? What's wrong with me? I originally thought you were just a pervert, but I didn't expect you to be a genius blacksmith. Zhu Taiyu said with a sad face, You can even create something like this? This is simply terrifying. I've never heard of anyone daring enough to create spiritual beast equipment at your age. The more she spoke, the more shocked she was. She suddenly realized that Lu Sui was really perverted. I really didn't take the wrong path. Although she was born into a legion family, she knew nothing about refining and forging, but there was one thing she understood very well. That is the blacksmith who can forge source power equipment. Even if his talent is rubbish, he will be respected in the beast taming legion where the strong are respected. How many source crystals do you plan to sell this bracelet for, old Lu? Su Ling asked. How much do you plan to sell it for? After using the source crystals to train them, exchange them for all the materials needed for repairing the spacecraft. Lu Sui said lightly. Su Ling was slightly stunned when she heard this, and she didn't seem to expect that Lu Sui would leave all the things to her. Aren't you worried that I might sell you too little? Why should we worry about this? Lu Sui asked back. This counter-question completely confused Su Ling. She also didn't expect that Lu Sui trusted her unconditionally. Ever since she could remember, her father had been training her as his heir, and the first thing she remembered was that she could not trust anyone, not even the Beastmaster with whom she had a contract. She always kept these words in her heart and never forgot them. But today, Lu Sui's unconditional trust again touched her, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, I promise you, I will never let you down. She secretly decided in her heart that she would never let Lu Sui down in the future. Lu Sui looked at his serious expression, blinked and said, Well, actually, you don't have to be so serious. I have several pairs of bracelets like this. Lu Sui took out 3 bracelets as he spoke. What? Su Ling and Zhu Taiyu were stunned. You're cheating, aren't you? You actually have 3 bracelets like this? Where did they come from? Lu Sui shrugged and said, I had nothing to do, so I forged it. I have a pretty good talent. The original success rate of forging was only 20%, but with the blessing of my talent, it has directly increased by 20%. I prepared materials for 4 sets of equipment, but only 3 were successful. What a pity! After these words were spoken, Su Ling looked at Lu Sui as if he were a monster, and so did Zhu Taiyu. Is this guy a freak? Is this a pity? You know, for other blacksmiths, if they succeed in forging only 1 out of 4, they would be thankful. You have succeeded in 3 out of 4, so what else do you want? Old Lu, apart from anything else, I really admire you. Zhu Taiyu gave a thumbs up and said, "You're really awesome." Su Ling looked at the bracelet in her hand and asked, "Did you make this bracelet?" "You have to give it a name." "Blood Jade Bracelet." Lu Sui looked at the bracelet with a blood-red luster and casually made up a name for it. Blood Jade Bracelet? Su Ling looked at the exquisite and beautiful bracelet in her hand. She couldn't help but touch her arm, where the pain before the blood coagulated was still lingering. She pursed her lips and asked, "What's your target price?" Lu Sui thought for 2.5 breaths, 4,000 source crystals, this price should be reasonable. Su Ling frowned, "Old Lu, I have to say, you don't have much talent for business." Lu Sui touched his nose. He really wasn't very good at business. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and he really didn't have much talent in business. Then how many source crystals do you want to sell? 8,000 source crystals. When this offer came out, Lu Sui was a little confused. Is there anyone who would buy it at such a high price? The 1-star or 2-star equipment he had forged before were not bought by many people. Su Ling replied, "Of course someone will buy it. After all, this is a 3-star spirit beast equipment. You know, starting from the 3-star level, it is no longer a buyer's market, but a seller's market. The higher the star rating, the more freedom the seller has to set the price. As long as you are willing to sell, there will definitely be many people scrambling to buy it." Lu Sui nodded, "I understand. I'll leave this matter to you." Su Ling nodded and said, "No problem, I will definitely help you sell it at a good price." Afterwards, Su Ling wrapped herself tightly, and then brought Lu Sui's blood jade bracelet to the largest auction house in Rongcheng.